The story begins at a deserted construction site under the cover of night. A young boy finds himself cornered by a group of malevolent figures, each brandishing deadly weapons. Suspended above him is a cage packed with zombies, their hunger palpable as they wait for the boy to fall into their midst. We soon learn that the boy's name is Zhang Xiaoyang. A woman in the group taunts him, questioning whether life seems meaningless to him now that all his friends have been killed. As she speaks, sweat trickles down Zhang's face, and memories of happier times with his friends flood his mind. He silently blames himself, thinking, "It's my fault that they met such a fate," filled with deep regret. John, seething with anger, shouts at the cruel woman, declaring that she deserves a painful death. The woman, grinning with satisfaction, clings to a well-built man and remarks that John is upset with her yet again. The man, amused, suggests they torture John slowly to give her more time to enjoy his suffering for insulting her. He thanks John sarcastically for providing them with supplies that will keep them comfortable for a few more months. But just as he says this, he presses a button, causing John to plummet into the cage of zombies, who immediately sense his presence and stir with hunger. The starving zombies charge at John with terrifying speed, and as soon as they reach him, they begin tearing him apart, eating him alive. Blood pours from John's mouth as he struggles, enduring the excruciating pain. In his mind, he reflects bitterly, thinking that if he were given another chance at life, he would use it wisely. He swears to himself that he would make those responsible for his suffering pay dearly, vowing never to let himself be caught in such a horrific situation again. Suddenly, John regains consciousness, awakening to a familiar yet unsettling scene. The same cruel woman who had betrayed him in his previous life is shouting at him again, furious that he hadn't added her name to the house deed. Confused, John struggles to understand what's happening, having just been convinced that he had died moments ago. Looking around, a wild thought crosses his mind. Could it be that he's been reborn before the apocalypse began? Did fate give him a second chance to set things right? He reflects on his past life, recalling how he had been deceived by a woman named Qiaijing. It is revealed that Qiaijing had stolen the inheritance his parents left him, leaving him destitute and forced to sleep on the streets in the cold. Soon after, a global disaster struck, turning most of humanity into zombies and plunging the world into chaos. With the help of his friends, John managed to survive, even building a secure zone to withstand the apocalypse. But what he couldn't have foreseen was Qiaijing's betrayal. Posing as a helpless refugee, she infiltrated his safe zone, only to betray him and let enemies inside to destroy everything he had built. The scene shifts to John's home, where Qiaijing is shouting again, demanding 400,000 yuan and not a cent less. John remains calm, his face expressionless, as he stares at her in silence. Frustrated, she angrily asks if he's even listening. John, thinking strategically, decides he cannot act rashly yet. He needs to be patient, waiting for the perfect moment. The woman gives him a week to set things right, but John cuts her off mid-sentence, saying, "Fine, I understand. Now leave," as he firmly escorts her to the door. Qiaijing is taken aback by John's newfound assertiveness, wondering when he stopped being her obedient servant. John closes the door behind her and, turning to the clock, realizes he must start preparing for the upcoming apocalypse, which will hit in just a month. The memory of his past life jolts him. He knows that if he doesn't prepare now, history will repeat itself. Suddenly, a system notification appears in front of him. Apocalypse system activated. Alongside this, several missions pop up, including one that promises 10 points if he acquires a piece of land. Curious, John wonders aloud what these points can be used for and how to spend them once he completes the missions. A system store appears before him, displaying various items that can be purchased using the points earned from mission rewards. John reflects on his past life once again. His face lights up in delight as he tries the food, exclaiming in joy at how incredibly delicious it is. Just as he's savoring the moment, a message pops up on his phone, interrupting his meal. The call is from the friend of the manipulative woman, Qiaijing. John sighs as he sees the name on the screen, suspecting that Qiaijing has run crying to her friend. When he answers, the friend is angry, chastising him for how he treated Qiaijing, saying all she ever wanted was for him to prove his love by putting her name on the property. She goes on to claim that Qiaijing was merely testing his loyalty, and he failed miserably. She suggests that if John can bring them 1,000,000 yuan by the end of the day, she might help him win Qiaijing back. Furious, John snaps, asking who she thinks she is to put him through such ridiculous tests, and tells her to get lost before hanging up the call. John leans back on the couch, thinking to himself that this time, he will build the strongest fortress imaginable, one where no one can breach his defenses. Not only will it be impenetrable, but it will also be located near a water source and a forest. The scene shifts once more to a bustling hall where people are moving about. There he is greeted by a woman, who asks what John is looking for. Before he can answer, a man steps in, revealing himself as the real estate manager of the building. He directs the woman to help with moving boxes, as there's an abundance of toilet paper that needs to be dealt with. The woman tries to respond to her boss, but gets cut off before she could do so. The real estate manager asks if she has forgotten who taught her everything in this field of work, and with an angry tone, sends her to the back to help. The manager turns around and says to him that a broke loser in cheap clothes can't even afford a toilet, let alone a house to life in. Our boy's, his face expression turns dark and gets angry, so he asks the real estate manager if he is looking down on people. The real estate manager says that he looks down on dogs like him, and he further says that if he can afford a toilet, he will live stream himself eating shit. John, with a smirk, casually tells the real estate manager, "Don't worry, I'll find you some fresh hot steaming ones to eat later on stream," confidently informing the lady worker that he's not there to buy a house but to purchase land for himself. His bold statement, paired with the express card he pulls out, leaves the real estate manager and the lady worker in shock, cold sweat beginning to form on their faces. Every customer in the building is equally stunned, unable to believe what they're witnessing. They begin whispering among themselves, questioning what Zhang means by buying land. Does he even realize how much money it takes to purchase land? One customer asks in disbelief. Another, shaking their head, remarks, "I've never seen someone buy land this easily. He must be incredibly wealthy." The lady worker, still trying to process the situation, asks John to follow her, saying she'll give him the most detailed introduction to the available properties. As they walk, the real estate manager, visibly irritated, mutters to himself that anyone can boast, but paying for such expensive land is another matter entirely. John takes a seat in the office, and the lady worker starts showing him the various land options they have available. However, John interrupts her, saying there's no need to look through everything. Just listen to my requirements. He explains that the land he's looking for must be near mountains, have access to a water source, convenient transportation, and large buildings already on site. The lady worker pauses, thinking carefully, but before she can answer, the real estate manager butts in, suggesting there's a plot in the East District that matches John's description. The lady worker, surprised, turns to him and asks why he would recommend the East District, noting that the factories there are incomplete and they can't sell such land to clients. The real estate manager, clearly frustrated, snaps back, accusing John of making impossible demands just to waste their time. John, intrigued by the mention of the East District, asks the lady worker to confirm if the land truly meets his criteria. She hesitates but eventually admits that while the land fits his requirements, the factories are unfinished because the construction crew abandoned the project. John lights up with excitement. He thinks to himself that the location is perfect. It not only fits his criteria, but the incomplete factories would actually save him a lot of money. "I'll take it," John declares confidently. "Let's draw up the contract so I can pay right away." The lady worker, still unsure, hesitates for a moment before apologizing for offering land with unfinished projects. However, her shock deepens when John insists that he's serious about buying it. With a playful smirk, he adds, "Someone's waiting to eat some fresh poop later, so let's not waste time." A little while later, he holds the receipt, his face filled with disbelief as he mutters, "It's impossible. He really paid the 300,000 yuan down payment. Still in shock, the manager struggles to comprehend how John could buy such expensive land. As John walks out, several customers tease the real estate manager, reminding him that the live stream is up and he needs to keep his end of the bet. Meanwhile, John reflects on the fact that he spent all of the bride money to secure this land, but now he needs to figure out how to gather the funds to stockpile supplies. As he contemplates his next steps, a fat man passes by, recognizing John and wondering if it really was him. As the fat man heads to his destination, he's shocked to see the real estate manager being forced to eat poop on a live stream after losing a bet to John. The story shifts to the evil woman, who is calmly doing her nails when she receives a call from the fat man. She answers sweetly, greeting him and asking if he remembers her. The fat man cuts her off, informing her that John went to the real estate company and bought an expensive piece of land. The evil woman is taken aback, angrily asking how a broke loser like John could afford such a thing. The fat man explains that John paid a 300,000 yuan down payment, and he likely used the bride money to do it. Furious, the evil woman fumes about how John could dare use her money behind her back. The fat man, trying to calm her down, advises her to figure out what's going on with John. Seething, the evil woman vows to expose John online for spending her money without her consent. Back with John, he ponders how to secure the necessary supplies to build his base, knowing it will require a large amount of money. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door startles him. To his surprise, it's the evil woman and her friend, both storming in before John can even react. The evil woman wastes no time, accusing John of using her money without permission. Dumbfounded, John asks what she's talking about. The woman, livid, reveals that she knows he used the bride money to buy land, and therefore the land rightfully belongs to her. John, now visibly angry, asks her if she's lost her mind. In a bold move, he slaps her with a stack of cash, declaring that he doesn't need her money at all. The evil woman stares at him in shock as John calmly tells her that she'll never get a cent from him. He also reveals that he knows about her long-running affair with the fat man, much to her horror. The evil woman begins to sweat, realizing that John is aware of her betrayal. Her friend jumps in, trying to defuse the situation by saying it's just a misunderstanding between them. But John interrupts, stating firmly that there's no misunderstanding. She can go back to the fat man for all I care. With that, John slams the door in their faces, leaving the evil woman outside in shock, wondering how John discovered the affair. The evil woman and her friend, embarrassed and confused, start to leave. The friend hesitates, though, turning to the evil woman and asking if John's accusations were true. The evil woman, caught off guard, tries to dismiss it, saying they only booked rooms a few times. But the friend, seeing how things have spiraled out of control, suggests they need to come up with a plan to deal with John before it's too late. The woman agrees, saying it's their only option for now. However, her friend secretly thinks that since the woman has ruined things with John, this is her chance to take him for herself. Though they are close like sisters, she's not planning to hold back this time. We then shift back to the construction site where John has purchased the land. He asks a middle-aged man how long it will take to finish the renovations. The man, clearly puzzled, questions what kind of trouble John has gotten into to need such extensive work. John brushes off the question, saying the details aren't important and it's better not to ask too many questions. John then inquires about the cost to complete the project within a month. The man tries to explain that finishing in such a short time is unrealistic, but John cuts him off, stating that if he can't handle it, he'll find someone who can. The man reluctantly agrees but clarifies that his concern is the cost, not the timeline. John asks how much it would be, and the man explains that the rush and added pressure will increase the price significantly. John, a bit taken aback, asks if $20 million would cover the cost. The middle-aged man confirms it will but notes that John will need to provide a $5 million deposit before any work can start. John agrees, saying he'll transfer the money within a week, and urges the man to get moving with the construction. The man tries to add something, but John interrupts again, assuring him that the land will remain his if the payment isn't made. so there's no reason to worry. The man nods and agrees to the terms. At that moment, the woman's friend suddenly calls out to John. He turns around, confused by her presence. She clings to his arm, asking sweetly what he's doing there. Jean glared down at her, remembering that she was the one who convinced his ex to con him out of his family's property in his previous life. He had vowed to make her suffer twice as much as he had. His face remained furious while the friend, pretending innocence, continued asking what he was doing there. She complimented the land, calling it a nice place, and asked if this was where he planned to build. All the while, she pressed herself against him. John shoved her away, coldly telling her that whatever he was planning had nothing to do with her. Shocked, the woman couldn't believe it. She hadn't expected a man like John, whom she always thought of as a pathetic loser, to push her away so easily. Normally, just brushing her hand would make him blush, but now he looked completely annoyed by her presence. Despite her attempts to caress his hands, he remained indifferent, further frustrating her. While she fumed, John turned his attention to the construction workers, instructing them to expand the gates. The friend of the woman called out to him again, but he ignored her like she wasn't even there. Ever since his breakup with Kiwi, she had seen her chance to make John hers, but now she was gritting her teeth, thinking of a way to make it work. Back at John's home, he sat down on his couch with the documents from the newly purchased land spread out in front of him. He reflected on how he'd mortgaged the house, but the loan only brought in $3 million, nowhere near enough for the first phase of construction. With a serious expression, John thought that, with the apocalypse approaching, selling the house multiple times didn't seem like such a bad idea. He resolved to do just that. Suddenly, loud banging at his door interrupted his thoughts. The familiar voice of his downstairs neighbor, Grandpa Lai, could be heard. As he approached, John reflected on the old man's constant nuisances. Lai owned the first 2 floors of the building and had been trying to buy John's 3rd floor for ages. But the house had been intended as John's matrimonial home, which was why he hadn't sold it. Yet Lai never gave up, always causing a ruckus, from splashing paint to placing funeral wreaths at John's door. As soon as John opened the door, Grandpa Lai accused him of going clubbing the night before. Zhang yelled back that he'd gone to bed early and wasn't in the mood for the old man's nonsense. Lai persisted, claiming he'd heard something. Fed up, John told him to stop the rambling. Tired of Lai's antics, John abruptly offered to sell the house. Stunned, Lai asked if he was serious. Zhang looked down at the old man and said he'd sell, but on one condition: the house wouldn't be ready for 6 months, and Lai would have to pay the full $5 million upfront. Lai hesitated, but John began closing the door, telling him to forget it if he couldn't agree. Desperate, Lai stopped the door with his hand and nervously said they should sign a contract to avoid any regrets. Zhang, annoyed, agreed, though he knew with the apocalypse looming, the old man wouldn't enjoy the house for long. Once the deal was sealed, John slammed the door, cursing the old man under his breath. He began calculating the money, the $5 million from Lai and the $3 million loan, giving him $8 million total. Just then, the system chimed in, confirming he had completed the task of acquiring land and granting him his reward. The next day, John headed into the city to fulfill the next task, gathering a year's worth of supplies. He swiftly moved through the shopping mall, filling carts with items that would last him through the coming chaos. Onlookers stared at him in disbelief, some mocking him for preparing for what they assumed were wild doomsday rumors. They called him foolish, but John didn't care. He knew what was coming. Once his carts were filled, the system awarded him 10 points for completing the task. As John browsed the system's store, he considered enhancing his attributes for the apocalypse, but he was too broke to afford that. Instead, he settled on the protagonist's supply box, confident it would give him the edge he needed. With a smile, he purchased the box, and his 10 points were deducted. The box appeared with an infinity symbol on it and question marks scattered across its surface. When it unlocked, the system notified him that he had received a level 1 space ring with a 500 cubic meter capacity. The ring would allow him to store fresh food without it spoiling, which excited John, especially since he wasn't much of a cook. The system then displayed his next task. Gather 10 years' worth of supplies, with 20 points as the reward. Just then, the store manager walked out with some guards, demanding to know who was causing a disturbance. Zhang recognized him immediately. It was Yong Tao, a lackey from his middle school days who always hung around the school bully. Zhang Xingyong had always bullied weaker students but cowered before those stronger than him. Zhang recalled how Yong and his group once demanded a protection fee from him, but he had told them to buzz off. Yong, in disbelief that Zhang was buying so much, ordered him to return all the items in his carts. Zhang cut him off, mocking his continued habit of picking on the weak and calling him out for being a coward. An hour later, Zhang's items had been scanned, and the cashier announced the total. With confidence, Zhang swiped his card, successfully completing the purchase. As Yong walked away, Zhang called him back, demanding an apology for his rudeness. Yong, insulted, refused, but the other customers began recording, telling him to apologize. Under pressure, Yong reluctantly bowed and apologized. Zhang patted him on the head, telling him to be more careful in the future. Yong, visibly humiliated, asked Zhang what he planned to do with all the supplies. Zhang explained that he was preparing for something big and needed a wholesaler. Yong, realizing Zhang was serious, mentioned that he knew a wholesaler, none other than Chang, the school bully who had once tormented Zhang. Despite being disappointed that Yong was still under Chang's thumb, Zhang followed him to a warehouse where a luxury car nearly ran him over. Out stepped Chang, puffing on a cigarette, looking as arrogant as ever. Yong nervously introduced Zhang, but Chang barely acknowledged him, blowing smoke in his face and calling him the kid who had a bit of a backbone. Chang yanked at Zhang's hoodie string, scoffing as he called it a cheap knockoff designer brand. He expressed his disdain for people like Zhang, who pretended to be wealthy when they clearly weren't. Zhang responded casually, saying he didn't know if it was a designer label and had just bought it at some random store. Chang, now furious, grabbed Yong by the head and shouted at him for wasting his time by bringing such an unworthy client. He kicked Yong hard, telling him that he couldn't believe he had been dragged into this. Yong tried to defend himself, explaining that Zhang was actually a valuable customer, but Chang wasn't having any of it. He claimed he had been in the business long enough to know who had money and who didn't, and in his eyes, Zhang was clearly not one of the wealthy. Zhang, realizing his usual approach wasn't working, calmly remarked that it was difficult to reason with someone like Chang. Chang, enraged, grabbed Zhang by the collar and demanded that he repeat what he had just said. Unfazed, Zhang repeated his statement, calling Sheng out for looking down on others. But Sheng only latched onto the part where Zhang had called him illiterate, his face twisting with anger. Yong, trying to ease the situation, stepped in and nervously explained that Sheng hated being called illiterate, as it was a sore spot for him, considering it was true. Without warning, Sheng kicked Yong aside, silencing him as he continued to focus his anger on Zhang. He threatened Zhang, saying that if he didn't buy a truckload of goods, he wouldn't be leaving the warehouse in one piece. Zhang, not backing down, pulled out his phone and told Sheng to stop pulling on his collar, asking him for the account details so he could make the payment. Moments later, Zhang transferred $1 million to Sheng's account, leaving the bully stunned as he stared at the transaction details. Sheng was baffled, not expecting to see such a large sum of money come through. Zhang then calmly informed him that he was there to purchase $5 million worth of goods and instructed Sheng to load the trucks with what he needed, promising to pay the remaining balance when the goods were ready. When Sheng asked what kinds of goods he was looking for, Zhang replied that he wanted rice, salt, and any other food or drinkable supplies. He wasn't picky, he wanted it all. A sly grin spread across Sheng's face as he told Zhang to follow him into the warehouse. Unknown to Zhang, Sheng had a plan to sell him a batch of nearly expired goods. Inside, the warehouse was filled with barrels and crates of various supplies, and Sheng offered to give Zhang a 10% discount if he bought the entire batch, hoping to offload the soon-to-expire items. Zhang, however, wasn't easily fooled. He inspected one of the crates, picking up a bag and examining it closely. He quickly realized that most of the goods were close to expiration, except for the outermost layers. Yong, impressed, called John sharp for catching on to Shang's scheme. Shang, surprised that John had figured it out, tried to save face by offering him a 50% discount. John, uninterested in bargaining further, told him that he was only using the $5 million to purchase the best quality goods. He added that he had other plans for the nearly expired goods, which left Shang confused. Zhang agreed to take the expiring goods at the 50% discount, but with the condition that the payment would be made a month later. Shang, curious, asked what would happen if the goods expired before he was paid, but John assured him that if that happened, he would mortgage his house to cover it. Yong, sensing Shang's confusion, leaned in and told him that even the nearly expired goods would be worth a fortune in a few days, which made Chang'e break into a cold sweat. Visibly shaken, Shang nervously asked what John meant, but John brushed off the question, telling him to just deliver the goods and that he would send the delivery address later. As John left to take a phone call about selling his second-hand house, he told Shang he had other business to handle and exited the warehouse. After John left, Yong, still rattled, asked Shang if they had been scammed. Shang, however, was more bewildered by how well John seemed to be doing, despite his unremarkable family background. Back at home, John was greeted by Grandpa Lai, who handed him a bag of cash as a deposit for the house. The old man agreed to John's terms of leaving within 3 months and asked to sign the contract right away. John, somewhat amused, commented on how Lai hadn't even inspected the house before making the deposit. Curious, John asked why Lai was so desperate to buy the house. The old man, with a sad expression, explained that his granddaughter needed to transfer schools and they urgently required the house for residency. He had been searching the area, but John's house was the only one for sale, and he pleaded with John not to back out of the deal. John teased Lai, asking if he wasn't afraid that John might raise the price after hearing his story. Lai's face turned pale. He explained that buying the house would drain his family's entire savings, but John reassured him that he wouldn't back out of the deal. After they signed the contract, Lai was visibly relieved, knowing his granddaughter wouldn't end up homeless. As Lai left, bowing in gratitude, John thought to himself that the old man's kindness and honesty would be his downfall during the apocalypse. Before he left, John stopped him and asked for his current address. The following day, John returned to the construction site to check on the progress. The construction manager immediately asked for the next batch of funds, but John told him the transfer would happen soon. The manager showed him around, explaining that the building was 70 to 80% complete. He pointed out the reinforced walls and doors, assuring John that they would be impenetrable. John inquired about the warehouse, and the manager confirmed it had been cleaned and was ready for use. Pleased, John called Shang, telling him to deliver the goods. Soon, workers began unloading the supplies into the warehouse. The workers were enthusiastic, as they were being paid well for their labor, despite their otherwise difficult lives. As they worked, they marveled at how the place seemed like a fortress, commenting on how rich people really valued their lives. John directed them to store the perishable goods separately, ensuring everything was organized. After a long day, the workers left, and John stood in front of his tower of supplies, satisfied with the work. The system informed him that he had completed the task of acquiring 10 years' worth of supplies and rewarded him with 20 points. As John browsed the system store, he saw a new item, a box that would grant him an awakening ability. Excited, John purchased the box, gaining the ability known as Mind's Eye, which allowed him to sense hostility or harmful intent from others. He smiled, knowing it was a vital skill during the early days of the apocalypse, allowing him to distinguish between friend and foe. The system then presented him with his next task, arming himself. With a grin, John said that this was exactly what he had planned to do next. It was nighttime at the black market and vendors and customers filled the streets, looking to get their hands on all sorts of shady items. Most of the crowd, unaware of the impending apocalypse, eagerly sought to grab something valuable. Zhang strolled through the market, overhearing snippets of conversations. Customers debated whether items were genuine or fake, while vendors, tired of constant haggling, wore strained expressions, trying to maintain their composure amidst the chaos. As John walked, his attention was drawn to a particularly annoying scene. A customer was aggressively haggling, trying to lower the price of an item from 2,000 to 300. When John turned to see who it was, he wasn't surprised to find it was Lai Shuxing, the obnoxious man he already despised. Shuxing, true to form, was behaving like a cheapskate, even threatening to leave if he didn't get the item at his desired price. The vendor, trying to avoid further drama, reluctantly agreed to the absurd offer, just to get Shuxing to stop yelling. Zhang watched Shuxing closely, irritated by his cheap and boastful behavior. Shifting his focus away from Shuxing, Zhang's attention was drawn to a nearby display of swords and machetes. Each blade looked deadly sharp, capable of slicing through anything with ease. As he inspected the blades, Zhang realized he wasn't the only one captivated by the weapons. Several passers-by also admired the collection. Smiling, Zhang approached the vendor and began examining the blades up close, handling them with the confidence of someone who had experience. He asked the vendor if he had anything more formidable. The vendor, slightly annoyed, sarcastically pointed him to a knife sharpener, suggesting Zhang could make any blade harder by sharpening it himself. Still not satisfied, Zhang insisted that he needed something sturdier. The vendor, now clearly irritated, asked if Zhang was there to cause trouble. But just as the tension escalated, the vendor's phone buzzed with a credit alert. Zhang had transferred a large sum of money, catching the vendor by surprise. Realizing how serious Zhang was, the vendor's tone softened, and Zhang, with a smirk, told him to relax. He wasn't there to mess around. The vendor, now intrigued, asked his assistant to watch the stall and directed Zhang to a more private location. Leading him to what looked like an ordinary house, the vendor told Zhang that they could talk business away from prying eyes. Once inside, the vendor revealed a collection of homemade guns. Enough firepower to kill small animals, but still not what Zhang was looking for. The vendor, sensing Zhang's dissatisfaction, showed him a replica revolver. But Zhang was far from impressed, seeing right through the vendor's attempt to sell him cheap knockoffs. Frustrated, Zhang reminded the vendor that the 200,000 yuan he had transferred was just a down payment. He was serious about spending 2 million on quality weapons. The vendor, now realizing the gravity of Zhang's request, hesitated, asking what Zhang did for a living to need such an arsenal. Zhang brushed off the question, stating that his subordinates usually handled such details and the vendor didn't need to concern himself with specifics. Sensing the weight of the situation, the vendor locked the doors and windows, ensuring their conversation wouldn't be overheard. In a hushed voice, he admitted that Zhang had come to the right person and promised to supply what he needed. He gave Zhang an address and instructions to come back 2 nights later with cash to finalize the deal. As Zhang left the building, he heard a familiar voice calling his name. It was none other than Shuxing. Shuxing, oblivious to the situation, commented on how Zhang must have come into some money recently, mocking him for ignoring Qiaijing and implying that Zhang was selling off family heirlooms. Zhang, unbothered by the insults, saw this as the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired mind's eye ability. Activating it, Zhang saw blue flames surround his vision, revealing icons above the heads of the vendor and Shuxing. The vendor's icon indicated neutrality, but Shuxing's showed hostility, confirming he was indeed an enemy. Pleased with the ability's effectiveness, Zhang mocked Shuxing, suggesting he had probably bought fake goods to win over Qiaijing. Infuriated, Shuxing didn't deny it but couldn't retaliate either. The vendor, now firmly on Zhang's side after the hefty payment, offered to deal with Shuxing while Zhang went about his business. Zhang told him not to kill the man. He had plans for Shuxing later, but to teach him a lesson. As Shuxing's goons approached, he tried to act tough, but it was no use. The vendor swung a baton, and Shuxing's bravado crumbled as he begged for mercy. The arms dealer and his men gave Shuxing a brutal beating, leaving him vowing revenge against Zhang for the humiliation. 2 nights later, under the cover of darkness, Zhang stood in his warehouse, unveiling the new guns delivered by the vendor. His system notified him that the task of acquiring weapons was complete, rewarding him with 10 points. As an additional bonus, Zhang was given 2 physical enhancement potions, though they resembled syringes rather than traditional potions. Zhang smirked, knowing the system was pushing him to enhance his body. Injecting the first potion, Zhang felt a rush of pain, his eyes rolling back as the strength coursed through him. But the average adult male had a strength level of 5. But with the potion, Zhang's strength increased by 40%. Eager to test his newfound power, Zhang grabbed a metal rod, kicked it, and sent it flying into the wall, cracking it on impact. Though impressed with his strength, Zhang wanted more. He injected the second potion, wincing as the surge of power hit him again. His strength now stood 60% higher than the average person's, and Zhang was eager to test it further. He stored his new weapons in the space ring, watching as the crates shrank and disappeared inside. With the apocalypse only days away, Zhang knew there wasn't much time left to prepare. Flashing through his mind was the memory of Grandpa Lai, who had mentioned needing the house for his granddaughter. Though John had been hardened by the cruelty of others, he couldn't completely ignore the old man's predicament. Deciding to help in his own way, Zhang planned to send some essential supplies to Lai, but ultimately, it would be up to the old man to survive or perish in the coming storm. This, Zhang thought, would be his repayment to Lai for funding his survival plans. The following day, a sleek black car pulled into what looked like an old, abandoned neighborhood. John stepped out of the vehicle and commented that anyone trying to find this dump would need GPS to navigate. He made his way up to the top floor where Grandpa Lai lived to deliver the supplies. Looking around, John thought to himself that the old man must be out of his mind for staying in such a rundown place. Before knocking, John remembered to take the supplies out of the space ring, avoiding any unnecessary explanations. After arranging the boxes outside, he knocked on the door, and soon, Grandpa Lai shuffled over to answer. As soon as the door opened, Lai began talking about paying his rent by Monday, clearly unaware of who was standing in front of him. It was obvious the old man wasn't fully alert. A few moments later, Lai's eyes lit up with recognition when he realized it was John at the door. In disbelief, Lai asked what all the boxes were for. John brushed off the question and told him they needed to move the boxes inside quickly and quietly to avoid the nosy neighbors. John ended up doing most of the heavy lifting. The old man marveled at how young people like John had such stamina, but it was clear that just moving a single box nearly exhausted him. When they finished moving the boxes inside, John inspected the room and door to make sure everything was secure. While checking the place, John told Lai to pay attention to what he was about to say. John continued, explaining that the supplies should last him for about half a year. John barely acknowledged his words. His eyes landed on a picture of Lai with a beautiful brown-haired young woman. John instantly recognized her as Meng Shanshan, someone he had been with in his past life. Curious, John asked if the woman in the picture was Lai's granddaughter, Meng Shanshan. Lai, surprised that John knew her name, asked how he had found out, as he had never mentioned her before. John's expression darkened as he asked where Shanshan was. Lai explained that Shanshan was still in their hometown studying, but she would come around once they moved into John's house. John's mind flashed back to memories of his past life. He recalled how Shanshan had cried about feeling like a burden to her grandfather. He also remembered how Grandpa Lai had risked his life to rescue Shanshan from a captured high school, only to lose his life afterward. Determined to change the outcome this time, John vowed to protect both of them. He was resolved to survive and be with Shanshan, making sure those tragic events didn't repeat. Without hesitation, John told Lai that they wouldn't be moving to a new house anymore. Lai looked shocked, as if John had gone mad, and pleaded with him to reconsider. But John cut him off, explaining that the world would collapse the next day, and humanity would soon be thrown into chaos. The house and Shanshan's school wouldn't matter when the apocalypse hit. Lai looked at John with utter confusion, wondering if the boy had completely lost his mind. John, frustrated, realized that explaining the apocalypse to someone like Lai was a losing battle. He decided to shift tactics, describing the hunger and desperation that would follow the collapse. He thought that if anyone could understand hunger, it would be a poor man like Lai. John spoke of how people would suffer during a famine, but Lai, trapped in his peaceful worldview, couldn't believe such a tragedy could occur. Realizing words weren't enough, John took out his space ring and quickly sucked all the supplies back into it. Lai was left speechless, watching as everything disappeared. The old man stammered, calling it dark magic. John, now radiating power, declared that he had superpowers and could see the future. John made it clear that he wanted to survive and that he wanted Shanshan to live as well, implying they would have a future together. He then commanded that everything from now on would be done his way, and Lai would have no choice but to obey. With time running out, John demanded that Lai tell him where Shanshan's school was. They left the apartment, got into John's car, and sped toward the school, though Lai still looked at John like he was completely insane. When they arrived at the school, John asked if Lai knew which class and dormitory Shanshan was in. Thankfully, Lai remembered, and they rushed inside, knowing time was of the essence. Meanwhile, Shanshan found herself cornered by a group of jealous girls. They were bullying her over a boy's attention, falsely accusing her of stealing him from them. Bruised and overwhelmed, Shanshan tried to explain that the boy's interest in her was one-sided, but the girls were too blinded by jealousy to listen. Instead of resolving the issue rationally, the girls resorted to pulling Shanshan's hair and kicking her, taking out their frustrations on her. She tried to plead with them, but they wouldn't stop. As one of the girls yanked on her hair, a voice called out, interrupting their bullying. The girls turned, unimpressed, until they saw Grandpa Lai and John standing there. One of the bullies recognized Lai and mockingly called him useless. Shanshan, stunned to see her grandfather, asked why he was there. Instead of answering her, Lai shouted for the bullies to release his granddaughter, while John stood behind him, ready to step in. The rest of the bullies, armed with knives and bats, approached, telling the old man to mind his business. The leader stepped forward, but Lai rushed at him, scolding him for being disrespectful. As the situation escalated, another bully aimed a bat at Lai's neck, ready to strike. But before the blow landed, John intervened, catching the bat and saving Lai from serious harm. John mocked the thugs for resorting to crime at such a young age, but the bullies dismissed him, thinking he was just another weakling. They had no idea what they were in for. With a powerful kick, John sent one of the bullies flying, surprising the group. Realizing John wasn't as weak as he seemed, they tried to gang up on him, but John remained unfazed. With his enhanced strength and reflexes, John easily dodged their attacks and knocked them out one by one. The final thug lunged at John with a dagger, but John effortlessly avoided the strike and brought the thug to the ground. The girls, now terrified, trembled as they asked John what he planned to do with them. John slowly advanced towards the group of bullies and began smacking them around without hesitation. One of the girls, shocked by the slap she received, was in disbelief that he would dare raise his hand against a woman. To John, she wasn't a woman at all. Another girl had her hair yanked, and she screamed in panic, begging John to let her go. Without warning, John pulled out a knife and pressed it against her neck. Her eyes filled with tears as she shakily asked what he was planning to do. With a swift motion, John brought the blade across her neck, leaving the others in stunned silence. For a moment, it seemed like he had taken her life, a devilish look crossing his face as he relished the fear he saw. Shanshan and the other girls were paralyzed with shock, unable to believe what had just happened. But then, the girl dropped to her knees in tears because John had only cut off her hair, leaving her humiliated but unharmed. To her, losing her long hair felt like the worst fate she could have imagined. She screamed at John in rage, cursing him for daring to cut it, saying she would never forgive him. John looked down at her with an air of superiority, telling her that long hair would only weigh her down in the days ahead. She was too furious to process his words, but John assured her that in a few days, she would understand. He added that her short hair might even save her life when things got bad. With the girls dealt with, John turned to Shanshan and her grandfather, telling them it was time to leave. Shanshan, still confused, asked where they were going. A short while later, they all got into the car and headed off. As they drove, Shanshan was stunned to hear that she wouldn't be going back to school. Lai explained that a massive famine was coming, and school would be irrelevant when survival was at stake. Shanshan tried to make sense of what her grandfather was saying, while John drove with a sly grin. On the other hand, Shanshan thought her grandfather had fallen for a scam, assuming the old man had been duped. She even asked him how much money he had lost in this so-called scam. Lai tried to convince her that it was real, but their argument continued as John quietly reveled in having Shanshan with him again. Finally, John interrupted, explaining that he was the one who had warned her grandfather about the famine and that it wasn't a scam. Shanshan, surprised that John had spoken, nervously asked who he was. John introduced himself, telling her she could call him Brother Yang. Grateful for his help, Shanshan thanked John for putting Sun Hui and her gang of bullies in their place. John told her not to waste any energy worrying about those idiots because they didn't have long to live. Confused, Shanshan asked what he meant and whether there really was a famine coming. John clarified that the famine was just a simplified way to explain things to Lai's deteriorating mind. Shanshan was relieved to hear that but was soon disappointed when John revealed the truth. It wasn't a famine, but an apocalypse that was on the horizon. Shocked, Shanshan repeated the word, apocalypse, in disbelief. John nodded and told her to check her phone for news or short videos. He promised that, if things were going as expected, signs of the apocalypse would already be showing. Nervously, Shanshan pulled out her phone and found a news report about a rabies-infected person biting people like a crazed animal. The footage showed officers struggling to contain the infected, who looked more like a rabid beast than a human. More reports followed, describing a strange, foul-smelling smog spreading across various regions. The sounds of chaos and screams filled her phone as Shanshan scrolled through more stories about people being attacked and bitten. Fear washed over her, and she couldn't believe what she was seeing. In disbelief, she looked at John, who calmly explained that these were just the first signs of the apocalypse. Still in shock, Shanshan stupidly asked if it was really happening, even after all the evidence on her phone. John continued, saying that by the next day, a toxic smog would cover several provinces, including Province B, and it would affect all living creatures. Slowly but surely, a significant number of humans would turn into zombies, and society would crumble into chaos. Those who tried to run would soon find their efforts futile, as the zombies would eventually catch up and turn them into one of their own. John added that Shanshan should at least be familiar with what zombies were. Of course, she understood the concept, but the reality of it all was hard to swallow. The idea that her school life had been abruptly cut off, only to be replaced by talks of an apocalypse, was the last thing she had expected. As they sat in a traffic jam, John reassured her that she would believe everything soon enough. As they sat in the stalled traffic, Grandpa Lai grew worried and asked John what they would do if the zombies reached them while they were stuck in the car. John replied that it wasn't that urgent yet, but began to think about the possibility of an outbreak happening right there. As he pondered this, a reckless driver tried to cut in front of John's car. Annoyed, John blocked him, but then hit the brakes suddenly, nearly sending Shanshan and Lai flying into the windshield. John was furious that the driver had tried to cut into the emergency lane without using a signal. He wasn't about to let the fool get away with such idiocy, so he started driving like a man possessed. The driver kept trying to push his way in, but John wasn't having it. The man pulled up beside them, shouting and cursing at John, but John ignored him. Lai, ever cautious, suggested that they let it go, as the man seemed like someone with wealth and power. But John wasn't worried. He was prepared to handle whatever the reckless driver might try. After nearly an hour stuck in traffic, the cars began to move, but the driver from earlier still tried to get ahead of them. Shanshan warned John to be careful, but he was already enraged, ready to teach the idiot a lesson. Despite Lai's pleas not to stoop to the level of the reckless driver, John was determined to show him no mercy. Finally, John managed to break free, causing the reckless driver to swerve and nearly crash by the side of the road. The man got out of his car, cursing and swearing that he would have John's car's license plate reported to the police. He was clearly some spoiled rich brat who had never faced consequences for his actions. That night, John returned to his newly acquired safe house. As he and his companions stepped out of the car, Grandpa Lai and Shanshan were awestruck by the sheer size of the place. Shanshan even remarked that it felt a bit excessive. He told them both to get some rest, warning that the days ahead would be much tougher. The next morning, John stood by a large window, sipping on a cup of hot coffee. Shanshan emerged from her room, yawning and stretching, commenting that it had been a long time since she had slept so well. For once, she didn't have to rush out of bed like she was in boot camp for early morning classes. John was pleased to see she had rested. John asked if she wanted to join him on a tour of the fortress. As they toured the grounds, John explained the fortress's features. The walls were made of reinforced concrete, and the gate, controlled remotely, was built from solid steel. It would take heavy artillery to break in, ensuring that neither zombies nor regular humans could easily gain access. John emphasized that no one else was allowed into the fortress without his permission, aside from the three of them. Shanshan asked if they would let any survivors they encountered die rather than help them. John ignored the question, beckoning her to follow him, explaining that people's true intentions would be unpredictable during the apocalypse. He warned that being overly kind would lead to betrayal, as humanity's darker side would inevitably emerge. They continued to the back of the building, reaching what John called the buffer zone. The area was enormous, filled with crates and a small shelter-like building. John explained that if survivors showed up while he was away, they could stay in the buffer zone temporarily, but they would not be permitted into the main fortress until he returned. Next, he led them to the food storage area, stating that in an apocalypse, food was the most crucial resource. He explained how food supplies would be rationed to last as long as possible. As they entered the food warehouse, John paused and looked back at Lai and Shanshan. He activated his mind's eye ability, checking to see if they were genuinely loyal to him. The two of them stood there, looking confused as they had no idea what John was doing. But John saw happy emojis hovering over their heads, a sign that both of them fully trusted him. It was his first time seeing this indicator, reassuring him that they had complete faith in him. Afterward, John retrieved a weapons crate from his space ring and emphasized that while food was vital, weapons were even more important during the apocalypse. Lai and Shanshan were visibly shocked when they each picked up a shotgun and crossbow, the seriousness of the situation slowly sinking in. Lai, with a clueless look on his face, vowed to keep the weapons secure. With this task complete, the system notified John that he had completed his mission to reunite with Shanshan. It then directed him to find and rescue his former companion, Zhang Kai. John was surprised to learn that the system was bringing his old comrades back together. As he stared out the window, a giant arrow appeared, pointing in the direction of Kai's location. It was a helpful guide, as John had been worried about how to track down his friend. Without wasting any time, he rushed out, telling Lai and Shanshan to remember everything he had taught them and to stick to his instructions. Shanshan asked where he was going, and John simply said he was off to recruit more allies to strengthen their group. Meanwhile, across the city at a karaoke bar, a group of scruffy-looking men were enjoying a boozy night out. Their table was overflowing with drinks as they belted out tunes. Two of the men excused themselves to head to the restroom, one fat guy helping his clearly inebriated gray-haired friend. The fat guy told his friend to take it easy and not choke. The gray-haired guy, trying to keep his balance, told his friend he'd pack something to take home. After finishing up in the restroom, the two men headed back to their group. The gray-haired guy accidentally bumped into a girl walking with her boyfriend. He apologized, but the boyfriend, looking for a chance to show off, kicked him and told him to watch where he was going. The gray-haired man went flying across the floor, and his fat friend rushed to check if he was okay. That gray-haired man was Zhang Kai, the very person John was searching for. Kai's friend angrily shouted at the bully for kicking his friend over a simple mistake. The bully, feeling insulted, grabbed the fat guy by the collar and hoisted him up, daring him to speak again. Kai, trying to defuse the situation, begged the man not to hit his friend, apologizing for the misunderstanding. Just then, a sickly-looking waiter stumbled out of the restroom, still recovering from an upset stomach. He saw the commotion and tried to calm things down, but the bully only felt more disrespected. The man told the waiter that even his boss wouldn't dare grab his clothes. Yet here he was, pulling a stunt. The underpaid waiter told Kai and his friend to leave, assuring them he'd handle the situation. The bully, not satisfied, demanded the waiter call his boss, threatening to shut down the entire karaoke bar. Kai and his friend hurried back to their table, where their companions asked if they had been chased by a dog. Kai explained that they had run into a drunk fool who was looking for trouble, but thankfully, the waiter had stepped in before things got worse. One of the guys, angry that the fat friend hadn't fought back, shouted that their mechanical engineering class had never backed down from a fight. He threatened to call in reinforcements to deal with the thug, but Kai told him to stop showing off. They were close to graduating, and getting involved in a brawl was the last thing they needed. He urged everyone to just enjoy the music and forget about the incident. Unfortunately for them, the thug soon returned with more of his lackeys and the battered waiter, who now looked barely conscious. Kai and his friends froze in shock as the thug ordered his goons to teach them a lesson. The group was rounded up and forced to kneel with their hands behind their heads. The waiter was trembling from the pain, while the hot-headed friend tried to speak, but was silenced with a bottle smashed over his head. Blood began to pour from his scalp as Kai screamed his friend's name, Chun Chong. Meanwhile, John arrived at the karaoke bar, unaware of the chaos inside. The staff at the entrance welcomed him in, and John muttered to himself that it was ridiculous his friends were wasting time singing when the world was about to end. While the music blared and the club lights spun wildly, Chong lay bleeding heavily from his head after one of the thugs smashed a bottle over him. The thug still held the shattered glass, ready for another strike, as Zhang Kai desperately called out to his injured friend. Meanwhile, the thug who had started the whole ordeal turned to her with a grin, hoping she'd be pleased by his show of bravado. But instead of gratitude, the girl seemed more annoyed than anything, focusing on her nails and asking him what there was to feel good about. And he shifted his focus to Zhang Kai, gripping the broken bottle as he slowly approached him. In the background, Chong, who was still reeling from his injury, grabbed an ashtray, intending to use it against the thug. But before he could strike, the other goons restrained him. One of them sneered, mocking Chong for his pitiful attempt to fight back. With rage boiling inside him, the thug raised another bottle and smashed it over Chong's already bleeding head. Wine splattered across the room, and shards of glass flew everywhere. Chong slumped to the ground, unconscious, as his friends looked on in shock and horror. Zhang Kai and the fat guy charged at the leader, determined to knock him out, while another friend stood back, gripping a baseball bat, ready to strike. Meanwhile, one of the waiters, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, began to shake uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his body, and purple veins began to bulge from his skin, particularly on his back and forehead. It was as if something monstrous was stirring inside him. As the brawl continued, Zhang Kai threw punches, managing to dodge some attacks while keeping others at bay. But the waiter's transformation was nearing its peak. His eyes turned completely white, and blood dripped from them as he drooled uncontrollably, like a starving beast. The newly turned zombie let out a feral roar and charged at the group with inhuman speed. He grabbed one of the thugs and effortlessly pinned him down, showing a terrifying display of strength. Without hesitation, the zombie bit into the thug's flesh, causing him to scream in agony. The girl, who had been indifferent to the chaos moments before, shrieked in horror as she watched the zombie tear into the thug's flesh. One by one, the thugs tried to pull the zombie off, but his strength was overwhelming. They hadn't yet realized that they were no longer dealing with a human. After finishing his first victim, the zombie turned to another thug and lunged at him. The second thug cursed at the zombie, calling him a rabid dog, but his insults did nothing to stop the onslaught. The zombie knocked him to the ground, sinking his teeth deep into the thug's arm. As the thug screamed in pain, trying to escape, a hand suddenly appeared behind the zombie's neck. John had arrived, and with his enhanced strength, he lifted the zombie off the thug as if it weighed nothing. The rest of the room fell silent, stunned by John's superhuman display. With cold fury in his eyes, John smashed the zombie's face into the glass wall, pressing its head against the shards, which slowly cut into its flesh. He turned to the others and ordered them to stop, his voice carrying an unmistakable authority. The thug who had been bitten looked up at John in disbelief. He muttered that the zombie was as strong as a monster and couldn't comprehend how John had subdued it so easily. Despite his amazement, the thug leader, still in denial about the danger they were in, demanded to know who John was. John ignored the thug leader's question and turned his attention to Zhang Kai, asking if he had been bitten. Zhang reassured him that he hadn't, though he was puzzled by John's sudden concern. John didn't waste time explaining. With a serious expression, he told Zhang that they needed to leave immediately. They didn't have the luxury to waste any more time. Just as Zhang Kai was about to follow, the thug leader grabbed him, insisting that their fight wasn't over. Meanwhile, the thug who had been bitten on the shoulder began to cough and complain of dizziness. His boss, thinking it was just a cold, asked what was wrong. But John, knowing better, had already figured out what was happening. He could see the purple veins spreading across the thug's skin and knew it was too late for him. John asked if the thug had been bitten, still holding the now subdued zombie by the neck. The thug, confused, admitted that he had been bitten but didn't understand why it mattered. As he struggled with the pain, John calmly pointed out that the bite was responsible for his current state. As the thug leader demanded answers, John turned and dragged the zombie toward the door. Without a word, he tossed the infected creature outside and quickly shut the door behind it. The zombie pounded on the door, desperate to get back in, but John was relieved to know that zombies were too dumb to figure out how to open doors. For now, they were safe. Dusting off his hands, John faced the group, who were still staring at him in bewilderment. They were clearly waiting for him to explain what had just happened. He turned to Zhang Kai and asked which of the thugs he should take out first. Zhang, still trying to process everything, asked John if they knew each other. The thug leader, seeing himself being ignored, charged at John, furious. But before the thug could land a punch, John swiftly grabbed him by the head and slammed him to the ground, knocking him out cold. Another thug, the one who had been bitten on the shoulder, rushed at John, shouting curses. But John, unfazed, delivered a powerful punch to the thug's face, breaking his nose and sending him crashing to the floor. As the thug lay there, convulsing, the infection rapidly overtook his body, causing him to shake violently. One thug knelt beside his convulsing friend, completely unaware that the mutation had already begun. Meanwhile, feeling like he just chugged 10 cans of Red Bull, John taunted the remaining thugs, daring anyone else to challenge him. After everything calmed down, John turned to Chiang Kai and told him to take his friend and wait for him outside the private room. He and the fat friend slowly lifted Chong, who was still out cold, and carried him out of the room. Meanwhile, the thug leader and his crew tried to make their exit as well, carrying their injured friend to the door. But as they reached the doorway, John stepped in front of them, blocking their way. The leader looked confused and annoyed, asking John what he thought he was doing. John gave the thug a hard stare, remarking that he must have had too much to drink if he had forgotten his place. He reminded the leader that he had almost gotten his friend killed, but the leader only grew more irritated. The thug ordered John to get out of his way, his tone growing more hostile by the second. John had reached his limit. Without saying another word, he pushed the thug back, his eyes going blank as if he had flipped a switch. The leader cursed him out, threatening to kill him for what he'd just done. Before the thug could get back up, John stepped out of the room, locking the door behind him. Inside, the thug screamed at the top of his lungs, demanding the door be opened, promising he would tear John apart. Little did he know, his real enemy was now inside the room with him. The goon who had been bitten on the shoulder had finally succumbed to the mutation. His eyes were bloodshot, and whatever humanity he once had was now completely gone. The other thugs, still oblivious to what was happening, tried to restrain him, confused by his sudden aggression. Outside, John stood still, listening to the chaos erupting behind the door. The sounds of panic, screaming, and thumping filled the room as Hat began his rampage. One of the staff members approached John cautiously, asking if everything was all right and if any help was needed. John calmly told the man to lock the door and not let anyone inside, no matter what. He also instructed him to call the police and hospital, explaining that there was a patient with rabid flu in the room. The worker froze, fear written across his face at the mention of the flu. John's tone grew harsher as he yelled at the worker to get on with it, snapping him back to reality. The worker fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking as he tried to secure the lock. Meanwhile, John walked away, joining Chiang Kai and the others who were carrying the unconscious Chong. As they made their way out, the worker hesitated, hearing the terrifying sounds from inside the room. Another staff member approached, curious about the commotion, and the first worker told him about John's mention of the rabid flu. The second worker didn't fully believe him, but they both knew something was very wrong. They rushed to the security room to check the surveillance cameras, hoping to see what was happening inside. When they finally arrived, they were met with horror on the screens. The security guard monitoring the footage couldn't believe his eyes. The once human thugs had all transformed into mindless zombies, feasting on each other like animals. The workers quickly called the police, though it seemed pointless given what they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, John and the group finally reached his car. He told them to get in quickly, warning that the club wasn't safe anymore and that things were about to escalate. As they drove off into the night, Chiang Kai broke the silence, thanking John for saving them. He also asked who John really was, clearly still shaken by everything that had happened. John introduced himself simply, telling them he had been hired to protect them. He added that they didn't need to know who had hired him. One of the guys in the back nervously asked if the rabid flu was real, mentioning how online rumors had dismissed it. John, still driving, glanced back and asked if what they had just witnessed seemed fake to him. The guy quickly realized his question was foolish and nervously asked if there was any cure for the flu. John sighed and told him that the disaster wasn't going to end anytime soon. Things were only going to get worse, and if they wanted to survive, they needed to follow his lead. Suddenly, they heard a scream outside, causing them to look out the window. They saw a zombie attacking a civilian, who was crying for help. The civilian, clearly terrified, kept shouting about the rabid flu, convinced it was the cause of the attack. John explained to the group that what they were seeing was just a small outbreak, still in its early stages. Most of the infected were still in the incubation phase, but it wouldn't take long before the situation spiraled out of control. If they wanted to live, they had to do exactly as John said, no questions asked. Everyone in the car nodded in agreement, except for Chong, who remained blissfully unaware in his unconscious state. As they drove further away from the chaos, John's system notified him that his task had been completed, awarding him an additional 20 points. He eagerly anticipated checking the system store for new items. While driving, he opened the store and scanned the available items, noticing that the post-apocalyptic cultivator box was still there. Deciding it would be useful, he planned to buy all the boxes once they returned to his fortress. Despite the tense atmosphere in the car, John's thoughts were focused on the future and how to further enhance his abilities. He glanced at his new companions, knowing it would be a challenge to gain their complete trust. Flashbacks from his past life played in his mind. He remembered how Chiang Kai's entire dorm had been wiped out by zombies, all because of a traitor. Only Chiang Kai had survived, and now John was determined to find the traitor before it was too late. Elsewhere in the city, Kiwi Jing was on the phone, speaking sweetly to someone. She asked when the supplies she was promised would arrive, complaining about how chaotic things had gotten. The person on the other end assured her they would deliver soon, but before the conversation could continue, there was a loud knock at her door. Startled, she quickly ended the call and looked through the peephole. It was her friend, the same one who had tried to cozy up to Zhang earlier. Relieved, Kiwi Jing opened the door and scolded her friend for scaring her with such a loud knock. Her friend, however, didn't care about the complaint and got straight to the point. She told Kiwi that old Lou from the first floor had been taken away by the police that morning. Shocked, Kiwi asked how it happened, and her friend explained that the police and an ambulance had arrived earlier. Kiwi realized this must have been the reason for the chaos she had noticed earlier. Her friend believed the rabid flu rumors were real and warned that the situation was getting serious. She then asked Kiwi if Shushing had delivered the supplies he had promised. But Kiwi seemed annoyed, doubting that he had been any help, suggested calling him to convince him that Zhang had a large stockpile of supplies. She told Kiwi that with Zhang's resources, they could be in for a big payday. Kiwi, confused, asked how her friend knew about this. Her friend revealed that she had one of her lackeys keep tabs on Zhang after she had been kicked out of his place. She had discovered that trucks were delivering supplies to Zhang's fortress regularly. Kiwi was furious, suspecting that Zhang had known about the pandemic in advance. Her friend encouraged her to make the most of the situation by calling Shushing and striking a deal. The car sped into the fortress, and Zhang, along with his companions, climbed out. Chiang Kai couldn't hide his amazement at the sheer size of the fortress. Zhang chuckled, saying that was the usual reaction people had when seeing it for the first time. At the same time, Shanshan and Grandpa Lai came outside to greet them. Lai looked relieved that Zhang was back safely, and Shanshan asked if he was doing okay. Zhang reassured them not to worry, saying he was fine, and introduced the newcomers. He explained that Chiang Kai and his classmates would now be part of their group. Shanshan warmly welcomed them, trusting Zhang's judgment that they would make good companions. Zhang then asked Grandpa Lai to show their new allies around the fortress and go over the rules. Lai agreed and began leading them on a tour. One of Chiang Kai's friends, the fat guy with glasses, nervously commented that the fortress felt like something out of northern Myanmar, making the place feel intense. Another guy, wearing a white jacket, called for everyone's attention. He boldly asked Zhang if they could have weapons so they could help defend the fortress. Zhang, suspicious of the request, hesitated to respond. Another classmate, Yiming, then stepped in, urging the guy not to be so eager for weapons, reminding him they had only just arrived and needed to gain trust first. Zhang nodded, saying they would get weapons soon but needed to settle in first. He noticed Chong was still unconscious and instructed they take him to the medical room for treatment, as his injuries looked serious. Chiang Kai and the rest headed inside to clean up and rest. Yiming, still suspicious, pulled forth the fat guy aside and asked why he stopped him from pushing harder to get weapons earlier. Yiming believed that, if not for the interruption, they could already be armed. Fourth was confused by Yiming's impatience. Yiming complained about their situation, saying it felt like they were under house arrest. Fourth reminded him that Zhang had saved them, so they owed him their trust. But Yiming, still dissatisfied, questioned Zhang's motives, wondering if they were being told the whole story. He pointed out that Chong was in a secure medical room and suggested Zhang might have darker plans, like harvesting Chong's organs. Yiming suggested they strike first, saying it was better than being betrayed. Fourth tried to reason with him, warning that betraying Zhang would mean turning against their savior. But Yiming, with a cold gleam in his eyes, declared that he would rather betray the world than let it betray him. He hinted at seizing control of the fortress. Yiming even made crude comments about capturing Shanshan and Grandpa Lai, suggesting they could have some fun with the girl if given the chance. Chiang Kai and Fourth stood frozen, shocked by Yiming's words, unsure how to react. Yiming quickly backtracked, claiming he was only joking, though his tone suggested otherwise. Chiang Kai, relieved it was just a joke, told Yiming not to scare him like that. Fourth agreed, saying that if Zhang had wanted to harm them, he would have done so already. As they left the room, Yiming muttered to himself, calling them fools who were too weak to plot with. He believed that in times of chaos, only the ruthless could survive, and once he took over, they would be his lackeys. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, Grandpa Lai approached Zhang to give him an update. He informed Zhang that Chiang Kai and his group had settled in, and Chong was resting in the medical room. Lai also mentioned that all the doors and windows had been secured as Zhang instructed. Zhang thanked him and told both Lai and Shanshan to get some rest, warning that no one knew what might happen tomorrow. Before they left, Zhang called them back, remembering something important. He told them to keep a close eye on Chiang Kai's group, as he suspected there might be a traitor among them. Later that night, Zhang returned to the warehouse to access the system's item shop. One by one, he redeemed supply boxes, each filled with useful items that would aid him in the apocalypse. From food supplies to ammunition, the rewards were plentiful. Zhang stood before the mountain of supplies, remarking that while it wasn't as satisfying as freely spending money, these items would be invaluable in the upcoming resource-scarce world. The next morning, the quiet of the fortress was shattered by the sound of approaching cars. A convoy of flashy vehicles pulled up to the gate, and a man in a suit, accompanied by armed thugs, stepped out. The man was on the phone, confirming he was at the correct location. After hanging up, the man, revealed to be the same driver from John's earlier road rage incident, ordered his goons to break down the gate. They banged on it repeatedly, but their efforts were futile. One of the lackeys mentioned that the gate seemed to be an inch thick, far too solid to break with their current weapons. Frustrated, the man cursed, questioning why anyone would have such a heavy-duty gate for a regular home. He ordered them to bring out heavier firepower. The thugs began unloading crates from their cars, filled with Molotov cocktails. They ignited the bottles and hurled them over the gate, setting the fortress on fire. Flames spread quickly, filling the area with smoke. In a matter of minutes, the entire fortress was engulfed in fire as the thugs continued throwing Molotovs, determined to destroy everything inside. Shanchan, along with Zhang Kai and his crew, rushed out of the fortress to extinguish the flames, desperate to stop the fire from consuming everything. As they worked to put out the blaze, Shanchan commented that Zhang had been right about everything. Though the full disaster hadn't hit yet, chaos had already begun. Meanwhile, Zhang and Grandpa Li grabbed their guns and climbed the tower to get a better view of the attackers. From the top, Li squinted at the group below, saying that one of the men, as well as one of the cars, seemed familiar to him. After a moment, Grandpa Li's memory clicked. He recognized the man as the crazy driver from the road rage incident they had experienced earlier. One of the goons on the ground spotted movement in the tower and alerted their boss. The crazy driver immediately recognized Zhang and yelled out, calling him a little punk. He demanded Zhang come down and face him, threatening to burn the fortress to ashes. Zhang, however, calmly warned the driver that he had 5 minutes to leave with his men or suffer the consequences. The driver's lackeys sneered, calling Zhang a brat and asking if he even knew who their boss was. Undeterred, they were ordered to bring out 2 more crates of Molotov cocktails. Just then, Zhang received a notification from the system. It recognized the crazy driver and his men as a direct threat to the fortress and assigned Zhang the task of eliminating them quickly. Grandpa Lai asked Zhang if they should fire a warning shot to scare them off, but Zhang scoffed at the idea. He explained that these men were true gangsters, committing heinous acts even before society had fully collapsed. Warning shots would be pointless. With determination in his voice, Zhang told Lai that leaving such people alive would only spell more danger for innocents. Without hesitation, Zhang fired his rifle. The first shot hit the crazy driver, severing his arm cleanly, causing him to scream in pain as he clutched the wound. Zhang cursed under his breath, disappointed that he had missed the kill shot, blaming his rustiness after living in relative peace. The goons, realizing Zhang's group had the advantage with firearms, started panicking and retreated toward their truck. Zhang prepared to fire again, determined to finish what he started. He unleashed a barrage of bullets, taking down several lackeys before they could escape. The driver and a few of his men managed to get inside the truck, with the driver frantically yelling at them to start the engine before it was too late. Grandpa Li watched nervously as they attempted to flee, but Zhang reassured him not to worry. That's why he had chosen the automatic rifle. With precision, Zhang reloaded and fired relentlessly at the vehicle, shredding it with bullets. Grandpa Li, standing next to Zhang, was awestruck by his skill. The smooth way Zhang reloaded and fired reminded Lai of his own time in the military, but Zhang was even more proficient. The screams of the goons echoed through the air as the bullets tore through them. No one was left to save them. By the time Zhang was done, the front of the fortress was littered with bodies, and the cars were up in flames. After securing the area, Zhang told Lai to call Zhang Kai and the others to clean up the mess. However, a sudden thought crossed Zhang's mind. Since the full apocalypse hadn't hit yet, Zhang considered using the dead bodies as training material. He figured the corpses could turn into zombies, giving Shanchan and Shanshan some practice. He turned to Lai and said there was no need to rush with the cleanup. Lai, confused, asked if they were just going to leave the bodies on the road, told him he had other plans for them. Later, 2 cars sped down the road toward the fortress. Inside one of the cars was Shuxing, and he impatiently asked if they were close to their destination. In the back seat were Jie Jing and her friend Xiaoyo, who confirmed they were almost there and should arrive at the next intersection. Jie Jing was irritated by her friend's behavior, especially since she always put on an act when Shuxing was around. Though she knew her friend's intentions, she chose not to confront her just yet. When they reached the fortress, Shuxing decided to park outside, telling Jie Jing to message him once she was inside. Jie Jing stepped out and told Xiaoyo to come along, which surprised her friend. Xiaoyo complained that her feet were killing her from the high heels and said she couldn't walk much farther. Jie Jing ignored her excuses, dragging her friend along. Xiaoyo tried to protest, saying her phone was in the car, but Jie Jing brushed her off, saying she already had her phone. As the 2 girls walked toward the fortress, Shuxing watched them until they were out of sight. He then made a call, instructing his men to get ready. He ordered them to follow his lead once he gave the signal. In the car behind him, a group of thugs sat waiting for the right moment to strike. Their leader confirmed Shuxing's orders and prepared to unleash chaos. As Jie Jing and Xiaoyo approached the fortress, Xiaoyo asked why she had been dragged into this mess. Jie Jing coldly replied, calling Xiaoyo out on her attempts to cozy up to Zhang behind her back. Xiaoyo, trying to play innocent, claimed she was just helping, but Jie Jing wasn't buying it. As they got closer to the fortress, Jie Jing noticed something strange up ahead. There were wrecked cars and bodies strewn across the entrance. Both girls froze in shock. Xiaoyo, in particular, was terrified, asking if there had been some sort of shootout. Xiaoyo urged Jie Jing to turn back, fearing for their safety. However, analyzing the situation, judging by the blood and damage, she deduced the men had been dead for a while. She began to wonder if rival groups had been fighting over Zhang's supplies. Jie Jing assumed Zhang must have been killed in the battle but wasn't concerned about his fate. Her focus was on whether the supplies were still intact. Unbeknownst to them, the trunk of a nearby car creaked open, and the crazy driver, now in the process of mutating into a zombie, began crawling out. The zombie slowly made its way toward them, ready to strike. Qiaijing and Zoya walked up to the massive gates of the fortress, both feeling uneasy about how they were going to get inside. They stood out in the open, exposed, and Zoya mentioned how they couldn't see anything because the gate was sealed tight. With the security looking so intense, Qiaijing wondered if Zhang was still okay. As they fiddled nervously with the gate, a voice suddenly rang out, making them jump in fear. Looking up, they saw Shanshan, perched on the top of the fortress, crossbow in hand. She asked who they were and how they knew about the fortress. Zoya quickly claimed they were friends with Zhang, while Qiaijing boldly announced herself as Zhang's girlfriend, which was a stretch. Shanshan, not buying it, called out to Zhang, saying there were 2 witches outside claiming to know him. She even mentioned one claiming to be his girlfriend. Hearing that, Qiaijing got furious, convinced that Zhang must have moved on to Shanshan. Zoya, trying to keep her cool, told Qiaijing to calm down and not lose it because they had bigger problems to deal with, especially with Shanshan armed with a crossbow. Qiaijing confidently replied that Shuxing had brought pistols, so he'd be able to take down Zhang once the gates opened. Zhang finally appeared at the top of the tower, glaring down at them. He addressed them by name, clearly irritated, and demanded to know why they were there. Without hesitation, he used his eye of insight ability to check if they were lying. Zoya tried to play it cool, saying they were just checking in on him, given how chaotic things were. She asked if he didn't care about them anymore. Despite her friendly tone, Zhang already knew their true intentions. Laughing sarcastically, he called them out, asking how many people Shuxing had brought and what weapons they had. The girls froze, completely speechless, wondering how he knew their plan. Before they could even respond, Zhang fired a warning shot, making it clear he wasn't playing around. Both girls were in shock, unable to believe he actually shot at them. Zoya, trying to keep things calm, urged Qiaijing to stay cool, but Qiaijing, stubborn as ever, asked why they should be afraid. She wanted to know if Zhang would really go as far as to shoot them. Zhang smirked, saying that shooting them would be too easy. He hinted that there were worse ways to deal with traitors. Things took a turn for the worse when they heard strange noises behind them. Turning around, they saw mutant zombies emerging from the truck. Qiaijing asked if they were rabbit flu victims. Zoya nervously wondered if the flu could bring the dead back to life. Zhang watched calmly from above, deciding to let the zombies handle the girls. The zombies roared and rushed toward them. Panicking, Qiaijing and Zoya took off, running for their lives, heading back to Shuxing's car and screaming his name. Qiaijing desperately called for Shuxing to save her, but it looked like they were out of luck. The tables had turned on them and fast. Shuxing, seeing the chaos, was panicked as well. He couldn't believe there were zombies outside the fortress already. Speaking into his walkie-talkie, he ordered his men to turn the cars around and get out of there before the infection spread. His drivers didn't waste any time, quickly speeding away. Qiaijing cursed Shuxing for abandoning her and Zoya to the zombies. The zombies were closing in fast, and the girls had no chance of reaching the cars. Just when it seemed like it was over for them, Qiaijing, in a last-ditch move, tossed her handbag at Zoya's legs. The strap tangled around Zoya's feet, causing her to trip and fall hard onto the pavement. Zoya screamed as she hit the ground, knowing she was done for. The zombies pounced on her, tearing into her before she could even stand. Zoya's heart raced, and she begged the creatures to stop, but these weren't beings she could reason with. Blood splattered as the zombies tore her apart. In her final moments, Zoya saw Qiaijing running away and cursed her with her last breath. She swore that Qiaijing would never have a peaceful death. But Qiaijing, showing no remorse, kept running, her face drenched in sweat, muttering to herself that Zoya had deserved it. From the tower, Zhang and Shanshan watched the whole thing. Zhang seemed unfazed, but Shanshan was horrified by what she had just seen. The system awarded Zhang 10 points for neutralizing the threats to his fortress. Then, it gave him a new task, to clear out the remaining zombies around the area. Shanshan, still shaken, turned to Zhang, shocked at how quickly people had turned into zombies. She was overwhelmed by how bad things had already gotten and wondered what the future would look like. Zhang stayed calm, explaining that the apocalypse had started. Alien infections were spreading through the air, and the dead were turning into zombies fast. He also mentioned that even the living, especially those with weaker immune systems, were at risk. Shanshan struggled to take it all in. Zhang then instructed her to gather everyone for a meeting. She stared at him, amazed at how calm he was in such chaos. A short while later, everyone in the fortress gathered in a room for the meeting. Shanshan locked the door as people took their seats, except for Yiming, who refused to sit and stood with an attitude. Zhang told everyone that they had to stay inside for the next 2 days, only stepping out if absolutely necessary. He explained that by keeping the windows and doors tightly shut, their bodies could gradually adapt to the infection in the air. Doing so would reduce the risk of mutation. Chiang Kai, though, looked worried, especially for his friend Chong, whose condition was getting worse. Later that night, Chong was lying in bed in the infirmary, clearly in pain. His body had started turning purple in several places, showing early signs of infection. Outside, a chaotic scene unfolded in front of a towering skyscraper, with dark smoke swirling around its surface. Business people ran frantically. One man yelled in panic as others rushed toward a yellow taxi. Shang looked out of the window, worry etched on his face, shouting, "It's complete chaos out there." He was observing the danger unfolding. In a tense moment, Shang told a woman and child urgently, "We need to head to the warehouse tonight and bring back what's left of the supplies." He added, "Zoli, you and Shou must stay here, and no matter what, don't open the door for anyone but me. Got it?" This revealed the urgency and danger of the situation. Determined and tense, Shang prepared to leave while the woman held the child protectively. His posture showed the gravity of the moment. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Shang's face became serious, his expression tense as he turned toward the sound. In the silence, Shang signaled with a finger to his lips for them to be quiet. The woman, anxious, held the child close, who covered his mouth. There was a clear threat nearby. Shang opened the door slowly, holding a golf club, ready for danger. A voice called out, "Brother X, are you there?" Shang let out a breath of relief, saying, "Oh, it's you," though he still clutched the golf club. His expression softened. However, as soon as the door was fully opened, a swift kick hit Shang in the chest, sending him stumbling back. Shocked and angry, he shouted, "What the hell?" Several attackers pinned Shang down, restraining him as he struggled against their numbers. More people rushed toward him, suggesting a planned assault. One of the attackers forcefully held him down while the others stood over him, stern and in control. Shang, stunned and feeling betrayed, shouted, "Yong Tao, what's going on? I treated you well." His voice was filled with disbelief and pain. With a smirk, Yong Tao responded, "Treated me well? To you, I've always been just a lackey." Shang retorted, "Don't you have any conscience? Without me, you wouldn't have saved for your house." Yong Tao stood tall, replying indignantly, "Yeah, you helped a bit, but you've earned more than enough for several homes." He then demanded the keys to Shang's warehouse. Still on the ground, Shang focused on what was most important, gritting his teeth in anger. Yong Tao, now smug, mocked, still acting stubborn? Confident, he turned away, sure of his victory. Meanwhile, the woman clung to the child, both looking scared and vulnerable. Yong Tao suddenly grabbed the woman by her hair, forcing her to look at Shang. "Look at this, you bastard," he snarled. The woman winced in pain while the child, wide-eyed, watched in horror. Desperate, the child yelled, "Let go of my mom," reaching out in an attempt to protect her. In a brave but futile act, the child bit Yong Tao's arm, tears streaming down as he tried to defend his mother. Furious, Yong Tao shouted, "You crazy brat!" He threw the child back forcefully. The child cried out in pain as his mother watched, horrified. Shang, still on the floor, stared up at Yong Tao with anger and defiance. "If you've got guts, fight me. Leave my family out of this," he yelled. Yong Tao, arms crossed and smirking, replied confidently, "Relax. As long as you cooperate, they'll be fine. Now, take us to the warehouse," Yong Tao demanded, asserting his control. Meanwhile, Yong Tao and his group stood confidently in the doorway, outlined by the light outside. They struck imposing poses, with Yanga in the center, radiating dominance and control as they assessed the scene. Yanga inspected the remaining boxes, asking, "This is all that's left?" Shang, beside him and looking away, answered defensively, "Weren't you the one who brought in those big clients? Everything's sold out, even the nearly expired and expired goods." Yong, deep in thought, touched his chin thoughtfully. Yong Ta, with a shrewd and ambitious look, revealed a bold plan to take advantage of Zhang Zong's resources. Shang had warned others to stay away from Yong Ta. During a delivery, he accidentally saw him with a gun. The person beside him listened carefully as Shang continued. "That guy must have known about this disaster beforehand." Yang, brushing it off, said, "That's his problem to deal with." His confident stance, arms crossed, and smug expression made it clear he had no interest in dealing with the complications or risks. Yong, cold-faced, glanced downward as Shang, surprised, asked, "What do you mean?" Yong Ta, with a manipulative offer, replied, "Take Zhang Zhang's supplies, and in exchange, your wife and child will be safe." His words left Shang in a tough spot, his tense face filled with conflict and frustration, his brows knit in a grim line. At Jiang Fortress, a large industrial facility perched on a hillside set the stage for a tense confrontation. Jiang and his group, led by Zhen Kai, faced an off-screen figure. Their serious and determined looks suggested they were standing against a significant threat. The restrained man, veins bulging, sat strapped to a chair, screaming in distress or rage. His body strained as though he were in pain or resisting fiercely. The fatsoes in front looked serious and tense, crying, while others in the background appeared worried. Jen Kai's friend, sweating with a serious, determined expression, commanded, "Kill him." His intense gaze and cold tone showed the gravity of the moment. Zhang looked serious, glancing to the side while another man watched closely. Jen Kai, surprised and slightly angry, asked, "What did he say?" His face showed disbelief at the statement. As another friend coldly stated, "He's already dead. If you don't finish him now, and he breaks free, everyone's life is at risk." In contrast, Fatso argued passionately, "He's our brother. You're giving up without trying." Jen Kai calm replied, "He's right. Once someone turns, there's almost no chance of recovery," referring to the restrained figure in visible distress. Fatso hesitated, troubled, while Jen tightly gripped the hilt of a sheathed knife, poised for action. Zhang handed the knife to someone else, calmly but firmly saying, "Use this." The recipient, wide-eyed and nervous, replied, "What do you mean?" Zhang, still serious, commanded, "Finish him off." His unwavering gaze showed he had made up his mind. In the background, the restrained man writhed, escalating the tension. The young man, tense and conflicted, held the knife close, hesitant to act. Sweat dripped down his face. Zhang sternly addressed him, saying, "You always wanted a weapon, didn't you? Now take this and end his misery." His intense eyes and commanding tone pushed the man to act decisively. Zhang handed him the knife with urgency. Jen Kai, gripping a sword at the hilt, appeared serious and resolute, while others nearby looked conflicted. Jen Kai held the knife tightly, declaring, "I'll do it." His determined expression and stance showed he was ready for the difficult task. Meng gripped the knife tightly, his confidence from earlier wavering as he stared at the blade in his hand. He had accepted the grim task, but now, standing over his friend, hesitation gnawed at him. Jiang, noticing Meng's inner turmoil, calmly grabbed the sharp edge of the knife with his hand. His gaze was intense as he looked Meng directly in the eyes. "Are you sure about this?" Jiang asked quietly. "Do you trust me when I say your friend is too far gone? Because once you make this move, there's no turning back. You'll become a killer." Meng took a deep breath, his heart heavy, but determination filled his voice as he responded, "I trust you, Jiang." Behind them, the brown-haired guy, nervous and sweating, watched the scene unfold, unsure of what was about to happen. Jiang's lips curled into a small smile, satisfied with Meng's resolve. Jiang gave Meng a nod, signaling him to proceed. Meng, with a face now hardened by the grim reality of his decision, approached the bed. He raised the knife high, his eyes welling up with tears as he prepared to strike. The zombie, once his friend, Chun Chong, stared at him with lifeless, ravenous eyes. Just as Meng was about to plunge the knife into Chen's throat, ding! A sudden noise echoed in the room. Jiang acted swiftly, grabbing Meng's wrist before he could complete the motion. Startled, Meng turned to Jiang in confusion. "Why did you stop me?" Jiang's focus shifted to the blue screen that had appeared before him, invisible to everyone else. His expression darkened. "Everyone, get out of the room," Jiang ordered, his voice calm but firm. "I'll handle this." As the door clicked shut, Jiang approached Chin Chong. "Chun," he murmured, his voice low as he leaned over the zombie's head, pressing his hands against the wall for support. The zombie continued to thrash violently, but Jiang's voice was calm. "I need you to do something for me." Outside, the sky was eerily calm, in contrast to the horrors unfolding below. The distant sound of a car skidding out of control shattered the stillness. The vehicle swerved wildly before crashing into a street pole. Smoke rose from the wreckage as Zhe, disoriented and cursing his luck, stumbled out of the broken car. He was so close to the fortress. Clutching his aching head, Zhe barely noticed the zombie approaching him from behind until it was too late. The creature lunged, its grotesque mouth gaping wide, teeth bared for the kill. Zhe spun around just in time to see the monster, but he was too slow to avoid it. The zombie's jaws clamped down on Zhe's arm, eliciting a scream of agony. Fueled by adrenaline, Zhe shoved the zombie away with all his strength, sending it sprawling. He scrambled back to the car, grabbing a crowbar from the passenger seat. The zombie came at him again, but this time, Zhe was ready. With a wild swing, he smashed the crowbar into the zombie's skull, the impact echoing like a crack of thunder. The zombie crumpled to the ground, but Zhe wasn't finished. Rage and survival instinct overtook him as he repeatedly brought the crowbar down, turning the creature's head into a bloody pulp. Panting and exhausted, Zhe looked up to see more zombies drawn to the noise. Knowing he couldn't stay, he hurried toward the fortress, his arm throbbing with pain from the bite. As he neared the fortress, he passed the aftermath of a brutal battle. Abandoned cars and lifeless bodies littered the area, both human and zombie alike. In the distance, Jiang stood at the side entrance, cautiously scanning the surroundings before signaling the others to follow. Armed with various weapons, the group moved with purpose, but Shan complained loudly about the heavy gear she was carrying. "I can't even walk properly with all this stuff on," she whined, clearly irritated. Jiang turned to her, his expression serious. "You're inexperienced in combat. Zombies are stronger than humans because they don't hold back. There's nothing in their heads stopping them. The protective gear stays on." As they reached the edge of a corner, Jiang raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. "We're in the zombies' perception zone now," he whispered. The air grew tense as the group braced themselves. A lone zombie picked up their scent and turned, its milky eyes locking onto them. "Go!" Jiang shouted. "Stay close. Watch each other's backs, and keep your distance." The zombie lunged at Jiang, but he deftly sidestepped the attack. Using the moment as a teaching opportunity, Jiang called out to the group, "Aim for the temple or the back of the neck when they miss. That's their weak point." Shao Kai, the guy with glasses, rushed forward, eager to put Jiang's advice into action. He swung his baton hard, aiming for the zombie's head. But his blow glanced off the zombie's skull, doing little damage and leaving his hand numb. "The skull is the hardest part of the head," Jiang yelled, making Shao Kai an example for the others. "It'll do nothing but hurt you." Just then, the zombie lunged at the heavier-set guy in the group, who screamed for help. Jiang, sitting back calmly, complimented the guy's defensive stance and called for Zhang Qi to take action. Zhang Qi didn't hesitate. He darted behind the zombie and with a powerful swing, slammed his baseball bat into the back of its neck. The zombie crumpled to the ground, lifeless. "Don't stop," Jiang ordered. The group moved in as they ganged up on the zombie, beating the death out of it. Once the fight was over, Zhang Qi turned to Jiang, excited. "How did we do?" Jiang gave them a wry smile, as if they were mere beginners. But before Jiang could say more, he noticed another zombie creeping up behind Jiang. He shouted a warning, but Jiang, unfazed, simply reached out and grabbed the zombie by the head. "Always stay on guard," Jiang instructed calmly, twisting the zombie's neck with ease. "And always observe your surroundings." Meanwhile, She continued his approach toward the fortress, surveying the scene with amazement. He marveled at how Jiang and his group were still alive, fighting so skillfully in the midst of the chaos. Hiding behind a nearby car, She watched closely, trying to figure out if Jiang's crew was hunting down the mutated zombies he had heard about. But as She observed, He failed to notice the danger creeping up from below. Under the car, a pair of glowing eyes watched him intently. A zombie, once a friend of his ex, crawled toward him, its face now twisted with infection, veins bulging and skin peeling. As the zombie reached out, its bloodied hand grabbed Zha's leg. Startled, Zha stumbled backward, falling to the ground, his eyes wide with terror. The zombie lunged at him, its mouth open wide, ready to tear into his flesh. Zha screamed, face to face with death as the infected girl prepared for a tasty little snack. Zha lay on the ground, terrified, as the woman sits on top, about to gnaw his face off. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard as blood splattered everywhere. Getting out of the sudden shock, Zha looked up to see Jiang standing behind the woman with an AK, as the zombie's head was blasted away by the last shot. Covered in bits and pieces of the zombie, Zha, disgusted, swiftly pushed the body from him as he struggled to stand up. Jiang, lowering the gun, asked Zha what he was doing here. Stammering to his feet, Zha slowly approached Jiang, telling Jiang how glad he was to see him. Looking at the bloodied Zha walking toward him, Jiang's attention quickly shifted to the zombie bite on Zha's left hand. The bitten part was bloodied, and the color of the skin around the bite was slowly turning to zombie purple. Wasting no time, Jiang pointed the gun at Zha's head, telling him not to come any closer. Startled, Zha pleaded with Jiang to give him a chance and hear him out. Jiang told him to speak while standing where he was. With tears welling up in his eyes, Zha looked down and admitted that he was bitten and would turn into a zombie within half a day. Letting out all his frustration, Zha cried out, telling Jiang how his family was kidnapped by Yang Tao and how he was using them to manipulate Zha into betraying Jiang for all that he had. As Jiang listened to his arguments with a cold look, Zha continued and admitted his lifestyle, but said he never did something this evil. Talking about his family, he pleaded with Jiang, telling him that they were innocent people. With concern in his eyes, he lamented how his family's fate would be worse than death, as he pleaded with Jiang to save them for all the resources Zha had helped him gather. Jiang, understanding that the sale was all done to make a profit, couldn't deny the fact that the supplies really did help him survive. Looking back at his crew, it was clear that the sex ratio in the fortress was a bit off and that it had the capacity to accommodate more people as well. Just like reading his mind, a system notification popped up, giving Jiang a new task. Jiang smiled without even looking at the taskbar, knowing what the challenge was going to be. The new task was to rescue the wife and child and bring them to safety, with a reward of 25 points, while the other task of cleaning up the zombies in the area stood at 70% completion. Jiang, shifting his attention to Zha, assured him of his family's safety. Zha stood there, unable to believe that Jiang agreed to it. Dropping to the floor instantly, Zha bowed down in front of Jiang, regretting that he would not be able to repay him in this life, but promising to be Jiang's servant in the next. Now satisfied, Zha sat upright on the floor as he asked Jiang to do it. As Jiang asked Zha to clarify, Zha asked Jiang to end his life before he could turn into a zombie and put his family's life in danger. Jiang, with a serious expression, listened to Zha, then turned to Shanshan and asked her to bring out the bike from the storeroom. Looking back at Zha, Jiang asked Zha to take the bike and leave the place to go somewhere isolated. As Zha remained confused, Jiang told him not to question his decision and to do as he said, as Zha didn't have much time left. Giving up, Zha, with a slight smile, agreed to Jiang's offer. Grabbing the bike Jiang gave him, Zha rushed through the abandoned street, pedaling as fast as he could. The infection slowly crept through his whole body as his eyes started to get bloodshot and veins bulged in his face. But in his mind, all he was thinking about was his wife and son while his body slowly succumbed to the disease. Back at the fortress, the crew rounded up and cleared all the zombies in the area, as everyone stood there tired except for Jiang. Emptying a can of gasoline onto the corpses, they lit it on fire, watching the zombies burn. Jiang, turning to the others, commented on their skill, telling them that they were ready to take on a zombie and kill it without problems if they 3v1 it. The system notification popped up on the side, informing the completion of the training task. But when it comes to small hordes of zombies, they were still lacking. The others, eager to learn, looked at Jiang and listened to him carefully. Walking towards the entrance, Jiang asked everyone to follow him. Reaching in front of the giant door, Jiang called out to the old man, and he answered, asking what was the case. Extending his hands, Jiang handed over the fortress key to the old man, telling him that he would be going to the city that night and was leaving the old man in charge. Receiving the key with a concerned tone, the old man asked if Jiang was sure about his decision, now that the city was swarming with zombies. Jiang and the glasses guy eagerly stepped forward, offering to go with Jiang, while the brown-haired guy in the background stood there hesitant. Brushing them off, Jiang told them that they were just noobs, and if they went with him, Jiang would have to carry them hard. Turning back to Bo, Jiang again asked him to take care of the whole place while he was gone. The old man assured him with a smile. Sometime later, we see Jiang driving a car with an AK and a machete casually kept on the other seat. The system was opened before him, displaying the system store. It was empty, and to do a manual refresh you had to spend 2 points. Man, the inflation is taking its toll. Deciding to suck it up, Jiang pressed the refresh button, as the mission he was about to do was on veteran difficulty. As the system store refreshed, new items appeared, but the cost of another refresh went from 2 to 4. Surprised by the daylight robbery the system was doing, Jiang decided to be careful with it in the future. But the good thing was that the items were not complete trash, and luckily enough, Jiang had the money to buy them. Pressing the most expensive item on the list, Jiang bought 1 black tech supply box for 20 points, and his bank was reduced to just 6. The supply box opened up to reveal 5 units of strength-enhancing serum, a weird way to say steroids. Seeing the item, Jiang was sent back to the good old times when he first came across one of these. We see Jiang in his previous life, holding 1 syringe with the serum. Excited for his first roid rage, Jiang quickly injected the whole thing into his body without a second thought. As the serum coursed through his body, Jiang winced in extreme pain. A system notification popped up, enhancing his strength, which now stood a whopping 260% higher than that of a normal human. That is some strong stuff. Back to the present, at Shi's home, in a room in the apartment, Shi's wife was comforting her son, assuring him that Daddy would be back soon. Suddenly, the door burst open as Yang Tao entered the room with one of his goons. The mother, turning around in surprise, asked what they were doing in the room. Yang, grabbing her hands with a perverted gaze, told her they were there to spend some time together. The woman, understanding what the sickos wanted, cried in pain as her clothes were torn off. Both guys, forcing themselves on the woman, tried to assault her, tearing her clothes off. While the woman screamed for help, the little man was doing all he could to push the weirdos away from his mom. Hearing all the ruckus going on, another man walked into the room. The brown-haired man, his hair tucked into a ponytail, held his neck and with an annoying tone, asked what was going on there. One of the guys rose up to face him. Addressing the new guy as Brother Lee, he invited him to join them. Lee, taken aback by what he saw, scolded them for doing this when the job was not even done, asking them to leave the woman alone and return to the other room. The guy, slightly annoyed, confronted Lee, telling him that it was not their first rodeo and asking him what he was so hesitant about. Reasoning with them, Lee asked what their plan was if the woman decided to commit suicide afterward, and if she had nothing to lose, he would fight them with all he's got, and they wouldn't get out of that scot-free. Hands in his pockets and with a perverted grin, Lee asked them to wait until the job was done before they had their way. Disappointed but listening to Lee, the two of them stopped and agreed, walking out of the room annoyed. As they moved away, Yang turned back, sticking his tongue out, and faced the woman, telling her to wait for them, while the woman and child sat in the corner trembling in fear, and the door closed in front of them. It is nighttime outside, with driverless cars lining the streets, and zombies, who were probably the drivers, roaming the roads. Jiang, driving the car, thought about the insane boost in physical strength the steroid gave him, which even improved his reaction time and control. Deciding to test it, Jiang drifted through the traffic with ease and stopped in the middle of the road, right before the city, as we saw utter chaos on the streets. Getting out of the car, now parked with the lights on, Jiang decided that driving further into the city would be too conspicuous and chose to continue on foot. But suddenly, his attention shifted as two zombies came charging at him from nowhere. Might as well be the traffic police after that horrible parking. Dodging the strike with a swift slide, Jiang locked the zombie's arm with his own and, with a throw, sent the zombie flying as it crashed into the other, and both fell down. Jiang extended his hand, manifesting a machete from his system, as he readied himself to face the oncoming horde. Those level 1 mobs didn't stand a chance against our boy. Charging in with the weapon, Jiang easily disposed of them by chopping their heads off. Standing with the sword, striking a cool pose, Jiang was impressed by the effect of the drug. Being twice as strong as an average person was no joke. It didn't end there. His perception of sound also improved greatly as he heard someone struggling, surrounded by zombies 800 meters away. Suddenly, a system task emerged. Random encounter. 800 meters away, we see multiple zombies trying to bust down the doors of a convenience store. Inside were people frantically trying to keep the zombies out by blockading the door with random items. Inside, a child cried to his father, asking if they were going to survive. The dad, nervous himself, reassured the son that they would definitely make it out of there and reunite with his mother, putting faith in the barricade to stop the zombies. But the child wasn't falling for it and started to cry out loud. A security guard holding a gun approached the father, asking him if he even knew how to talk to someone. If he did, he would already be a property manager by now. The security guard, with a nervous look, questioned if they were really going to make it out of there alive. Through the window, suddenly loud noises were heard, and the very next second, blood splattered onto the glass, scaring the people inside. To make matters worse, a half-chopped zombie head smashed onto the window, scaring the life out of the father and child as it slowly slid downward. As the commotion outside slowly subsided, the security guard, asking everyone to remain calm, told two people to lift parts of the barricade so they could check what happened outside. The father and son quickly got to work as the security guard stood ready to shoot anything that came through the door. As the obstacle cleared, the guard slowly peeked outside to see dead zombies covering the floor. Confused but gathering their courage, they slowly came out of the store, still unsure of what had happened. The kid, panicking, speculated that it was the work of a mutant. The father, confused, asked what a mutant was, to which the kid replied that it was a stronger variant, at least that's how it is in movies and TV shows. But the father, instead of appreciating his son for collecting all the Amarchan mangas, scolded him for his low grades, blaming the comics and TV. The guard, turning around, asked the father to stop arguing and be on the lookout for anything suspicious. They couldn't let a mutant sneak up on them or they were done for. As they walked along the sidewalk, the guard instructed them to be on guard until they reached the gathering point. As they reached a corner, the guard stopped everyone and peeked through. Everyone else eagerly asked what it was, And there stood our boy, looking into the system window, informing him of the completion of the encounter task, rewarding him 5 points. The kid, sweating and terrified, called Jiang a mutant, but the guard corrected him, saying Jiang looked like a survivor. Tilting his head back with a smile, Jiang commented on the kid's imagination, telling him it wasn't yet time for mutants to be roaming around the streets freely. Hearing him speak, the guard was relieved. Going in front of Jiang, covering for him, the guard asked Jiang to be careful, retelling him that it wasn't safe to be roaming around like that. During times like these, you've got to stick together. The guard asked Jiang to follow them. Jiang asked the guard about who they were and how many of them there were. The guard, looking around for zombies, explained that they were there for some supplies, and there were more people in Rongshan Garden. Remembering the place from his last life, Jiang asked if that was the place with a Jinyu mansion nearby, and the father replied, confirming it, saying it was just around the corner. Putting his hand on Jiang's shoulder, the father urged Jiang to go with them, pointing out their experience dealing with zombies and the gun the guard had on him, noting that the best strategy was strength in numbers. Hearing this, Jiang nervously agreed to the proposal. Jiang, with the new group, moved through the city as a unit. The father, turning around to Jiang, asked if he was asking about the Jinyu mansion to meet somebody there, to which Jiang replied with a yes. Curious to know more, he asked if it was a girlfriend or a relative, advising Jiang that in this apocalypse, where the majority of people are already dead, he should mentally prepare for anything when he reaches the mansion. The guard seconded the father, adding with a dreaded look that even if they weren't caught by the zombies, there were still the others, which he called the animals. This caught Jiang's curiosity. They were a gang of thugs, holed up in the Bihue mountain villa area in the east of the city. They'd kill other survivors without hesitation to ensure their own survival. The guard reminisced about their previous encounter, where they lost the majority of their comrades. Brushing it off to lighten the situation, the guard asked Jiang to be on his guard when he meets any strangers. While the guard was saying this, a zombie from afar caught their presence and started moving towards them. The kid noticed it and screamed to get the guard's attention. Right as the zombie was about to jump on the guard, he turned around and, with a stroke of luck, was able to pull the trigger, putting 2 bullets into its head and putting it down for good. But not all was good, as the gunfire had now attracted all the zombies in the area. As the zombies beelined towards the group, the guard frantically looked around, trying to cover their positions, while asking others to stay calm. Noticing a bus in the distance, the guard shouted for everyone to run towards it for cover. As they bolted towards the bus, Jiang thought about how this frantic running might attract more zombies. But the bus was a sealed shelter good for defense. However, it also meant that once they got in, it would be difficult to get out. Thinking of the possibilities, Jiang gave the decision a score of 70. The guard, now at the entrance, shouted to Jiang to stop mumbling to himself and to put those legs into overdrive if he wanted to live. Without wasting any time, Jiang bolted inside the bus as the guard closed the door behind him, telling everyone to check every seat to make sure no mutants were hiding in the bus. The kid, looking out the window, informed everyone that more zombies were gathering around the bus, trying to lock them in. The guard cursed at how slow they were. As the zombies kept piling in, trying to force open the door, the guard was doing his best to hold it shut but was reaching his limit. As more and more zombies came, the door slowly started to give in. But Jiang, lifting his hand to the door, slammed it shut with little effort, leaving the guard stunned. Looking at the guard, Jiang asked him to lead the others in fighting back, assuring him that the door would remain locked, and the guard agreed. The windows on one side of the bus broke open with glass shattering everywhere. Seeing an opening, the zombies tried to climb onto the bus when an iron rod pierced through the forehead of one of them. It was the father, who held the rod as he leaned out through the broken window, yelling at the zombies to die. Inside the bus, the kid and another woman held the man, preventing him from falling. But the situation was getting tense as they didn't have enough ammo to deal with all the zombies. Jiang, coming in clutch, called out to the guard, offering him some aid. He pulled out a crossbow from his inventory and offered it to the guard. The guard, surprised by the sudden appearance of a crossbow, asked where it came from. But Jiang simply handed him the weapon, that he had been storing it in his ass all this time. This was not the time for questions. Not wasting any time, the guard made use of the crossbow, sending arrows flying into the zombies' foreheads, and they slowly started to fall one by one, while the father covered close-range combat with his metal pole. After finally beating all the zombies, they got some breathing room and exited the bus to continue their journey. The boy, seeing how they escaped certain death, started imagining that they were the main characters and had indestructible plot armor protecting them. But Jiang quickly jolted him back to reality, warning him about making stupid assumptions again. We then move back to the fortress, surrounded by mountains and forest. As the crew walked through a corridor, the brown-haired guy stepped up, offering to take the night shift himself. The fat guy, curious, asked why he was suddenly interested in working, which annoyed the brown-haired guy. Shouting back, he told the fat guy to mind his own business, insisting he was never lazy. Taken aback by the sudden aggression, the fat guy just walked off, telling him to chill. The old man chimed in, breaking up the fight, and offered Yiming the guard duty since he was so eager for the job, asking him to wake everyone up if there was any trouble. Time passed, and Yiming, sitting on top of the tower, wondered whether everyone was asleep after all this time. Standing up from his post, he mumbled to himself about getting something done before Jiang returned. We then see the old man sleeping in his bed with the key beside him. The door creaked open as Yiming quietly entered the room. Yiming slowly crept into the room, approaching the sleeping Bo shivering with nervousness. He extended his hand carefully, reaching for the key beside the old man. Just as he was about to lift it, Bo suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at Yiming. Swiftly getting up, he demanded to know what Yiming was doing there, shouting in anger as Yiming stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. In a quick, panicked reaction, Yiming punched Bo in the face and grabbed the key from the bed. Without wasting a second, he bolted out of the room and down the corridor, as Bo, still in the room, screamed for Yiming to return the key he had stolen. The commotion woke everyone else, and they rushed out of their rooms to see what was happening. Bo, clutching his swelling face from the punch, informed everyone that Yiming had stolen the armory key and was heading there. He urged them to stop him. Confused by Yiming's sudden behavior, Zhang Qi and the guy with glasses called out to him, asking him to stop and explain what he was doing. But Yiming didn't listen, he kept running. As he fled, Yiming knocked over ladders and chairs that had been placed along the side, creating obstacles to block the others from following him. The rest of the group cursed in frustration as they struggled to clear the way and pursue him. Yiming reached the infirmary, glancing back at the door. Realizing there was no turning back now, he decided to go all the way. Inside the room lay the infected man, chained to the bed, now fully transformed into a zombie. Yiming stretched out his hand, attempting to touch the creature. Suddenly, the zombie broke free from one of its restraints and swiped at Yiming, trying to grab him. Yiming jumped back in surprise, wondering why one of the bindings was loose. Was it a mistake from when they first tied him up? A sinister grin spread across Yiming's face. He considered it a bonus. He wouldn't have to waste time untying both hands now. Minutes later, the others finally managed to clear the obstacles and made their way toward the infirmary. They froze when they saw the zombie standing motionless in the corridor outside the infirmary. Zhang cursed Yiming, furious at his sinister plan. He wondered if Yiming intended to kill them all and take control of the place. The old man, disappointed by Yiming's actions, regretted misjudging him. Shanshan, concerned, asked Bo what their next move should be, given that all their weapons were locked in the armory. Taking charge, Bo instructed them to work together to get the zombie back into the infirmary, calling it their top priority. He ordered everyone to remember what Jiang had taught them and to be on guard, making sure the zombie didn't bite anyone. Nervously, the group approached the zombie, closing in on it. Seeing an opening, they lunged. Zhang grabbed the zombie in a chokehold, while the fat guy and Shanshan restrained its arms. Bo urged them not to waste any time and to push the zombie back into the infirmary. They struggled, but managed to shove the creature through the door, locking it tightly behind them. The old man peered through the infirmary window, noticing something odd. Zhang remarked on how suspiciously easy it had been to subdue the zombie, and Shanshan agreed. Bo interrupted, telling them to stop wasting time. Yiming might already have secured some weapons. At that moment, Yiming appeared from around the corner with a sinister expression. He sneered, asking who the old man had been calling a brat. The scene then cut back to when Yiming had reached the armory. Frustrated, he cursed Jiang, finding only one weapon inside. Now, Yiming pointed the gun at the others, threatening to shoot if they didn't go back to their rooms and obey his commands. Zhang, angry at Yiming's betrayal, questioned his motives and reminded him that it was Jiang who had saved them. But Yiming rejected this, insisting that they were now Jiang's slaves just because he had saved them once. The old man scoffed at Yiming's ungrateful attitude, while the fat guy urged Yiming to reconsider what he was doing. But Yiming didn't want to hear any of it. He demanded they follow his orders while the zombie in the infirmary stared through the window, its eyes locked on Yiming, filled with rage. As Yiming continued barking orders, the zombie slowly approached the door, a key in its hand. The story then shifts back to the city, where the night sky was dotted with stars. A guard gave Jiang instructions to reach the Jinyu mansion, warning him to be careful since the terrain made it a perfect hiding spot for powerful mutants. The guard reminded Jiang to come to Building 8 through the side gate, not the main one, once he found his friend at Rongxiang Garden. Jiang gave a thumbs up, smiling as he walked away. The father, who had stayed behind, asked if they should help Jiang, but the guard shook his head. He explained that the mansion was dangerous, and if they encountered a horde of zombies, they wouldn't stand a chance. The father sighed, disappointed in Jiang's decision to go there, calling it a shame to lose such talent. Elsewhere in the city, where zombies filled the streets, Zhaoyang complained about the lack of power or phone signals, which left them unable to contact Zhe and find out if he had succeeded. A guy with a buzz cut angrily suggested they blow off some steam, saying he didn't care whether Zhe returned or not. Another thug agreed, speculating that Zhe was probably already dead, and they had no way of knowing. A fourth thug suggested they tie up the wife so she couldn't live herself. The goons continued talking outside the room where the terrified mother and child listened, shivering in fear. The ponytail guy, who had previously stopped the assault, finally gave in and warned everyone to be careful not to let the captives die. Someone asked if he planned to join in when suddenly something outside caught his eye. All the zombies that had been walking the streets were now lying dead, their blood covering the pavement. Concerned about what could have caused the incident, the brown-haired man decided to step outside and check. As he reached the stairs, he wondered if it could be a rescue team searching for survivors. Suddenly, his expression changed to one of terror. Before he could even process what was happening, a slash came out of nowhere, severing his throat cleanly. Blood gushed from his still-standing body as his head rolled to the ground, his face frozen in shock. Inside the apartment, the woman and her child huddled together, trembling in fear as the men barged into the room, their heads filled with vile intentions. The man with a buzz cut stepped forward, unzipping his pants, and mockingly asked the woman to stop pretending. He grabbed the child by the collar, dragging him roughly as the mother cried out in pain. Her cries earned her a brutal slap across the face, silencing her as the piece of filth threw the child against the wall and the group started to circle around the woman. A young man, bruised and battered, struggled to his feet, ready to fight off the attackers. But reality hit him hard as he was thrown out of the room, his face smacking against the ground. The door slammed shut behind him as he stood outside, helpless, shouting at the men inside to let the woman go. He threatened them, claiming his dad would return and feed them to the zombies. Suddenly, the door burst open, and one of the thugs was flung out, his face covered in blood. The terrified boy looked into the dark room as a shadowy figure approached, calling his name. Jiang emerged from the darkness, looking at the boy with a serious expression. He asked if Shengzhe was the boy's father. Still frightened, the boy stuttered in response. Inside the room, the woman trembled, using her hands to cover herself. Yang, furious, slapped her again and demanded that she scream, telling her to forget her son and obey them. The buzz-cut man lifted her face, announcing that he would go first, while the woman cried helplessly. The door to the room swung open, and one of the thugs threatened the boy with death. But before he could finish his sentence, a sharp slash appeared across his throat. The thug stood frozen, silent, as his body crumpled to the ground, his head rolling away in a pool of blood. Yang, startled, turned around and ordered the remaining thugs to deal with the kid. Before anyone could react, Jiang's hand landed on Yang's face, and in the next moment, he was thrown against the wall, blood spurting from his mouth. The buzz-cut man turned to face Jiang, but before he could say a word, Jiang silenced him with a powerful kick to the face. Meanwhile, back at the fortress, Yiming was holding the others at gunpoint, and they stood there tense and silent. Old Man Bo, whispering to the group, urged everyone to obey Yiming for now. Shanshan, however, was concerned for Jiang's safety when he returned. Bo tried to calm her down, assuring her that he would figure something out and asked her to play along for the time being. Still drunk on power, Yiming mocked Bo, saying that he would handle things by making an example out of him. Pointing the gun at Bo, Yiming slowly started to pull the trigger as the others begged him to stop the madness. Suddenly, a rattling noise came from the infirmary, catching everyone by surprise. As they stood wondering what was happening inside, the lock on the infirmary door clicked open, and the door swung wide, revealing the zombie standing in the entrance. To everyone's shock, the door lock had been opened with a key, something they didn't believe possible for Chun Chong, since he was a mutant. Yiming glanced at the zombie, stunned to see it staring directly at him, saliva dripping from its mouth at the sight of a potential meal. Panic set in, and Yiming aimed his gun at the creature, deciding that such an intelligent zombie was too dangerous to leave alive. He pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Before Yiming could react, the zombie lunged at him. Sheer terror filled Yiming's face as the creature pounced on him, ripping him apart while he screamed in excruciating pain. When it was done, the zombie stood up, ignoring the others completely, and began dragging Yiming's lifeless body down the corridor. The group stood frozen, unable to process the horror they had just witnessed. After some time, Chun Chong, now back to his zombie state, returned and, just like before, ignored everyone. He quietly unlocked the infirmary door, tossed the key outside, and shut himself inside, leaving the others standing there, shaken from the craziest day of their lives. After Chun Chong locked himself back in the infirmary, we return to the apartment where Jiang stands at the center of the room, surrounded by thugs tied up on the floor, with some lying dead. A mother and child, still traumatized, sit to the side, holding each other tightly. Jiang approached the child and asked him to come closer. The mother, clutching him even tighter, refused to trust Jiang, demanding to know what he intended to do. Ignoring her protests, Jiang called the boy again in a cold voice. Sensing Jiang's intentions weren't harmful, the child reassured his mother and approached him. Jiang pulled a knife from his pocket and offered it to the boy, telling him to take it and kill the thugs who had made his mother suffer. Terror filled the boy's eyes as he held the knife, processing Jiang's words. Meanwhile, the thugs, feeling the weight of the situation, began to cry and beg for mercy, hoping to save themselves. The mother also pleaded with Jiang not to force her son to commit such an act. But, knowing how brutal the world had become, Jiang told the boy that he was now the only one who could protect his mother, and, to do that, he needed to grow some backbone and send the thugs on a one-way trip to hell. Memories of the incident flooded the boy's mind as he remembered the twisted faces of the thugs. His grip on the knife tightened, his mind set on the task. With anger in his eyes, he lunged forward. Standing before the lifeless bodies of the thugs, he understood that there was no going back. His mother called out to him, shocked. Turning to Jiang, he asked if the thugs had already killed his father, and Jiang, not hiding the truth, said yes. The knife dropped from the boy's hand as he ran to his mother, finally releasing the emotions he'd been bottling up. The mother, desperate, asked Jiang to take her son to safety, but the boy resolutely refused to leave her side. Jiang interrupted, insisting that both of them should come with him, as he'd promised Jia. They left the apartment, armed with machetes for protection, with Jiang walking ahead, wielding an AK. Seeing the carnage our boy had created outside before going inside, the kid asked aloud who could possibly be strong enough to take down so many zombies. Jiang casually replied that it was his own work, impressing the boy. But suddenly, sensing something, Jiang told them to stay quiet as he scanned the area. Turning to the woman, Jiang asked if she knew the approximate location of Building 8 in the Rongxiang Garden Complex. Concerned, she confirmed it was in the direction he was looking and asked if there was an issue. Meanwhile, at Building 8, a group of armed men stood outside, promising the people inside that they'd redistribute the supplies they'd taken, but demanded that all women under 40 come out. Inside, the situation was tense. The security guard, along with others holding weapons, was torn between surrendering or resisting. Though afraid, the guard knew that surrendering would likely mean death for everyone except the women, who would suffer even worse fates. The thugs outside continued their threats, giving a 10-minute ultimatum. One of the women suggested they go out and beg for mercy. She should audition for a role in a horror movie. Shocked by the stupid idea, another woman refused, unwilling to become a plaything for the thugs. The guard calmed them, insisting they wouldn't surrender, and urged everyone to hold the hallway so the intruders couldn't get inside. Outside, one of the thugs voiced concern about the gun the guard had, doubting their ability to get in if the residents kept turtling inside. Another thug, holding a pistol and chewing a toothpick, dismissed the need for force. Grinning, he suggested they simply cut off the water supply to Building 8, believing they'd eventually have to come out. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang was watching from a distance, observing everything unfold. His face colder than my toilet seat in the morning. Jiang emerged from his hiding spot, aiming his gun directly at the thugs. Inside the building, the guard took the lead, asking the others to hold the stairs while he checked on what the thugs were planning. As the rest of them bid him farewell, the guard slowly moved closer to the window. Crouching beside it, he peeked outside, spotting 7 armed men, 3 of whom had guns. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling everyone inside. A bullet pierced through one of the thugs, sending him flying forward. Shocked, the remaining thugs scattered. Some took out their machetes while the others pointed their guns towards thin air, trying to figure out where it came from as they searched for the source of the attack. Inside, the guard looked out and saw Jiang advancing alone, rifle in hand, toward the remaining thugs. Recognizing him as the kid he met before, Jiang advanced, unloading his whole magazine onto the thugs as they struggled to stay alive and deal with Jiang. One by one, the thugs started to fall, and the leader was now feeling the pressure. With desperation in his eyes, he continued to unload bullets towards Jiang. But obviously, bad guys are terrible at aiming, and every single one of the bullets missed. Laughing at the terrible shot he just witnessed, Jiang continued to advance forward while the leader, now crouching behind a small wall, wondered where the new lunatic appeared from. Standing in front of the supply boy, Jiang continued his firing straight towards the leader. The leader, trembling with fear, shouted to the other thugs to shoot Jiang while he was distracted. Screaming at the situation, another thug raised his gun, ready to shoot Jiang. But before he could pull the trigger, Jiang spotted the poor soul, and within a matter of seconds, he turned towards the guy, making him into a human pincushion. As the guy falls to the ground, the gunshots ceased. The leader, still behind cover, smiled, thinking that Jiang had now run out of bullets. Confident that he now got him, the leader came out from behind cover, pointing his gun at Jiang, screaming for him to die. The leader stood face to face with Jiang, his gun now pointing straight to Jiang's face. But Jiang was smiling. Not wasting any time, the thug pulled the trigger, telling him to go to hell. But Jiang tilted his head at the right moment, dodging the bullet at point-blank range. With a swift move forward, Jiang twisted the thug's arms, putting the pistol straight at the thug's throat. And bang! Blood gushed out through the thug's head as he slumped onto the ground, lifeless. Successfully completing his job, Jiang crouched down, put the gun back in his pocket, and moved towards the building. Jiang entered through the main entrance while the rest of the thugs waited for an attack, hiding inside with weapons. The moment Jiang came through, all of them charged forward, trying to take Jiang out. But they were nothing in front of our boy, as he took care of every one of them in a jiffy. Standing in front of the stairs, Jiang called out for the others to come down, telling them that the threat is now no more. Realizing the situation, everyone came to the lobby, where the kid was complimenting Jiang on how cool he looked while fighting. As they were speaking, a system window appeared before him, giving him a new task of recruiting 5 people from the survivors. The reward was 25 points. Turning his attention, Jiang asked the guard about the identities of the thugs. The guard explained that they were trash from Bichue Mountain Villa, which was located south of the city. The guard turned around, calling out to 2 people as they rushed forward. He asked the men to tell Jiang everything about Bichue Mountain since they escaped from there. The 2 men, dressed in yellow, explained that the thugs were part of a gang in the mountains who had enough weapons and resources. They told Jiang that the gang had already taken over the whole mountain, and the survivors there were more or less absorbed whole by the gang. Hearing this, Jiang thought about his past life and how Li Shuxiong and Cui Jing were based in the south. Needing more clarity, Jiang asked the men if Bichue Mountain was the only settlement in the south, to which the guy explained by saying that might well be the case with the power the gang held, because all the smaller groups in the area wouldn't stand a chance against the gang's resources. The men intervened, explaining the cruel practices of the gang, telling him that after an attack, the gang kills half the people and takes the beautiful women and willing volunteers along with them. Hearing this, Jiang was more or less confirmed of the gang's identity. As the guard looked at Jiang with concern, Jiang asked the guard to check the bodies for any extra magazines and handed over Jiang's AK to the guard, asking him to take it with them. Confused by Jiang's actions, the guard took the weapon, asking what Jiang was up to. Turning around, Jiang asked the people to hold out in the building for a couple more days, and the weapons will help them ward off any more attacks from the gang members. Jiang assured them that he would come back with reinforcements in a couple of days to get rid of the gang as a whole. Hearing that Jiang was going to take on the gang, one man discouraged Jiang from doing so, citing the sheer manpower the gang possessed. Seconding the man, the guard asked Jiang not to fight, telling him that they will relocate to another spot far away so the gang wouldn't follow them anymore. Calming the guard's concerns, Jiang told him that it was a personal problem that he had to sort out and asked them to stay put till he brings a bigger vehicle to take everyone there to the east side, telling them about the fortress Jiang made, ensuring them safety within the facility. Putting the concerns of the guard to rest, Jiang, along with the mother and the kid, continued their journey as the guard and the men sent them off. Somewhere far away, we see a zombie head on a fence as an armed man guards the entrance. This was the Bichue Mountain entrance, where several zombies were hung up at the front. Inside, we see 4 men sitting around a table discussing something. The ginger with glasses asked the others whether the revenue from Jinyu City has risen or not. Another man sitting on the side reassured the man, saying that he has already sent some men to take care of the problem, while another man commented on the high-end women who were living in Jinyu Mansion and asked him to focus on the supplies at the entertainment city. Addressing the third guy as Brother Kai, the fat guy agreed to his proposal, telling him that the order to bring any living people in was already issued. But cutting in between, the ginger questioned the fat guy's reliability since he was not able to complete even a single task correctly since then. Feeling the heat, the fat guy assured one that this time it was different. The conversation went on. After a while, the fat man exited the mansion, his face filled with anger. He asked another man about the whereabouts of the 7 men he had sent out. Trembling with fear, the man told him they were all dead, shocking the fat man. He shouted, asking how a group of ordinary people in Rongxiang Garden managed to take out his armed thugs. His face contorted in frustration and fear, the fat man ordered the man to round up all available forces and called for Taozi to assess the situation himself. A car pulled up to the fortress gate entrance, and inside, Shanshan leaped up in excitement at the sound, thinking it was Jiang returning. As she and the others rushed outside to greet him, a system notification appeared before Jiang, confirming the task of saving the mother and child was complete, awarding him 25 points. Stepping out of the car, Jiang saw Shanshan and the old man waiting eagerly. Surveying the crowd before him, Jiang smiled, addressing Lu Yiming, the man who had betrayed him. Taken aback that Jiang had figured out the betrayal without them saying anything, Shanshan asked if Jiang had known about Yiming's actions all along. Ignoring her question, Jiang turned to Zhang Qi, instructing him to escort the mother and child inside and then meet him at the infirmary for a discussion. Zhang quickly agreed and got to work. Outside the infirmary, Shanshan repeated her question, clearly curious about Yiming's betrayal. Finally responding, Jiang picked up a weapon dropped by Yiming, explaining that while he hadn't been certain, he knew one of Zhang Qi's friends was the imposter. He handed the gun to Zhang, who examined it closely and found that it contained rubber bullets instead of real ones. The old man, listening nearby, then asked about the role of the zombie in the infirmary. Recalling the zombie's name, Jiang walked towards the infirmary door, explaining that Chinchong was no ordinary zombie, but a rare mutant, one of the few infected individuals to evolve this way. Flashing back to when Jiang first encountered the mutated Chun, we see Jiang testing Chen's awareness. Jiang had asked him to blink 3 times if he understood, which Chen did. Jiang then posed a simple question, "What is 2 times 3?" And Chun responded with the correct number of blinks. Jiang had discovered that, after the apocalypse, those infected by otherworldly sources had a slim chance of becoming rare mutants with heightened intelligence and fragments of their past memories. Chun Chong was an even rarer case among them, a true anomaly in the world of the infected. As Jiang opened the infirmary door, Chun Chong stood inside with Yiming lying motionless at his feet. Hearing Jiang approach, Chun turned, waved at them, and gave a zombie smile, leaving everyone speechless. Jiang called out to Chun, instructing him to finish Yiming off. As Chun dragged Yiming's body out of the infirmary, Zhang Qi, watching from the side, asked if Chun remembered him from before. Pausing, Chun turned, gave Zhang a low growl, then lunged suddenly, causing Zhang to jump back in shock. Chen's sly smile afterward confirmed that his memories were still intact, along with a sense of humor. Time passed, and later that evening, Zhang lay in bed when the system notified him of completing a hidden task, gaining a zombie as a companion. Curious, Zhang checked the store to see if there were any useful items. A level 2 box caught his eye, exciting him as it was the first he'd ever seen, but it came with a hefty price tag of 50 points. Deciding to start smaller, he bought 2 level 1 supply boxes. One contained a sniper rifle, and the other an infection blocker which could prevent otherworldly infections but was unable to reverse complete mutations. Impressed by the powerful items from the level 1 boxes, Zhang eagerly wondered about the rewards higher levels could offer. Driven by this, he accepted a new mission to recruit people from Rongxiang Garden. Meanwhile, Chun was seen throwing Yiming's lifeless body over the fortress wall. At dawn, everyone gathered outside for target practice with crossbows. Zhang instructed the group to spend at least 1 hour each day practicing their shooting skills. Following his orders, they took aim at soda cans placed at a distance, firing with concentration. As practice continued, Zhang paired the old man with Zhang Qi, asking them to clear out more rooms in preparation for the new recruits arriving the next day. Zhang then turned to Chen, who wore a gas mask, and asked him to come along for the journey. On the street, a bus stood surrounded by zombies. As Zhang approached, he threw a knife directly at one of the zombies, hitting it squarely in the head. Inside the bus, Chun entered and threw the zombified driver out onto the street. Zhang handed Chun the bus keys, surprising him with the gesture. To put him at ease, Zhang suggested he remove his mask since it was just the two of them on the bus, but told him to put it back on when they reached Rongxiang Garden to avoid alarming the people there. Meanwhile, outside Bichue Mountain HQ, a group of thugs hurriedly boarded a truck. Inside the vehicle sat a heavyset man who ordered his men not to waste any time dealing with the people of Rongxiang Garden. Dropping his cigarette onto the ground, he signaled the driver, and the truck sped off past the gates, charging forward, ready for a brutal showdown. A couple of zombies lay on the ground gnawing away at a poor victim, while some others stood on the road blocking the path of the bus. Suddenly, a loud noise attracted one of the zombies' attention as it looked back toward the bus. The very next second, zombies were flying in the air like bowling pins as Chun burst through them with the bus. He zoomed through the road, drifting through all the now abandoned cars littering the road. We move back to building number 8, where the guard and the crew waited for Zhang to return. They were sitting on the balcony eating snacks when the kid noticed the sound of a car engine. His face changed into sudden happiness, thinking it was Zhang who came to rescue them. But the guard knew that it was not the only possibility. Telling everyone to lay low, the guard moved forward to check out the situation. He reached the balcony and peeked outside nervously. Sure enough, his concerns were true. It was the thugs from the Bichue Mountain Gang. They were gearing up to go on an all-out assault on Building 8 for revenge. The fat guy climbing out of the car with a gun instructed everyone to move forward. The guard, seeing the thugs from above, broke into a nervous sweat. He shouted to the others about the thugs. The father holding the pistol questioned the thugs' balls to come here again after what happened to them last time, while the yellow cyclist motivated everyone to stand against the thugs now that they had weapons. But being able to read the situation better than the others, the guard asked them to calm down and stick to the ambush plan, explaining that this time there were way more thugs and every single one of them was armed. The thugs closed in on the building and stopped at a distance. Together, they lifted their guns, aiming them toward the building, ready to rain bullets onto it. Seeing the thugs about to shoot, the father shouted to everyone to take cover as the bullets started raining down, cracking the apartment glass and sending shards flying toward the crew inside. The fat guy asked another thug to hand him the loudspeaker, ordering the others to keep shooting at the windows and to blow to bits any faces that poked out. Picking up the loudspeaker, the man started to make an announcement. But before he could start, a bullet flew from nowhere, hitting one of the thugs clean in the head. As the man fell to the ground, the gunfire stopped, and everyone burst into a panic. Another bullet came zooming in, hitting a guy in the leg and stunning the leader. The thugs scrambled to find cover, while on the building, the guard held position with his AK, shooting at the thugs. Even Anakin knew that the high ground mattered, but not these guys. Hiding behind cover, the fat guy nervously questioned how these people could get their hands on an AK since all they should have were some pistols from the thugs they killed last time. Another thug, hiding behind a tree, turned to his leader looking for orders. But his boss now had no option but to ask everyone to retreat. Hearing the word retreat, the thugs started to beeline toward the car, while Lee stood behind them screaming at them to run together and not bolt away alone. Wasting no time, another gunshot was heard, blasting the bullet into the head of the thug, sending him splashing to the ground. Lee shouted to everyone, his face in panic, asking them to run away at his signal. The moment he said the words, all the thugs started running together toward the exit, while Lee stood his position watching the scene. But this was just a field day for the guard. He emptied his magazine onto the fleeing thugs, and one by one, they started to fall. As the gunfire stopped for a moment, Lee came out of his hiding spot, running to the exit thinking that the guard was out of ammo. And of course, that was the case as the guard was busy reloading. Taking this opportunity, Lee and the other thugs got in the car as Lee frantically asked the driver to drive off. As the car turned around, another thug who was left behind ran for his life, asking the others to stop the car. But it was too late. The guard, now reloaded, fired a bullet that flew toward him, piercing through his skull. How many headshots was that? Let me know in the comments. The thugs zoomed away, not batting an eye for the fallen guy. The scene shifts to the bus, which was still speeding down the road. Jiang, now behind the wheel, noticed something. As the bus reached a junction, he saw a pickup zooming through the streets with people standing behind. Seeing this, Qian screamed out, wanting to chase the men. But Jiang told him to focus on the mission first since the points were more important. The bus is now pulling up to the apartment complex. Getting out of the bus, Jiang saw the corpse of a gang member lying on the floor. That rifle really did come in handy. Seeing this, Jiang assumed that the pickup from before must have been the fleeing thugs. Standing next to Jiang, Chun was facing another problem. He was locked onto the dead body as he drooled from his mouth. Noticing this, Jiang asked if Chun was hungry. Seeing Chen's reaction, Jiang told him to help himself since this was better than the body being food for some other zombie off the streets. Hearing this, Chen's face twisted into a smile, with saliva still pouring. He lunged onto the body to chomp down. Jiang, walking past him, told Chun to meet him in front of Building 8 after he was done with it. Chun, meanwhile, was completely immersed in the culinary experience, savoring every bite. He chomped down on the meat as he looked up into the sky, his eyes turning black as his pupils glowed a sinister red.
He leisurely skimmed past the corpses lying scattered on the ground and admired. This brotherly Huangli killed quite a few. A boy at this time peeked his head out of the window, and was overjoyed when their hero had really arrived, Brother Xiaoyong. This time it's really Brother Xiaoyong. Although Xiaoyong hadn't even stepped up the stairs yet, everyone was standing above and waving down at him, Brother Xiaoyong. When Huangli and everyone saw him arrive, they were relieved. Xiaoyong, did you repel all these people? Before his question, he pointed to the gun and proudly boasted, what else? Luckily there's the rifle from Brother Xiaoyong. Before I was discharged from the army, I was a great hand in rifle shooting. But while everything was peaceful, suddenly there was some kind of sound coming out, attracting their attention. What's that sound? It turned out that it was from Chinchong. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he slowly walked towards them. Because he was still a zombie, and Chinchong looked very scary at this time. So Huangli mistakenly thought that Chinchong was a threat, and immediately raised his rifle. Careful, there's a zombie. But the next second, Xiaoyong had timely put his hand on the gun and reassured him. Don't get excited, our people. It seemed that Huangli was also very surprised that such a zombie could be his ally, our people. It seemed that Chinchong still hadn't had enough to eat, so he pointed to another direction for him to find a new dish. There's still some over there, go eat. Huangli, witnessing this magical scene for the first time, asked for an explanation. What's going on, Brother Xiaoyong? Can you talk to zombies? Seeing that everyone was tired after struggling here, he suggested first, he's not an ordinary zombie. I can't explain it clearly for the moment. Get in the car. I'll explain it to everyone slowly on the way. Before leaving, Xiaoyong urged Chinchong, who was being greedy, fearing that he would be left behind, take the opportunity to eat. After you're done, go up to the car and find us. He was very self-aware, not wanting to become a threat to everyone, so he automatically put on his mask. Everyone at this time saw this strange thing for the first time, so all eyes were focused on Chinchong. That boy, although he was still a child, also found this to be very unbelievable. Does he even know how to wear a muzzle? Xiaoyong knew very well that Chinchong wouldn't hurt everyone, but he still scared the boy for fun. Muzzle? If he hears that, be careful, he'll hit you. Cool. Right. You can let him hear this sentence. After preparing all the safety equipment for himself, Chinchong then stepped onto the car. Although only he stepped up, it was enough to make the whole car sway. Huangli, who was also the driver, also felt that this bus was starting to have something wrong. Did the car tilt a little just now? Chinchong always kept that key very carefully, and then he gave it back to him. Key? But what caught Xiaoyong's attention was not the key, but the fact that he could stammer and say words. You can talk? It seemed that Xiaoyong also realized that Chinchong was starting to have some changes. Eating 6 corpses in a row, Chinchong, as a zombie, must have begun to evolve one step further. I have to quickly go back to convert the accumulation points into strength, the strongest combat power of the gathering place. Then they didn't stay in this place any longer and twisted the throttle to run forward at full speed. Hold on tight. Let's go home. He can't be a zombie. When Xu Xiong had failed and returned to the base, he was scolded by Guangqi so badly that he couldn't even wipe his face. What did I say? You can't do anything right. Although this was entirely his fault, he still tried to justify himself. Boss Lin, this can't be blamed on me. Those people have automatic rifles. But without seeing it with his own eyes, Qingwen didn't believe a word of what he said. What are you talking about? A small police officer. Where would he get an automatic rifle? Do you think we're stupid? Who understood this pain? Xu Xiong continued to explain with helplessness. It's not like that, it's true. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to see. It seemed that Guangqi didn't want to listen to him nagging any longer, and used his fists on him. Get out. Although Xu Xiong was extremely frustrated in his heart, he could do nothing but endure it at this time. When he had stepped out of that room, Guangqi was still not satisfied. I've been annoyed with this useless guy for a long time, why not? His face then became treacherous with a surge of murderous aura, taking advantage of his subordinates, suffering heavy losses. But what Guangqi intended to do had already been seen through by someone else. You still crave the woman beside him, Boss Su, look at what he's saying. They really had blessings to share and misfortunes to bear, and burst out laughing. Share together, of course share together. But with Qingwen's cunning and methods, he still had many good shows to perform. Don't rush, Akai, wait for me to find an opportunity. They didn't know that every joke and scheme of their own from just now had been heard by Xu Xiong hiding behind. He didn't expect to be ostracized and stabbed in the back like that, so he gritted his teeth in anger. Xu Xiong had no place to vent his anger, so he took this anger back to his private home to vent on others. He threw all the objects in the room down very violently, causing Cui Jing to be startled. What's wrong, honey? She only said a few words, but soothed Xu Xiong somewhat. Don't be angry, quickly pack up, let's go. He was afraid that he and his wife would be hunted down, so he didn't want to stay here for another second. Where are we going? I'm afraid we can't stay here, we have to be careful, Qingzi. When he heard himself called, he immediately appeared seriously. Boss Li, what are your instructions? Xu Xiong didn't want to leave anything behind in this place, so he must collect everything. Call the remaining brothers. Follow me early in the morning. Cui Jing seemed unwilling to leave this place, so she showed such an uncomfortable face. And back to Xiaoyong's group, after a long journey, they had arrived at a safe place. Everyone then slowly got out of the car and couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the scene here. This is really a new world fortress. The member increase mission has been completed beyond the mark with 8 out of 5 people accepted. Accumulation points 25 points, extra reward 5 points, current accumulation points 66 points. Completing beyond the mark also has an extra reward. But this trip was still not over, and Xiaoyong needed him to go with him to another place. Chen Chong, follow me to the south of the city tomorrow night. Hearing about their plan, Huang Li couldn't help but be curious. Go to the south of the city, what are you going to do? He didn't hide anything, but shared it with him truthfully. I and the people in the villa area on Bisui Mountain have some ancestral feuds that must be dealt with. Level 2 Black Technology Supply Crate, 50 accumulation points, empty, manually refresh for accumulation points. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoyong then reached out and touched the screen, the first level 2 crate. Successfully exchanged for level 2 Black Technology Supply Crate, deducting 50 accumulation points, current accumulation points 16 points, because Xiaoyong had expected too much before. This time he received something unsatisfactory. Don't disappoint me like this. At this moment, the system sounded, and in the air a light appeared. In that stream of light was a syringe, opening the Black Technology Supply Crate, level 2. Reward received, Physique Enhancer. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong then reached out to take it. With the reward in his hand, Jiang Xiaoyong was happy. 20 doses of Physique Enhancer. Holy crap, it's worthy of being a level Z crate. Suddenly, a piercing scream and a beam of light came out of Jiang Xiaoyong's room. It turned out that he had used that dose to increase his power. Looking at his state in front of him, he smiled. 33 points of physique, comprehensive improvement more than 6 times that of ordinary people. This feeling? While enjoying the joy, a mosquito flew over from somewhere, making a sound, VOV. Suddenly Jiang Xiaoyong reached out to catch the mosquito. Then he brought it close to his eyes to observe, while the mosquito at that time was extremely panicked but could only shout, VOV VOV. But Jiang Xiaoyong had no intention of harming that mosquito. He released it, and as for the mosquito that was released, it hurriedly flew away so as not to be caught again. At this time, the sunset was also gradually setting. Jiang Xiaoyong went to another place, followed by a living corpse that seemed to be controlled so it would not harm anyone. In front of him were 2 people, one male and one female, each holding a gun in a defensive stance. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong coming, team leader Lai spoke, Brother Xiaoyong, you want to go to Namtana? Hearing him ask like that, he immediately confirmed, that's right, right. Then team leader Lai immediately replied, what are your instructions? Jiang Xiaoyong then said his intention. Your shooting technique is probably the best here. Train everyone for me. Seeing him ask for help, team leader Lai Haosang gave a thumbs up and smiled in agreement. This is my forte, don't worry. At that time, Jiang Xiaoyong and the living corpse behind him moved towards the bus in front of him, and he signaled, Qinchong, let's go. At this moment, the engine sounded and the car sped off with astonishing speed. Night finally fell. Suddenly there was a sound of conversation. Tan 2, how is it over there? The other side then replied, don't worry, Boss Lai, he must have entered the position by now. Right at that moment the command rang out, start. It turned out that the people of Li Shuxiong were acting according to a prearranged plan to harm Jiang Xiaoyong. Unexpectedly, the sound of a car horn and headlights shone straight on Li Shuxiong's group. Just in time to make them startled and blinded by the car lights, they had to cover their faces. They had not yet recovered from being blinded by the car lights when a group of tall men in black stepped out of the car, followed by a person standing in front of the car, hands on his hips, quietly observing Li Shuxiong's group. Inside the car at this time were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, smiling quietly, observing the situation before them. Li Shuxiong's group reacted in shock. One of them spoke, what's going on? Dong Su held the gun in his hand and asked sternly, where are you planning to go? At this time Li Shuxiong's face was full of sweat, frowning with difficulty to see clearly the person in front of him. Then he recognized with bitterness Dong Su. But very quickly he changed his attitude, humbly cautiously speaking, Boss Su, we were planning to take advantage of the night to go to Dong Hongyi to find luck, that's all. How could these petty tricks escape Dong Su's eyes? He laughed disdainfully, replying, ha ha, go to Dong Hongyi. Behind him, one of his subordinates pulled out a person who was unconscious. Then he threw that unconscious person in front of Li Shuxiong's group, causing them to be shocked. It turned out that this person had been beaten to death, but his eyes were still wide open. Seeing that one of their people had been caught, one of Li Shuxiong's group could not help but shout. Tan Tu. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he immediately ate a punch from Li Shuxiong. Then he angrily shouted, "Open your dog eyes and look clearly, this is not Tan Tu." Right after punching his subordinate, Li Shuxiong turned to smile and mediate. "Boss Su, who is this person? I don't know him." Suddenly at that moment, Dong Su and his subordinates all raised their guns, pointing straight at Li Shuxiong's group and shouted, "Shoot!" Immediately, continuous gunshots rang out. Pang pang pang, followed by painful cries. Li Shuxiong witnessed the scene just now and was terrified, trembling, hugging his head with both hands. When he no longer heard the gunshots, he cautiously opened his eyes to observe. Then he was horrified to realize that all his subordinates had been shot down. At this time Li Shuxiong explained in panic, I really don't know them, Boss Su, what are you doing?" But how could Dong Su believe what he said? He only pointed his thumb towards the car and laughed. "Ha ha, you're really old-fashioned. Look carefully, who is sitting in the car?" Hearing this, he paid attention to the car. Immediately Li Shuxiong gnashed his teeth as if he could not believe his eyes. It turned out that the person sitting in the car at this time was none other than Cui Jing, along with Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guangkai. Cui Jing at this time leaned on Lin Guangkai's shoulder with a submissive look. Right after that he also spoke, "Don't deny it, Tin Tin has told us about your betrayal plan." Hearing that his plan had been exposed, Li Shuxiong Ktuc wanted to rush over but was stopped by two subordinates. He roared angrily, "Cui Jing, you whore, you dare betray me." At this time Lin Guangkai glanced behind him asking, "Boss Zhang, how should we handle it?" But Lin Guangkai did not reply, only signaling to put his finger across his neck. After that Li Shuxiong was strangled with a rope. A subordinate then forcefully pulled the rope and unexpectedly Li Shuxiong was forced to hang high. He struggled in pain. At that time, tears and snot gushed out of his eyes. His eyes also began to turn white. He could only helplessly utter a few suffocating sounds, "You cock, coo cock." Finally Li Shuxiong took his last breath, dying in pain. His body was hung right in front of Jiang Xiuyong's house. The surrounding space was quiet without a sound, and the bus that Jiang Xiuyong drove away in the morning had also stopped right in front of his house. Jiang Xiuyong led the living corpse Chinchong, moving quickly without making a sound. While moving, a leg protruded and swayed high. At this time he immediately realized the abnormality, and signaled Chinchong to stop. Witnessing the scene of Li Shuxiong being hanged to death in a struggling posture, he sneered, "Serves you right. But not me handling you myself. I still feel a little sorry." Jiang Xiuyong reached out and shot a stone. Right after that the stone cut the rope that was hanging Li Shuxiong. The rope broke and he fell straight down, landing on his face. At this time Jiang Xiuyong went to Li Shuxiong, grabbed his head and spoke, "Beast, considering your ending is quite tragic, I'll avenge you." In another place, groaning sounds were heard. It turned out that the groaning sound came from Cui Jing's mouth. She was wearing a lace lingerie with a sexy look. Her hands and feet were locked with number 8 handcuffs, and then she opened her absent-minded tone. "How annoying, I have made a great contribution and you treat me like this. Why don't you hurry up and take it off for me?" Immediately Zhang Qingwen gave a treacherous smile, moving towards Cui Jing, replying, "Isn't this reward great?" Then she made moaning sounds. Suddenly there was a sound, causing Lin Guangkai, who was pulling up his pants, to pay attention. "What's that sound?" Lin Guangkai vigilantly approached the window to observe the surroundings, ignoring the two people who were still playing a wrestling match on the bed. As soon as he looked down, he was horrified to discover the guards below had been ambushed, and were lying in pools of blood. At this moment, there was a rapid knocking on the door. The noise increased the attention of all three people in the room. They looked towards the door and shouted, "What's the matter?" Taking advantage of their carelessness, Jiang Xiuyong successfully broke in through the window, holding a knife and staring at them from behind. Observing the scene before him, he didn't make a sound. Suddenly, a blade was placed against Lin Guangkai's neck. Only then did he react, "Huh?" But before he could say anything further, Jiang Xiuyong decisively acted, slashing across his neck. Lin Guangkai was defeated and lay unconscious on the floor. Jiang Xiuyong jumped into the room with the knife. Seeing Lin Guangkai killed, Zhang Qingwen panicked and shouted, "Akai! Bastard! Who are you?" Cui Jing, standing beside him, immediately recognized him, Jiang Xiuyong. But he didn't say a word, forcefully throwing the knife in his hand. The knife pierced directly into Jiang Qingwen. He didn't have time to react, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening as he uttered cock-aid. Finally, he fell to the ground naked and died. Seeing both of them dead, Cui Jing screamed in terror. At this moment, seeing him approaching, Cui Jing panicked and shouted, "Jiang Xiaoyong, why are you? What do you want to do?" But he brushed past her, laughing, "Haha, you guys are having too much fun." Jiang Xiaoyong approached the door and said, "I wonder what that beast Li Shuxiong will react when he sees you like this." Cui Jing confusedly repeated the name, "Li Shuxiong?" At that moment, he opened the door. Li Shuxiong, transformed into a zombie, growled, "Roar aaa," and lunged forward. Seeing that hand almost touching her, Cui Jing was terrified, tears streaming down her face. Li Shuxiong, as a zombie, lunged forward and bit Cui Jing's neck. She screamed and begged, "Ah, Jiang Xiaoyong, I was wrong, forgive me. Get away!" Only Cui Jing's painful and desperate screams remained in the room. Jiang Xiaoyong gently took the doorknob and closed the door. Afterwards, Jiang Xiaoyong went downstairs and ordered the zombie Qin Chong, "Go and eat these bodies." The zombie looked towards the people lying on the ground and replied with difficulty, "Eat one person, most." Then he lunged and began to devour the corpse on the ground. While waiting for the zombie Qin Chong to enjoy his meal, Jiang Xiaoyong seemed to notice something. He used his sound-gathering ability to scout the situation. At the Bisui villa, there were still normal living people hiding together. Suddenly, a figure in a chef's white uniform came up from the stairs. He didn't say a word, quietly observing his surroundings with an unfriendly expression. In his hand, he held a large meat cleaver. Suddenly, a man, holding a knife in one hand and pulling a little girl with the other, said sinisterly, "This little girl, her skin is so tender, how wonderful." Seeing this, the little girl immediately struggled and cried loudly, "Mommy!" The chef looked around and frowned, "No, too skinny." Suddenly, he pointed to a chubby boy in a blue shirt and said, "Choose him." The mother beside him heard this and hugged her son, shaking her head frantically. Without another word, he went forward and dragged the boy away, saying, "This one is fat." Witnessing her son being taken away like this, the mother could only helplessly shout, "Let him go! Let him go!" Feeling it was too noisy, he angrily pushed the mother away and shouted, "Get out of my face!" The boy saw his mother being hit and cried, running after her calling, "Mommy!" The mother, tears streaming down her face, lay on the floor crying and begging, "Please, spare my child. Please, I beg you." At this moment, the mother reached out to the others, begging, "Save my son! Have some mercy!" But she only received silence and helplessness from them. Suddenly, a sound came, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone simultaneously looked towards the door. One of them asked, "Who is it?" The people felt a threat. Some of them picked up weapons and pointed them at the door. At this time, the chef asked, "This is the sound of a shotgun. Who else has this gun?" Some of them replied, "No one else. Only the boss has one." The boy was very scared and ran back to hug his crying mother, calling, "Mommy." The mother comforted, "Son, it's okay." Suddenly, the door slowly opened. Everyone inside was holding weapons, on alert. The chef felt impatient and ordered the man who had grabbed the little girl earlier, "Go over there and see what's going on." The man asked, "Me?" He impatiently replied, "Stop talking nonsense. Go quickly." The man cautiously walked to the door. Suddenly, a green hand reached out and grabbed the man's neck. Immediately, the man was dragged away with a piercing scream. Seeing the scene that had just happened, the people realized, "It's a zombie. Shoot! Shoot! Quickly!" Bullets were fired continuously at the door. Then they shifted their aim, "Over there! Be careful!" It turned out a zombie was flickering in and out of sight there. But the zombie broke through the wooden planks blocking the door and rushed in. His target was the chef. The zombie lunged and grabbed the chef's head. Then decisively twisted, turning his head 360 degrees. As soon as it hit the ground, the zombie immediately moved quickly in a zigzag pattern. In the Bisui villa, screams of terror rang out, It's rushing towards me! Save me! Save me! Ugh ah! Quick as lightning, the zombie had defeated all the bad guys. Seeing this, the remaining people were shocked. "It's not killing us? What exactly is this zombie?" At this moment, the zombie seemed to sense something and looked towards the door. Fortunately, it was none other than Jiang Xiaoyong. He opened the door and entered, saying, "Not bad, Chongjia. Without removing the chain and mask, you can still move so fast." Recognizing him, Chen Chong raised his constantly moving hand and replied, "Like this, cooler." Seeing the scene before them, everyone was shocked. A zombie can talk? The zombie Chen Chong stood silently amidst the confused crowd. But they were still scared. A mother and daughter hugged each other anxiously. Seeing them so timid and afraid, Jiang Xiaoyong went over to reassure them, "Don't be afraid. It's okay. He won't attack you." But the little girl in pink asked cautiously, "It's a high-level monster that kills without blinking." Hearing what the little girl said, he didn't answer immediately, just observing. Then Jiang Xiaoyong kneeled down on one knee and asked, "Have you two ever seen a similar variant like him before?" The mother immediately confirmed, "Yes, we have." He immediately asked, "Where did you see it?" She replied, "In Zhuangshi City in Qingdong." Having obtained an important clue, he began to analyze. "So early? I thought it would be at least 1 or 2 months later. Moreover, Zhuangshi City is not far from Laozuyi City." Qin Chong heard this and asked, What? Jiang Xiaoyong replied, "A variant just like you." He began to imagine those variant zombies like Qin Chong were also quite terrifying. Their killing ability was just as strong. Based on each person's situation, you will retain reason and memory to varying degrees, so the hunting efficiency will be much higher than ordinary zombies. Jiang Xiaoyong imagined the shapes they could mutate into when they became zombies, which could be like demons or monsters. But because the mutation is unstable, most of you are fierce and extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Qin Chong also felt worried and stammered then, I. But he immediately patted his shoulder to reassure him, "Don't worry, you're very lucky. Moreover, I'm here, I won't let you lose your mind." At this time, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to the people there and said, "In this Basui Villa area, there must be other survivors, right?" They replied, "There are still many people locked up in the real estate sales office. Also, maybe there are people living in the basement." Then the group went to the basement together. Jiang Xiaoyong gently pushed the door open. As soon as the door was opened, everyone couldn't hide their shock. He said, "This is..." Witnessing the scene before them, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. One person explained, "Every day they capture survivors from the surrounding area, then slaughter them." The group gradually entered the room. Jiang Xiaoyong looked around and asked, "Is this the reason why there are no other gathering places in Chengnan?" The more he observed, the more questions he had. "But slaughtering so many people, can they eat it all?" One of them replied, "They will transfer the meat periodically. We don't know how many people they actually have." Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the rotten meat on the ground and fell into contemplation. "I know about how many people they have. They certainly can't eat this much. Could they be raising zombies?" Only then did he turn to reply to the person's words. At this time, everyone mentioned the real estate office. "Tell me the situation in detail." The person replied, "The real estate sales office is on the south side of the gate, 1 kilometer away from here. People who are captured here will be locked up there first. The eliminated and the ones they are tired of playing with will be brought here to wait for slaughter." Suddenly, the system's voice rang, drawing his attention. The system issued an analysis, Utopia System Beta version task activated. Task content, expand the community. Task requirement, do your best to increase the community's evaluation points. Current evaluation point, 2 ordinary. Accumulated points, 20. Current total points, 36. At this time, at the real estate office, 2 guards were blankly talking to each other. "Just now I faintly heard gunshots from the north gate." Seeing this, the person standing next to him explained, They use living people to practice shooting." While the 2 people were not paying attention, a zombie ambushed from behind. Then there were screams, "Zombie! Zombie! Pooh!" At this time, in the jail cell, 4 girls were sitting together. One person had fallen asleep due to exhaustion. While they were panicking in fear, suddenly there was a loud noise from outside. At this time, one person asked curiously, "What's going on outside?" Hearing this, the sleeping girl was startled awake and shouted, "No! Let them do whatever they want. Don't come in here! Don't come in here!" At this time, suddenly the door was turned open. Seeing this, she panicked even more. Don't come in here. Don't come in here. Don't come in here. At this time, the male lead walked in and looked at everyone. Then he said to the girls in the room, everyone come out. Then they lined up one by one and followed Jiang Xiaoyong to go outside. Suddenly a girl spoke up and asked, are you really willing to provide a place for us? Jiang Xiaoyong turned around and replied indifferently, that's right. Then he added, but everyone has to work. Seeing this, everyone happily agreed, no problem. No problem. We have all our limbs. That's right. That's right. Me too. Hearing such answers, Jiang Xiaoyong happily led everyone outside. This can't be delayed. Let's go now. Then everyone got in the car to leave that hellish place. After a long journey, everyone finally arrived. Zhang Qi and Wen Shunya, standing high up, saw Jiang Xiaoyong returning and were very happy. They said to each other, Brother Xiaoyong is back. I'll go open the door. Seeing this, Zhang Qi quickly stopped her. Wait a minute. Brother Xiaoyong didn't drive straight in. Let's see what he wants to do first. At this time, down below, Xiaoyong introduced to everyone, that place is our fortress, but I can't let everyone in yet. At this time, one person stepped forward and replied, the world is treacherous, we understand. Then a voice asked, then where will we live? Noticing everyone's concerns, Jiang Xiaoyong reassured, next to the fortress, there are temporary housing and iron nets. Although it's not as safe as inside the fortress, the conditions are better than ordinary gathering places. Then he turned around, reaching out to gesture broadly and analyze further. This Laozhui Yicha city area still has a lot of farmland and abandoned buildings. Later we will gradually renovate them, and the conditions will get better and better. Immediately after hearing the benefits he brought, everyone bowed gratefully. Great kindness. We have nothing to repay you. Benefactor. The sun was high in the sky, and today the sky was very clear. The sun shone on everything under the ground, covering the cars parked in front of the villa gate. At the pickup truck nearby, Li Jingrui gritted her teeth and sighed deeply. Then she propped her chin up, legs crossed, with an uncomfortable and irritable expression, and said gruffly, why is no one answering the phone? What kind of mysterious tricks is that bastard Zhang Qingwen playing again? Suddenly she seemed to think of something and frowned. That's not right. At this time, Li Jingrui and her companions found Zhang Qingwen's room and pushed the door open and stepped in. Looking at the scene before her, she became even more irritable and uncomfortable. Before Li Jingrui at this time, Li Shuxiong, Ling Guangkai, and Jiang Qingwen had all transformed into zombies. Suddenly, the zombie Li Shuxiong turned his head sharply and looked towards her, roaring. Immediately afterwards, the group all opened their mouths wide and rushed over wanting to attack. But immediately, Li Jingrui reacted and simply threw a punch at Li Shuxiong's head. It looked like that the impact was extremely strong. At this time, only the sound of swish-swish from the knife was heard, along with splatters of blood. The group of zombies were defeated. Li Jingrui, holding the knife in her hand, calmly wiped away the blood stains on it with a cloth. The bearded subordinate standing next to her finally opened his mouth. Sister, Zhang Qingwen is dead. After this batch of meat. Li Jingrui then replied, there's no other way, let's do it ourselves. Before that I want to kill, she said with a sharp and firm gaze, the one who destroyed our rules. At this time, both of them stepped out of the villa and stood in front of the hall, observing the surroundings. Most of them were corpses that had been killed. The subordinate spoke up, Sister Rui, no one survived. She then asked, what about the meat? He continued, the meat is no longer here. Hearing this, she still kept her grimace and ordered, drive the car over here, load the supplies into the car. At this time, the sound of the car starting was heard, and the lights were also turned on. Li Jingrui's subordinates gradually carried the supplies and loaded them into the car, while she stood there quietly looking around. Immediately, she discovered something unusual. Li Jingrui bent down and looked closely at the tire tracks on the ground. Seeing this, the bearded subordinate asked Sister De, did you discover something? At this time, she squatted down on one leg, gazed at the tire tracks printed on the ground, and smiled smugly. Let me see, who has this ability? Changing the scene to the place where Jiang Xiaoyong was resting, the system's voice rang. Task content, expand the community. Task requirement, go all out to increase the community points. Current point, 2. Seeing this, he muttered, community points, how do I increase them? The number of residents must be an important indicator. Sitting on the high tower observing the whole scene, Jiang Xiaoyong began to analyze. There is enough land to use, haha, thanks to that dog who hates cats with a lot of fur before. Suddenly he had an idea, that's right, that rare species. Then he and his teammates entered the base. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong, everyone was delighted and excited. Benefactor. Benefactor. You've arrived! The mother with the chubby son rushed over and knelt down, clasping her hands together gratefully and called out, Benefactor. He then took the person's hand and replied, No need, no need. After that, he turned to the mother and spoke to the mother of the little girl, the super monster that everyone said, Where did you specifically see it? That person then continued, In the Runfa flower shop on the Zhuangshi city side. Before, our group planned to go to the store to find supplies, then we encountered that demon. Remembering the image of the mutated green zombie turning into a monster with sharp claws piercing through a man's body, the person trembled and recounted, several people were killed by the monster. In an emergency, everyone got separated. I didn't expect that group of people to be a bunch of animals. Hearing the name that person mentioned, Jiang Xiaoyong repeated it to remember, Ruinfa flower shop. When Shunya spoke up at this time, Brother Xiaoyong, we still have a lot of supplies. No need to go provoke that monster. Zhang Qi next to her also spoke up. But after all, sitting idly and eating will exhaust even a mountain. Of course, the more supplies the better. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyong replied, The most important thing is that Zhuangshi city is less than 2 kilometers away from our city. We can't just leave that monster in a nearby place to threaten our safety. Hearing that he wanted to take a risk to protect everyone, the little girl's mother excitedly dropped the basin of clothes on the ground. She panicked and advised, Benefactor, don't go. That monster kills without blinking an eye. But how could he be afraid? He reassured, Don't worry, we have a plan in our hearts. Then Jiang Xiaoyong ordered, Zhang Qi, call Chongjiao, we're going to meet that guy. At this time, in another place, a group of people were moving towards a large supermarket. Director Chu spoke up, I told you. I remember there is a big supermarket nearby. One of them replied, Don't be too optimistic yet, maybe the things inside have already been moved away by people. Ning Wanyan then continued, Don't be too pessimistic either. We've been to quite a few large and small supermarkets. Haven't we still found a lot of things left behind? The group all agreed with her opinion. Wanyan is right. There probably aren't many people who have the courage and ability like us to move freely in the apocalypse, haha. As soon as they stepped inside, everything was silent. Before them, everything was almost empty, only some things were scattered on the floor. A voice rang out, although it was plundered by people, it wasn't plundered clean. Suddenly, Ning Wanyan slammed the pan she was holding on the wall. Then she shouted, Hey, is there anyone there? Then she cautiously observed. Because of her sound, several zombies appeared. Seeing this, they shouted, They appeared. It's the crazies. At this moment, the zombies nearby came to attack. The group clamored and shouted, Enter combat. Be careful. The sound of bang, thump, poo, rumble rang out. The group of zombies was knocked down by Ning Wanyan holding the pan. Then she laughed and said, Ha, easy as pie. The people inside said, There are zombies, but not many. Probably most of the zombies have been lured away by the previous group that came here. Today it's like we won the lottery. One person warned, Stay vigilant, continue to go deeper. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed nearby. It was the monster that Jiang Xiaoyong mentioned. With a gaunt face and teeth exposing the gums, it looked at the group of people in front of it, and said to itself, Prey, fresh prey. The group of people at this time still didn't know the danger was approaching. They were happy to find the remaining supplies here, oh wow, it's like New Year's. Enough for us to eat and drink for several years. Ning Wanyan noticed something and excitedly pointed in that direction. Look over there. She exclaimed, Beds, it's beds. Immediately afterwards, she jumped onto the soft bed and said happily, I don't care, I want to stay here. The people also cheered happily, How about we settle down here? That's a good idea. Director Chu said, I'm going to have a smoke. Another person immediately responded. Let's go together. The sound of a lighter rang out. The two people stood on the balcony smoking. One person said, What do you think? Are we really going to stay here? Director Chu then replied, This shopping mall has too many entrances and exits, it's not convenient to defend. Moreover, the supplies are abundant, it's easy to be targeted by others. Then he continued, but when we came here, I saw a 2-story house on the other side that was also quite good. Suddenly his words were interrupted. A claw pierced through Director Chu's body. Blood splattered out. Witnessing the scene before him, the other person panicked. Before his eyes at this time was a monster piercing through Director Chu's body and lifting him up. Not only that, it could also speak, thin skin and tender meat. The taste must be very good, hee. Then he smiled dangerously. This person immediately reacted and shouted while running, "Help, save me, there's a ghost." Hearing his cry for help, everyone turned to look with curious eyes. What's wrong? But before he could run far, the monster's fingers had pierced multiple holes through his body. It used its sharp claws to pierce through his body and lifted him high up. With a ripping sound, the person's body was torn in half. Witnessing the horrifying scene before her, Ning Wanyan trembled and shouted, What is that? Retreat, retreat quickly, get out of this place quickly. The sound of her footsteps was hurried. Seeing this, the group also fled in disarray. But unexpectedly, the monster's movement speed was unexpected. It chased after them and said, You can't escape, no one can escape. A girl who ran slowly had been pierced through the body by it. Everyone ran for their lives, shouting, No, I don't want to die. Immediately afterwards, the man running behind Ning Wanyan also couldn't escape its clutches. She herself desperately ran without turning her head towards the entrance. While running, she told herself, The exit, it's here, almost here. Ironically, she sprained her foot and fell to the ground. Seeing the monster approaching, Ning Wanyan felt like death was approaching, panicking to the extreme. Finally, a piercing scream rang out. Ning Wanyan thought that the tragedy had happened to her, but fortunately it didn't. At the crucial moment, Chin Chong had appeared in time to save Ning Wanyan's life. Seeing him, she trembled and shouted, Wah, I don't want to die. But perhaps she had mistaken him for that monster, just when Chin Chong brushed past her. Suddenly a voice spoke up, Don't be afraid, drawing her attention. The people who came at this time were Jiang Xiaoyong and Zhang Qi. Reflexively, she asked, Who are you? Jiang Xiaoyong looked down at her and reached out his hand. Then Ning Wanyan remembered that he was the land buyer. At this time, he gently helped her up and replied, Oh, you are the real estate sales girl. Memories flashed back. He remembered the image of her in a business suit warmly welcoming him, and then speaking up, I think your name is Ning Wanyan, right? Suddenly a loud noise rang out, causing her to cover her head and shout, Monster! There's a monster in the mall. Run now! Seeing Wanyan's actions, he reassured. It's okay, the monster has been stopped. Hearing him say that, she slowly looked back. The image at this time was like hitting her eyes, unbelievable. The monster had been stopped by Chin Chong, then it asked, You want to monopolize me, hee? Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyong called out, Chongjia, can you handle it yourself? He then replied, Try and see, yes. Immediately afterwards, he threw the monster far away. But it immediately stabilized like normal and then stuck out its long tongue excitedly. First time meeting a fellow kind, great. It pounced on Chin Chong as quick as lightning. Then it launched an attack, but Chin Chong dodged it immediately. The monster at this time continued to strike while saying, I don't know if eating the flesh of my own kind will make me evolve faster, Before it could achieve its goal, Chin Chong was quicker and decisively threw a punch straight at its face. Taking the punch, the monster face planted into the ground. It raised its head and muttered, Damn it, unexpectedly, you have some ability. Not letting the monster have the intention of launching another attack, Chin Chong decisively delivered a kick from behind. The kick landed, shattering the ground. At this time, he suddenly realized that the monster had successfully dodged that attack. With its ability to move quickly, it had jumped up and grabbed the ceiling to avoid the attack. At this time, it spoke up, Roar, the strength I gained from hunting and accumulating recently. I finally have the opportunity to use it, Chin Chong couldn't hide his surprise when he heard this. Immediately it smiled wickedly and turned around to attack him. The sound of punching and kicking rang out. Seeing that Chin Chong seemed to be falling into a difficult situation, Zhang Qi was worried. Brother Xiaoyong, Chongjia is falling into a weak position. How is this monster so strong? Jiang Xiaoyong continued, This trip was too correct. If we let it hunt for a while longer, I'm afraid it really wouldn't be easy to deal with. Suddenly he took out a gun. Seeing this, the girl there couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? A gun suddenly appeared in the air. Jiang Xiaoyong then aimed straight at the target and signaled, Chongjia, if you can control him for 1 second, I won't tease you later. Hearing this, Jin Chong seemed to be given more energy and tried his best to hold on to the monster's hands, causing it to shout uncomfortably, Damn it, let go! The sound of gunfire rang out immediately. Aimed straight at the monster's forehead, the bullet shot through its head. It was pushed back, everyone thought it had been shot down, but suddenly its feet stabilized. Blood flowed from its forehead, but the monster was not defeated. It shouted, Ah he, that hurt, you bastard, I didn't expect you to be able to hurt me, he cough cough. I want to kill you, I have to tear you apart cough cough. Zhang Qi stood there, his mouth agape, not believing his eyes, the brain was shot, and it's still not dead. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Xiaoyong pulled the trigger continuously, aiming straight at it. Each bullet shot into its body, turning into deep holes, and then it screamed in pain, Ah cough cough, he, cough cough cough. After a series of shots, the monster fell down, groaning. Seeing it like that, Zhang Qi still wasn't sure and asked again, Dead, is it dead? Jiang Xiaoyong looked at Qin Chong and then said, Chongjia, try eating this monster, maybe you can increase your strength. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, Task content, expand the community. Task requirement, do your best to increase the community's evaluation points. Task progress, eliminate dangerous factors. Community evaluation points +1, current evaluation point, 3, reward, 10 points, current total points, 46. Seeing this, he asked in surprise, Oh, this is also counted? Then he said, Since we've come, then let's not come in vain, let's see if we can clean up the supermarket. Hearing him say that, Ning Wanyan asked unexpectedly, move everything away? After that, Jiang Xiaoyong controlled the ring on his finger to collect all the usable supplies in the supermarket. Witnessing his ability, Zhang Qi couldn't help but praise. Wow, so magical, what kind of magic is this? When he had collected everything into the ring, he spoke up, These corpses, instead of just leaving them here to turn into zombies. He then called, Chongjia, you're not full yet, right? Changing the scene, the sky at this time was extremely clear. A car braked, sparks flying out. A voice rang out, Wait, stop here. Li Jingrui saw the car stop and then asked, What's wrong? Turning to look at her subordinate who was raising binoculars to observe. In his sight appeared Wenshunya. After that was the place where Jiang Xiaoyong built for the rescued people. He excitedly reported, The population is quite large, the weapons are backward, the only advantage is that the factory building is quite sturdy. The driver heard this and was puzzled, then how did they deal with Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guankai's gang? Li Jingrui explained, It's obvious, playing sneak attacks. Letting the zombies in. I told them, taking the villa area as a base is not safe at all. At this time, she laughed smugly, Haha, this is God seeing that we live hard and giving us prey and a base. The subordinate immediately agreed, That's right, I feel a little embarrassed, hee. The driver spoke up and asked, What, are we going to rush up now? Li Jingrui replied, No, wait until we go back and prepare, then bring more people and weapons and then come here. Hearing this, the driver immediately revved the engine and drove the car away. A blue car was speeding on the road. This was also the car of Jiang Xiong's group. They had also taken Ning Wanyan back to the base. Sitting in the car, she asked excitedly, Really? Zhang Qi sitting next to her immediately confirmed. Of course it's true, not only are there beds and mattresses, but there's also hot water to take a shower. She then excitedly cheered, Oh yeah! Suddenly everything became silent, and Jiang Xiaoyong had noticed the abnormality. He signaled, Be careful, there are people ahead, prepare weapons. The two people sitting in the back became silent and tense. Zhang Qi had already prepared the gun in his hand and silently observed. The car of Li Jingrui's group was going in the opposite direction from the car of Jiang Xiong's group. His eyes suddenly glanced over warily. And then those eyes met with the eyes of Li Jingrui. Suddenly the system's voice rang out, New task. The system panel displayed the announcement, New task, Nemesis Bane Volume 1. Task requirement, Resist invasion. Reward 50 points. Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't help but wonder, resist invasion. Suddenly he remembered Li Jingrui and vaguely realized, is it that group of people? The car quickly stopped at the base. The sky was still clear. Reaching the place, he inquired about the situation from Meng Shanshan. Did any strangers come around here just now? She then pointed to the distance and reported, it seems like a car came here from a distance, but didn't go towards this side. At first, I thought it was you coming back. What's wrong, Brother Xiaoyong? Is there a problem? He turned serious and gave the order. Tell Uncle Xing and Old Li to call everyone here. I have something important to tell them. At the same time, at the coal mine in the southern suburbs, the wave receiver flickered and squeaked, re-re. A group of young people followed the machine's instructions of the wave receiver and gathered here, re-re. Lucky survivors, please come to the coal mine in the southern suburbs. We are setting up a base in this place, we are short of people, re. One of them looked left and right and judged, it must be around here. Suddenly a hulking car appeared behind them. The group of young people cheered happily, a car, its survivors, great. The car screeched to a halt next to everyone, causing smoke to fly everywhere. 3 people stepped out of the car. Jingrui spoke up, you received the broadcast and came to join us, right? The group nodded hastily, yes, yes. But the eyes of the entire group happened to be staring at her pair of full breasts. After suffering for a long time, they saw a hot girl like this offering herself to their mouths. The group of young people naturally had ulterior motives. They sinisterly looked at each other, ignoring her conversation and a representative, it's not far. The car is not going to fit everyone, let's walk back. Okay. Soon everyone arrived at the place. When they stepped inside, the group of young people couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this place is so big, great, we finally have a place to stop. The man in yellow suddenly scratched his face awkwardly and said, I suddenly feel like I need to go to the bathroom, I'll go out and come back in. Jingrui enthusiastically invited, no need, there's a bathroom inside, follow me. The man's eyes lit up and nodded like crazy, yes. The man in yellow leisurely relieved himself. He sinisterly glanced behind him. Yet Jingrui was standing next to him, intently observing. The man in yellow slowly pulled up his pants and invited, well, little sister, I know what you're thinking, come here, don't be shy, I'm very strong. But suddenly a sharp pain struck. He was in so much pain that his eyes widened and he coughed. Jingrui fiercely squeezed his neck. In a few seconds he was lying flat on the floor with a pool of bright red blood. She looked down contemptuously, TSK, I thought you were a treasure, but it turns out you're just like this. Seeing her come out, a companion turned around and reported, Sister De, everything is taken care of. Jingrui coldly ordered, drag the one in the bathroom out here. Looking at the group of young people lying all over the ground, she said coldly, by the way, call Lao Er and Lao San out here. At the same time, at the base of Team Xiaoyong, everyone was present for this important meeting. Li Hongli was puzzled after hearing his announcement. Who is targeting us? Xiaoyong was also vague. I don't have any information about the enemy. From now on, we may have to face invasion every day. Then Xiaoyong turned around and announced the plan. Qizi, Chongjia, follow me out later to clean up the abandoned building in the southeast, so that those refugees out there can move in temporarily. Otherwise, when the enemy attacks, everyone will become cannon fodder. Meng Shanshan and Xiaojia also volunteered with enthusiasm. Brother Xiaoyong, I'll go too, me too. The 2 brothers Lu Chao and Qinyu also enthusiastically responded, my 2 brothers will also go. Little Shuai Shuai also shouted, then I want to go too. Of course, the little kid was stopped by his mother and scolded, what are you doing, little brat? Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Meng Shanshan was also confused and reluctantly demanded to go along, this atmosphere, or maybe I want to go too. Seeing this, Xiaoyong didn't stop her. He continued to present the plan. There probably won't be any danger on that side. Uncle Xing and Old Li are enough to protect everyone. The rest of you can go. The group quickly arrived at the abandoned building in the southeast. Everyone was full of fighting spirit. The large building stood tall, like a giant looking down at the tiny people at its feet. Xiaoyong used his hot weapon to clean up the ignorant zombies that came to make trouble. A curly-haired uncle was no less inferior and turned the zombie into a donut with his spear. After working hard for a while, everyone was exhausted and panting. Xiaoyong turned around and asked about the situation. Is anyone injured? Check. Everyone said in unison, no. He turned around and reminded, in the next few days, there will be people coming to attack us. Everyone stay here temporarily. But everyone enthusiastically said, "We can fight, yes, we can also contribute." Xiaoyong had to agree, okay then. He continued to outline the battle plan. "Everyone clean up this side. Later I will bring some guns and bullets over. When the enemy attacks, we will talk by radio. You must listen to my command." Everyone said in unison, "Okay, no problem." At the same time, Li Jingrui's group was collecting things. Suddenly a call rang out in her ear. "What's wrong, Sister De?" Third in charge Mouth Factory frowned and asked, "How is it? Is it still going smoothly?" The evolved person next to him muttered again, "Human meat, eat human meat." Jingrui complained irritably, "What's going smoothly? The Bisui mountain was wiped out, we have to rely on ourselves from now on." He was puzzled, who did it? The evolved person still grunted, "Human meat, no human meat to eat, don't want to, not happy." She snorted coldly, "A group of people in the eastern suburbs, quite a few, tomorrow morning, Lao Er and I will lead people to attack, kill them." That night, at Shiyong's house, he took out the points to exchange for items, 46 points. Let's see if the system has new chests. The system panel displayed, System Shopping Center, Level 2 Awakened Ability Supply Chest minus 25 points. Level 2 End of World Farmer Supply Chest minus 15 points. Level 1 Sugar, Oil, and Protein Supply Chest minus 5 points. Manual Refresh minus 2 points. He was satisfied. Finally there are new things. He excitedly exchanged. "Oh, this time there are 2 level 2 chests, a total of 40 points. Let's see if there are any good things." The system panel displayed the announcement. Level 1 Overload Potential, Characteristic, Drug Potency 25%. After the effect ends, it will enter a state of weakness. He calculated even more happily. "Oh, increase by 25%, now I have 33 points of physical energy. Increasing by 25% means it exceeds 40 points, which is equivalent to being able to explode strength 8 times that of an ordinary person." Xiaoyong felt the surging energy in his body and said with interest, "I'm a little eager to try out the new ability now." The convoy sped away at a terrifying speed, creating a cloud of smoke behind them. Motorcycles and battle-hardened pickup trucks fiercely rushed towards the base in the south. The underling handed the walkie-talkie to Jingrui. "Sister Wei, you speak." She ordered, "Reiterate the attack plan to everyone. First, drive and kill all the civilians outside." She continued to give out her brutal plan. When Lao Er starts breaking the door, everyone uses modified vehicles to provide cover and suppress with firepower. The evolved person was excited. Okay, I'm hungry, I kill, I eat." The convoy continued to speed away at a terrifying speed. At the same time, Shiyung's side was also busily preparing. Hongli stood observing from the ambush position for a while and then commented, "This place is indeed very concealed, but the visibility is much worse than the guard posts. The blind spot under the wall is too large." Xiaoyong comforted, "Don't worry, guarding this place is not because of visibility." Captain Li couldn't help but wonder, "Then what is it for?" He didn't answer but asked him, "I remember you said you were a sniper for a few years, right?" He scratched his head modestly. You remembered wrong. Not a few years, just a few months. That little talent of mine, it was just a temporary job to fill the number." Xiaoyong confirmed again, then at a distance of 100 or 200 meters, "Your shooting is accurate?" Hongli said confidently, "Then you are underestimating me a bit. As long as there is no strong wind, then within 500 meters, I can shoot wherever I aim." Xiaoyong was satisfied. "That's enough." A voice rang out behind him, "Brother Xiaoyong, the stuff has been brought over." Zhang Qi carried the box up while panting and complaining, "Damn it, what is this? It's heavy." When he saw the box clearly, Hongli was surprised and stuttered, This is... When the box was opened, he shouted even louder, "Bear it!" He shouted excitedly, "Damn it, Xiaoyong, this thing is not something everyone can have. Where did you get it?" Xiaoyong didn't answer but said calmly, "We only have 2 magazines. A total of 10 shots, use it sparingly." Captain Li was moved. I understand, damn it." Xiaoyong continued to turn to Zhang Qi. "Have the others reached their positions?" He reported, "They're in position." He said firmly, "Good, tell everyone to be vigilant. The enemy may appear at any time." Meng Shanshan stood on the observation platform, saw signs of the enemy and reported over the radio, Allo, found anomalies." The signal on the other side was intermittent but still loud and clear. "Understood." Hongli also reported, "I also found it, the enemy is attacking, get ready. Jingrui's underling used binoculars to scout for a while and then reported worriedly, strange, the civilians outside the fence are all gone, they haven't been killed and eaten by them. Have they? The driver was hesitant, or should we stop and observe for a while? Jingrui again firmly launched the attack. No, just rush up, we are close enough, if we are discovered by them, then attacking will not be easy. The driver had to obey, yes. Their walkie-talkie flickered and rang out with the announcement, attack all, find cover under the fence. Meng Shanshan also quickly launched an attack, the enemy is within range, fire. Our side simultaneously fired bullets at the enemy convoy. The bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, causing the enemy to suffer a lot of damage. A driver took 2 bullets before he even understood what was happening. That car lost control and crashed straight in front of the convoy. Then it exploded when it crashed into the trees by the side of the road. The walkie-talkie rang out with the report from the lead car, it's bad, we've been discovered. Jingrui cursed angrily, damn it, how could this be? The underling waited impatiently for orders, what should we do now? She insisted, continued to rushed to hide under the fence. The convoy quickly reached the gate of the base. With a bang, a giant stepped down, stomping hard and causing the earth to shake. The evolved person took the chainsaw and rushed up fiercely, kill. He gently used the chainsaw to chop each chop like an axe into the poor rolling door. Meng Shanshan panicked and announced, it's over, a pervert is breaking the door. She quickly came up with a countermeasure, shoot, stop him from breaking the door. The enemy below also hid behind the cars and counterattacked, shoot back, suppress with firepower, cover Lao air. The enemy's attack power was indeed extraordinary. Our side was panicked by the barrage of bullets. Xiaojia was unfortunately injured in the shoulder. Zhang Qi turned to worry Xiaojia. He quickly pulled Xiaojia's chubby body into a safe place and discussed with everyone, they also have some submachine guns, their firepower is no less than ours. Uncle Song spoke up to reassure, don't be afraid, hang in there, we have plenty of ammunition. The group guarding in the base saw that the poor door was about to fail and eagerly held their weapons, preparing to counterattack and discuss with each other. They are cutting the door, once the door is opened, we will be in a passive position. Xiaoyong contacted everyone over the radio to reassure them, don't worry, I have a plan. He came out from the back door, quickly running to the nearby observation platform. At the same time, the enemy was also encountering many difficulties, we have used half of the ammunition we brought. Jingrui was also anxious, is Lao air still not done yet? The evolved person roared, almost done here. With a bang, the door finally couldn't hold on, and was pried open. Meng Shanshan quickly commanded, the door is open, reinforcements to the door, don't let them in here. Jingrui laughed triumphantly, haha, let you inexperienced people taste the terror of the evolved person. She turned around and ordered, everyone follow, hide behind Lao air and occupy the cover after entering. The evolved person used his bare hands to pry open the bulletproof iron door. Xiaoyong stood on the observation platform, monitoring the situation, and contacted Captain Li over the radio. Li Hongli, get ready, listen to my command. He asked, have you seen the most burly guy? Hongli turned his gun and aimed to identify the target. When the enemy was within range, he reported, seeing him. Down below, the evolved person roared and shouted. Our side looked at each other in extreme confusion. Is that still a human? He rushed up fiercely, ignoring the continuous barrage of bullets from the defense forces. Yet he was still unscathed. When the distance got closer, everyone realized that each bullet that hit him was pushed out by that magical skin. Uncle Xing couldn't help but panic, that guy, can he heal himself? Jingrui, behind the evolved person, couldn't help but feel complacent when she heard this. You're seeing things, these people are seeing the evolved person for the first time, haha. Up above, Hongli was still focusing on his expertise, his ears were filled with Xiaoyong's intermittent command, that big stupid guy has the ability to heal himself. Your guns can't kill him. He took a risk and said, try this. A bullet whizzed out, carrying terrifying firepower. With a swoosh, the head of the evolved person was taken away by the bullet, and flew far away into the misty distance. He fell down, causing the ground to shake again. The enemy panicked, what's going on, why is it like this? Jingrui was also sweating, these people, unexpectedly, they have such powerful weapons, how is that possible? Xiaoyong suddenly pointed his gun at them from behind. He continuously fired, causing the enemy to be caught off guard. There are enemies behind us, we're surrounded. Jingrui was angry and upset. Damn it, I was tricked. I underestimated the ability of this group. She quickly gave the order, retreat, retreat towards the car. The group quickly retreated while holding their ground. When the distance was close enough to clearly see the people surrounding them from behind, she couldn't help but be surprised. That kid on the car just now. Xiaoyong still silently and coldly squeezed the trigger. Suddenly, Jingrui grabbed the underling next to her. Yet she pulled him out to be a shield to block bullets for herself. Seeing a series of swift movements, Xiaoyong couldn't help but wonder, she reacts so fast, is she also an evolved person? She threw the underling towards him to open a way out. He quickly dodged the throw. But when he turned back, she was almost at the rescue car. He couldn't hold back and blurted out in his heart, "It's over, she's going to escape." Homely above frowned and aimed, "You want to run?" Just when she was within range, he confidently affirmed, "Ask the Barrett in my hand if it agrees." A bullet swept through, taking away one of her fair legs. Jingrui screamed in pain. In the next second, she fell to the ground right in front of the car door. Captain Lee angrily reloaded. "Damn, I missed." Below, she was pulled into the car by the underling and shouted, "Boss." She shouted and ordered, "Drive, drive quickly." The car sped away, leaving Captain Lee fuming behind. Damn it, she escaped. The voice of the walkie-talkie rang in his ear. Re, if they come back later, what should we do, Re? Xiaoyong reassured, "It's okay." The system panel appeared again. Nemesis Bane Volume 1 Task completed. Task requirement, resist invasion. Reward points, 50 points. Task content, expand community. Task requirement, do your best to increase the community's evaluation. Points, task progress, resist the attack of the invaders. The members' trust is greatly increased. Community evaluation points +2, current evaluation points. 5. Reward points, 20 points, current total points 70. He looked at the car in the distance and confidently affirmed, "I know where they are." The system panel continued. New task, Nemesis Bane Volume 2, Task requirement. Attack the enemy's stronghold, eliminate the cannibals. Reward points, 50 points. Everyone rejoiced after the victory. Everyone's faces lit up. "Oh yeah, victory." Xiaoyong quickly inquired about the situation. "Are there any casualties on our side?" Everyone seriously reported. No one died but a few were injured. He quickly commanded, "Take the injured to the medical room, quickly disinfect, drag the enemy's corpses to the cold storage for Chong to eat." He continued then, "Go call the refugees at the abandoned building back, it's safe for now." He looked at the system panel with satisfaction and muttered, "This time there are 76 points, I have to spend them tonight." At the same time, the car carrying Jingrui finally returned to the base. She was supported out of the car by 2 underlings on either side. Third in charge Mouth Factory saw this and rushed over to inquire, "What's wrong?" She was angry. "Damn it, I was too careless, I didn't expect those people to have heavy weapons." Then she flew into a rage, taking her anger out on others and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Quickly go get human meat for me." Third in charge Mouth Factory smiled silently and cunningly. Jingrui became even more angry and pointed at his face, scolding, "What are you waiting for? Go get it, you useless thing, you're not even worth a toe of Lao air." He coldly combat straight, "You stinky whore, you're so defeated, and you still dare to talk to me like that." She widened her eyes and stuttered, You want to rebel?" She then ordered, "Subordinates, capture him for me." But none of the people around her had a reaction, let alone moved. Third in charge Mouth Factory scornfully held a weapon in his hand and said, "Now you are injured, Lao air is dead, I am the strongest here, not to mention that the brothers have endured you enough." "On ordinary days," he said loudly, "ask everyone, is that right?" Jingrui shouted angrily at the people who were slowly approaching her, "Damn it, back off, have you all rebelled? Don't think that I can't deal with you." As the encirclement closed in, she became more and more panicked and stuttered, No, don't." Third in charge Mouth Factory laughed smugly, waving his stick, "Ha ha ha ha." He took action and then signaled to the underlings to take action, laughing maniacally. Jingrui had no power to resist, lying flat on the ground, taking stick after stick. They beat her until her face was bruised and battered, unrecognizable. An underling called softly, "Third in charge," just as he was wiping his hands. He turned around sharply and grabbed his collar, shouting, "What did you call me?" He immediately knelt down, bowing his head and begging for forgiveness. "Ah, boss, I'm sorry, brother, it was a slip of the tongue." He didn't bother to dwell on the main issue. "Okay, what is it? Speak quickly." He explained the worries in his heart. "That bitch is dead now, second brother is also dead, and so many brothers have died, our combat power has been severely reduced. If we accidentally meet that guy..." He pondered deeply, that guy with the tentacles. But then he still half-heartedly reassured, "No, it's okay, we can go join those Xinjiang people, and then arrange to leave with everyone." A car slowly approached the base area. Zhang Qi looked at Xiaoyong in surprise. "Damn it, brother Xiaoyong, you were right, this place is really a stronghold." He gestured, "Shh, enter quietly, don't make a sound." After scouting for a while, the team couldn't help but be confused by the desolate scene. What a wasteland. Those people, have they left? They must be afraid that we would pursue them. So they ran away first. When they found Li Jingrui's body lying in the middle of the road, Hong Li said in surprise, "That's the woman who I shot." They actually even killed their own people? Xiaoyong looked down and said disdainfully, "Haha, I'm not surprised by these things at all." Zhang Qi then turned around and asked, "Brother Xiaoyong, that big guy we faced before, is clearly different from Chongjia." Captain Li also continued, "That's right, Xiaoyong, I seem to hear them shout something. What evolved person? What is an evolved person? How can one become an evolved person?" He pondered for a long time, and finally decided to speak directly, "Eat human flesh." The other two widened their eyes in surprise, shouting, "Eat human flesh?" He began to explain, "That's right, if you want to become an evolved person and obtain the powerful abilities like zombies, then the most direct way is to eat human flesh." Zhang Qi confusedly stuttered, then, "Brother Xiaoyong, you, also." Hong Li caught the point again, asking, "If we want to survive in the apocalypse, do we have to eat human flesh too?" Xiaoyong comforted, "Don't worry, although eating the same kind is the most direct method, it is not the only method." He took out a red spiritual stone, and the other two were at a loss. "What is this?" He explained, "After all, whether it is an evolved person or a zombie, all can be considered as variants. For the variants to evolve, they need to absorb different types of energy. The different energy of ordinary people is distributed in the flesh and blood. Although it is small, it is better than nothing, and for the evolved people and rare variants, their different energy will be abundant, and condense into a core vein. When the disaster becomes more serious, even zombies will have the opportunity to condense a different species core." Hong Li immediately understood, "So, there is also different energy in the zombie's body? Then we can directly eat the flesh of those zombies." Zhang Qi panicked and exclaimed, "Mom, Uncle Li, if you want to eat, just eat, but I can't do it." Xiaoyong continued to explain, "Ordinary people can't eat zombie flesh, that way they will be infected. Only variants like Chongjia can eat other zombies to become stronger." The system panel appeared again. Nemesis Bane Volume 2 Task completed. Task requirement: attack the enemy's stronghold and eliminate the cannibals. Reward points: 50 points, current points, 126 points. He rejoiced inwardly, "Oh, it's directly settled. It seems that even if there are still remnants, they are no longer a threat." Suddenly someone shouted from behind, "Be careful." With just one simple move, he knocked down the zombie. But his heart was on alert. Unexpectedly, it could quietly approach our people. Through the gap in the zombie's chest, a sparkling spiritual stone appeared. Xiaoyong took it out and muttered, "There really is one. It seems this is the moment to hunt." He gave 2 stones to the 2 people. Zhang Qi then waved his hand. I don't need it, just give them all to Uncle Li." Captain Li held the 2 spiritual stones and pondered for a while. He struggled ideologically again and again. In the end, he decided to take a gamble and swallowed the 2 spiritual stones. Zhang Qi next to him shouted in surprise, "Damn it, so reckless." But after absorbing it, he immediately noticed the difference. Hong Li exclaimed, "This feeling, it's so refreshing." Xiaoyong exhorted, "Although the feeling is comfortable, but you have just entered the ranks of the evolved people. So the strength is not enough to dominate the apocalypse, so don't be reckless." Captain Li nodded, "I understand this, don't worry." He didn't stay, waved to the other 2 and signaled, "Okay, the danger has been resolved, let's go back." At the same time, at the West Wind Steel plant, Li Qing saw the group of strangers appear and stopped them. "Stop, who is it?" The person then introduced himself. It's me, I'm third in charge Mouth Factory." Li Qing then said, "Third in charge Mouth Factory, wait, Let me go in and report to the leader. The group quickly went inside. Depeng and Sister Ling ran out to greet them. Haha, third Jia, why are you here this time? Where are Jingyi and second brother? He looked confused and said painfully, we were attacked. In order to protect us, did Yao and second brother couldn't escape. Depeng smirked. Oh. Then he ordered, take third Jia and the Mouth Factory brothers, go to the safety room. Sister Ling behind him heard him say and giggled, haha, I think so too. After settling down, an underling hesitantly called, third Jia. Third in charge Mouth Factory then grabbed his collar and shouted, what did you call me? The underling trembled and explained, Dijia, I'm sorry, Dijia, I have a very bad feeling. But he was dismissed by him, superstitious, what bad feeling? Another underling also spoke up, Dijia, look at this safety room, iron bars and iron doors, it's like a prison. Before they could react, Li Qing had rushed in fiercely. He ordered, you come out. The group was immediately surrounded. He pretended to be stupid. Leader, what's going on, what happened? Sister Ling then said coldly, then what do you think the fate of someone who killed their own leader will be? He still tried to defend himself. What does this mean, Brother Depeng, Sister Ling? There must be some misunderstanding. She sneered, misunderstanding, haha, Li Qing, let him die in clarity. Li Qing then presented, I went to the coal mine and saw Li Jingrui dead in the yard of the coal mine. Their second in charge was not seen alive. No body was found. There were no signs of fighting in the entire coal mine either. He concluded, the most logical explanation is that they had internal conflict, killed Li Jingrui while the battle was unfavorable. Third in charge Mouth Factory still maintained his stubborn stance. No, that's not it. You don't have evidence. These are just your speculations. Depeng laughed loudly. Evidence? Ha 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 ha, what kind of world is it now? And you're talking about evidence with us. To tell you the truth, if we didn't value the abilities of Li Jingrui and your second in charge, we would have finished you off long ago. Then he coldly ordered, kill them all. An underling then stepped forward and begged, spare our lives, I have intelligence. Sister Ling then became interested. Oh, what intelligence? The person then rattled off a string. There is a gathering place with a large population in Qingdong. The supplies are also plentiful. Sister Wei and Brother Er failed at their hands. Don't kill me, I'll take you there. She then asked, how is the scale and strength compared to this place? The person replied, equally matched. Sister Ling turned to signal with Depeng, that is indeed a threat. The person continued to add, they still don't know how to become evolved people. I didn't see any evolved people in the entire gathering place. Li Qing then secretly wondered, how to become evolved people, huh? Depeng asked again, if there are no evolved people, then why did you lose? The person replied, they have heavy weapons, ordinary guns can't kill the second in charge. But they shot and knocked down the second in charge with one shot. Sister Ling then pretended to praise, very good, the information is very useful. The underling was delighted but she coldly ordered, kill them. Everyone was stunned, huh? Immediately afterwards, the screams of the group echoed throughout the plant. Wait, I've already provided intelligence, you can't do this, spare my life. The whole group just logged off, syrup smeared all over them. After finishing the job, Depeng turned to discuss with Sister Ling, what to do now, this kind of threat must be eliminated early. She quickly came up with a countermeasure. The opponent has heavy weapons, it's too risky to go now, let's improve our evolution level first, that will be much safer. He then ordered, send someone to scout first, make sure they don't know about the way to become evolved people. At the same time, Xiaoyong was opening the system to exchange items. He muttered, with 126 points, what can I buy? The system panel displayed, current points 126, system shopping mall, level 1 sugar, oil, and protein supply chest, minus 5 points, level 2 black technology supply chest minus 50 points. Manual refresh minus 4 points. He cheered happily, another level 2 black technology supply chest, lucky. He then exchanged level 1 sugar, oil, and protein supply chest successfully, minus 5 points, exchange level 2 black technology supply chest successfully. Minus 50 points, current points, 71 points. Level 1 sugar, oil, and protein supply chest activated, received rewards, 500 kilograms of lotus root powder from store. 200 kilograms of margarine substitute, 150 liters of mixed cooking oil. Level 2 Black Technology Supply Chest activated. Received reward. Physical Energy Enhancer plus 20. A piercing scream came from outside the door. Xiaoyong also quickly turned off the system. After finishing, he called out to the person who had been banging on the door for a while, "Come in." Xiaoyong asked, "What's wrong?" Meng Shanshan reported, "Brother Xiaoyong, we caught a suspicious person." Seeing that she didn't notice anything different, he breathed a sigh of relief, stood up. "I'll go take a look." Tue Hung was carried up by Zhang Qi and Li Hongli but still tried to explain, "I'm not the enemy, call your leader out here." Xiaoyong then appeared and asked, "Looking for me?" He was overjoyed, "Are you the leader?" Jiang Xiaoyong replied politely, "That's right, what's the matter? Tell me." But he beat around the bush, "How should we address you?" Jiang Xiaoyong remained calm, "Jiang Xiaoyong." He grinned and introduced himself, "Ha, Brother Yong, let me introduce myself. My name is Su A Xing, I'm from the Shifeng Steel Factory." Uncle Song became wary, "From Shifeng?" He happily replied, "Yes, yes." Jiang Xiaoyong turned to ask, "What's wrong, Uncle Song? Do you know them?" He replied, "Shifeng is located in the southwest, in the western suburbs. It's the largest steel factory in the area. It seems to be similar to the coal mine in the southern suburbs, also becoming a gathering place." Jiang Xiaoyong continued to ask, "How far is it from us?" He estimated, "It's about 3 kilometers further than the coal mine in the southern suburbs." Jiang Xiaoyong frowned and questioned Sui Xing, "It's so far, what are you doing here?" He dodged the question, "The world is chaotic now. We lucky survivors should help each other, don't you think, Brother Yong?" Jiang Xiaoyong patiently probed, Go on." He continued, "Our leaders send us to search for survivors and gathering places, and bring them back if possible." Xiao Jia spoke up, "Brother Yong, don't listen to his nonsense. He's been lurking around for a few laps, and he's even drawn a map." Then he presented a rough map. Jiang Xiaoyong took it and examined it for a while without saying a word. To be sure, he activated Mind's Eye. Seeing his treacherous intentions, he sneered, "Su A Xing, haha." He suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it straight at his forehead. Jiang Xiaoyong glared and warned, "We're all living in the apocalypse, do you think I'm stupid? If you don't tell the truth, I'll shoot you dead right here." Su A Xing swallowed hard. Finally, he mustered up his courage and justified, "Brother Yong, really, we're doing this to have a way out, we can't help but be wary of others." Jiang Xiaoyong turned to discuss with Zhang Ji, "Does he know about the existence of the Chong family?" "I don't think so, the Chong family has never appeared in front of him." Jiang Xiaoyong gave a signal to let him go. Uncle Song exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Just let him go like that?" He stuttered with joy, "Really? Really?" He couldn't understand why it was so easy to get away with it. Jiang Xiaoyong continued, "Return this map to him, let him go." He knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, thank you, Brother Yong." Then he ran away quickly. Jiang Xiaoyong remained calm, thinking to himself, "Ha, Shifeng Steel Factory, how many system points are you worth?" 5 months later. At the Shifeng Steel Factory, 2 men were slowly pushing a cart to collect scrap metal. One of the men, while pushing, suddenly spoke, "I heard that people have been disappearing again recently." Xiao Chen, as he spoke, he thought of the zombie image of Zhang Xingzhe attacking people. Fear was evident on his face. That monster, is he starting to stir again? Suddenly there was some noise from the scrapyard, causing the 2 men to be startled and pay attention. "What's that sound?" Xiao Chen moved forward to investigate, while the other man worriedly reminded, "Don't go there, let the guards check it out." Suddenly, a sharp knife came flying from somewhere. Xiao Chen approached the scrapyard and was slashed across the neck by the knife, blood spurting from his throat. Elsewhere, Li Qing was leaning against the wall, with a cigarette in his mouth. Suddenly, a panicked cry came from somewhere, "Help, help me!" Li Qing glanced over. Li Qing held his gun and looked at the panicked appearance of the worker and asked, "What's wrong?" The man who had been with Xiao Chen ran over fearfully and reported, The monster killed Xiao Chen." Li Qing calmly asked for details. "Monster, is it tentacle?" The man, panting heavily, replied, "It's tentacle, it must be tentacle." Li Qing continued to ask, "Where?" The man pointed to Li Qing, over by the garbage pit. Li Qing gritted his teeth in anger. Attacking without any warning? He immediately turned to those standing nearby and said, "Everyone, run. Evolvers with the ability to escape, follow me." A moment later, at the garbage dump, a group of people were slowly approaching the pile of garbage. The leader was Li Cheng. Sure, it's tentacle. If we encounter him later, don't be aggressive, just run away. Behind him were other evolvers, using old iron sheets as shields. And everyone carried weapons. Li Cheng focused on the pile of garbage, but there was no movement. He tried to look closely but couldn't detect anything, and was a little dazed. Not here? They moved closer to the pile of garbage. Li Cheng sat down and observed the footprints left on the ground. The followers began to speak. Tentacle, is he gone? Could it be that he hunted prey and left? Li Cheng reached out to touch the footprint. The others continued to say, since Bishi Mountain and the coal mine in the southern suburbs were destroyed, the frequency of our people disappearing has obviously increased. Another person added, that's obvious. The 3 gathering places originally shared the number of people being hunted, now it's just us. Hearing what those people said, Li Cheng pondered silently. No, it's not tentacle. The sky at this moment was extremely clear. From above, you could see the base was very large and wide, but very quiet. Jiang Xiaoyong stood near the railing looking down at the road. The survival time is longer than in the previous life. At this rate, the re-establishment of civilization is not impossible. The system panel suddenly announced Utopia Rebirth version, mission content, expand the community, mission requirements. Do your best to improve the community evaluation score. Current evaluation score 38. Jiang Xiaoyong's gaze was still very distant. He continued, by the way, it's been several months, and the system mission for the Shifeng Steel Factory hasn't been issued yet. While he was talking to himself, someone suddenly called him loudly, Brother Yong. Jiang Xiaoyong looked down, and saw that it was none other than Meng Shan. She waved happily at him. We're back. A loud landing sound rang out. Jiang Xiaoyong jumped down from above in front of Meng Shan and Zhang Ji. Jiang Xiaoyong asked them, was the hunting action discovered? Zhang Ji replied with a confident look, don't worry, Brother Yong. With our current abilities, if anyone is following us in the vicinity, there's no way we wouldn't notice. He turned to Shui and said, how was Shui's performance? Is he still adapting? The boy replied happily, yes. Shui punched his fist to show his strength. Don't worry, Uncle Yong, I performed very well. Shaoli affectionately rubbed the boy's head. That's right. Shui took down a zombie all by himself today. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled with satisfaction. Well done, put the alien nucleus into the warehouse. The system panel reappeared. New mission, Nemesis of Evil Volume 3. Mission requirements, eliminate the threat, strengthen support for potential teammates, reward points, 80 points. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the system panel asking and was a little confused. Potential teammates, are they referring to the people at the Shifeng Steel Factory? The sky was still very blue at this moment, with clouds floating gently. In the room at this moment, Li Hongli spoke seriously with Jiang Xiaoyong. What, you're infiltrating the steel factory alone? That's too dangerous. Old Song next to him also chimed in, that's right, they send people to spy on us every now and then. Who knows what dark intentions they have. Xiaoyong, if something happens to you, we won't be able to cope, he said with a very worried look. Jiang Xiaoyong remained very calm and replied, don't worry, with my current abilities, even Chong could not hurt me, let alone them. Moreover, this time I'm going to confirm whether the other party is friend or foe. He turned to look at Uncle Sheng and continued, Uncle Sheng, Lao Li, everyone, please take care of the fortress and Lin Town. Uncle Zhen nodded in agreement. Don't worry about this side, but you have to be careful. Our gathering place can't be without you, he worriedly reminded. At a manufacturing workshop, from afar you could see black smoke billowing out. Someone said, let me in. I have something urgent to report. In front of the door of a room, there were 2 men standing in the way, not letting Li Cheng in. I've already said, without the permission of the 2 leaders, no one is allowed to enter. Li Cheng was extremely angry when he heard this, veins popping on his forehead. He recklessly grabbed the neck of the person who had just spoken, and the person next to him immediately tried to stop him. Li Cheng, are you crazy? Li Cheng was startled and calmed down when he heard the voice. He released his hand and worriedly asked the person who had just been choked, oh sorry. Li Cheng worriedly thought to himself, what's wrong? My mood is getting out of control again. In these past few months, it's been happening more and more often. The person who had been choked by Li Qing was coughing while holding his neck. Damn, what are you going crazy about? Don't think that just because the leader values you. We won't do anything to you. Suddenly, the person inside the room spoke at this moment. Is that Li Qing? Let him in. One of the two men heard the order and immediately replied, Oh yes. He said to Li Qing, Go in. Li Qing looked at the door slowly opening with a bewildered face. Inside, it was none other than Sister Ling. She looked with her hot body and said, What's wrong? Li Qing didn't care and immediately reported the incident that had just happened. Regarding the tentacle encroaching on our hunting range, I have a different idea. Sister Ling listened seriously to him. Oh, what do you think? Li Qing continued, I have investigated the scene, and found women's footprints. The victim this time was a man. Sister Ling was a little frustrated and silent as if thinking about something. After a moment of silence, she continued to ask, So, the killer is someone else? Li Qing replied, That's right. Sister Ling's eyes seemed to light up, and she seriously said to Li Qing, Okay, I know. This news is very useful, but don't spread this news out. Li Qing was confused and didn't know why Sister Ling said that. Why? Sister Ling didn't hide and quickly said the reason. Tentacle has already made people panic. I don't want no one to dare to go out later. Li Qing intended to resist, but she didn't want to listen and immediately interrupted. No buts, I guarantee the situation won't be worse than before. Li Qing was frustrated and silent, not knowing what else to say. Suddenly, Sister Ling moved closer to him. Her lips seemed to be almost touching his face. What's wrong? Still want to do something else? Li Qing's face began to turn red when he heard those ambiguous words. He panicked and turned to head towards the door and said, Oh, sorry, Sister Ling. The door was slammed shut by Li Qing. Outside, Li Qing was still blushing, muttering and glancing back. Damn, look at my memory. I forgot to ask about that matter again. Suddenly, a voice from another door behind Sister Ling came out. Women's footprints, haha, you're too careless. She glanced back. Sister Ling uncomfortably reminded the person who was speaking, Be careful, they'll let you do this work later. De Peng was standing inside, holding two sharp knives in his hands. There was a lot of blood on the table and on him. Okay, I'll go kill, then you handle it. He threw something into the trash can. Looking closely inside, you could see a human head lying neatly inside. On the other side, a zombie lay collapsed at the feet of Jiang Xiaoyong. Around him were other zombies with the same ending. Jiang Xiaoyong stood in the middle holding a knife, looking at them. He looked into the distance and said, Almost there, I should restrain myself a little. With that, Jiang Xiaoyong reached out into the air and took out a pair of scissors. Without thinking, he used the scissors to quickly trim the hair on his head. Then Jiang Xiaoyong wiped his hands on the ground, using the dirt on the ground to smear his face. Then he put on a worn-out jacket and a pair of glasses. Jiang Xiaoyong looked very strange at this moment. A man in the factory saw Jiang Xiaoyong approaching and loudly shouted, Stop! His face looked quite fierce. Who are you? Jiang Xiaoyong smiled brightly and said, I saw traces of human activity around here, so there are people living here. That's great. The man looked at Jiang Xiaoyong with suspicion. He smiled contemptuously and continued, Wandering survivor, huh? The man pointed to the side and said, Kid, I'm asking you, how did you survive until now? Jiang Xiaoyong was a little dazed. But very quickly he lowered his head, and told in a very pitiful voice, My gathering place originally had about 10 people, but we were attacked by a horde of zombies. Everyone died, only I escaped. The man still smiled disbelievingly and asked, So you don't have any strength at all? Jiang Xiaoyong still looked pitiful and replied, Strength? After a moment of silence, Jiang Xiaoyong seemed to remember something excitedly and said to the man, I do have some strength. I have experienced many zombie attacks. And I have also gained some experience in fighting zombies. I will do my best to make myself useful. The man still looked down on Jiang Xiaoyong. He glanced at him dismissively and said, Who asked you about that? You don't understand what I mean, but it's okay. With that, the man pointed to the side, Follow me, if you want to join. The man said as he turned to leave, You have to pass the inspection first. Jiang Xiaoyong, walking behind him, lost his naive look and focused on thinking. His eyes seemed to be observing something. He smiled secretly in his head. As expected, this Shifeng steel factory is not a good place either. While walking, someone suddenly spoke from behind. What's the matter? Jiang Xiaoyong immediately turned his head. The other person also turned back, but his face was a little flustered and worried. Li Qing walked over from behind. Who is this kid? The man was a little apprehensive and reported, Brotherly, he's a wandering survivor. I'm taking him to a secluded place for an easy search. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled secretly in his head at his excuse. Search? Clearly, that guy wanted to take me to a secluded place to get rid of me. Li Qing now glanced over and said seriously. Do you need a secluded place for a search? It's fine to search here. With that, he turned to Jiang Xiaoyong. Come over here, hand over all your weapons and you can go inside. Jiang Xiaoyong was a little curious when he heard this. Hand over weapons? How do I know if you're tricking me into kill me? Li Qing was not angry at his question, but explained calmly, in this apocalyptic world, people's hearts are twisted. It's natural that you're uneasy. If you don't hand over your weapons, we won't force you to stay there, you can leave. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately took out a sharp knife from his body. Okay, I'll hand over my weapon. Jiang Xiaoyong raised both hands so that Li Qing could easily search his body. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced down to observe, thinking in his head, this guy seems to have some principles. It seems that this Shifeng steel factory is still a little different from the people in the coal mine in the southern suburbs and Bishi Mountain. Li Qing held the knife in his hand and asked a little suspiciously, relying on just a knife to survive in the apocalypse, Kid, are you an evolver? Jiang Xiaoyong put on a naive and eager look when he heard about evolvers. Evolver? I do feel that I have become much stronger. Li Qing turned and walked away and said, Follow me, there's a rule here, evolvers must report to the leader first. Li Qing took Jiang Xiaoyong to a rather dark room. He stood at the door and said, Wait in the reception room for a while. After Li Qing left, Jiang Xiaoyong smiled with interest and looked inside the room. Reception room, haha, even the door is reinforced, clearly this is a prison. A moment later De Ping entered from outside the door. Sorry, to keep you waiting. May I ask your name? Jiang Xiaoyong turned his head, coughed a few times and stuttered, Jiang Yi. De Ping turned to face the door and said, My people said you are an evolver, is that correct? Jiang Xiaoyong replied uncertainly, according to what he said, it must be. Suddenly, while talking, a large axe flew towards Jiang Xiaoyong from somewhere. He was a little dazed. But fortunately, Jiang Xiaoyong lightly tilted his head to the side and dodged the axe. The person who threw it was none other than De Ping. Jiang Xiaoyong vigilantly glanced at the axe. It was stuck firmly in the wall. Then he glanced at De Ping, attacking without saying anything? No, he must be probing. De Ping was still looking at Jiang Xiaoyong with a probing eye. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately pointed at the axe in a flustered manner and said, Hey, what are you doing? It's very dangerous, do you know that? De Ping suddenly laughed loudly as if he was very interested. Looks like it's true, you are an evolver. Jiang Xiaoyong was a little stunned by De Ping's words. He pretended to be scared and said loudly, Then what if I'm not an evolver? Wouldn't I be killed by you? De Ping replied very calmly, If that's the case, then it wouldn't be a pity for you to die. He spoke very casually. If you are also an evolver, then you must also know how to become an evolver. Jiang Xiaoyong answered when asked, I know. The image of the evolvers in the base seemed to appear according to De Ping's words. Everyone's face was very ferocious. He was extremely serious at this time and said, Then I must warn you, in my place, this secret is only known to a few people. I don't want it to be spread out. If I find out that many people know, then I will. Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately rushed towards Jiang Xiaoyong. De Ping's hand reached out to squeeze his neck, killing him. Fortunately, he only put it close and didn't really want to squeeze. Jiang Xiaoyong looked a little scared, too dangerous. When he rushed over, Jiang Xiaoyong had already held the knife in his hand. Luckily, he used his hand to threaten me. If it was a knife, I would have retaliated. De Ping still had his hand in front of his neck. Jiang Xiaoyong looked and thought, if I kill him right now, who knows if I can get the 80 system points. De Ping slowly retracted his hand and glanced down at the knife in his hand. Oh, quick reaction, you even took out your weapon. He patted Jiang Xiaoyong on the shoulder as he spoke. Although you have the ability, my ability is not something you can imagine. Don't dream of challenging me. Understand? Jiang Xiaoyong replied briefly, Understood. De Ping added, I won't pursue the matter of bringing weapons in here. After talking, De Ping and Jiang Xiaoyong walked out of the room. He went over and said to the workers nearby, take Jiang Yi to wash his face, change his clothes, and then move to the meeting room to find me. Those people heard the order and immediately followed, yes. A moment later someone's voice came out, come in. The subordinate led Jiang Xiaoyong into a room. Brother Depeng, the person has been brought. Depeng then introduced Jiang Xiaoyong to Sister Ling. Li Qing and Huang Bin, let me introduce, he is a new member who has joined, Jiang Yi. He glanced down at Sister Ling and continued, Huang Ling is one of the leaders in this place like me, the other two are cadres of the gathering place, Li Qing and Huang Bin. Huang Ling was looking at him with a strange look. She turned to Huang Bin and said, Huang Bin, arrange for this new guy to work under you, no problem, right? He kept staring ahead and replied, no problem, sister. Then Huang Ling looked at Jiang Xiaoyong and added, kid, you're very lucky to have found the strongest gathering place in this area. From now on, you don't have to worry about survival. But if you want to eat well here, you have to make yourself useful. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately listened and bowed his head. I will follow the arrangements. Huang Bin stepped forward and put his hand on his shoulder and said, just right, it's our turn to patrol today, newbie, follow me. There were many green plants around this production area. The sound of people talking could be heard, a Chang, a Xing, let's go patrol. The two heard and replied, okay, oh, it's you. One of them was a little surprised. A Chang followed behind Huang Bin, his eyes still glancing at Jiang Xiaoyong who was walking with a Xing behind. Hey, is this kid arranged to work under you? Huang Bin then said, what can I do? He doesn't know anything. Sister, just let him work in our organization. A Xing looked at Jiang Xiaoyong intently with some concern, and thought to himself, why does this person look so familiar? Huang Bin was walking when he suddenly turned to say to Jiang Xiaoyong, hey kid, Brother Depeng didn't tell you specifically about the situation of the gathering place. Right. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong replied, no, sister warned me to keep the secret of becoming an evolver. Huang Bin added, that's right. He glanced at him and said, the people who know the secret of cannibalism in this gathering place. Besides Brother Depeng and my sister, there are only the four of us left. Huang Bin began to introduce this place to him. A Xing is Depeng's cousin, Fa Chang is the grandson of me and Huang Ling, all are one family, so this secret can only be revealed from your mouth. Do you understand your situation? Jiang Xiaoyong still walked behind him and replied, I will definitely not tell anyone. Jiang Xiaoyong felt the suspicious gaze of a Xing directed at him. He glanced back to observe and thought to himself, Sui Xing, isn't that the guy who was caught by Zhang Ji's group before? Jiang Xiaoyong asked with some curiosity, then what about the remaining cadre? Huang Bin said very quickly, his name is Li Cheng, haha, he is an outsider, but his aptitude is good. His ability is very strong, especially you can't let him know the secret, understand? Otherwise. He seemed to want to emphasize each word, and the veins on his face also began to bulge, either of you will survive this day. After hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong fell into deep thought. It seems that Li Cheng's aptitude is indeed very strong, he has to rely on resources to restrain him. Otherwise the abilities of the two leaders may be surpassed by him quickly. After speaking, Huang Bin turned back and continued to walk forward. Okay, we're here. Jiang Xiaoyong was a little surprised. We're here? In the distance was a small base built quite discreetly, with sharp iron spikes attached around the outside. There are 7 members in this gathering area. We have been observing them for 3 or 4 days. Among the members, there should be no evolvers. Jiang Xiaoyong still didn't understand what the mission was this time. What do we need to do? Hunt them? Huang Bin smiled and waved his hand. Hunt? Not as brutal as you think. We need to keep them in captivity. A Chang suddenly stood close, put his arm over his shoulder and said, Kid, you are also one of the evolvers, you have to quickly change your mindset, don't be as rigid as Li Qing. He added, we are evolvers, strictly speaking, we are no longer the same species as ordinary people. Now we are a high-level species in the food chain. A Chang's face when he spoke was very confident. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't care much and coldly glanced to the side. So, you want to bring them back to the gathering place for captivity, and then later slaughter and eat them? Huang Bin turned around and said, no need to bring them all back, bring 5 or 6 people back. The rest will be dealt with on the spot. Jiang Xiaoyong still didn't quite understand Huang Bin's intention. Deal with on the spot? How? He turned around and waved his hand forward and said with a smile, "Learn properly." The clouds in the sky just drifted along in the sky. A man was using a cement trowel, putting cement on the wall. The man was a little tired, his face was full of sweat, panting, and said, "Finally almost finished, this is really tiring." Suddenly, another middle-aged man standing nearby blankly pointed forward. That is. Everyone heard and blankly looked in the direction he was pointing. A group of pottery-like zombies were fiercely rushing towards them quickly. Zombies. The group grabbed their weapons. Damn, why is there a zombie attack without any signs? Prepare to fight, quickly! The zombies were still rushing madly towards them. A zombie with a body full of blood rushed towards a man. Another was also rushing towards another person. They could only scream in fear. Another person was holding a gun but didn't know what to do when he saw the zombie. "Don't come here!" he shouted in fear. The man who had been looking at his teammates screaming as they were attacked by the zombies could only stand and watch in fear. It's not good, too many. Their screams just echoed like that. "I don't want to die." On Huang Bin's side, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to ask him, "Luring zombies to attack, is this the good method you were talking about?" They stood not far away watching. Huang Bin replied when asked, "The resources of our settlement are limited, we can't afford to keep raising useless people. In addition, letting 10 people in at once will create factions, making it difficult to manage." Huang Bin continued with a sinister face, "Okay, it's our turn to act." A Chang and a Xing behind him didn't look much different from him, they were used to this. Among the 5 or 6 people was a woman. She was weakly attacked by the zombies, only knowing how to scream for survival. "No, please." Suddenly, something flew over, causing the heads of the zombies to separate from their bodies. The girl was a little surprised when she saw such a scene. The head of a zombie was lying near her. The person who did it was none other than a Chang. He smiled and reached out to the girl. The girl was still stunned. We're saved." Huang Bin and a Xing were also holding weapons to clean up the zombies. The man saw that they were strangers and asked, Who are you people?" Something fell to the ground. It wasn't clear what it was. Huang Bin, a Chang, a Xing and Jiang Xiaoyong stood together. He took the lead and introduced, "We are the evolvers of the West Wind Steel Factory." Those people were extremely happy when they saw them come to rescue them. "Evolvers? We're saved, thank you." Jiang Xiaoyong stood inside without saying anything, only silently pondering. Strength above 20. These 3 are on par with Zhang Ji's group. Suddenly, while thinking, he suddenly noticed something. Jiang Xiaoyong was shocked, and immediately turned to look at the tall building behind him. In a room, something was shining. What is it? But looking closely, it was just a room reinforced by wooden planks and glass panels. Jiang Xiaoyong calmed down when he saw this, but his eyes still focused on it. Hallucination. While standing blankly, someone called him, "Hey, Jiang Yi, what are you standing there for?" The caller was none other than Huang Bin. He pointed to the corpses of the zombies and said, "Come over here, help me deal with it." Jiang Xiaoyong immediately walked over. "Oh, coming." On the opposite side of the tall building, there seemed to be something standing and looking from there. Just as Jiang Xiaoyong felt, inside that building, there was a monster with a hideous appearance hiding, with many tentacles growing around its body and sharp wrinkles on its face. Huang Bin's group slowly approached the weak people. One of the men among them said, "There are some supplies in the warehouse." Huang Bin turned his head to look at Jiang Xiaoyong and ordered, "Jiang Yi, you stay here, gather all the supplies here to the gate. I will arrange for a truck to transport them later." He walked past him and added, "Turn the corpses of the people who were killed into a pile, and then transfer them away later." Jiang Xiaoyong didn't bother to look at Huang Bin and replied, Huang Bin went ahead and shouted loudly to the people behind, "The rest of you come with me." The people were extremely happy to hear this. Huang Bin just took the group out of the gathering area. From above you could see the corpses of the zombies lying below. Jiang Xiaoyong stayed behind. He reached out and a knife appeared from the air, just right. Back on the side of Huang Bin's group, while walking, a young man among the rescued people suddenly spoke, "Thanks to you, we were able to save our lives." The girl who had been rescued looked at a Chang admiringly and asked, "Brother, does the place we're going to have water? Can we take a bath?" A Chang suddenly unexpectedly put his arms around the girl in his arms. "Not only is there water, but there is also hot water, there is shower gel, you can take a fragrant bath." His voice was teasing. The girl was a little surprised by a Chang's actions, but still smiled. "Really? That's great." While walking, a Xing felt that something was blowing. He realized it, and immediately turned back defensively. Huangbin saw Xing suddenly stopping while walking and asked, "What's wrong, Xing?" Xing still worriedly looked in the direction he felt something was wrong. "There's something." Huangbin heard what Xing said and immediately warned everyone, "Be alert." Chang still had that scoundrel look. He put his arm around the girl standing next to him and said, "Stand behind me, I'll protect you." The girl was a little shy and uncomfortable. The group stood together and began to discuss, "Where is the thing you're talking about?" Xing replied, "I don't know, I can't feel it." But they didn't know that there was something standing from afar on high observing them. Chang thought Xing was having some problem and teased, "Damn, Xing, aren't you too nervous?" Xing with a very worried face turned to say, "I'm not mistaken, it was definitely just now." While Xing was not on guard, a black tentacle came flying from somewhere and cut across the back of his neck. "Xing!" Huangbin called out loudly. The tentacle began to retract after attacking Xing. He also leaned to the side and fell. Huangbin was even louder when he saw this, the tentacle man. When he looked up at the roof over there, he saw nothing appear. Vanished? Too fast. Suddenly someone spoke from behind him, "Behind you." Hearing someone call him, Huangbin immediately turned his head. When he turned his head, the tentacle man was already very close to his face. Back at Jiang Shuyong's side, he used a knife to cut open the stomachs of the dead zombies on the ground. Taking out 2 core crystals, one red and one pink, among these zombies, there are actually 2 alien energy core crystals, lucky. Suddenly a scream came from somewhere, attracting Jiang Shuyong's attention, "Help!" He heard the scream and immediately raised his head. The scream was none other than Huangbin's. The tentacle man had used all of his tentacles to wrap around Huangbin's body. He was now terrified and only knew how to scream for help. I'm done for." The tentacle man was very fierce. He used his tentacles to wrap tighter, wanting to break Huangbin's bones. The people standing right there didn't know what to do, only knowing how to blankly stare with their mouths open. Huangbin's blood seemed to splatter everywhere, accompanied by a miserable scream. Chang's face was no longer arrogant but became fearful. The girl standing behind him didn't look much better. After dealing with Huangbin, the tentacle man slowly turned to look at Chang. His mouth was constantly making noises. Chang saw him looking at him and fearfully took a few steps back. "No, not really." Suddenly, Chang grabbed the girl's hand next to him tightly. Without thinking, he threw the girl towards the tentacle man. The girl was surprised by his action and didn't have time to do anything but let out a scream. The young girl was just wrapped tightly by the tentacles of the tentacle man. The tentacles increasingly squeezed the girl's body. She could only be afraid and teary-eyed. Her consciousness gradually faded away. The girl's eyes slowly closed. Suddenly, there was some noise. The girl unexpectedly escaped from the tentacles of the tentacle man and fell heavily to the ground. The tentacles of the tentacle man were also lying scattered on the ground near the girl. She looked blankly. The person who did it was none other than Jiang Xiaoyong. He was intently looking at the sharp knife in his hand. "Jiang Yi," someone said loudly. The tentacle man stood behind him, painfully hugging his body tightly. Jiang Xiaoyong was not afraid and said, "Is this the tentacle man that everyone was talking about?" Chang was still a little scared and pointed forward while saying, No, this is the tentacle man's son." Jiang Xiaoyong was confused. "Son?" Chang then continued, "That's right, our name for them." He began to tell Jiang Xiaoyong more about the information about this tentacle man. The tentacle man often mumbles in his mouth, son, plus the fact that he can transform ordinary zombies into monsters with similar characteristics to him. We call these transformed monsters the tentacle man's sons. The shape of the tentacle man really looks like a human. Only a few squirming tentacles appear on his body. After Chang finished speaking, he suddenly fell silent in fear. The tentacle man's son is a powerful monster that even Brother Deping and Auntie find it difficult to face alone. This kid Jiang Yi is definitely not a match. No, I have to run. Thinking this, he immediately ran away as fast as he could, even using the excuse that, "Jiang Yi, you hold him back, I'll go call for reinforcements." Now there were only the weak and blank people left, huh? The group also ran away in fear. Run. Jiang Xiaoyong was still standing there blankly. He still had that cold face looking at them running away. These guys want to betray me, taking advantage of the time to save themselves and run away. behind Jiang Xiaoyong. The tentacle man's son was still looking at him intently. Its tentacles moved so fast that they wanted to directly wrap around his body. Quickly, the large tentacles had wrapped tightly around Jiang Xiaoyong's hands, feet, and body. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled with interest and glanced back and said, "The tentacle man's son, very interesting setting." Without saying another word, he began to try his best to shake his hands and pull the tentacles of it. The tentacle man's son was pulled forward by his strength. His face was a little dazed. Jiang Xiaoyong said with interest, "You have aroused my interest." The tentacle man's son used his feet to scrub strongly on the ground so as not to be pulled forward. Its large body was gently pulled closer by Jiang Xiaoyong. The tentacle man's son was still trying to control himself. Jiang Xiaoyong gently used force to pull it closer. "The alien power that I opened before hasn't had a chance to use yet. It's just right to use you to try it out today." With that, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing the ground below to shatter, with rocks flying everywhere. From both sides of his eyes, small electrical sparks also appeared. Instinct overload. Jiang Xiaoyong strongly waved his hand down to the ground, and the tentacle man's son immediately and lightly flew into the air. His whole large body just slammed hard on the ground and was dragged away. When he approached Jiang Xiaoyong, he used his foot to stomp directly on his head. His face still had no emotion at this time. His foot was still on the head of the monster. It lay below, only knowing how to scream. That girl stood not far away and witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be surprised and a little panicked. Jiang Xiaoyong hungrily tore apart the tentacles on the body of the tentacle man's son with his bare hands. His face seemed to darken. The tentacles were broken off and thrown on the ground. The body of the tentacle man's son also fell apart into many pieces. Jiang Xiaoyong, with a face full of blood, slowly approached the girl and asked, "Are you okay?" The weak girl saw his appearance and immediately screamed in fear. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled gently, raised his hand to wipe the blood stains on his face and said, don't panic, I'm a human, not a monster." On the side of the group, the men ran after Chang to the gate of the base, constantly shouting, "We're here, we're finally here." Depeng, Sister Ling and Li Qing were all standing there. Depeng looked at their panicked appearance and asked, "What's the matter? Where are Xiao Bin and Xing?" Sister Ling, who was holding a knife in her hand, also spoke up. Chang, who was now panicked and panting, recounted the events to them. Xiao Bin and brother Xing were killed by the tentacle man's son. Li Qing still calmly asked, "Where is the newly arrived Jiang Yi?" Chang replied when asked, "No need to think, he must be dead too. The three of them are not a match for the tentacle man's son." Depeng listened to the story and lowered his head in anger. His eyes could kill someone at this time. He glanced at the weak people in front of him. They were very afraid. Tension was evident on their faces. Depeng said, "Just because." As he spoke, he used all his strength to throw the axe in his hand towards the weak people. "You guys." The sharp iron axe was just thrown straight into the middle of the chest of a man standing in the middle. He was weak and couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the axe. Blood splattering out non-stop. Sister Ling saw him angry like that and turned to panic and said, "Depeng, calm down." The other weak people only knew how to open their mouths wide when they saw this. Suddenly, a bundled mass of tentacles was thrown in front of Depeng from somewhere. Those people were a little surprised and puzzled, and looked up. The person who appeared was none other than Jiang Xiaoyong, followed by the girl from earlier. Li Qing saw that he was not injured and happily said, "Jiang Yi, you're not dead." Sister Ling was a little surprised and looked down at the bundled mass of tentacles lying on the ground, that is. Jiang Xiaoyong spoke coldly, "The tentacle man's son or whatever was killed by me, the hatred of your relatives, I have avenged them for you." Depeng's eyes were very sad as he thought. Sister Ling next to him was also thinking silently, "Is this kid's ability so strong?" Jiang Xiaoyong said loudly, "Okay, you two leaders, hurry up and arrange for vehicles and people to follow me to clean up the spoils of war." A moment later inside a room, Depeng sat down and turned to ask Chang, "Are you sure the strength of the tentacle man's son is stronger than Li Qing's?" Inside the room, Sister Ling was also sitting opposite him. Chang's face was straight and a little angry but still replied, "That guy almost killed him and brother Xing in an instant. Can Li Qing do it?" "I'm afraid." The more he spoke, the more his face wrinkled. "I'm afraid even the two of you would find it difficult to do it." Depeng listened and turned to say to Sister Ling, "When I threatened him before, although he reacted in time, he only took out his weapon, he didn't have time to prepare to fight. How could he have such strong strength?" Sister Ling was still thinking about something in her head. Hearing his question, she immediately turned to state her speculation. The tentacle man's son achieved his goal by sneak attacking. Maybe it's not as exaggerated as we think. Dupin heard and also felt it made sense. That makes sense. But no matter what, we can't keep this person. What if one day he joins hands with Li Qing? He was speaking when Sister Ling suddenly raised her hand to signal silence. Sure. A knock on the door came from outside. Sister Ling called, "Come in." Li Qing walked in from the outside. "Leader." Dupin turned around and asked, "What's the matter, Brother Li?" Li Qing first comforted the two Dupin and Sister Ling. "Brother Dupin, Sister Ling, please restrain your grief." Dupin replied with a face without any emotion. "I've seen these scenes so many times, no need to say that, get to the main point." Li Qing immediately continued, "Jiang Ye's ability is probably equal to mine. In my opinion, why not give him a position as a cadre?" Dupin heard that request and sternly refused. "No, his background." Sister Ling glanced over and raised her hand to signal him to be silent. Then she began to speak. "With Jiang Ye's ability, he is of course qualified to be a cadre, but he still has to contribute meritorious service to make everyone, Fu, convinced." Li Qing spoke while holding out a finger as a symbol. "Isn't killing a tentacle man's son considered meritorious service?" Sister Ling suddenly had a sinister face with a smile full of intentions. If he can kill the tentacle man to prove himself, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Li Qing felt that it was not very appropriate after hearing this and objected, asking him to do something that even the two of you can't do. Is that fair? Sister Ling gave a nonchalant smile and replied, "Don't worry, we're not asking him to go and die. We will also take action, gather all the strength of the gathering place, and completely solve the threat of this tentacle man." A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong spoke up, "Oh, an action with me as the center." He smiled without any fear and continued, "I just arrived and have already taken such great credit. Is that okay?" Duping and Sister Ling stood and smiled but with intentions. Sister Ling gently said, "AI, what's not okay? After all, the ability you showed may not even be inferior to me and Duping." Duping, standing next to him, also chimed in, "If the action is successful, then the third seat of the gathering place will belong to you." Then he turned to look at Li Qing and continued, "Brother Li, Jiang Yi is relying on strength to climb above your head. I'm sure you don't have any objections, right?" Li Qing immediately replied without any thought, "No objections." Duping continued after hearing this, "That's good, it's settled then, 2 days later we will act." Jiang Xiaoyong gave a smile and thought to himself, "What a frank and sincere proposal. I'm a little touched, if not for." He thought to himself, "Mind's eye." In his eyes at this moment, Duping and Sister Ling both showed an evil face. Only Li Qing looked cold but showed a good face. A intermittent sound was emitted. Xiao Jia pushed the door open and rushed into the room, eagerly yelling, "Brother Xiaoyong, it's the walkie-talkie Brother Xiaoyong left behind." Li Hongli picked up the walkie-talkie and said sternly, "Hello, Xiaoyong, how's it going on your side?" There was a crackling sound on the other side, and then a voice came back. "Read you loud and clear." The young man standing on the crane announced to the other side of the walkie-talkie, "The day after tomorrow morning, at the park in the southern suburbs, call Chongjia and some of our strongest people." Jiang Xiaoyong looked down at the houses below. It's time to completely deal with the threat in Cheng'an. After the conversation through the walkie-talkie, Hongli turned to look at the group of people surrounding him. He looked at the oldest man in the group and said, "Uncle Xing, you're old, don't participate in this kind of playing with your life. Besides, we still need you to hold the fort over there." Uncle Xing immediately agreed upon hearing this. "Okay, then Lao Li's group must pay attention to safety. This action is not the same as before." Hongli made a sound, "Understood." Then he looked at a group of younger people gathering over there and ordered in a low voice, "Zhang Ji, Xiao Kai, Shan Shan, Zi Xian, Lu Chao, Chen Jia, plus Chen Chong. The 7 of you come with me on this trip, yes?" Suddenly the little kid appeared from somewhere. Shuai Shuai boldly pointed at himself expressing, "Me too, I also want to participate in this action." Shaoli, the kid's mother, didn't think it was right, and had to persuade him, "War is for adults, what are you doing interfering as a kid?" Shuai Shuai said unwillingly, "I'm not a kid anymore, I'm a man." Uncle Song saw the tense situation and stood up to mediate. "Don't worry, Shuai Shuai's mother, with Shuai Shuai's current ability, don't even mention zombies. Even in our core team, he can't be considered weak. Homely also based on this to continue. Experiencing these things early is not a bad thing. I will pay attention to protecting him. At the same time, 2 battle cars entered the small alley. Dapeng opened the car door and stepped out to look at the surrounding scenery. This is the place. Everyone also got out of the car one after another upon hearing this. Xiaoyong glanced at Dapeng and asked, "How do we lure him out?" He calmly smiled and replied, "Don't worry, we have our own ways." Receiving a firm answer from the other party, Xiaoyong didn't ask any more. He looked around, as if looking for something. Then he suddenly stopped, looking intently at the faint light on the upper floor of a high-rise building not far away. And in that place, Li Hongli was holding binoculars to observe the situation below. The expression of Uncle Song standing next to him at the time was no less tense. In the back, Xiao Jia was tidying up his bag. He asked, "Uncle Li, can you see clearly? Do you need to get a little closer?" Hongli still held the binoculars and looked down below, saying, Xiaoyong specifically instructed, before taking action, don't get too close to the park in the suburbs. Then he made a plan, his eyes still fixed on the scenery in the street below. Arrange the ropes ready, we will infiltrate from the side later. At that moment, down there, Sister Ling called the boy carrying a bag on his back over, "Kid, come here." The boy immediately walked over and stood close to her, replying, "Leader, what are your instructions?" Her face without a trace of good intentions ordered the boy, Go into the park." The boy hesitated when he heard this. Weren't we told to come to carry the spoils of war? Li Qing at this time also didn't understand what she wanted, and asked Sister Ling, "What's going on?" Sister Ling smiled and explained, "That guy keeps babbling about his son, then we will give him a son. Don't worry, we will catch the tentacle man as soon as he appears. This kid will not be in danger." The boy was horrified after hearing this and refused repeatedly, "Leader, I'm not going, I don't want to be bait." A hurried footstep approached. Dapeng angrily grabbed the boy's collar. "Stop babbling, if you dawdle any longer, I'll kill you first." Then he mercilessly and forcefully threw the whole boy into the forest. The boy groaned softly in pain after being thrown. Li Hongli just happened to witness this whole scene from the binoculars up high. He said to his teammates, "Something's up, action." Then he and a few strong young men in the group climbed down by rope. The boy limped forward, worriedly looking at the group standing from afar, and weakly called out, "Help, help me." A voice yelled, "Son." Immediately, a figure jumped down, making the surrounding ground crack as if it had been jindong, vibrated. The boy was immediately scared and screamed, "I don't want to die." Zhang Xingzhe's eyes in zombie form suddenly flashed. Li Qing standing outside shouted, "Okay, the tentacle man has taken the bait, quickly save him." A hand hurriedly grabbed his arm to stop him. Sister Ling calmly smiled and looked at him. "It has been agreed that you will not compete for credit with Jiang Yi." Xiaoyong heard her mention him and laughed a few times in response, "I know." Then he jumped away, dashing towards the boy with lightning speed. Forcefully grabbed his clothes in the boy's surprised confusion. However, decisively threw the boy behind him. Li Qing was standing behind preparing an advance, and quickly caught the boy, keeping him standing still in his hand. At that moment, the glasses fell off. Zhang Xingzhe used his tentacles to crazily besiege Xiaoyong, loudly shouting, "Return my son to me." But he didn't say anything, only quietly looked at the person in front of him for a while and then spoke up because he looked a little familiar. "You." Li Qing standing from afar encouraged, "Jiang Yi, hold on." Then he was suddenly held tightly by 2 people behind him. "The truth, because I know the secret of you guys eating people." Li Qing was shocked after hearing this. Eating people? Suddenly someone yelled, "Fire!" Bullets were directly fired at them. Dapeng retreated. "It's a sneak attack." Sister Ling at this time could no longer maintain her previous smug expression. She yelled, "Who is it?" Li Hongli and the young men in the team constantly held guns and fired intensely at this side. Zhang Xingzhe glanced over and just happened to see a small figure holding a lit glass bottle. Shui held the glass bottle high and said loudly, "Uncle Xiaoyong, we've come to help you." Then he quickly and neatly threw the bottle forward without hesitation. Before the bottle could even get close to Zhang Xingzhe, it was lashed by his tentacles and broken in 2. Zhang Xingzhe stood still looking. In his eyes now reflected the figure of Shui. He asked with a trembling tone, Son? Then Xingzhe's voice gradually faded, "Son." Shui saw that the situation in front of him was not as expected and cursed, "Damn, I didn't expect this animal to be so strong." Hearing those impolite words, Xingzhe angrily scolded, "Don't curse." Zhang Ji standing not far away warned everyone, "Watch out, this guy is not an ordinary zombie." One of the group immediately rushed out. Zhang Ji was worried and shouted, "Chongjia, be careful." The man called Chongjia didn't say much and ran straight to Zhang Xingzhe. Sister Ling's group hiding behind the trees observed the situation and wondered, "What is that, another mutant?" Sister Ling also saw this scene and was a little confused. A mutant is fighting side by side with a human? Chongjia rushed over to attack the target, and at that moment the tentacles also launched out one after another, as if to restrain him. The tentacles quickly covered Chongjia's whole body. Then he immediately shook them off. Some tentacles were accidentally torn apart without mercy. Without knowing where it came from, another tentacle quickly approached his head. At the same time the voice from outside shouted, "Chongjia, be careful." A tentacle then hit him, making him unable to defend, and was hit back. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled gleefully while looking at the scene in front of him. "Chongjia, you've met your match." Depeng saw that he was tied up and still joking like that and gritted his teeth slightly. That kid Jiang Yi still has the mood to laugh. Over here, Xiaoyong didn't joke anymore. He sternly and without saying a word directly tore apart the tentacles that were binding him. A voice from outside full of surprise and disbelief rang out. Tore them apart, those are the tentacle man's body tentacles. A young man with brown hair suddenly spoke, wait a minute. The young man with brown hair continued, that kid just now seemed to call Jiang Yi Uncle Xiaoyong. Depeng heard this and asked, so what? Then the young man with brown hair seemed to remember something and repeated, it seems that a Xing once said that the leader of the gathering place in Chase City is named. Hearing this, Sister Ling understood, Jiang Xiaoyong, you're not mistaken, are you? The young man with brown hair replied definitely, that's right, it's Jiang Xiaoyong. Depeng heard the conversation and finally realized everything. He slammed his arm against the tree trunk in annoyance and cursed, damn, we've been tricked by that kid. Sister Ling was also no less annoyed than him and gritted her teeth. Speaking like that, then this group of people must be the main combat force of that gathering place. Those people looked at the group of Li Hongli, those guys. Sister Ling's eyes were full of ferocity, and also those kids on this side. Then they looked at Zhang Ji, who was anxiously standing outside. The person with the strongest ability among them is about the same as Li Qing, but the weapons in their hands are very strong. Then they cast their eyes on the figure of the young man who had just torn apart those tentacles. The most ruthless person is Jiang Yi. No, it should be Jiang Xiaoyong. And they didn't forget to mention Chongjia, along with the mutant with strength not inferior to the tentacle man. Sister Ling observed the situation once again and gave her assessment. Our chance of winning is not high. Even if we barely win, then I'm afraid that both sides will suffer heavy losses. The young man with brown hair became worried, then what to do? As if an idea had occurred to her, Sister Ling immediately shouted, I have it. Depeng, hold those people back, cover me. Depeng said a word as if to agree and then quickly ran away with the axe. He ran and decisively threw the flaming axe forward. The axe with blazing flames flew over. At the same time, the stones were thrown into the group of people one after another. Someone in their group yelled, watch out. The stones just flew out like a storm non-stop. In the dark and quiet night, the trees from afar just fell down like that. Li Hongli hid behind a tree nearby, cursing inwardly, damn it, the other team is disturbing us, what do they want to do? Sister Ling took the opportunity to rush near Shuai Shuai while everyone was running away. A voice rang out, be careful. Xiao Jia hurriedly put himself in front of Shuai Shuai, aiming at us. A foot immediately raised and touched his head. Then that foot forcefully kicked him away, making him exclaim, so strong, he's an evolver. Sister Ling reached out to Shuai Shuai and lifted the boy up. She stared at the boy, little brat, I'll choose you. Meng Shan Shan stood on the other side and shouted worriedly, Shuai Shuai. Having his clothes tightened, Shuai Shuai resisted with some difficulty. Don't even think about it, taking me as a hostage. Sister Ling slightly pursed her lips. Oh, little brat has some ability, huh? Then she unceremoniously punched the boy in the face, causing him to cry out in pain. Zhang Xingzhe at this time could no longer remain calm and shouted loudly, son! Chongjia at this time took the opportunity to sit on his shoulders, reaching out to strangle Xingzhe's neck. Chongjia roared, and a hazy stream of gas emitted from the antivirus mask. Xiaoyong didn't turn his head, but gently reminded him, okay Chongjia, let him go. Chongjia was a little confused and was stunned. Seeing this, Xiaoyong pointed to Shuai Shuai, who was being controlled on the other side. He's about to risk his life. At this time, hindering him is not a wise choice. Sister Ling impatiently reached out to touch Shuai Shuai's neck and threatened, "If you don't want this kid to lose his head, then put down your weapons." Shan Shan, standing outside, then worriedly called, "Shuai Shuai, don't touch him." Hongli interjected, reaching out to touch himself, and said, "You let him go, let me be the hostage, exchange with him." She still didn't compromise, just looked at the group of people and smiled, saying, "Looking at how anxious you guys are, I know I've caught the right person." Hongli was angry but couldn't do anything, only could stand there clenching his teeth in frustration. Damn it, if something happens to Shuai Shuai, then how can I explain to his mother? Sister Ling didn't give them time to hesitate, and decisively ordered, "Right now, everyone put your weapons on the ground, then retreat more than 100 meters. Hongli then listened and held the weapon out ready to put it down, then waved his hand and said to the people behind, "Do as she says." She continued again, "Then, tell that monster to come with you." At that moment, a shout suddenly rang out, "Sister Ling, watch out!" Tentacles flew out from somewhere unexpectedly in her bewildered gaze. Those tentacles then slammed down, causing her to be thrown away, creating no small shock. A tentacle attacked the young man with the head standing nearby. Dapeng shouted in horror, "A Chang!" Sister Ling quickly regained her balance and landed. What's going on? Weren't those tentacles being restrained by them? Then she looked up and caught Shiyong's complacent expression. And she also found Chong Jia standing next to him, with a curious voice, there, watching a show. A tentacle wrapped around Shuai Shuai's feet. Li Hongli noticed this and loudly reminded the boy, "Shuai Shuai, get away from there." Jiang Xiaoyong reassured him, "It's okay, Shuai Shuai is not in danger." Hongli still didn't quite believe him and hesitated a little. Not in danger? Shuai Shuai was then lifted by those tentacles in front of Xingzhe. He looked at the boy and gently called, "Son." Shuai Shuai, being called intimately like that, the boy was stunned. "Dad." Xiaoyong, standing behind, spoke to interrupt, "How is it, Zhang Xingzhe? I do what I say, your wife and children are living very well." Hearing the familiar name, Shuai Shuai suddenly hesitated. "Yes, it is Dad." Xiaoyong confirmed, "That's right, that's your dad. At first I guessed correctly. Your dad has a physique similar to Chong Jia." Hearing this, the boy immediately choked and leaned his head on Xingzhe's shoulder, and cried bitterly, "Dad." Dapeng saw that everything was out of control at this time and cursed uncomfortably, "Damn it, what a freakish plot this is." Then turned to say to his companions, "It's a failure, retreat, retreat quickly." But Xingzhe wouldn't easily let them go like that. The tentacles launched straight towards Dapeng's hastily running figure. Those tentacles instantly surrounded his body. Dapeng struggled desperately, "Quick, cut off the tentacles." Waiting for a long time but still didn't see any movement, he glanced back to remind, "Huang Ling, what are you waiting for?" Sister Ling silently didn't say anything and immediately turned her head to run away. Dapeng saw this and angrily shouted, "Damn it, you're betraying me." While running away, she thought to herself, even fighting side by side is not necessarily a match for the tentacle man, let alone with that group of people there. The only way to survive now is to take advantage of Wang Dapeng holding him back. While thinking about that, she suddenly widened her eyes. Because her feet were wrapped by the tentacles, Sister Ling complained, "Oh no." Then her body immediately fell to the ground. Sister Ling's glasses shattered. She struggled to support herself, cursing softly, "Damn it." Before Sister Ling had time to complain, her whole body was pulled away by the tentacle wrapped around her feet. Her body rubbed against the ground, causing her to cry out in pain nonstop. Dapeng was tied up not far away and saw this scene and curled his lips. "This whore still wants to betray me, now it's good." Then he looked at the person standing in front of him and called, "Li Qing, now we can only rely on the two of us." Li Qing, when called that, could only grit his teeth and say helplessly, "Damn it, there's no way." A hand patted on his shoulder. Li Qing was stunned and turned his head to look back. "You, since when did you appear behind me?" Xiaoyong only casually advised, "Don't take action, I guarantee your safety." Dapeng, when he heard this, was anxious. "Li Qing, you bastard, you also want to betray me?" The tentacles at this moment lifted his body up, then forcefully slammed down. Dapeng struggled to raise his head. His face was full of strawberry syrup because his whole body collided too strongly with the ground. Looking very dirty, he coughed. Then the tentacles rose high one after another. then slammed down, causing De Peng's whole body to shatter. The body parts just flew everywhere. On the other side, Sister Ling, after being surrounded by Xingzhe's tentacles, was constantly struggling. "Let me go!" After calling for help, the tentacle once again tightened around her waist. The tentacle was getting tighter and tighter. From her eyeliner, nostrils and mouth constantly flowed a dark red stream of blood. Both of Sister Ling's eyeballs were now infected with an unconcealable strawberry syrup color. The tentacle gradually covered her head, causing her to scream in pain a few times. Then Xingzhe suddenly used force to make the tentacles crush her entire body. The body parts once again flew out as a signal that a life had just ended. Xingzhe calmly retracted the tentacles, letting the body parts drop, still remaining there. At the place where Xiaoyong was standing, the system panel suddenly appeared. Mission: Nemesis of Evil Volume 3 has been completed. Mission requirements: eliminate the threat. Help the potential teammates. Reward points: 80 points. Current points: 151 points. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled softly. This potential teammate refers to Jiang Xingzhe, huh? Then he turned to look at Li Qing and asked, "Okay, do you have anything you want to ask?" Hearing this, Li Qing hesitated. "You are people from the Chase City gathering place, in the eastern city?" Xiaoyong confirmed, "That's right." Seeing this, he continued, "What did you mean by eating people before?" Coming to this, Xiaoyong's face became gloomy. With a deep voice, "Did you think that you can become an evolver by relying on luck alone?" Li Qing heard him say that and gradually understood the hidden meaning inside that. "You mean, the reason we can become evolvers is because we had to." Then he seemed to recall when he held the box of meat in his hand. A tender voice rang out, "Mom, I also want to eat meat." The mother stopped her child. "Be good, don't make trouble. Uncle eats meat to have the strength to protect us." The mother shyly looked at Li Qing and explained, "Brotherly, sorry. The child doesn't understand." Li Qing didn't mind and handed the box of meat in his hand out. "It's okay, let the child eat a piece." The mother hurriedly refused. "No need, brotherly, no need." Remembering this, Li Qing's face turned pale. At that time, a group of people rushed in. "It's happening again. The tentacle man is here again. Several people have disappeared." "Did you guys see the tentacle man with your own eyes?" "Didn't see. If we saw him, then would we still be alive to come back?" The mother, who had been shy just now, had now become panicked and looked around searching. "Where's my daughter? Did anyone see my daughter?" As if realizing what the meat in his stomach was, Li Qing couldn't help but throw up in disgust. Next he ran to the side of the girl's body. Directly used his hands to tear apart that body, constantly cursing, "Damn it, animal." After tearing for a while, he stopped, tiredly panting. Li Qing gritted his teeth and looked at the group of people and asked, "Then you guys, did you also rely on eating people to get strength?" Li Hongli heard him say that and waved his hand. "What do you think of us? We're not that kind of person." Xiaoyong continued, "Rest assured, we know more information than you. We have other ways to get strength." Then he flicked out a red jade. Li Qing reached out to grab the jade. "Relying on this?" Xiaoyong told him that the jade was the core of the alien species, which could be obtained from the bodies of zombies and other evolvers, although not as common as human meat. But the effect was better than eating human meat, and there were no side effects. Hearing the last sentence, Li Qing asked, "Side effects?" Xiaoyong then explained, "I think you've also felt it. After becoming an evolver, your emotions are easily out of control. Moreover, violence and slaughter will make you feel excited." Li Qing nodded. "That's right." Then he said stammeringly, "Then in the future." Understanding what he wanted to say, Xiaoyong replied, "It can't be changed, but starting now to stop eating meat at least can make your violence and perversion not progress any further." Xiaoyong looked at the two Zhang Xingzhe over there. "As for you," he asked, "Zhang Xingzhe, can you speak fluently?" Xingzhe waved his hand and stuttered, "Jiang Zong, thank you, son, save dad." This successfully made Xiaoyong lose his patience. He gritted out, "Mother of God, are you doing a morality and ethics comedy with me?" Xingzhe shook his head repeatedly and denied. "No, the meaning is, Jiangzong, son. Jiangzong, son?" While talking, he suddenly coughed a few times and then mumbled again, "Jiangzong, son." To this point, he uncomfortably sked a sound. Xiaoyong surrendered and gestured to stop. Enough, I understand your meaning." Then he said, after looking at Xingzhe's appearance once more, "Similar to Chongjia, although the mutation affects the language center, but the mind is still clear. But your current appearance is really a bit scary. taking you back to the gathering place seems a bit. Speaking to this point, Xiaoyong coughed a few times softly. Xingzhi's intermittent voice rang out once again, no need, this land, used to, worry, disappear. Xiaoyong then kindly translated each word for him to understand. You mean you're used to it, seeing your son safe, so you're at ease, huh? He heard that and gave a thumbs up, Jiangzong, huge wisdom, huge wisdom. Xiaoyong was speechless, that's called smart. He turned to look at the man covered in strawberry syrup and said, You, Li Qing, now that the threat has been eliminated, then the remaining people of the Shifeng Steel Factory I'm afraid will have to be led by you. Li Qing didn't think it was right and immediately retorted, No, I'm a person who has eaten people. If I'm the leader of the Shifeng Steel Factory then everyone will not be safe. Xiaoyong listened and put his hand on his chin to ponder for a while. Then he looked at the group of Hongli. Like this, you, Li Hongli, in my opinion, the Shifeng Steel Factory will be led by you. Hongli replied, okay. He continued. Then Li Qing will come back with me to Chase City. A hand patted on Li Qing's shoulder. Xiaoyong leaned close to his ear and whispered, The devil in your heart, I will watch over for you. At the neighboring city, the border of S City. A voice yelled, Help, help me. Xing Kai tightly gripped his teammate's arm. Don't go, he's beyond saving. That unfortunate young man was now struggling to crawl on the ground. Waiting for him behind were the creepy zombies gradually approaching. That teammate couldn't bear to witness this scene anymore, cursed and turned to run away quickly. The young man crawling on the ground opened his eyes wide in disbelief and yelled loudly, Help, help me. Then he was surrounded by zombies and torn apart. Now, that young man's body had become a black and sticky mess. That body slowly squirmed. And so, a new zombie was formed. Xiao Tong ran with the group for a while and then stopped tiredly, leaning on a tree nearby to pant and said, It's not good, I can't run anymore. Xing Kai quickly grabbed her arm and advised, Even if you can't run anymore then you have to run, once you're caught up then you'll be torn to pieces. The black-haired young man raised his hand, Wait a minute. Xing Kai didn't understand and asked, What's wrong? The young man immediately made a silent gesture, listen carefully. Then the young man quietly stood listening to the wind whistling past his ear. After listening, the whole group was delighted. Wind, it's the sound of wind, it's true, it's the sound of wind, there's the sound of wind, that proves we're about to run to the edge of the forest. Suddenly a strange sound rang out behind them. The whole group didn't say much and quickly ran away from that place. They're catching up, can't be slow, run quickly. Xing Kai held his girlfriend's hand tightly and said, Victory is in sight, can't die here. Both of them ran away with hurried steps. After a while, the high-rise buildings were revealed at the end of the road. They said happily, Light, there's light in front, we're not far from the edge of the forest anymore. Xiao Tong carelessly pointed forward, Success, we've succeeded, we're finally saved. Next to her at that time a rope was slowly being lowered. Her teammate noticed it, and immediately warned, Careful. But it was still one step too late. The rope immediately wrapped around Xiao Tong's neck. Then forcefully pulled her whole body up. The animal in the air immediately bit off Xiao Tong's body, leaving only her legs. Her legs decisively fell to the ground in everyone's horrified shock. Xing Kai lost his composure and shouted, Xiao Tong, my Xiao Tong! Causing his teammate to say to stop him, Hey, calm down a bit. That strange sound rang out again. The black-haired young man cursed uncomfortably. That plant-based creature has caught up again. Then quickly turned around and hit Xing Kai in the face. The young man shook his body hard. Xiao Tong is dead. If you don't want to be buried with her then calm down for me right now. Xing Kai cried and wailed, Sorry. At this time the whole group finally escaped from that forest. The sound of footsteps clattering rang out. The zombies formed a line and took steps. Their sticky feet touched the ground. It turned out that it wasn't just a few, but a group of zombies. They slowly pulled each other towards the high-rise buildings in front of them. The group of Xing Kai had now also arrived at a small alley. The black-haired young man looked at that entrance, and said to his teammates, This place, I know it. The young man explained to his teammates about the area they had set foot on. This place is the suburban park of M City. We've arrived at M City. A teammate in the group asked in confusion, Strange, why isn't there anyone? It seems that everyone has been abandoned. The other person also agreed, That's right. The black-haired young man said as if it was reasonable. Such a big thing happened in our S City, it's reasonable that the neighboring M City was evacuated. Shinkai suddenly pointed forward and said, "What is that?" Following his arm was a figure hiding behind a utility pole. The black-haired young man stepped out, a survivor. It seems that those who escaped before were successful too. Then the young man boldly struck up a conversation. "Hey, buddy, where's the evacuation point?" Zhang Taiching raised his head to look at them. When seeing the entire appearance of the other party, the tone of the group trembled. Plant creature. Then the whole group screamed and turned to run away. Zhang Taiching just watched after them, silently not saying anything. After running for a while, they stopped. The black-haired young man asked, Is he chasing after us?" Shinkai turned his head to look behind and replied, "It seems not." The black-haired young man was confused at this time. What's going on? Why are there plant creatures outside the forest? One of the group speculated, could it be that the outside of the forest has also fallen? Shinkai hurriedly said, then why didn't the forest spread outside? Another person worried. What should we do now? That strange sound rang out again. At this time it seemed to be getting closer to them. Each zombie saw the group of people and quickly ran over. They were startled and screamed, "Plant creature!" One of them said, "There's one on this side too." Another person saw that the situation was not good and cursed, "Damn, we're surrounded." Shinkai at this time sat down on the ground in despair. "It's over, we shouldn't have run out, living temporarily in the forest. Maybe we could have lived a few more months." Xiaotong wouldn't have died either. Several zombies constantly pounced over. The black-haired young man was not subdued, and resolutely held up his weapon. "I don't want to be torn apart by them. I don't want to die like this." A tentacle that didn't know where it came from drilled through the head of the young man. That tentacle reached out to tear apart the head of that zombie. Zhang Xingzhe stepped forward confidently in the horrified gaze of everyone around him. His eyes were firm. Someone in the group suddenly spoke, What's going on?" In another place, night enveloped the strong base, looking somewhat quiet. Jiang Xiaoyong stood outside the balcony looking at the surrounding scenery and whispered, "The wind is really strong today." The system panel unexpectedly appeared in front of his eyes. Mission: Utopian Society. Utopia is in progress. Mission content: expand the community. Mission progress. Establish a branch. Shifeng Steel Factory has been completed. Mission evaluation points plus 20. Current evaluation points 62. Reward points plus 80. Current points 231. Xiaoyong looked at the points and clicked his tongue. Oh, there are 80 more points again. A bit too many to spend. The screen at this time displayed, Weapon Threat Supply Crate, Level 2, minus 20 points. Next was Alien Ability Awakening Supply Crate Level 3, minus 100 points. And finally Black Technology Supply Crate Level 2, minus 50 points. But it seemed that those items didn't gain any interest from Xiaoyong. He pressed the manual refresh button. Minus 4 points. Let's see if there's any new good stuff. The system panel immediately switched information, successfully exchanged the Weapon Threat Supply Crate Level 2, minus 20 points, successfully exchanged the Alien Ability Awakening Supply Crate Level 3, minus 100 points, successfully exchanged the Black Technology Supply Crate Level 2, minus 100 points. Xiaoyong looked at the screen in surprise. Level 3 crate. Holy crap! Level 2 crates have already opened up the physical overload. Let's see what the Level 3 crate has. Then his finger lightly touched the screen. A series of information suddenly appeared on the system screen, striking his eyes. Open the Weapon Threat Supply Crate Level 1. Receive the reward, 1 Armored Jeep. Open the Alien Ability Awakening Supply Crate Level 3. Receive the reward, Enslavement Seal Level 1. Characteristics: imprint the enslavement seal on the enemy, causing them to become the user's servant. Maximum number of slaves, 1. Open the Black Technology Supply Crate Level 2. Receive the reward, Physical Strengthening Drug plus 30. Looking at the reward of the enslavement seal, Xiaoyong was a little pensive. Can only enslave one person, huh? Currently, Chong Jia, Zhang Xingzhe and Li Qing are all considered stable. Observe for a while first. The system panel once again displayed new information. Mission: Utopian Society. Utopia is in progress. Mission content: expand the community. Mission progress. Let the gathering place independently resist invasion once. In progress. Reward evaluation points 10. New mission: Weed Extermination Volume 1. Mission requirements: eliminate the threat that weeds bring. Reward points 100 points. Looking at the last line of the mission, Xiaoyong was slightly puzzled. Weed extermination. Eliminate the threat brought by weeds, huh? He looked at the nearby field, with a deep tone, meaning, you want me to go to the field to help pull weeds, huh? The walkie-talkie on the table suddenly emitted a sound. Brother Xiaoyong, can you hear me? Something happened to Shuai's dad. At this time everyone suddenly started talking about it in panic. That is, a zombie, huh? What's going on? Could it be like that zombie, also in the same group as leader Jiang? Now everyone fell silent, and witnessed the scene of Zhang Xingzhe in zombie form dragging the corpse of another mutated zombie towards them. Seeing that everyone was silent, not saying anything, caused Zhang Xingzhe to suddenly fall into embarrassment and ponder. Suddenly someone ran over and called out loudly, causing him to pay attention. Dad! A tall and a small person ran over excitedly. He immediately recognized and called out, Son, and his wife. Hearing such a special way of addressing him, Uncle Sheng wondered, and his wife? Jiang Xiaoyong then explained to him, it must mean wife, he's mutated, affecting his language center. Now it's similar to a patient with aphasia. His wife and son hugged Zhang Xingzhe. His wife couldn't control her emotions and cried a lot, so the whole family of three was finally reunited. At this time Jiang Xiaoyong reached out to take a sample of skin on the body of the mutated zombie, and he wondered, it's this thing, huh? Zhang Xingzhe replied, even though his language was somewhat disorganized, main course, food, border, vegetables stewed with meat, meat stewed with vegetables. Hearing Lao Zhang say that, he unconsciously asked back, meat stewed with vegetables? While he hadn't digested Lao Zhang's words yet, a young man stepped forward to answer, while pointing to make it easier for the listener to imagine, Big Brother. Let me explain, we're from S City. Now S City is covered by dense forests. Not only that, many people have mutated into plant-based creatures, like them. Holding the sample of skin that had turned plant-based just taken in his hand, Jiang Xiaoyong looked and muttered, plant-based creatures? The young man continued the previous words. But Big Brother, I see your M City is not very peaceful either. At this time Jiang Xiaoyong stood up and replied, you're being taken here, you must have seen it all along the way, most people have turned into zombies. The young man confirmed, yes. At this time, he looked at Uncle Xing standing there and gave instructions, Uncle Xing, behind the broken wall outside the 2 streets on the east side of the base. There's an armored jeep, have someone drive it back later. Uncle Xing immediately replied, okay. Looking at the others he then assigned, then, you guys, follow me to the junction between the 2 cities to see the situation. Receiving Jiang Xiaoyong's order, everyone began to act and the whole group arrived at that city. The ground was full of vines as thick as ropes. Jiang Xiaoyong then sat down to observe more closely. Witnessing the horror before his eyes, the young man couldn't hide his shock. These vines have grown higher than not long ago. Jiang Xiaoyong ordered, we enter the dense forest. Hearing his intention, the faces of the young man and Zhang Ji showed disbelief. Because he was someone who had lived here, the young man immediately worriedly advised, Big Brother, it's very dangerous in the forest. Otherwise why would we have worked so hard to escape? At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong replied, if we just let it go then I'm afraid it won't be long before the Shifeng steel factory is surrounded. By then, whether living or producing will be affected. And then he remembered, but before that, there's one more important thing to do first. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong say that, Zhang Ji asked, what thing? He said sternly, help you guys possess the ability to cope with danger alone. At this time Jiang Xiaoyong turned to look at both Zhang Ji and Wen Shuya and said the current plan, call Lao Li and the people of the Shifeng steel factory. In the next few days, we will focus on hunting. Not far away, a mutated zombie was gnawing at the body of another zombie. Suddenly it heard some movement, and quickly turned its head towards the direction of the sound. It vigilantly stared at the building in front of it but still didn't see anything happen. Suddenly Jiang Xiaoyong had silently appeared behind it from who knows when and with the posture ready to attack swung the knife in his hand up. Right at the moment the monster was careless, he made a decisive move, slashing across its body in one stroke. His troops at this time also rushed over holding guns and attacking. Not only that, but they also climbed on top of the car and frantically honked the horn. With superior force and weapons, most of the other mutated zombies were hit by our side's attack. Bullets and corpses were scattered all over the ground. As soon as they eliminated them, everyone began searching for energy stones in their bodies. Suddenly in another corner nearby a complaint sounded, it's a zombie again, It's a zombie again. A mutated zombie but still in the appearance of a normal human was venting his anger by stomping hard on the zombie lying unconscious on the ground. Then he lamented. Where are the living people? Is there no one alive? Suddenly the zombie that seemed to have died immediately struggled to get up, roaring towards him, causing him to be startled. But in the next second he didn't say a word and angrily swung his hand, knocking that zombie away with a powerful punch. The zombie was finally completely eliminated, lying in a pool of blood on the ground while he hugged his forehead, yelling, I don't want to see zombies, can I just run into a few people? As soon as the words fell, he suddenly realized something. He then used his ability to sniff everything with his nose, taking deep breaths. It was at that moment that he recognized living people. At this time someone was finishing off that zombie when a teammate warned, Hey, don't you want to live anymore? The leader specifically instructed, during this time, don't open the door outside without permission. Hearing this, the person hugged his gun and ran back, replying, TCH, so what, the zombies around here have been almost completely dealt with by Jiang Zong's team. The person who warned waved his hand signaling and continued, Stop talking nonsense, hurry and get in here. The zombie who had confirmed his guess was correct was happy and excited. As expected, there are living people, moreover. Then he licked his lips with desire. Living people who have never eaten their own kind, pure living people. At this time he was quite smart, recognizing that they all had weapons, but in the hands of these people there were some things. If it was him, then I'm afraid it wouldn't be okay. I still have to hold back for a few days. Just thinking about the food being offered to his mouth but having to hold back from enjoying it caused him to be covered in goosebumps of anger. His eyes were bloodshot with saliva dripping down. And yelling, Annoying, annoying, annoying. Change scene. Now Jiang Xiaoyong had returned to his home in his room. It was very bright with the sound of the system ringing. Successful refresh, successful exchange. Successful refresh, successful exchange, current points 3. At this time he spoke, Uncle Xing, call everyone to the meeting room. Uncle Xing replied, okay. Immediately afterwards everyone had gathered standing around the big table. Jiang Xiaoyong praised. As expected of a joint hunt, in just 3 short days we've earned so much. Jiang Xiaoyong began to continue, Li Hongli, Zhang Ji, these alien species cores, the two of you divide them equally. Hearing him say that, Captain Li felt embarrassed and waved his hand, like that is not very good, the main thing is the credit of Brother Xiaoyong. Zhang Ji next to him also echoed. That's right, moreover, everyone worked hard, only the two of us. Before the words were finished Jiang Xiaoyong interrupted, Don't refuse, we don't lack hot weapons and ammunition, producing a few top experts is more meaningful than everyone being a mediocre evolver. Everyone at this time also spoke up in support, yeah, Laoli, if he tells you to eat then just eat, when has Xiaoyong ever misjudged? That's right, we completely trust. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to say to San San, in addition, San San, you follow me. Seeing this she asked again in confusion, yes? Both of them had now moved outside and she gently closed the door. Then now turned to ask Brother Xiaoyong, what do you want to do? At that moment someone gestured, sure, be quiet. Everyone outside then curiously pulled each other and pressed themselves to the door listening in. At this time Jiang Xiaoyong replied, it may be a little painful, you endure it a bit. Change scene, feet safely touch the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly grabbed the vine that was preparing to wrap around him. Then he strongly pulled something purple that was pulled out from inside the mouth of the giant carnivorous tree. The young man standing next to him couldn't help but admire, top much. Bang, that purple thing then fell to the ground right when Jiang Xiaoyong pulled it out. That purple thing had life and thumped like a heart. The carnivorous tree, after being discovered and having its weakness seized, immediately shrank its body to escape. Jiang Xiaoyong then recognized its intention. Want to run? Didn't expect this thing still has the ability to move. Staring at it he spoke with teasing, don't let it escape, Zhang Xingzhe, playing with tentacles in front of me and you can still endure it, huh? Zhang Xingzhe didn't reply but immediately controlled his tentacles to chase after that carnivorous tree. His tentacles moved really fast, and had already caught up to it in just a moment, and wrapped tightly around it. Lao Zhang focused intently on controlling his tentacle. Without waiting any longer his 2 tentacles had wrapped around the mouth of the carnivorous tree and forcefully pulled it back to where everyone was standing. With a thud it lay prostrate on the ground in front of everyone. Thinking that it was motionless, but right at this time its mouth began to emit a yellow smoke. That smoke spread to Jiang Shuyong's nose, and as soon as he smelled it he praised, so fragrant. But immediately he felt that something was wrong. Jiang Shuyong reminded everyone, the smoke released from this thing has a strange smell, it may not be safe, be careful. Then he stepped into a defensive posture and spoke, where are the people? Xing Kai at this time suddenly felt different. He then shook his head uncomfortably. What's going on? The feeling is too strange. Then he suddenly recognized that everyone around him was standing still motionless. Xing Kai then frantically yelled, Benefactor, benefactor, what's wrong with you? Suddenly there was a rustling sound in the bushes nearby. A hazy black shadow appeared. Xing Kai asked in confusion, what is that? It turned out to be a blonde girl with a worried face calling his name, Xing Kai. Hearing someone call his name, he immediately excitedly turned around. He quickly recognized that person and approached replying, Xiao Tong, you're still alive? Xiao Tong then waved at him and said, it's very dangerous over there. Hurry over here, everyone is here. Just like that, Xing Kai unconsciously listened, okay, I'm coming right away, I'm coming right away. Then he began to gradually enter the forest. At the place in front of Jiang Shuyong's base a pair of feet stopped. Unexpectedly it was precisely that mutated zombie who still maintained a human state, but this time he brought his companions with him. Then he pointed to the base and said, see it, that's the place. One of them couldn't help but salivate and replied, Urka, human meat, that's right, pure human meat. Under his gaze with bloodshot eyes then most of everything was mainly covered in red and the point of view was the people who were working there. Witnessing this crazy appearance, that person spoke. Hey, calm down a bit. As soon as the words fell he couldn't look away and immediately rushed out. The one saw this and yelled, holy crap, you bastard. While rushing he was excited, can't stand it anymore, ha ha ha, want to enjoy too much. A person standing guard there had now realized the presence of this mutated zombie, but kept the initial state. Because his appearance didn't look different from ordinary people but was frantically rushing over, the guard loudly asked, hey, who are you? As soon as the words fell he pounced and grabbed the guard. Everyone saw this and shouted a warning, watch out. Because his speed was too fast, it was impossible to react in time, and immediately afterwards the guard was bitten by him, and cried out in pain. The group at this time rioted, it's a zombie, damn it, fire, fire now. The sound of gunfire and the growls outside attracted the attention of Captain Lee. Captain Lee at this time was extremely flustered and said, this is not good. But it seemed that the bullets being fired had no effect on him, and immediately afterwards he released the person he had just bitten and stepped to the others. One person holding a gun with trembling hands yelled, holy damn. His image at this time looked no different from an animal being stimulated by instinct to hunt in front of its prey. Even though his body had been shot many times, it was only like a scratch. Immediately afterwards he opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue, lunging towards the person holding the gun. In the nick of time Li Hongli had appeared in time, and kicked him in the stomach, preventing his next action. That powerful kick made him turn and fly far away several tens of meters. But very quickly he braced himself and sat down on the ground. Not letting him have the opportunity to attack again, Captain Lee grabbed his gun and aimed straight at him, firing continuously. Seeing this he ran away and dodged the bullets flying towards him. He angrily yelled, damn it. After he left, Captain Lee immediately ordered, quick, take people over here, take them to the medical room to stop the bleeding. That zombie, though not killed immediately, but his body had been injured quite a bit. He hugged his body panting, hook, dragging his corpse back to where his companions were. Right as he got there he collapsed, lying on the ground. Seeing him like that, a girl among them stepped forward and laughed, mocking, you tell me, what was the rush, you got hurt, huh? He heard that and raised his face with a scathing voice, don't say sarcastic words anymore, hurry up, find some meat for me, I need to replenish. The bald man smirked and replied, who are you ordering around? Hearing this he angrily yelled, what time is it already? Why so many words, hurry. Perhaps in his whole life he never expected that while he was falling into his weakest state he would be betrayed. A foot unexpectedly stomped hard on him. It turned out to be precisely the girl in the red dress left. She smirked and said, it's better to reduce one mouth to feed, of course. But with his current physical strength then he was no match for her, so he could only say curse words, cough, argue, what doing, bastard, you slut. Her heel pressed hard on his neck, blood spurted out, and finally he lay in a pool of blood, dying in betrayal. Now this group of mutants began to discuss, then next, how to break the deadlock. those food are all hiding in the factory, and have weapons in their hands. The girl in the red dress spoke, "This is easy." The bald man then asked back, "What do you mean?" She replied, "Are you guys confused? We're humans, not zombies." Then she confidently said, "Of course we'll just swagger in." On this side Xing Kai was about to approach Xiao Tong when he suddenly felt, why does it feel so floaty? Xiao Tong seeing this urged in a hurried tone, "Don't hesitate anymore. Hurry over here, hurry over here." Right at this time her eyes changed and yelled, "Hurry over here, come right away, come right away." Suddenly a knife appeared flying from somewhere. Immediately it chopped off the head of that girl named Xiao Tong. Losing her head, her body fell into the grass. Witnessing her death, Hung Kai cried out in terror, tears welling up, "Xiao Tong!" It turned out that the knife just now was from Jiang Xiaoyong. At this time he rubbed his eyes and said, "Really good, even I was fascinated." Hung Kai then excitedly blamed him, Why did you kill my Xiao Tong?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong sternly replied, "Your Xiao Tong what? Look carefully, what is that?" Seeing him say that, Hung Kai turned his head to look in a daze. That corpse began to become blurred. Then it turned into a pile of vines tied together disguised as a real person to fascinate the viewer. Hung Kai couldn't believe it, this is. At this time Jiang Xiaoyong stepped to the side of Qing Chong, who was fast asleep, and reached out and tapped on his head, then woke him up. Hey, wake up, don't dream anymore." The bushes around were really dense. At this time the others had woken up. Li Qing still hadn't fully woken up and said, "What's the matter? It feels like several years have passed." Zhang Xingzhe also spoke. A movie talking about history, machinery transporting at high speed, sun transporting the earth. Meaning, I was dreaming of driving to pick up my son from school. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the knife in his hand and said, "It must be that flower just now released some kind of poisonous gas that can cause hallucinations, fascinating us." After that he went to the place that had turned into Xiao Tong just now and sat down, taking the knife and cutting down. Seeing this, Li Qing then asked, "What do you want to do?" He replied, "See what the internal structure of this type of monster is like, if it can also produce a core of alien species." But after cutting it open he said, "It seems that I thought too much, it seems that this is just a puppet, not the real body." Then he saw them sticking roots into the ground and continued to judge. "This bunch of vines is stuck deep into the ground, it seems that the real body is not nearby." As soon as the words fell he suddenly realized something was unusual. That root actually swelled up, causing him to be shocked. At this time Jiang Xiaoyong lifted that root and asked, "This is?" He discovered that it was potatoes, taro. It seems that it's the nutrient storage module of this thing. Jiang Xiaoyong put it into space, put it away. Who knows if this thing can be eaten? At this time he glanced over and asked, "Zhou Xingkai, what do you know about this group of plant-based creatures?" He then replied, "I only know that they're very dangerous. Consider all living things as food, but I'm sure Lao He knows something." Hearing him mention that he wondered, "Lao He, where is he? Is he still alive?" He replied, "Lao He is an expert from the Institute of Agricultural Forestry Science. Before I escaped, he was sheltering with us in the high-rise building. I don't know if he's still alive now." Jiang Xiaoyong then praised, "Very good, take me to find Lao He." Night fell. The moon had also risen high, but tonight it was a waning moon. Suddenly a red-haired girl tied up high appeared, panting. Just as she was about to step forward she accidentally stumbled on a rock. Immediately she fell down and also screamed out of reflex, "Ah!" Hearing the movement the guard immediately recognized it. Then he happily yelled and ran to the side of the red-haired girl. "A survivor, a lucky survivor." Seeing him so hurried someone spoke up to stop him. "Hey, wait a minute." The coat on her body slipped down, revealing her body with a heat but carrying a weakness that needed to be protected. Seeing the girl in front of him so pitiful he wanted to help but was stopped by the other person. To be sure, notify first. But he didn't want to hesitate. Notify what? Didn't you see that the girl is about to not be okay? Help her back first. The other person still wanted to stop him, but he immediately retorted, "Don't but anything. Leaving her here, later she'll be eaten by zombies." He asked anxiously, "Girl, are you okay?" She replied weakly, Save me, save me." He then reassured, "Rest assured, you're safe now." Saying that he then carried her up his back and headed towards the factory, but it turned out that she was precisely a companion of that group of mutated zombies, and they were lurking behind that broken car and contemptuously clicked their tongue. Seeing that the plan had succeeded, one of them praised, "She's really good." Suddenly a foot came to his side. The girl in the red dress in a sexy posture said, compared to her, "I'm even better." So they rushed together passionately while that girl grinned evilly on the back of the person who was carrying her. Now Jiang Shiyong's group had also begun on the road to find Lao He. Li Qing spoke, "It hasn't been anything, and why has it gotten so dark?" Xingkai replied, "It's getting to dusk, moreover, coming here then the forest has become so overgrown that there's almost no light shining in." Jiang Shiyong said, "How much further?" Xingkai replied, "Almost there." Suddenly someone called his name, Xingkai. Xingkai immediately recognized the person in front of him, and replied, "And Yang." But then he felt, "That's not right." Then he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Seeing Xingkai seem vigilant, Jiang Xiaoyong then reassured, "Rest assured, this time we didn't get hit by powder with the ability to cause hallucinations. It's not a hallucination. It's a living person." Behind and Yang was a group of men holding weapons and speaking with a scolding tone. "I already said don't be so adventurous, you have to kill us to be satisfied." Then he shouted, "Watch So Xingkai be assimilated by those monsters, how about it?" The person next to him then retorted, "He's beyond saving, going for so many days. Now appearing here again, he's definitely not him anymore." Suddenly and Yang glared and turned to shout, "Don't talk nonsense, prepare to fight, 1, 2. Right at that moment she counted 2, 3, kill. The whole group immediately rushed out. Seeing this, Lao Zhang was about to take action but was stopped by Jiang Xiaoyong. "Calm down, don't take action." Suddenly 3 arrows shot straight at Jiang Xiaoyong's group. These tricks couldn't make things difficult for him. Just with a wave of his hand those arrows were immediately stopped in midair. At that time he shouted sternly, "Stop, calm down." Witnessing the scene just now plus his powerful shout caused everyone there to fall silent, wary. Zhou Xingkai also stepped forward to reassure, "And Yang, calm down, they're not the enemy." Hearing him say that, and Yang ordered, "Stop shooting, stop shooting." He stepped forward to explain, "They are people from outside the forest, are the benefactors who saved our lives." And Yang at this time still with a vigilant face asked, "Then where are the people who were scouting with you, and also Xiao Tong?" Seeing her ask that, he then replied, "Our people died and were injured by almost half, Xiao Tong also died, but me and the remaining people have escaped." She still interrogated, "What's the situation outside like now?" He replied, "This is not convenient, let's go back and talk in detail." But their eyes at this time collided with the dark and deathly eyes of the 2 mutated zombies. Qin Chong and Lao Zhang with murderous aura looked at them. And Yang tightly gripped the hammer in her hand, looking at Xingkai. Seeing this, he reassured, "Rest assured, they're all family." At this time he turned his head to say to the 2, "Say a few words to dispel their fear." Seeing Xingkai gesturing, Qin Chong took off the mask on his mouth, posing really cool, smiling brightly, opening his mouth. "I'm very ugly, but I'm very gentle." And on Lao Sheng's side he flew up like a bird, saying, "Smooth, naked, marble." The meaning in his words was, "Look at how sexy my body is." Seeing the 2 put on an act, Jiang Xiaoyong felt embarrassed for them. "Ahem, what are you 2 doing?" On this side Xingkai still continued to reassure, "Don't worry. Those 2 are also our benefactors, we were rescued, thanks to them." Finally they agreed, "Then okay, come over here." Suddenly there was the sound of an engine, the sound of wheels turning. San drove the motorcycle and braked sharply, stopping. At this time she took out her phone to contact Uncle Lee. "I've arrived at the gate of the steel factory, open the door." The intuition told San to look around. Seeing this, the group of mutated zombies then silently hid behind the car. Just at that time someone then came out to open the door, happily waving and calling, "San." Seeing her lead the car inside, this group of people then breathed a sigh of relief. So dangerous, almost got discovered. The girl in the red dress then said, "Recognize it, that girl is an evolver, a pure evolver." Hearing this, their eyes lit up and their faces became thirsty. The bald man spoke, "How can there be a pure evolver? How did she do it?" The girl in the red dress continued, "That's right, moreover, eating her then our strength will soar." The remaining person replied, "I don't know, but what I do know is that she must be very delicious." Now Captain Lee spoke, "San, you've arrived, huh?" She replied, "Yes, Uncle Lee. Have you finished dealing with the injured people? Are they in the medical room?" The other side confirmed, "They're in the medical room." San went with 2 other people standing silently observing the situation of the patients. San held 2 tubes of medicine in her hand and said, "Uncle Lee, this is medicine to prevent infection." Before leaving, Brother Xiaoyong said, "If someone is bitten by a zombie, then use this." Receiving the 2 medicines, Captain Lee replied, "They've been bitten for several hours. Now there's no reaction, showing that the thing that bit them must not be a zombie." She then replied, "Not a zombie, huh? Then what else knows how to bite people?" Suddenly the red-haired girl who had pretended to sneak in spoke up, "I know, there are many mutated people in the western suburbs. They're not zombies, not infectious, but very violent, and also know how to bite people." Hearing her say that, Captain Lee then asked, "You are?" At this time she replied, "I'm a new member who has joined, from Western City." Captain Lee then asked, "Oh, what do you know about this group of mutated people?" She began to act pitifully. "They're scarier than zombies, eat people, and also have intelligence. Some people among them chased me all the way. Luckily I knew how to ride a bike. Otherwise I wouldn't have survived to escape." Captain Lee sternly interrogated further, "Speaking like that, then the person who attacked them was brought by you, huh?" Seeing that she had been suspected, she then pleaded, Sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to live, I'm sorry." The man who brought her in then spoke up to defend. "That's right, this matter can't be blamed on her, Brother Lee." Feeling that perhaps he had wrongly blamed her, he then explained, "I didn't mean that, don't misunderstand. Knowing the other party's origin will make it easier to deal with." She then added, "I also know they won't give up, it won't be long, they'll lose control and attack, we have to prepare in advance." Now Captain Lee spoke, "The news is very useful, okay, everyone go back and rest." She showed a warm attitude, "Yes, leader." After that Captain Lee instructed, "Bring some food to the injured people, to ensure safety, observe for another night, you guys will have to suffer a little more." "Huh." Those people immediately replied, "Heh, it's okay, Brother Lee." Seeing them leave, San then frowned suspiciously. Seeing her attitude like that, Captain Lee then asked, "What's wrong, San?" She replied, "This newly arrived woman, I have a feeling that she's weird." Hearing her say that, he then asked, "Weird how?" But she couldn't find a reason. "I can't explain clearly, maybe I'm thinking too much." He also nodded, "It's probably because you're too stressed." Xiaoyong is also true. Putting such a difficult task on the shoulders of a small girl like you. On Jiang Shuyong's side, they had now arrived at the place they needed to find, and Yang, leading the way, said, "We're here." Suddenly he asked, "Why did everyone choose to gather in this place?" Passing by those factories and warehouses, fewer doors and more sturdy, clearly all are more suitable as a gathering place. Shinkai continued, "Benefactor, you don't know, the disaster in S City is different from your place." And Yang also spoke up, "If we chose that place, then in less than a week we would have all died." Shinkai continued, "You see the fog, the lower the place the thicker it is, if you keep breathing it, and then in just a few days you'll be infected and turn into a plant-based creature. Only from the 10th floor up, the fog is thinner, can temporarily resist." At this time, stepping inside, and Jiang pointed to the stairs and said, "Hurry up the stairs, talk in detail when we get upstairs." The whole group had finally arrived at the place. Shinkai opened his mouth, "Benefactor, this is Lao He, this is our benefactor, Brother Xiaoyong." After that he spoke. "Hello, Lao He, I've come to talk to you about the situation of the neighboring M city." Now he had told everything. "That's how it is, very regrettable, so the outside of the dense forest is not good either." Lao He heard and held his head in depression. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to instruct, "Chong Jia, Zhang Xingzhe, come in here, I've talked clearly about the two of you with the people here already." Hearing being called, both then stepped inside. Lao He turned to look at him and asked, "Then what about T City, B City, foreign countries too?" Xiaoyong replied, "At least until today, we haven't met any system reinforcements. Everyone is finding their own way to survive." At this time he took out the thing he had taken from the dense forest. "That's right, Lao He, I heard you research something about plant-based creatures, do you recognize this?" Lao He then replied, "That's the tuber of the plant-based creature, edible, and Yang's group goes out to find this thing." Hearing that, he was happy for guessing correctly, as expected. Then Lao He continued, "We only found out recently, if it wasn't because of the lack of food, then we wouldn't have dared to try eating this thing. It tastes similar to taro, the calories aren't low, in the apocalyptic world it's considered not bad food." Suddenly someone ran over to report the news, "Something's up, something's up. Lao He then asked, "What's wrong?" He pointed excitedly and shouted, "Plant-based creatures are surrounding us." Lao He worried, "Surrounding us to this place, huh?" That person replied, "Very many plant-based creatures, they're gathering towards our building, gathering more and more." Suddenly someone shouted, "Wagons, they're flower wagons." Jiang Xiaoyong asked in confusion, "Flower wagons, what thing is it? Is it very scary?" Lao He then went pale, "Not just scary, today, I'm afraid we will all have to die here." At this time Lao He fell into silence. Immediately afterwards Lao He shouted loudly to order, "Everyone listen carefully, women and young people climb to the highest floor, find a closed room like the bathroom or storage room to hide. The older people follow me here." Seeing Lao He react like this, everyone was stunned. Xingkai called his name, Lao He. But then he shouted loudly, "Take action, save whoever can be saved, it's better than dying together." Receiving the order, everyone immediately rushed quickly to the door. Then he turned to say to Jiang Xiaoyong, "You don't look old, go up the stairs with them, don't stay here as a sacrifice." Jiang Xiaoyong smiled and replied, "It's okay, Lao He, I'm a little curious, this action of yours makes me stunned." Saying that, he activated his ability and spoke, "What can scare everyone to this extent? How terrifying is it?" The old man barked out orders, urgency laced in every syllable. He then shuffled toward the window, his steps slow but deliberate. As he peered down, his expression tightened. Below, the earth writhed and heaved, dozens of grotesque, plant-like creatures slithered across the ground, their eyes glowing with a hunger that defied anything natural. He stood there, frozen, breathing shallowly. Sweat trickled down his weathered face. Fear, raw and primal, etched itself into every crevice of his aged features. Then, in a voice no louder than a whisper lost in the wind, he said, "If we don't reach the flower cart's core body in time, we'll be killed by these plant bodies." From behind, another voice responded. The hero had approached in silence. His eyes narrowed as he joined the old man at the window, staring down at the nightmare below. "The flower cart can control them?" he asked. His tone was calm, unnaturally so. Then came the metallic click of a window latch. The old man turned just in time to see the hero unlocking the window. Cold wind surged into the room, carrying with it the faint, sinister hissing of monsters below. "Wait, what are you doing?" the old man cried out. But the hero didn't answer. He raised his weapon. There was a glimmer in his eyes, something between curiosity and thrill, and a smirk curled at the corner of his lips. "Testing the power of this gun." The old man froze. Where did you get that?" No reply came. The trigger was pulled. A flash erupted. A deafening roar followed. The bullet screamed through the air, striking one of the monsters and splitting it clean in half. For a brief moment, it looked like a victory. Then, impossibly, the creature's body twitched. Roots and tendrils writhed out, reconnecting the severed halves. Flesh stitched itself back together with horrifying ease. The hero narrowed his eyes. "These things are pretty resilient," he muttered. "Let's see how fast they regenerate." More shots rang out. Bullet after bullet tore through pulsing bark and flesh. The monster howled, the sound grotesque and otherworldly. Its body became a mess of gaping holes and splintered limbs. Finally, its regeneration halted, and it collapsed with a heavy thud. Gun smoke coiled into the air as the hero stepped back and wiped the sweat from his brow. "2 magazines just for one," he said grimly. "Now I see why you're all so terrified." Without waiting for a response, he turned. His eyes glinted with quiet determination. Raising his hand, he summoned a glowing box from thin air, a low hum of energy filling the room. Gasps echoed as everyone froze. A power like that, they had never seen it before. The hero approached the box and pressed his palm to it. In the next moment, crack, the crate burst open with a violent crunch of splinters. Someone audibly gasped. He had broken open a nailed crate with his bare hands. Inside, he saw the contents. He knelt slowly, one hand resting on the box. His voice dropped to a reverent whisper. "Molotovs!" The words seemed to ignite the air. In the next instant, he was moving again, Chong and Jiang at his sides. The three of them advanced in unison, quiet and resolute. At the edge of the corridor, the hero gave his final instruction. If any of them slip through, use these to defend yourselves. The old man looked confused. Slip through? What do you? But his words were cut short by the sound of rushing feet. He looked just in time to see the three figures leap from the edge of the building. This is the 16th floor, he gasped, his voice cracking. Wind howled past the descending figures. They landed flawlessly, knees bending to absorb the impact as dust burst up around them. The monsters turned. Their eyes locked onto the new threat. They hissed and snarled. The hero charged without hesitation. He reached the nearest monster, and, with terrifying ease, tore its head clean off. To his left, Chong barreled into the enemy, every strike snapping limbs and crushing bones. On the right, Jiang moved like a ghost, gliding between creatures and slicing with blinding precision. Back above, the onlookers stared in shock. Holy crap, those three! Someone murmured. Another asked. What are those things? Lai Chang, voice sharp and commanding, snapped them out of it. Stop staring! Get ready for the stragglers. If you can fight, grab a Molotov and guard the stairwell. Everyone else, clear the flammable debris. The room exploded into action. Fighters moved fast, grabbing Molotovs with shaky but determined hands. Others dragged furniture and objects away, setting up a hasty defense. Below, the battle raged. The trio carved a path through the monsters. Blood sprayed, bodies collapsed. It was chaos and brilliance. Then silence. A final thud echoed. The hero straightened, exhaling slowly. Finally done. He turned to the others. Brother Chong, Jiangshang, check those bodies for cores. The two nodded and went to work immediately. Inside the building, Lang and the others had fended off a smaller wave of attackers. With the worst seemingly over, the old man stepped forward. Relief softened his expression. He raised his voice. Call everyone else down. The danger's over. The battlefield receded. Now, beneath the haunting quiet of the forest canopy, the hero moved alone. Each step was precise. His senses honed like the blade he carried. The air hung heavy with unease. Trees twisted into unnatural forms. Something was wrong. He stopped. His eyes locked onto a grotesque, pulsing mass hidden among vines and rot. It moved. It breathed. It waited. He smirked. That's it. The flower cart. That has to be the core body. Before the thought finished forming, the creature lunged forward in a blur. An ambush. Sinewy limbs shot toward him. But he was faster. Diving aside, he skidded through the damp earth, eyes alight with excitement. Strong, he whispered, adrenaline pumping. Might even match Xiangshang. There was no time to pause. The flower cart lashed out again, tentacles flailing in a rage. This time, the hero didn't dodge. He grabbed them. Fingers clenched around the appendages, he rooted his feet in the ground and let out a wild laugh. I've gotten pretty good at fighting tentacle types lately. The creature reeled, confused and enraged. It launched a hidden strike, a tentacle whipping in from the side. But the hero only grinned wider. Not this trick again. He opened his mouth wide and inhaled. The very air shifted. Leaves shook. A vacuum-like pull surged around him, drawing in energy and wind. His muscles tensed with newfound power. With a cry, he yanked the tentacles toward him. The flower cart, dragged by its own limbs, collapsed to its grotesque knees with a sickening squelch. Before it could react, the hero let go, and in a flash, burst into motion. He became a silver blur of motion, streaking toward the beast. Your tricks end here. And with those words, silver light exploded around his body as he activated his skill. Silver Mark.
After awakening the power of his slave Mark, our hero soared into the sky like a vengeful god. The wind screamed around him as he cut through the air, eyes locked on the grotesque creature below the twisted flower cart. In mere seconds, he closed the distance, his body surrounded by a violent aura, and then impact. The moment he struck, the world seemed to explode in a blinding burst of light. The ground trembled. The air shimmered with heat and energy. And for a brief second, it felt as though the heavens themselves had been torn open. Far off, inside a shattered building with cracked windows and dust-covered floors, two figures stood frozen. An old man and his younger companion had been watching it all unfold through the broken glass. Their expressions twisted from awe to terror as the light washed over them. The younger one, eyes wide with disbelief, muttered, That has to be the real flower cart. It's not gone. It's coming. It's coming right for us." Behind him, the old man staggered a step back. His voice quivered, not with fear but with recognition. "This is no illusion. That form, I've seen it before. That is the true flower cart, its original form. I could never forget it." But dread wasn't done tightening its grip. The young man turned again, his voice tinged with panic. "Where's Zioyong? Don't tell me, did that thing already devour him?" Their exchange was suddenly shattered by a booming voice that echoed through the ruins, not from the building, but from above. A calm, almost casual voice. "Zhang Sheng's brother Chong, how's it going? Inside those plant creatures downstairs, did you find any mutant cores?" It was him. The one who had struck like thunder moments before. Zhang Sheng covered his mouth with one hand, still half stunned, but managed to answer. The centipede legs didn't have any, but the spider legs had double. Not all, but enough to matter. Before he could finish, Brother Chong's voice followed, rough and quick. "Not everyone had them, but quite a lot did." Hovering in the sky, the hero exhaled slowly. He ran a hand through his hair, the chaos below now nothing more than white noise. And with the weariness of someone burdened by the absurdity of everything around him, he muttered under his breath, "One talks like he's chewing gravel, the other just spouts nonsense. This is so damn exhausting." As our hero stood in the air, rubbing his forehead and muttering in frustration at the absurd conversation between Zhang Sheng and Chong, a voice suddenly broke the moment, calm, aged, but filled with a hint of uncertainty. The old man, looking up from below, called out, "Brother Zioyam, about that flower cart downstairs." But the response he received wasn't tense. In fact, it was the exact opposite. With a relaxed, almost amused smile, the hero replied, "He's one of us." Silence. Heavy and stunned. Those few words hit harder than any attack. Everyone around him, warriors, scientists, survivors, turned to him with wide, disbelieving eyes. The atmosphere thickened with confusion. "One of us? What do you mean, one of us?" someone finally asked, their voice almost cracking with disbelief. In that instant, the scene shifted. Now, the entire group stood just outside the crumbling building, gathered cautiously near the flower cart. The grotesque, plant-like beast stood silent, no longer hostile, its form no longer radiating menace, but something docile. Our hero stepped forward, raising a calm hand toward it. "Relax," he said firmly, "it won't harm us anymore." Shock rippled through the group like a wave crashing against stone. Was he serious? Could that monstrous thing truly be under control? The old man, his curiosity overriding his caution, slowly walked toward the flower cart. Each step was careful, deliberate. And then, with trembling fingers, he reached out and touched it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the old man's eyes widened in disbelief. "So, it was tamed," he whispered, almost in awe. "How did you manage that?" Our hero didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned to the old man with a knowing expression. "Elder He, you're a botanist. What do you make of this thing?" The old man tugged thoughtfully at his beard, eyes still fixed on the creature, and then began to speak not as a survivor, but as a scholar. "Although it's mutated into a monster, it still retains the instincts of a plant. And like animals, plants also fight. Competition among flora is just as savage. The battle for sunlight never ends. Trees didn't exist from the beginning. They evolved, grew taller just to capture more sunlight. The smaller plants, unable to compete, grew weaker. That's why in thick forests, the denser the canopy above, the sparser the grass below. My guess is, during its mutation, this flower cart lost its early advantage. Without access to light, it had no choice but to turn predator. It evolved not out of hunger, but out of desperation. To survive, it had to consume life itself. His words lingered in the air like echoes of an ancient truth, brutal, raw, and deeply poetic. And for the first time, those present didn't just see a monster. They saw a survivor, a creature born from nature's cruelty, not evil, but evolved. Our hero stood in silent thought, taking in Elder He's words with deep respect. The explanation made perfect sense. Nature itself was a battleground, and this creature, the flower cart, was simply one of its most desperate warriors. But just as the air began to settle, something shifted. The flower cart moved. Its massive, sinewy tentacles twitched slowly, deliberately, and began to snake their way toward the hero. The movement wasn't hostile, but it wasn't exactly reassuring either, and someone noticed. Lai Cheng, standing just a few feet away, tensed the moment the tentacles inched closer. His instincts flared like fire. As the tendrils neared the back of the hero's neck, Lai Cheng's eyes widened. "Watch out," he shouted, whipping out his blade and lunging forward. But before the blade could even leave his side, the hero raised one calm hand. "Stop. Don't attack it." His voice was firm, unshaken. "It can't disobey me now. Let's see what it's trying to do." Reluctantly, Lai Cheng froze in place, heart pounding, fingers tightening around the hilt of his knife. The tentacle continued its motion, gently curling around the back of the hero's neck, and then it gripped him. In that instant, the hero's eyes snapped open. There was a flicker, just a flicker of something dark passing through them. For a moment, everyone thought the flower cart had seized control. But then, just as quickly, clarity returned. With steadiness in his gaze, he turned to Elder He and spoke. "Elder He, your analysis was spot on. This entire city has become a battlefield of mutant plants, creatures that failed in nature's competition." He then stepped closer to the flower cart, now still and quiet. "Since you've become my servant, your survival is now my responsibility." His voice dropped into something deeper, commanding yet compassionate. "Come." And as if it had been waiting for those very words, the massive form of the flower cart began to dissolve, breaking down from its monstrous bulk into a stream of glowing tendrils. Like a flowing river of light, it poured into the hero's extended hand, its entire essence merging with him. In seconds, it vanished into his arm. Only its faint, translucent tentacles remained visible, subtly pulsing beneath his skin. Lai Cheng's mouth fell open. He staggered back, clutching his head. "That thing, where did it go?" he gasped. The hero looked at him and smiled. "It's symbiotic with me now." He then raised his hand, palm outstretched. With a fluid motion, tentacles burst forth from his skin, controlled, precise, powerful. He flicked his wrist, and the tentacles lashed toward a nearby tree. In the blink of an eye, the tendrils wrapped around the trunk, tightened, and with a violent crack, snapped it clean in two. Everyone around him stood frozen in stunned silence. Even Jiang Sheng couldn't hold back his shock. "Stronger than my own tentacles," he whispered in disbelief. Just then, a soft ding echoed in the air. A glowing notification shimmered in front of the hero's vision. He read it, and a wide grin spread across his face. "An achievement unlock? That's a first." The moment shifts with a subtle flicker. Now we see a towering structure, the central stronghold, our hero's main base. Inside one of its dimly lit rooms, a demon girl stands quietly by the window. Moonlight spills in, casting an eerie glow on her crimson eyes and graceful silhouette. Her expression is unreadable, serene yet wicked, until a sudden knock on the door breaks the stillness. She turns, a sly smile curling on her lips. "Looks like another fish took the bait," she whispers with a soft chuckle. She walks to the door with slow, deliberate steps and opens it. Standing there is a young man, wearing a nervous but hopeful grin. In his hands, he holds a small box inside, a neatly packed cake. I brought you a little late-night snack, he says cheerfully. The demon girl raises a brow, feigning mild irritation. And who told you to bring this? The boy laughs, slightly awkward. No one. I just thought of you. Decided to bring it on my own. For a heartbeat, silence lingers. Then the girl smiles again, this time, sweeter and more dangerous. Her eyes flash a deeper shade of red. She places a soft hand on his shoulder, slowly leaning in. Thank you, she says, her voice velvety and smooth. That slight touch just enough to spark hope in the boy's heart. Overcome with excitement, he moves in impulsively, arms reaching toward her. Caught off guard, she steadies him with a hand, pushing back slightly. What are you doing? Realizing his mistake, he stammers, pulling back quickly. Sorry, I didn't mean, but she only laughs softly, eyes glinting with mischief. There's a lot of people around, and the walls are thin. She leans closer. How about we go outside the factory and play something a little riskier? The scene cuts swift and sudden. Next, we find them inside a car parked in the shadows outside the compound. Whatever happened in there is left to the imagination, but the glow on the boy's face as they step out says enough. He gazes at her with admiration. You're insanely beautiful. But what's your name, really? She doesn't respond immediately. Her gaze drifts, distracted by something behind him, toward a large trash bin nearby. What wrong? She asks, her tone still playful. But the boy doesn't answer. His eyes are locked on a torn piece of fabric hanging out of the bin. He steps closer, frowning. This sleeve, it looks like Zhao Chen's jacket. Why is it here? Tension spikes like a wire pulled tight. He reaches for the bin and slowly pulls it open. What he sees inside freezes the blood in his veins. Zhao Chen's corpse, cold, motionless. Before he can scream, a dark shadow falls over him. He turns. The girl is no longer smiling. Her skin has darkened, her eyes glowing like twin embers of hellfire. Her teeth elongate, her form shifting, demonic, monstrous, inhuman. She moves with lightning speed. Her hand snaps around his neck with unnatural strength. His feet leave the ground. He gasps, choking his eyes wide with terror as the soft seductress from before becomes a true demon of death. There is no mercy in her eyes now, only hunger. The demon girl had long vanished into the shadows, leaving only silence behind after eliminating her prey. The air was still, thick with the eerie calm that follows a storm. Somewhere outside, parked under the dim glow of a flickering street light, her partner sat waiting in the car, eyes heavy, body slouched. He was supposed to be on alert, waiting for her signal, but that signal never came. She had gone in, hunted, and left without a single warning. Unaware that the mission was already over, the man dozed off. The night was quiet until it wasn't. Suddenly, the silence was shattered. A fist crashed down on his skull like a hammer. His body jerked violently awake as a furious voice roared through the night. What the hell are you doing? Sleeping on the job? His eyes shot open, and there stood Baldy, his boss. Baldy's face was twisted with rage, his veins bulging as if they were about to burst from beneath his skin. And no, boss, I wasn't sleeping. The man stammered, panicked, trying to make sense of what was happening. I was just watching, keeping an eye on things. Baldy didn't buy it. His hand shot forward, clamping around the man's throat like an iron vice. He lifted him halfway out of the car seat with sheer brute strength, his voice now a thunderclap of fury. Don't lie to me. I've been standing here watching you for minutes. You didn't even notice I was here. If you can't detect me coming, how the hell are you supposed to pick up her signal? The man choked, grasping at Baldy's wrist. I wasn't sleeping. I just closed my eyes for 10 minutes, that's all. Baldy's fury erupted again, and his grip tightened until the man's face began to turn red. His eyes bulged, fear taking over as the pressure around his throat increased. 10 minutes? Baldy spat, his voice trembling with outrage. 10 minutes is all it takes for everything to go to hell. But before things could spiral any further, A soft yet sharp voice sliced through the madness. Wen had been standing behind them all along, arms crossed, eyes cold. She stepped forward and said quietly, "We've been watching her for days. Not once has she sent us a signal. Not once. If you ask me, she doesn't want backup. She doesn't need us." She paused, her gaze darkening with a hint of twisted admiration. She wants to devour them all herself. Rip them apart one by one and savor the kill. That's what she really wants. Then, without looking at either of them, Baldy spoke. "Get up. We're sweeping the factory perimeter. If she's making a move, we'll know. And if we find even a scrap, even a single trail in the trash, we follow it." After searching around the factory for a while, the three finally reached the dumpster tucked away in a shadowed corner. The moment they opened it, time seemed to freeze. A wave of stench rolled out, raw, metallic, unmistakable. Blood. Inside, smeared across torn cloth and shattered remains, were bones. Real bones. Fresh. Still slick with red. All three of them stood frozen, eyes wide, breath stolen by the horror in front of them. Then, the guy standing behind Baldy leaned forward, his voice a hushed tremble of vindication. "I told you, I smelled fresh meat coming from here." As those words sunk in, Baldy's face contorted. He stepped forward, shoving his hand into the bloody pile and grabbing a cracked bone with such force that it snapped in his fist. Rage boiled in his veins, his knuckles white. "She really did it," he muttered through clenched teeth, turning to Wen. "You were right. She wants to do it all by herself." Wen, standing calmly behind him, smirked. A sharp, knowing smile, and then, with a playful glint in her eye, she said in a low, purring voice, "No worries. If she can charm her way in," she leaned slightly closer, "so can I." Her words struck Baldy like a blade to the gut. In a flash, he turned. His rage uncontainable, his hand shot toward her like a serpent, fingers wrapping around her neck and slamming her back against the rusted metal wall. "You want to sneak into, huh? You want to hog it all for yourself? Don't think I don't see through you, you're just like her," he bellowed, spit flying, eyes crazed with betrayal and fury. Wen struggled, gasping under his iron grip. Her boots scraped against the floor, hands clawing at his arm. "Big bro, chill out," shouted the third one, rushing forward. "If you choke her out now, we're finished. We'll lose our only shot at getting in." For a second, Baldy's eyes twitched, the weight of his anger teetering on the edge of madness. But slowly, with a snarl, he released her, shoving her hard to the ground. She fell with a grunt, coughing, barely able to breathe. He glared down at her, voice like thunder. "If you even think of copying her, I swear I'll storm in there myself. I don't care if it kills me. I'll take both of you down with me." The threat hung in the air like smoke from a fire that hadn't gone out yet, only waiting for wind to reignite it. Wen, trembling, clutching her throat, pulled herself up slowly. Her voice was barely a whisper, raspy, broken. "Got it." The scene shifts with a dramatic pull, like a curtain yanked open to reveal the next act in this tense drama. Wen was already on the move. Her eyes glinted with purpose as she reached the factory's perimeter. She stumbled toward the heavy metal gate, putting on a perfect performance, her expression twisted in desperation, her voice trembling with just the right amount of fear. "Please, someone help me." She pounded on the gate, voice echoing into the night. A few seconds passed, and then movement. Shadows stirred inside. Men emerged from within the factory, rifles slung over their shoulders, alert and cautious. One of them barked out, "Who the hell are you?" Wen clutched her side, panting, eyes wild with fabricated panic. "Please, there were so many zombies I barely escaped with my life. They're still behind me. Please, let me in. You have to help me." The men exchanged glances, and then their eyes wandered. Her torn clothes, her trembling body, her figure, one of them smirked. "Man, we're on a roll. First we saved that other chick, and now this one shows up?" Another laughed, nudging him. "Yeah, and this one's got an even better body." They were distracted, completely taken in by the bait. But then, from deeper inside, a sharper, more serious voice cut through the moment. "Wait, don't trust her." A third man appeared, eyes narrowed, weapon already raised. "She's the one I warned you about. A mutant disguised as a human." Time snapped like a trap closing. The mood shifted instantly. All those leering smiles vanished, replaced by suspicion and dread. In a flash, rifles were up, barrels aimed straight at Wen's chest. She froze, fury igniting in her eyes. Her voice dropped to a venomous hiss. "You bitch." And just then from behind the soldiers came another voice, cold and commanding. "Don't waste time. Kill her now." Without hesitation, the group opened fire. Gunshots cracked like thunder in the tight space, muzzle flashes lighting up the dark like lightning. Wen turned to run, but it was too late. Bullets tore through her body, piercing flesh, snapping bone. She staggered, coughed blood, and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The demon girl stepped forward, calm as ever, and barked, "Quick, go get some gasoline." The soldiers ran to carry out the order. But by the time they returned, gasoline cans in hand and eyes burning with the thrill of the kill, Wen was gone. Where did she go? One of them scanned the area, panic setting in. She was full of bullets, how did she even move? Another cursed under his breath. We should have kept someone watching her. The third one didn't waste another second. No time. We need to report this to Brother Lai and Sister Shan. Now. The moment shifts again violently, like a breath torn from the lungs of fate. Wen stumbles through the darkness, her body shredded by bullets, blood dripping down her limbs, every step a battle against death. But she doesn't stop. She can't. Her eyes are fixed forward toward survival. At last, she sees them. Her companions. Her legs finally give out, and she collapses at their feet, coughing, gasping, her hands clawing at the dirt. "Boss," she wheezes, her voice cracked and desperate. "Please don't kill me. Please. Save me. I swear, from now on, I'll do whatever you say. Anything. Just let me live." There's silence. No rage. No forgiveness. Only Baldy, staring down at her with those dead, emotionless eyes. "You're just like her," he mutters. "You know exactly who I'm talking about." He turns away, stepping toward a massive rock lying nearby. Without hesitation, he lifts it with both hands, muscles straining, breath calm, as if he were performing a mundane task. "As for the food in this settlement," he says in a chilling tone, "we'll have to come up with a new plan." And then he raises the rock high above his head. Wen's eyes widen. He's going to kill me. But just as the stone begins its deadly arc downward, a blade flashes through the night. In a single clean stroke, Baldy's neck splits open, his head severed cleanly from his body. It spins once in the air before hitting the ground with a sickening thud, eyes still wide. His body slumps to the opposite side, crashing lifelessly into the dirt. Wen gasps, staring in shock. Then, slowly, she lifts her eyes to the one who saved her. Her other companion, now standing over Baldy's corpse. He's already licking the blood off his blade. With a twisted grin, he looks down at her and says, voice low and laced with eerie calm, "One arm and one leg should be enough for you to heal. The rest is mine." Wen, still lying there, broken and bleeding, smiles. "Fine," she breathes. Her body trembles, not from fear but from understanding. From acceptance. And as she lays back, eyes staring into the endless night sky, her thoughts echo in silence. Just like the bald guy said, no one understands our kind better than we do. If we were splitting my corpse together, he wouldn't have gotten a scrap in front of Baldy. But now by ambushing and killing him, he's earned the upper hand. What he gives me is totally up to him. The moment shifts again, this time inside the factory, where a heavy silence hangs in the air like fog before a storm. Footsteps echo in the dim corridors as tension coils around the search party. Men fan out in teams, combing every corner, every shadow. They're hunting for two of their own, both missing without a trace. Brother Lai strides forward, his voice tight and commanding. "What's going on?" Yang Hai's still unaccounted for, and now another one's vanished? He spins on his heel, eyes scanning the area, and then they land on Shan Shan, who seems to be busy with something at the edge of the hallway. Suspicion flashes across his face. Shan Shan, what are you doing? She jolts slightly, then quickly responds, her tone casual but laced with tension. Nothing. Just checking around, seeing if there might be any clues in the corners of the factory. Without another word, she walks past him and makes her way outside. But the second her eyes land on the trash bin, the one tucked in the back, near the alley, her blood runs cold. Her heart slams against her chest as her eyes widen in horror. Voices respond in confusion, but the urgency in her tone gets them moving. One by one, the men rush outside and gather around the trash bin. Then gasps. One of them stares at the evidence, hands trembling. No doubt about it, this is Chen Zhuo's jacket, and those shoes Yang Hai's. He's the only guy here who wears that brand. The truth lands like a sledgehammer, and hidden among them, trying to blend in, the demon girl flinches. Her eyes dart to the bones, the ones she'd buried. She clenches her fists, fury and panic boiling beneath her calm exterior. Baldy and that bitch, Gao Wen, they must have dug up the bones I buried in the trash bin, her thoughts race. But before she can recover, Shan Shan turns to face her. Her voice is cold, sharp enough to cut steel. There's been no noise, no signs of a struggle, nothing, inside or around the settlement. She pauses, eyes narrowing like a blade drawn from its sheath. So what does that tell us? All eyes now swivel toward the demon girl. She stiffens, her breath catches in her throat. Why are you all looking at me like that? She stammers, her voice laced with fear. But Shan Shan is already moving. In a flash, her blade is unsheathed, gleaming with deadly resolve, and in a blink, she closes the distance between them. The sword's edge stops mere inches from the demon girl's trembling throat. The moment Shan Shan launched her attack, the air cracked with tension. Her strike, fierce and unrelenting, tore through the space between them like a bolt of lightning. But the demon girl, with a desperate twist of her body, narrowly escaped the blow. The attack missed her by inches and smashed into a tree behind her, the explosion of force so devastating that, had it landed, it would have obliterated her on the spot. Gasping for breath, her eyes locked with Shan Shan's. The two stood frozen, a storm of emotion and deadly intent swirling in the space between them. The demon girl's chest heaved. A grim realization settled in her heart. Damn it. I've been completely exposed. Her gaze darted behind her to the men who had unknowingly surrounded her. Without hesitation, like a cornered beast lashing out, she spun around and lunged. In a blur, she grabbed one of them, yanked him close, and pressed the edge of her dagger against his throat, her fingers steady, her eyes wild. Gasps filled the air. Seeing her comrade in danger, Shan Shan's voice rang out sharp and unflinching. If you dare kill him, I swear you won't leave here alive. But the demon girl only laughed, a chilling, venomous sound that echoed across the clearing. Her lips curled in scorn. A little girl like you trying to act tough? If I'm not walking out alive today, I'll drag at least 3 or 5 of you to hell with me. Slowly, deliberately, she began backing away, her hostage still clutched tightly in her grasp. Her voice dropped into a lethal whisper. Give me your gun. Now, nobody move or I'll slice his carotid artery open right here. The standoff stretched like a taut wire, until suddenly she felt it. She was outside their range. She had a shot at escape. Her eyes flashed. In one swift move, she kicked the man hard in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. And in the very next heartbeat, gunfire erupted from her hands. The bullets roared through the air as she turned to flee. But Shan Shan had already drawn her weapon. In one smooth motion, she raised her gun and fired. Uncle Lai and the others followed instantly, filling the air with a rain of bullets. The demon girl's body jerked mid-run. A bullet tore through her shoulder. Another struck her side. Then another and another. Her body staggered. Crimson bloomed across her chest. Blood streamed from her lips as her knees buckled. Bullets ripped through the demon girl's body, and with each hit, her strength faltered. Blood spilled from her wounds as she staggered forward, trying to flee. But Shan Shan wasn't done yet. Her eyes, sharp with resolve, locked onto the fleeing figure. Without hesitation, she took off after her. But just as she began to sprint, a voice thundered from behind, "Shan Shan, what are you doing?" It was Uncle Lai. His voice rang with urgency, fear, and something deeper concern. Shan Shan turned her head, breath still heavy, eyes still blazing. "I'm going after her," she said firmly. "I'll take my motorcycle and catch her." Uncle Lai's expression darkened. He stepped forward, raising his voice over the ringing aftermath of gunfire. "Forget it, Shan Shan. We don't know how many of her allies might be lurking nearby. I won't let you throw yourself into danger like that. The smartest thing we can do now is lock every entrance, stay on guard, and protect ourselves. That's what matters most right now." For a moment, Shan Shan hesitated, the fire in her chest still burning. But then, slowly, she nodded. "All right. We'll do that," she said, her voice calm, though not without a lingering edge. But she didn't stop there. Taking a breath, she looked Uncle Lai in the eye and continued, "Uncle Lai, I'm counting on you to handle things here. My grandfather and Jiang Kai don't know what's happened yet. I have to get to Chase City and make sure everything's set up properly." Uncle Lai stood there for a moment, quietly watching her. Then, slowly, a gentle smile spread across his face. He closed his eyes and nodded. "All right," he said softly. "Just take care of yourself out there." As he watched her prepare to leave, a thought stirred deep in his heart, a quiet pride that showed in his smile. Who would have thought? Little Shan Shan has grown into such a brave and capable young woman. Suddenly, the scene shifts. We find ourselves deep within a forest clearing, where a group of towering tree monsters stands still, their hulking forms silent but alert. The air around them is tense, heavy as if something unseen is watching. And then, they sense it. Something stirs. In the blink of an eye, the monsters surge forward, moving to strike, but they never get the chance. From the shadows, a flurry of jet-black tentacles erupts, wrapping around their massive necks with deadly precision. With a sickening crunch, their heads are torn clean from their trunks, twisted, brutal, and final. The ones responsible step into the light. It's them. Our hero and Jiang Kai, cloaked in blood-slick determination, stand among the falling bodies like two reapers delivering judgment. Not a single movement wasted, not a single blow spared. And behind them, emerging from the trees, come Chong and Lai Cheng, each gripping large metal cans filled with fuel. Without a word, they move in. As soon as they see the last monster fall, they rush forward, dousing the twitching corpses in thick streams of gasoline. The stench fills the air. A moment later, a roaring wall of flame engulfs the battlefield, lighting up the night sky in a storm of fire and smoke. Burning silhouettes writhe and collapse, until nothing remains but ash and silence. Watching it all from a distance, the old man stares in disbelief, his eyes wide, lips trembling. Is this a sense of safety, or the weight of overwhelming dominance? He can barely speak, caught between awe and fear. Meanwhile, a soft chime echoes in the air, a digital ping. Our hero's eyes flicker to his screen as a new notification appears before him. His expression changes instantly. A grin slowly spreads across his face as he reads it. Chuckling under his breath, he murmurs with quiet pride, "Jiang Kai and Shan Shan, they didn't let me down after all." The scene shifts once more. We now find ourselves at the main base, a battered but defiant structure standing tall against the chaos of the outside world. Dust floats in the golden light as the gates creak open, and in walks our hero. The moment his figure appears, voices erupt across the base. "Brother Yang! Brother Yang is back! He's really back!" Excited footsteps thunder from every corner as people pour out of the buildings. Smiles, tears, and disbelief spread across familiar faces. He walks forward steadily, the weight of every journey carved into his posture, but his eyes, as sharp as ever, immediately seek one person. Spotting the old man among the crowd, he steps toward him. "Where's Shan Shan?" he asks, his voice calm but laced with urgency. The old man bows his head respectfully and replies, "There was a small incident at the steel plant. Shan Shan went there to assist." The hero's gaze sharpens. "It's not too dangerous over there, is it?" The old man quickly shakes his head. No, nothing too serious. Just a few of our members got bitten. Shan Shan took inhibitors and went right away." Before more could be said, the old man notices the unfamiliar faces standing behind our hero, silent, worn, but full of life. His brow furrows as he gestures toward them. "And who are all these people?" The hero turns and lifts his hand toward the group, introducing them with quiet strength. "They're the survivors from his city." The two old men, leaders of their own hardened paths, step forward and extend their hands. "A pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the team." The older man from a city, weary from the road, clasps his hand gratefully and bows his head. "It's an honor. We're deeply thankful that you're willing to take us in." Our hero stands between them, strong as the ground they stand on, and speaks with quiet determination. "Elder He, this is just a temporary shelter. In a few days, I'll personally escort you all to the edge of the S-City jungle." Elder raises a brow. "To the jungle's edge? For what?" And with a spark of vision gleaming in his eyes, our hero answers firm, unwavering, "To establish the third sanctuary." The scene shifts again. Somewhere far from the chaos, the demon girl stumbles into a desolate corner of the ruined city, barely holding on to her life. Blood drips from her wounds, her breaths come in ragged gasps, and she finally collapses against a crumbling wall. Her legs can no longer carry her, and her body trembles under the weight of exhaustion and fear. The silence is heavy. But then a low, chilling sound slices through the air, a blade being dragged across concrete. Slow, menacing, getting closer. She looks up in alarm, eyes darting toward the source. And then she sees them. Emerging from the shadows, not enemies, but something far worse, her former allies. The very people she had betrayed. Leading them is Wen, her figure framed by the fading light, her expression twisted into a cruel smile. As she walks forward, she places a hand mockingly over her mouth and lets out a dark chuckle. "Oh, abandoned by your shiny new friends already?" The demon girl's eyes widen in fear. Her voice trembles as she scrambles for an explanation, hands shaking. "Wait, this is a misunderstanding. I had a plan. Please, don't." Wen's eyes narrow, her voice turning ice cold. "A plan? Oh, your grand plan nearly got me killed." She turns to the demon boy standing just behind her and raises a hand with a cold command. "Finish her off. The mission may have been a mess, but hey, at least we feasted on that bald fool and this treacherous whore. It wasn't all for nothing." But just as Wen prepares to deliver her final insult, her voice catches. A sudden gasp escapes her lips. Her eyes go wide in shock. A moment later, blood spills from her mouth. She stumbles, and that's when we see it. A sword. It's protruding from her stomach, glinting red in the dim light. The moment the blade pierced through Wen's abdomen, time seemed to freeze. A cold, sharp pain bloomed from her gut, and within seconds, blood began to spill from her lips. Her body trembled. Slowly, shakily, she turned to look over her shoulder, and there he stood. The demon boy, eyes blazing with fury. Wen gritted her teeth and spat out in a snarl. "You bastard, pulling the same trick again?" But he only smiled, calm and cruel, as he lifted two fingers in the air like he was making a point. "Why are you so upset?" he said mockingly. "You were never supposed to live this long anyway." Wen's eyes widened not with fear, but with fury, and her gaze snapped to the demon girl nearby. "Don't trust him," she shouted. "Last time I was hurt, he did the same thing, ambushed Tuzi while we were distracted. Everything he does, it's to stay one step ahead. One day, he'll betray you too, without hesitation." The demon girl sat silently on the ground, confused and still nursing her wounds, unable to piece together the web of deceit playing out before her. Meanwhile, Wen, gripping the sword still lodged in her stomach, steadied herself. Pain surged through her, but her voice didn't waver. She glared at the demon boy, desperation and rage swirling in her eyes. "Hey, I'm already wounded. You're in control now, you've got the upper hand. So don't kill me, kill her instead. That bitch, everything that's happened, all of this, it's her fault." But the demon girl's temper snapped. "You filthy slut, and you think you're any better? You're exactly the same." Their voices clashed like swords in the air, accusations flying as the broken battlefield around them stood witness. Then, calmly, almost eerily, the demon boy walked over to Wen. He reached out, touched her face with an eerie tenderness, and said with a sly grin, all right. We all know each other too well to play innocent now. No point in accusing each other like strangers. Still, your suggestion isn't half bad." Wen's eyes lit up with twisted hope. "Right, we've been through so much together. There's something between us, isn't there? You and me, we have a bond. I mean, am I really worse than her? What does she have that I don't? Whatever she can do, I can do too." But she never got to finish her breath. In one swift, merciless motion, the demon boy yanked the sword from her belly, swung it high, and with a flash of steel, severed her head clean from her body. Her blood sprayed in a wide arc as her lifeless corpse crumpled to the dirt. The demon boy didn't even blink. "I prefer red hair," he muttered coldly, before casually tossing Wen's severed head to the side like garbage. Then he turned to the demon girl, his eyes glinting with calm cruelty. "Your injuries, one arm, one leg should be enough to recover. The rest, everything else, belongs to me." The demon girl stared at him for a long, silent moment. And then, with a deadened voice, she simply replied, "All right." The air shifted. Far from the blood-soaked ruins where Wen had fallen, another tension was brewing, quiet, but heavy. At the hero's base, something was off. You could feel it in the air, in the sharpness of the silence. That's when Lai Cheng's voice cut through the murmur, sharp and sudden. "Cannibals! From the western outskirts?" Everyone turned. The words alone were enough to send a chill down the spine. But before anyone could respond, Uncle Lai's voice followed lower, more serious. "Yes, a red-haired woman was among them. She disguised herself as an ordinary civilian, slipped into our ranks without suspicion, and killed several of our people before we knew what hit us." Our hero, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes. There was something in Lai Cheng's reaction that didn't sit right. He studied him for a moment, then asked calmly but firmly, "Lai Cheng, sounds like you know more about these cannibals than you're letting on." Lai Cheng didn't respond right away. A shadow passed over his face. Then he looked up, and when he spoke, his voice was lower, darker. "Know them?" he said, almost as if it tasted bitter. "I am one of them." The room stilled. "I mean," he went on, "not like those freaks, not completely. My mutation hasn't gone that far. But I've lived it. I've felt it. I know what they are, because I've seen what it turns you into." He drew in a breath, not for drama, but because even remembering it was difficult. "Cannibalism eats away at your ability to resist your darkest instincts. Little by little, your humanity fades. You become selfish, reckless, rage-filled, lust-driven, gluttonous. And the worst part, you stop caring. You stop fighting it." The words hung in the air like smoke. Our hero didn't flinch, but his eyes narrowed slightly, absorbing it all. For a moment, there was only silence. Then he spoke low and steady, as if confirming something to himself. "So, they really are dangerous. More than we thought." He exhaled slowly, gaze now turning outward, as if already seeing the battlefield ahead. "I'll have to head to the western outskirts myself. No question." Then, as if pulling himself back from the storm already forming in his mind, he looked at Lai Cheng again. His tone shifted clearer now, more focused. "But right now, there's something even more urgent that needs handling." A beat passed. His eyes sharpened. "Old Lai," he said, "keep a tight watch on the steel factory. Lock it down if you have to. And if anything goes wrong, don't waste time. Use the walkie-talkie. Contact me immediately. Lai Cheng straightened, nodded once with absolute clarity. Understood. The moment shifts. 2 months have passed. On the rooftop of an abandoned building, a small group of survivors huddles together beneath the gray sky, their silhouettes etched against the crumbling skyline. Tension hangs thick in the air as the wind whistles between broken beams and shattered windows. One of them, glancing anxiously toward the empty streets below, breaks the silence. What do we do? Should we relocate? Another man quickly responds, fear lacing his voice. That strange sound. It comes every night now. Closer every time. God knows what kind of monster is making it. A third man, eyes wide and desperate, speaks up. Someone make a decision already. If we wait any longer, we're all going to die here. After a brief, uneasy silence, their leader finally speaks. His voice is steady, decisive. Pack up the food and essentials, we're moving out. A short while later, they begin their exodus, carefully descending the ruined building and moving through the shattered cityscape toward what they hoped was safer ground. But as the sun begins to vanish behind the skyline, one of them looks around, shivering. Do we really have to leave at night? What if that monster finds us? His leader snaps back immediately, his voice low and firm. Daytime is worse. The plant creatures are more active under sunlight. You want to be torn apart by vines? Just then, a low, rumbling growl echoes through the ruins. Monsters. Without warning, a horde of grotesque, mutated creatures comes charging from the darkness. Their limbs twist like roots, their eyes glowing faintly green. The group panics, sprinting in all directions as screams pierce the night. One of them isn't fast enough. He's dragged back, his cry cut short as the plant beast engulfs him. The others keep running, their terror too overwhelming to look back. But their flight is short-lived. Soon, they're cornered, trapped on all sides, the plant monsters slithering and crawling in from every direction. Their breaths come in ragged gasps. Their hope crumbles. Then the leader points into the distance, eyes wide with sudden desperation. There, another path toward the direction of that massive noise. Without hesitation, they break into a full sprint, bolting through the narrow path in the rubble. For a moment, it seems like they might make it. But then a deafening crack. The earth shudders, and something huge begins to fall from above. Their eyes snap upward. A tree colossal in size is collapsing straight toward them. Its roots rip up concrete like paper. The survivors scatter, diving for cover just in time as the massive trunk crashes down with earth-shaking force. What kind of creature could knock down a tree this thick? One of them gasps in disbelief. Another hisses, "Stay quiet." As the dust begins to settle, they peek through the haze and freeze. There are people on the other side calmly cutting down the trees. Real people. Fighters. Then, the leader of the fleeing group catches sight of someone familiar. His face lights up in disbelief. Zinkai, the figure looks up, startled, and then stunned recognition. Aoyang, you're alive. But the reunion lasts only a second. Aoyang's face goes pale. Behind him, shadows move. The plant monsters have caught up again. Run, hurry, they're here. But Zinkai just smiles. What? Just a bunch of plant creatures? That's nothing. Aoyang blinks, confused. What do you mean, just plant creatures? But Zinkai doesn't even acknowledge the question. He calmly raises his walkie-talkie, speaks a few quick commands into it, and then turns to the survivors. Follow me, he says. Then, without hesitation, he steps into action, slipping into a full protective suit, fire-resistant and reinforced. In his hand, he grips a flamethrower, its nozzle already sparking with fuel. The monsters charge. But this time, they're the ones who scream. In a flash of roaring flames, the beasts are set ablaze. One after another, the plant creatures fall, burning in shrieking agony as Zinkai stands unfazed at the center, a one-man inferno. From the sidelines, Zhang, Lai Cheng, and Chong watch the whole thing unfold, dumbfounded. Lai Cheng, arms crossed and eyes wide with quiet admiration, lets out a breath and says, "These days, we barely even need to lift a finger against those things anymore." While Lai Cheng was still speaking to Zhang and Chong, a quiet confidence in his voice as he observed the battlefield, something else was happening just a few steps away. The last of the plant monsters had been reduced to ashes, smoke curling into the air as silence slowly returned to the scorched ground. Aoyang, standing in stunned disbelief, turned to Zinkai, his voice laced with awe. "You've managed to gather such incredible strength. How did you do it?" There was genuine wonder in his eyes, not just at the power they had witnessed, but at the discipline, the control, the sheer efficiency of it all. Zinkai gave a small smile, almost as if the answer were simple. "We owe it to leader Xiaoyang and the others." Aoyang blinked, then turned toward the figures in the distance, Zhang, Chong, and Lai Cheng, still standing near the edge of the clearing. But the moment his eyes landed on them, his face paled, and he took a step back in panic. "There are more of them." His voice rose in alarm as he instinctively reached for his weapon. The fear in his eyes was real. Years of surviving in a world overrun by monsters had taught him not to trust shadows. But before he could move, a firm hand landed gently on his shoulder. Zinkai chuckled softly. "Relax," he said, calm and warm. "They're not monsters. They're here to protect us." Aoyang hesitated. Zinkai continued, his tone reassuring but practical. "And you're in luck. We could use more people right now. Come on, I'll take you to meet leader Xiaoyang." The moment shifts again. Now we follow our hero and Chong as they arrive at the outskirts of City M, specifically the desolate Western District. The place is a ghost town. Cracked roads stretch into lifeless alleys. Collapsed buildings lean into each other like broken bones. The wind howls through shattered windows, and every footstep echoes far louder than it should. They move cautiously, eyes scanning the ruins. Time seems to slow in this graveyard of a city. After a while, Chong stiffens. His eyes flicker, reptilian and alert. In a hushed, strained voice, he speaks in his native tongue, the words dragging with tension. "There's someone's following us, strong too." Our hero doesn't stop walking. He just smiles faintly, as if he'd already known. "Yeah," he replies calmly. "I noticed. Their strength, about on par with Zhang Kai and the others." Chong frowns. "So, what do we do?" His voice trembles just enough to show he's ready for violence or retreat, whichever comes first. But our hero only grins wider, the calm in his voice almost cruel. "What else can we do? Let you eat a little more." And with that cryptic reply, they keep moving, disappearing deeper into the concrete jungle, as if they were the hunters, not the hunted. But they weren't alone. From the shadows above, perched atop a crumbling high-rise, two other figures watched them intently. The demon girl's lips curled into a sharp smile. "What a perfect opportunity," she whispered. Her companion said nothing, silent as a blade unsheathed in the dark. She clicked her tongue and turned to him with annoyance. "What are you waiting for? If we hesitate, someone else might get to them first." But just as they prepared to move, something unexpected caught her eye. Far ahead, directly in our hero's path, a new group of armed figures emerged from behind the broken walls blocking the road. At least a dozen of them, all holding weapons that gleamed under the pale sun. At the front stood a woman, tall and deadly, her hair tied back in a ragged braid. She dragged her blade slowly across her tongue, eyes locked onto the hero like a predator savoring its meal before the kill. "Well, well," she purred. "Haven't seen top-quality prey like this in a while."
The enemies surrounded them at a moment's notice, excited about the prospect of killing a pure evolver. One wondered if he would inherit the power if he ate him, while the girl standing there licking her knife was more interested in someone else. It was Chun. They were amazed by Chun's ability to control zombies, commenting on stealing Chun's power by eating him. Seriously, they've got to stop with this weird appetite. While this was happening, on a nearby rooftop, the red-haired girl was standing with the demon boy. She pointed toward the conflict, clearly annoyed that someone else got to them first. Seeing this, the demon boy, sweating, told her to monitor the situation to see if being late was a good or bad thing. Suddenly, a loud sound startled both of them. The red-haired girl turned around in shock to look at what was happening. It was Chun. He leapt on top of the gang, taking out one guy with a single strike, while our boy Jiang, still maintaining a cool pose, struck down the rest of them with his machete. Seeing the sheer carnage unfold, the rest of the thugs ran for their lives, cursing at the duo and calling them monsters. One of them thought it was a good idea to escape by climbing a nearby building, while Jiang stood there scanning for his next target. The thug frantically climbed up the building, trying to get as far away from Jiang as possible. But little did he know, the rooftop was already occupied. The red-haired girl cursed at the thug not to climb their way, revealing their position to Jiang. On the ground, we see Jiang casually pick up a steel beam. Lifting it up, he positioned it like he was about to fire a rocket launcher. The next second, he shot that large beam like a bullet right toward that poor soul, who clearly didn't stand a chance. The beam pierced his back, impaling him and pinning the thug to the building, leaving the girl surprised. On the ground, the situation calmed down. Jiang commented on the strength of the thugs, assuming they must have had variant cores. Now scared out of his mind, the demon boy peeked up from his hiding spot to check the situation. The red-haired girl asked him if the monsters had left, to which he replied yes, suggesting they go down and examine the place. Walking through the battlefield, Demon Boy commented on how Jiang and Chun only ate 3 of the corpses, so now it was an all-you-can-eat buffet for the rest. Meanwhile, the boys were walking through an alley as they teased Chun about his small appetite, asking why he was only able to eat 3 corpses even though he had all that time. To which Chun replied that his body was only so big. Suddenly, the silence in the surroundings was broken by a slight twitch. Instantly shifting his attention, Jiang became alert to a potential threat. He drew his sword as he walked toward the sound. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with glasses came out, shaking but standing his ground with a handmade crossbow, threatening to shoot if they didn't back off. Seeing an ordinary person, slowly becoming a rare breed these days, Jiang eased up a little. The tension was still palpable. Extending his hand toward the man, Jiang asked him not to move. But the guy, startled and jumpy, shot his crossbow toward Jiang in a frenzy. But our boy is too cool to get hit with a bow. He caught it with ease, not moving an inch from his position. Seeing this superhuman feat, the man was left stunned, while Jiang, not wasting time, teleported right in front of him. He snatched his bow and, with a calm tone, asked everyone to come out, clarifying that they were not cannibals. We move inside the house, where a bunch of normal people, cooped up for safety, were stunned by what they had just witnessed, asking Jiang who he was. Sometime later, after Jiang explained everything to them, one person was amazed at how they found a way to survive without eating people, thinking it was amazing. Now walking along with everyone, Jiang asked the guy with glasses about their destination. With a serious tone, Glasses told Jiang about Chifeng. It was a steel plant in the suburbs that used to broadcast messages through the radio, talking about taking in survivors. So that's where they were going. But then they changed their plan because the steel plant was filled with normies who had no chance of fighting the cannibals and winning. Jiang, now curious, asked if they had a safer location in mind. Turning around, Glasses explained to Jiang about a human settlement in the northern outskirts that was hunting down the cannibals. So they thought it would be better to join them instead. Hearing this, Jiang was left surprised that such a place still existed. Continuing, Glasses explained to Jiang the rumor that the northern settlement had a very strong leader who fought 6 cannibals alone like it was nothing, safeguarding the whole place by himself. Jiang, hearing this, exclaimed how one man could protect against 1,000 cannibals, like the ones in the western outskirts, all by himself. Unfazed, Glasses brushed it off, saying the cannibals never team up and only act alone. But this was quickly challenged by a guy in the back, saying he saw the cannibals gathering together 2 days ago. Hearing this, Glasses turned to the guy angrily, calling him crazy. If cannibals could cooperate, they'd all be dead from infighting by now. That's the only reason I'm still alive. Turning to Jiang, Glasses asked him to dismiss the guy, saying he wanted to go to Shifeng because his brother might be there. Turning back to the boy, Glasses scolded him, telling him to give up on Shifeng. The chances of those people surviving were close to 0, and maybe they were cannibals themselves. Hearing this, Jiang came forward, informing them that the leader of Shifeng was indeed a cannibal, just as they suspected. The news came as a shock to them. Jiang continued, saying he killed all of them, and asked the boy for his brother's name. Li Chen, he replied. He was a deputy officer. The boy cried, his eyes watering, and asked Jiang if he knew anything about his brother. Turning around with a smiley face, Jiang informed them about how close he was with Li Qing. The boy, hearing this, came forward, hesitant to believe, while his face grinned with happiness. Continuing, Jiang told the boy that his brother was at the Shifeng plant helping with maintaining the farmland. The prospect that Jiang had managed to reinstate agriculture tipped the boy over the edge. He leapt with joy, telling everyone else how his decision to go to Shifeng was the right one. But not everyone was happy. The Glasses guy, coming forward with a skeptical look, refused to believe such a convenient story. Can't blame the man for thinking so. He asked if Jiang was trying to lure them into a trap to eat them. But Jiang, with an annoyed look, asked if he would waste time convincing them if what he wanted was a full-course meal. Piercing the conversation, a sudden gunfire rang out. The bullet barely missed Jiang as it pierced a hole in the ground. Panicked by what happened, the Glasses guy turned around to look at one of his companions who was holding a gun, and asked him why he shot. To which the guy replied that it was an accident. This man will probably kill an ally before he ever fires at an enemy. The conversation didn't last long, as a sudden scream echoed from the horizon, shifting everyone's attention towards it. Dread crept into the guy's face as the realization kicked in. Their position was revealed. The cannibals were on their way. Panic erupted as the Glasses guy pointed at the entrance, instructing everyone to hide inside the building. But the boys stayed there, unmoved and unbothered. The man, shouting, asked Jiang and Chun to go with them, telling them not to overestimate their strength. Even if they were strong, they couldn't take on a group of cannibals alone. Famous last words. Smiling, Jiang turned towards the guy and teased him about his remark on cannibals fighting each other, to which the guy replied that it would happen once they kill you and start dividing the meat. Wasting no time, the guy started running inside, asking them not to blame him if Jiang and Chun ended up dead because of their stupidity. Inside the building, the people were running for their lives. One guy screamed about the stairs to the second floor, and another guy suggested that they go as deep inside as possible so the chances of survival would increase. Moonlight shined through the window as the group huddled inside a room, scared out of their minds. The leader, now leaning against the window, commented on Jiang, hoping that Jiang doesn't snitch on them, wishing our boy gets captured. Downstairs, the situation was getting tense by the second. A group of cannibals quickly closed in on the building as Jiang and Chun stared them down at the entrance. One of them showed his disappointment at there being only 2 people, while the girl asked another guy if he ate the rest before they got here, but the guy refused that he did anything of the sort. But soon, their disappointment vanished as they took a good look at Jiang. This is no ordinary prey. Eating him is worth 10 regular survivors, the girl commented. Look at me like that, I'll let her eat me anytime. Curious about the commotion outside, the leader of the group looked out the window. He commented that 10 cannibals had already gathered, and more were coming. The situation was looking grim. Sweat pouring from his face, the guy dreaded the fate Jiang was about to go through. Not even bones will be left, he commented. Suddenly, one of the cannibals leapt towards Jiang, eager for that scrumptious first bite. But unfazed by the aggression, Jiang just moved to the side and, with one swift motion of his hand, gave the guy an early retirement from life. Jiang, with a machete in hand, looked on as the guy's body slumped onto the ground, his head rolling about. The rest of the cannibals were caught off guard, seeing the swiftness of our boy's actions. With an annoyed expression, Jiang turned to the rest of them, taunting the insects to come at him all at once. The triggered cannibals ran towards Jiang, hoping to teach him a lesson for looking down on them. Looking at one of them, Jiang asked Chun to take care of that so he could burn some calories for the meal that was about to commence. With a nod of agreement, Chun readied up while Jiang crouched down as a cannibal pounced on him from behind. He leapt into the air moments before the attack, leaving the cannibal confused on the ground. Witnessing this feat was the guy in glasses, who thought it was time to change his glasses after all. Jiang, now standing on top of the railings, looked down on the cannibals as they addressed him as a monster. One cannibal commented that Jiang's physique was far beyond his own, while another suggested the prospect of retreating. As their fate flashed in front of their eyes, the cannibals dashed towards the opposite direction, hoping to get away from there. But it was far too late for that. The guy's head got blown to pieces, leaving the others stunned in place. Looking down was Jiang, now wielding a sniper rifle as he warned of killing everyone there unless they managed to defeat Chun. This left Chun stunned. Rattled by the suggestion, Chun turned to Jiang, telling him that these cannibals were no weaklings. But before he could finish, the cannibals rushed towards Chun with renewed purpose, as their lives were now on the line. Chun, now with his game face on, readied himself to face the stampede. He leapt forward, punching the first guy in the stomach, leaving him on the ground, as he did a spinning kick that sent the rest of them flying. Not much time passed before the cannibals realized the position they were in. Some of them decided to take the chance to run for it, but the next moment, a bullet pierced their heads, sending them slamming to the ground. Looking out the window, the people were stunned beyond belief, seeing two guys wipe the floor with a whole cannibal crew. Turning to them, Jiang, still holding his sniper, instructed them to come out, as all the cannibals were now dealt with. The men slowly came out, walking through the corpses which now riddled the floor. Their faces were still stunned beyond belief. Turning to Jiang, the leader informed him that they had finally decided to join Jiang, pleading with him to accept them. Reassuring them, Jiang informed them that it was not a problem, but first, he had some business in the northern outskirts settlement that they mentioned before. Hearing this absurd statement, the leader asked Jiang why he would do such a stupid thing. Casually walking towards the leader, Jiang replied that he just wanted to check if it was necessary to wipe those people out before going back home. We move to a fortress where, through the moonlight, we see the silhouettes of a group of people crowding the entrances. A scream pierces the silence of the night, warning everyone of an enemy attack. A man from the top of the wall looks down to see a bunch of Mr. Olympus lifting up boulders to attack. The concern on the man's face grows. Hearing the commotion, a man slowly steps out of the fortress. A well-built 6 feet 4 inches gigachad with a collar walks along the top of the wall as a man behind him calls out, addressing him as Brother Foam. With a concerned face, a young girl stands in front of Foam, addressing him as father and begging him not to do anything, saying this might be dangerous, even for a gigachad. Turning around, Foam commands one of the men to close the gates and prevent anyone from going in or out of the fortress. The man agrees immediately. The next second, Foam leaps into the air, jumping down to the ground as the girl screams for him to be careful. He lands straight in front of the door, blocking the mutants from entering. Seeing Foam, the mutants start to rage with excitement. If they take this man down, the whole fortress will become a 5-star dinner. The mutants charge at him. But Jiang looks up at them, his eyes glowing red with rage as his veins swell, slowly transforming him into something else. The next moment, a huge mass of flesh covered in spines and teeth emerges where Foam stood, transforming him into Jabba the Hutt, towering high, looking down on the mutants. The mutants are left in shock. The confidence they once had now withers away as they gaze upon the ultimate Jabba, thinking to themselves that Foam is even more twisted than they are. Regaining their composure, they decide to charge at Foam together, trying to overwhelm him. They leap into the air to attack him at the same time. But before their punches land, in a flash of blue light, something dashes across all of them, chopping them into pieces. Their faces are stuck in a permanent daze. Those who barely escape are now standing with parts missing, facing Feng, who stands at the entrance, his body constantly wriggling. It was not the end. Feng roars loudly, charging at them. The next thing we see is the mutants lying dead on the ground, while Feng slowly turns back into a human, lying in a pool of his own blood. Gazing out from inside the fortress, one man asks if they're going to help Feng, but another stops him, saying that Feng told them not to help him in such a state, because even Feng himself couldn't control his actions, leaving them powerless inside. Inside, people are riling up. One man suggests helping Feng anyway, because at this rate, Feng is unable to eat the other bodies and will eventually die. Another asks them to open the door, willing to risk his own life for Feng. The daughter stands there, shedding tears of happiness, seeing everyone so worked up to help her dad. Finally agreeing, the man at the door prepares for the worst and opens the entrance. People rush out, running toward Feng. Seeing this, Feng, with his last bit of consciousness, asks them not to do it and to save themselves. But the men, not heeding his words, start tearing off pieces from the bodies to feed Feng, because if Feng dies, they won't last long anyway. Throwing a mutant body close to Feng, the man shouts for everyone to do the same while maintaining distance. Feng, finally getting with the plan, starts consuming the bodies that were thrown to him. The scene is not pleasant, but the people have to do it. Soon, Feng starts to rise again. One man goes a bit too close with a dead body. Everyone is on edge, but Feng is recovering. When suddenly, someone walks closer from behind. It's more mutants. They're confused as to why Feng is in such bad condition, assuming he just had a big fight. Whatever the reason, things just got way easier for them. The new wave finally gets the people's attention as they go into a panic. They pick up whatever weapons they can find to make a stand and protect Feng. It's their turn now. Elsewhere, we see Jiang and crew walking through the streets. Jiang comments about there being fewer cannibals to the north. The guy with glasses, recognizing the place, tells Jiang they are closer to reaching their destination. A sudden gunshot rings out from far away, startling Glasses and the others. Jiang, hearing it, deduces that it's less than a kilometer away, smirking to himself and saying they're indeed close. Back at the fortress, it's a massacre. Mutants pummel through the defenders, killing and chopping them to pieces. Feng's daughter, standing her ground with a gun, shoots at the mutants, vowing to fight to her last breath. But she is still just a human. One of the cannibals leaps toward her, snatching her gun away, and slowly approaches with a creepy smile. But Feng's fist comes from nowhere, smashing that cannibal away from the girl. Feng rips him to pieces, leaving a scar on his daughter's arm in the process. The mutants, caught off guard, are surprised by Feng's tenacity. They charge at him all together, dishing out constant attacks, while the girl screams for her father. It's bad. Feng is finally spent after the intense battle. Things seem over when suddenly, a rock appears above the mutants. It slams onto the ground, crushing the lot of them. As the dust settles, we see our boy standing there. The cavalry has arrived. The stare-down intensified as Jiang and Chun stood there face to face with the mutants. Feng lay motionless after the intense battle while the others looked on in confusion. Hints of worry popped in their eyes. One guy wondered if the new arrival was a new group of cannibals, but the other guy corrected him, saying something was off about this one. Looking at Chun, the man addressed him as a monster and said that he didn't look like a cannibal. But the other guy argued that Chun might be the final form a cannibal takes eventually. Hearing these absurd statements, Jiang almost burst out laughing while Chun stood there with a hint of annoyance. On the cannibal side, things were getting heated. They instantly noticed that Chun didn't have the scent of a cannibal. And the one standing beside Chun was a pure revolver, which sent chills down the cannibal's spines. Jiang, coming forward, announced Chun to go take care of the bad guys. Chun, hearing this, got ready for action while thinking why he was the one to always do the dirty work. Chun burst forward like a bullet toward the cannibals, and the cannibals responded the same way, their faces twisted into cocky smiles. This wasn't the first time they were going to kill a zombie. But it was definitely the last, as Chun leapt on top of one guy, sending him crashing onto the ground face first. Seeing Chun own the cannibal like that, the people of the fortress were surprised at his strength. The being which stood before them was even stronger than their brother Feng, their faces sweating in fear of a new enemy. Calming them down, Glasses and his crew came from behind, informing the others about Jiang and Chun, introducing them as fighters from the southern outskirts. This caught them off guard as one man questioned them, saying their brother Feng was the strongest one in the area. Meanwhile, Chun was still facing the cannibals. The cannibals, now quaking in their boots, were confused by how Chun was this powerful. But regaining their composure, one guy reassured the others that if they charged at Chun together, they would be able to take him down. The plan seemed to be a solid one, but nobody seemed to be moving forward with it. After a moment of silence, they burst out in argument about who would go first, which left Chun confused. But some among the cannibals had a different plan. They charged toward Jiang, who was standing there seemingly defenseless, thinking they could easily bag the pure evolver while everyone else argued over Chun. These guys were in for a rude reality check. Standing there emotionless, Jiang extended his hands forward. The very next second, he drove his hands straight through one of the charging cannibals, impaling him, as the guy spat blood from his mouth. With no effort, Jiang split the guy in half, giving the other cannibal lifelong trauma. Now realizing that Jiang was way more powerful than Chun, the cannibals started to bolt in the opposite direction, as if they had seen a monster. But our boy had no plans of letting them leave. He sent spikes extending from his hands toward the cannibals, impaling each one of them, killing them instantly. Within a couple seconds, the cannibal corpses littered the ground, with not a single enemy left standing. One guy witnessing all this was now convinced that Jiang was a monster, but he was calmed down by Glasses telling him that Jiang was an ally. Laying to the side was Feng, who was struggling to even move. But suddenly, Jiang was struck with a sharp feeling of getting impaled by a tentacle, causing him to turn around in panic. Surprising him, he saw a scratch mark on his arm as blood flowed from it. Wasting no time, Jiang sent his spines toward Feng, wrapping around his body, constraining him. The tentacle which attacked Jiang was now tied down as it struggled to escape. Seeing this weird slop wriggle made Jiang disgusted. He lifted Feng into the air, and twisting his vines, slammed Feng onto the ground. But a sudden cry rang out loud before Jiang landed his attacks. It was Feng's daughter. As Feng looked back with curiosity, the girl knelt onto the ground, begging Jiang to let her father go. Jiang asked if she was referring to the lump of meat he was holding, to which the girl replied that the lump of meat was her father, and he only attacked Jiang because he was in an unstable state right now, constantly begging him not to harm Feng. Intrigued, Jiang asked the girl if she still thought her father could come back from the state he was in. Deciding to give it a try, Jiang threw Feng down in front of the piled-up cannibal corpses. As Feng started to chow down, Chun leapt back in disgust, seeing Feng's table manners. But taunting Chun, Jiang told him that the way he ate was not much better. One of the guys came forward and invited Jiang and Chun to come inside the fortress, telling them it was fine to leave Feng out there to enjoy his meal. Back inside the fortress, the environment was calm. A sudden thud was heard as the people knelt before Jiang, calling him the savior, telling him that if it weren't for Jiang, none of them would have survived that day. Brushing it off as just lending a hand, Jiang came forward, asking the girl about how long they had been staying there and about Feng's condition. Breaking down, the girl clarified that her father was infected with a mimetic flesh mutation. Slightly confused by what he heard, Jiang asked the girl to clarify.
It was a miraculous, yet dangerously unstable organism. Originally discovered in wild animals, researchers first mistook it for a simple protozoan infection. But once they managed to cultivate it in a lab, they were stunned. It could transform into any kind of tissue. This wasn't just mimicry. The organism didn't merely copy the cells it consumed, it enhanced them. The tissue it created functioned better than the originals, with improved performance and durability. Even though it was highly unethical, her mentor decided to bypass all regulations and secretly conduct human trials. The results? Cancer cells were completely annihilated. The entire lab erupted in cheers, with one scientist claiming they had found the God cell. Unfortunately, that's exactly when everything started going downhill. Cities began to fall, chaos spread like wildfire, and refugees flooded in from every direction. The girl explained that, at the time, everyone truly believed the God cell would save humanity. But in the end, the so-called solution turned into the root of the catastrophe. Jiang interrupted, wondering aloud if the mimetic cell had simply lost control and gone rogue. That was exactly what had happened. The mimetic flesh didn't stop consuming. Couldn't. Once it entered a host, it relentlessly devoured and replaced every single cell. Bit by bit, the infected would lose their humanity, overtaken by the primal instinct of the flesh to spread itself further. Over time, the mimetic tissue would even forget what it was imitating, losing its structure completely. What remained was a formless, uncoordinated lump of organic material. Unable to move or function, it would eventually wither away from a lack of nutrients. While it could still temporarily maintain a human form, the infected often clustered together instinctively, drawn toward a final, tragic destination: the sea of flesh. Jiang stood there, taking it all in, when a voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. The voice told him he was one of them now. Turning around, Jiang saw Feng. A quick glance at his own wounds sparked a question. Had Feng done this to him? Jiang quietly confirmed it. Feng, looking disappointed, told him there wasn't much time left. But Jiang surprised him with a calm reply. He already purged the mimetic flesh from his system. Feng was caught off guard. Jiang explained that his body was naturally dozens of times stronger than normal. His immune system, enhanced beyond comparison, had managed to eliminate the infection. As if to prove it, he extended his hand, revealing a living symbiote within him, something even more miraculous and dangerous than the mimetic flesh. The bystanders were left gaping, unsure of whether to be amazed or horrified. After taking a moment to reflect, Jiang began to wonder if the mimetic tissue, with all its incredible adaptability, could actually be molded or tamed with intention. Curious, he turned to Feng and asked him to infect him again, just to test the theory. Feng, still confused but willing, extracted a piece of flesh from his own body and tossed it toward Jiang. Jiang caught it in his palm and examined it carefully. He tried once, then again, and again. But every single time, as soon as the flesh merged with his body, it started its invasion immediately. Jiang had no choice but to destroy it each time. He looked at Feng and asked how he had been able to control something so aggressive. Feng remained calm as he explained that he didn't control it, he was it. Every single cell in his body had become mimetic tissue. Biologically, he was no longer human. Jiang stared at him, trying to make sense of it, then asked how Feng had managed to retain his sense of self. The air seemed to grow colder as Feng answered. His humanity was already gone. The only thing keeping him grounded was a fading sense of responsibility. As long as his brain wasn't entirely degraded, he could still think and act as Xiaofeng. He could resist the urges of the mimetic flesh, but even that resistance was fading. Soon, he wouldn't even be able to maintain his human form. Turning to Jiang, Feng made a request. He asked him to protect Xiaoping and the others. While he still had a shred of rationality, he would do anything for Jiang's sake. His daughter, Xiaoping, couldn't hold back her tears as her father talked so casually about his own inevitable end. Just then, a mission tab appeared in front of Jiang's eyes. The objective was clear: learn about as many disaster types as possible. The reward was 300 points. He quickly connected the dots. The hyperphage virus likely referred to the zombie outbreak in his city. The adaptive spores had to be the plant-based infection that took root in S-City. And the mimetic aggregate protozoa? That was the technical name for the horror everyone now called the mimetic flesh. Jiang turned back to Feng and asked if his final fate was truly to become part of the sea of flesh. Feng nodded solemnly, saying that day wasn't far away. Seizing the moment, Jiang made an unexpected offer. He said he wanted to go with Feng. Feng blinked, clearly puzzled by the idea. Jiang, casually as ever, said he was just curious to see what would happen. Feng, still processing that response, asked what Jiang planned to do about everyone else. Raising his radio, Jiang contacted Zhang Qi and asked if he had a moment to spare. The area fell into a thick silence. People around them exchanged nervous glances as Zhang Qi walked through the entrance, holding his son. As soon as the boy saw Jiang, he broke into a grin and sprinted forward. He called out to Uncle Jiang, clearly thrilled. Jiang smiled back but couldn't help feeling concerned. He asked Jiang if the kid's mother was really okay with him bringing their son all the way out here. The kid didn't hesitate to flex his tiny arms, proudly showing off muscles that clearly didn't exist, declaring that he wasn't the same weakling anymore. Jiang was far from convinced. Then the kid turned around and shouted at the entrance, warning anyone hiding to come out now, or they'd be going in to drag them out. The crowd turned toward the gate. For a second it was dead silent. But it wasn't empty. Moments later, a group of cannibals awkwardly poked their heads out of their hiding spots, visibly annoyed that their cover had been blown by a loud, overly confident child. After getting caught, the cannibals slowly emerged from their hiding spots. One of them stepped forward, squinting as he asked if this was the legendary hiding place they'd been hearing about. He wanted to see the person capable of taking down an entire group of their comrades. Irritated by the silence, another cannibal pointed at Zhang Qi and asked if he was deaf. He questioned whether Zhang was the one behind the rumors, the one said to have taken on several new humans alone. Zhang, thoroughly confused, tried to explain that he was just an outsider and didn't understand what they were talking about. Meanwhile, inside the base, one of Feng's men analyzed the situation as Feng himself wondered whether the cannibals had mistaken Zhang for him. Unaware of their mistake, the cannibals, fired up and overconfident, decided to attack Zhang while they still had the advantage in numbers. The kid stepped forward, pulling in front of his father and asking to handle it himself. Zhang allowed it, telling him to go easy. The cannibals charged ahead, already fantasizing about their next full-course meal. Calmly, the kid stood his ground and pulled out a pistol. A gunshot rang out, but the cannibals dodged it easily. One of them laughed, mocking him, saying their speed was far beyond what an ordinary person could react to. Then a bullet struck one in the shoulder. Flicking the magazine away like John Wick, the kid smirked and asked why they ever assumed he was just a normal boy. He sprinted sideways, firing round after round, hitting several of them in the process. One particularly quick cannibal managed to dodge, slid in from the side, and lunged for the kid. Before the punch could land, the kid leapt up, flipped around, and the next moment he was holding a pistol to the cannibal's temple. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The shot pierced through the skull, killing the cannibal instantly. Inside the fortress, onlookers were stunned. A child had just taken out a group of cannibals with precision and skill far beyond his years. As the kid landed, another cannibal took the opportunity to attack from above. There was no time to react, or so it seemed. They had forgotten he wasn't alone. From behind, a tentacle shot forward, impaling the cannibal through the stomach. Zhang stood silently, one of the cannibals still skewered on his back. The people watching couldn't believe the monsters they were witnessing. The remaining cannibals, now in full panic, realized these two were far more powerful than they had assumed. In desperation, they charged Zhang all at once, hoping to overwhelm him. Without so much as moving a step, tentacles erupted from Zhang's back, slicing through every one of them with brutal efficiency. When the dust settled, the floor was littered with corpses once again. The kid turned to Zhang and asked how he did. Zhang praised him, while the boy casually credited his strength to the crops they had grown back at home. The crops from Huache Field are technically still plant entities. They're not as strong as the wild plant beasts in S-City, but they carry evolutionary energy. Pointing to Feng, the boy asked about the new being, trying to figure out what kind of entity it was. Everything was starting to fall into place for Zhang. First, zombies, then plant creatures, and now this mimetic flesh. Every region seemed to have its own unique disaster. What sort of monsters were waiting in the other areas remained a mystery. Elsewhere, a military stronghold was under attack. A swarm of giant ants flooded the base. One soldier shouted that they couldn't hold out much longer. The commander immediately ordered an evacuation through the back. Trucks roared to life as people fled in a desperate attempt to escape. Some made it through. Others were caught, their vehicles overturned by the ants. Soldiers left behind were consumed by the swarm. Back at the fortress, Zhang ensured Feng and the others were safe while Zhang and his team secured the perimeter. Inside one of the rooms, something unusual caught Zhang's eye. A nearly naked man tied to a chair. Zhang pointed at him, asking if he was a flesh eater. Feng explained that the man was used to identify those infected with the mimetic flesh. Flesh eaters, apparently, felt no hunger for infected individuals. While not everyone could resist the infection, those who were infected were far more dangerous than flesh eaters. They didn't reveal themselves. They infected others silently. To everyone's surprise, the man in the chair began to speak. With a cold smirk, he said he would reveal the infected himself. He turned to Feng and asked him, with a sick grin, if he would feel any sorrow when his own daughter died, now that he had lost all traces of his humanity. Turning around to the man, Feng asked him to clarify. The daughter he was desperately trying to protect was already infected, and as to who infected her, it was already obvious. Thinking back to the time she fought Feng outside, the girl shivered at the thought of what would happen to her now. As Feng stood there, pissed off, Zhang consoled him, encouraging him to think calmly. But what upset Feng was not the fact that his daughter was infected, but the fact that he wasn't feeling anything upon hearing it. With Xiaoping infected, his heart should have been in pieces by now. But it was calm. It looked like his life as Feng had already reached the end of the road. Turning to Zhang, Feng told him that it was almost time to join up with the Sea of Flesh. But before that, Feng asked Zhang to do him one favor. For the sake of what he once was as a human, Feng asked him to use Zhang's immunity to save his daughter from the mimetic flesh infection. But, breaking the sad news, Zhang told them that curing someone else with his immune system was not possible. One of the men turned to Xiaoping, asking if she would also end up like her father now that she was infected. To which Xiaoping responded calmly. This world was already destroyed, and with her father going to suffer such a cruel fate, she had nothing to hold on to in her life anyway. But reassuring them, Feng told them that his immune system was not the only way he had to deal with things like this. Zhang extended his hand to Xiaoping, giving her a syringe and asking her to inject herself with the serum inside. This was an infection blocker that was effective against the viruses in M-City, so there was a chance it could also have some effect against the mimetic flesh. Having nothing to lose, Xiaoping took the syringe and injected the serum into her body. But overhearing their conversation, the guy inside the room mocked them for not having the common sense to know that a virus and mimetic flesh were two completely different organisms. Even a kid could see this was not going to work. But as the serum coursed through Xiaoping's body, the guy's cocky smile vanished into complete shock. He couldn't believe what he was sensing. Judging by the man's reaction, Zhang was certain that the serum had done the job of curing Xiaoping from the infection. One of the guys jumped with excitement, while Xiaoping, holding the syringe, thought of another possibility. Clinging to this new ray of hope, she clenched the syringe and asked if the same process could be done on Feng to turn him back into a human again. But it was not that easy. She had just been infected recently, while Feng was almost completely consumed by the infection. At this point, he was a walking mimetic flesh, barely maintaining a human appearance. This struck her heart, her last hope vanishing as fast as it appeared. Feng, turning to Zhang, asked if he was still planning to come to the Sea of Flesh since he was running out of time. Agreeing to Feng, they moved to K-City as they walked through the empty and desolate streets. Turning around, Feng asked Zhang to be careful since they were already close to the main body. Breaking their conversation, a sound came from behind, calling out to them. They turned back to see a bunch of children begging them for something to eat. Zhang stood there confused. Feng asked Zhang to be careful, because in this place there shouldn't be anyone wandering around like this. The children kept begging for something to eat as their bodies slowly opened up to reveal sharp teeth like those of Feng. It was clear they were no ordinary children. Back in the fortress, the kid shot down a bug. Crouching down in front of the body, the kid wondered why there were such huge bugs flying in since last night. Xiaoping came forward, confirming that this was a new phenomenon, since she had never seen such bugs until yesterday, and there seemed to be more and more of them. Hearing this, The boy wondered if it was their arrival that had attracted these creatures toward the base. Breaking the conversation, a car rumbled in the distance. The boy and Xiaoping quickly became alert as the boy stood up, cautioning everyone of the uninvited guests approaching. 3 military trucks rushed in and stopped at the entrance as the boy stood his ground, waiting to strike at a moment's notice. Inside the trucks, the army personnel were relieved and overjoyed to see other people and to know of other settlements existing. A crowd gathered outside the fortress, carrying guns and crossbows. The boy standing in front asked the soldiers to slowly get out of the car and reveal their identity. One of the men, complying, got out with his hands up, waving and asking them not to shoot since they were not enemies. They were not zombies, cannibals, or evolved ones, they seemed to be ordinary people. As the military men got outside wielding assault rifles in their hands, the commander stepped forward, reassuring everyone that they were not there to hurt them. Looking back to his men, the commander asked everyone to put down their weapons so as not to scare the people. The boy started to approach them as Xiaoping advised caution. But they didn't seem to be dangerous people. The boy approached the commander as the commander stood there confused. He asked if the kid was pretending to be the leader of the settlement, but the boy clarified that he was just a temporary stand-in taking charge of the place. This caught the men off guard as one of the soldiers mocked the kid, calling him a brat. With a serious expression, the kid asked the commander to show some respect, and the man apologized. Pointing at the commander, the kid demanded an explanation about their motives and where they came from. Introducing everyone, the commander spoke about their situation. He explained they had been staying in City B and were forced to flee after a swarm attacked. 5 vehicles escaped, but they got separated. Their leader and another vehicle were headed to City K as they spoke. Reflecting on the commander's words, the kid threw the bug corpse in front of them, asking if this was what they were referring to. One of the men remarked how small the bug was compared to what they had faced. Another was relieved to find the infection here was less severe than in City K. But the commander warned them to stay alert, as the swarm would eventually reach this place, even if moving slower than expected. Correcting him, the kid clarified that the bug issue was new here, only starting a day ago, and added that they had their own set of problems in this region. Intrigued, the commander asked if the kid was talking about the walking corpses they had seen on the way. He commented that they seemed like puppets controlled by parasites, though they didn't see any sticking out of their heads. Still, the commander wasn't concerned. He proudly displayed their gear and strength, reassuring everyone that if those things caused trouble, they could handle them. After all, they survived the Great Swarm. These zombies were no big deal. Cutting the talk short, Xiaoping told the men to get inside the stronghold before it was too late. If the man-eaters attacked now, they might not be able to protect everyone. But the men were a little too confident. The commander nonchalantly told the others to leave the protection to them as they moved into the building. A soldier even joked that the man-eaters were elementary level compared to the swarm they'd faced. Though this annoyed the boy slightly, he decided not to correct them. Experience would be the best teacher. Back to it, Boy Jiang stood silently as his tentacles retracted into his body after a fight. The ground was littered with mimetic flesh, the remains of the kids they had met before. Seeing how Jiang handled them, Feng stood behind, still amazed by the sheer strength Jiang had shown. Looking back, Jiang remarked that there were still 20 more such creatures within a kilometer radius. Feng confirmed it, adding that all 20 had already lost their shape-shifting ability, and pitted anyone who accidentally wandered near them. Wasting no time, Feng suggested they move on, feeling they were almost close to the main body. Sure enough, he was right. They reached the top of a building, and Jiang looked down. In front of them lay the entire city, its streets blanketed in a sea of mimetic flesh, merged into one massive organism. Feng gave a satisfied smile as his body began reacting to the creature. Tentacles burst from his body, and he leapt toward the ledge, ready to embrace the warm, slimy hug of the grotesque sea. But Jiang caught him at the last second. A confused Feng asked what Jiang was doing. Jiang simply looked into his eyes and asked if he was really going to give up like that, without even trying to resist. But Feng told Jiang it was pointless. His willpower would eventually break, and when that day came, he wouldn't be able to fight his instincts, so he might as well get it over with. Disregarding Feng's words, Jiang reached out and touched Feng's face. As Feng stood still, surprised, small tentacles emerged from Jiang's fingertips, and one darted into Feng's forehead. Feng gasped as his eyes turned bloody red. He dropped to his knees, panting, while Jiang levitated, surrounded by a green aura. If what Feng lacked was structure, then Jiang would give it to him. His aura coursed through Feng's body, enveloping his brain and transforming his internal form. A moment later, Feng collapsed, wondering what Jiang had just done. A system window appeared in front of Jiang, updating his task progress. Jiang explained that he had implanted an adaptive spore into Feng's body. It would maintain Feng's current brain structure, and in the process, Jiang had also learned more about the mimetic flesh. The mimic aggregate protozoa. The name stunned Feng. Jiang clarified it was the same mimetic tissue they knew. Comforting Feng, Jiang explained that Feng's loss of memory structure was not due to the flesh's nature, but rather a flaw. The flesh sea is a desperate solution. To survive, it constantly needs new life to join and feed it. But as it grows, it'll eventually consume all nearby life, and then begin to devour itself. If biodiversity drops too low, it might collapse completely. Shocked, Feng asked if the spore Jiang implanted could bring back his humanity. That wasn't possible, but it could preserve Feng as he was now. The adaptive spore would replicate his current structure through constant regeneration, maintaining balance by fighting the protozoa inside him. As long as he kept feeding it structural data, he wouldn't forget who he was. Taking it all in, Feng asked if that meant he could continue living as Feng. Jiang confirmed, unless something unexpected happened. Pondering for a moment, Feng thanked Jiang. But he admitted this was only preserving the status quo. Fighting his nature was still a daily struggle, and he wouldn't last like that forever. Jiang leapt to the ledge and said his plan wasn't over yet. Looking down at the sea of flesh, he told Feng to jump, catching him off guard. Repeating the request, Jiang urged Feng to leap into the flesh, assuring him he would follow right after. Somewhere else, in an abandoned gas station, 2 military trucks were parked as soldiers filled them up with gas. The leader, lighting a cigarette, told the men to hurry up. They didn't know what kind of danger was lurking in this new area. Another guy walked up, asking for more time to finish refueling. One man, rummaging through his pockets for the radio, commented that they should be far out from City B by now and expressed concern about how Yang Bing's group was doing. The leader informed him that the radio had been damaged during the chaos back in City B. Regretting not bringing spares, the guy sighed, but the crossbow guy comforted him, saying they'd catch up once they were done refueling. Suddenly, someone called out to them, catching their attention. It was a group of women and children, requesting to be taken along, promising supplies in return. We clearly know where this is going. The crossbow guy approached them, asking if they were survivors and whether there were any insect swarms nearby. The woman reassured them they were completely safe, again promising to provide supplies, while her back, unseen by them, was a mess of mimic flesh that hadn't fully transformed. While he felt a little weirded out by the way they talked, he turned to the leader, asking for permission, only for the leader to suddenly scream at him to watch out. Turning back, he saw the bodies of the women transform into giant mimic mouths, lunging to swallow him whole. And it was done in a flash. Back at the sea of flesh, Feng questioned Jiang if he was really sure about what he was suggesting. But Jiang, smiling, told Feng to just do it. He'd planned on it anyway. Without wasting time, both of them jumped headfirst into the sea, while the mimic flesh sent spiked tentacles at them in reaction. The moment they landed, toothy maws emerged around them, surrounding them, pouncing to swallow them whole. In the blink of an eye, they were completely covered and swallowed by the sea. Quick midday snack. Or that's what it thought. Bursting from the sea, Jiang's tentacles shot up into the sky, spreading across the entire area. Rising from a crack in the flesh, Jiang levitated in a green glow. As he prepared to land, Feng had already made his way up, still confused. Turning to Feng, Jiang told him to do his part now. Feng looked even more confused, until he noticed his arm. It had completely transformed into mimic flesh. He had just noticed. Suddenly, sheer pain coursed through Feng's body. Green tentacles emerged from within him, as their tentacles intertwined with each other. The green aura surged through him. Feng screamed in pain, his eyes and body glowing a bright green light. From where he stood, a massive tree emerged in an instant. Feng's body almost completely merged with it. As he tried to process what was happening, Jiang approached him. "How does it feel?" Jiang asked. "For your instincts to finally be fulfilled?" Looking down at himself, Feng began to wonder if this was the form Jiang had been talking about. But that wasn't all. With his will, he could move it. Another shock. Feng seemed to have become the flesh sea itself. But Jiang corrected him. No, Feng wasn't completely in control of the sea yet. To reach that point, he'd need at least half a month. For now, he could control about 1/5 of it. Just then, another trunk popped out of the sea. With each new trunk, Feng's control over the sea would increase. And once the entire flesh sea was filled with them, he would truly become the flesh sea. But even now, the adaptive spore, the core of it all, was ultimately under Jiang's control. Jiang's face turned serious as he faced Feng. He warned him, never betray or scheme against Jiang, or anyone in City M. If Feng ever did, Jiang would take the power back just as easily as he had given it. Feng wasn't foolish enough to argue. Their conversation was cut short as something else caught their attention. It was the soldiers. The ones who had survived were now running from the mimic flesh, which was trying to devour them. The soldiers were starting to wish they'd just died to the bug swarm instead. Anything but the disgusting creature chasing them now. But then they stopped. They looked up and saw it. The majestic tree Feng, glowing like the tree of life in the middle of the all-devouring flesh sea. Seeing the monster in front of them get a mouthful of their comrade, they were stunned silent, not knowing what just happened. But time is definitely not a luxury they have. They were forced into reality by the screams of more mimic flesh running at them from behind for more snacks. Not knowing what to do, one guy asked if they should keep running. But the other guy pointed to the vast sea of flesh in front of them. Running was futile. Clinging onto their life, they brainstormed for ideas. They thought about running to the sides, but that was also futile seeing the situation. But as they stood there helpless, the mimic flesh closed in on them from all sides. It opened its giant mouth over them for that chewy on the outside, crunchy on the inside snack. But when all hope was lost, a green aura helped the mimic flesh from devouring them. The next moment, the main body of the flesh burst into pieces, bringing back what seemed like fear to the other flesh parts which had long forgotten being human. The destroyed flesh dispersed in all directions, and some part of it started pursuing the other pieces which now ran for their life. Quickly catching up, the giant piece opened its mouth, devouring the rest of them in one gulp. A huge monolith of flesh rose up from the place as its tentacles extended to eat up all other mimic flesh pieces around. The men who were standing there were stunned and confused, wondering if this meant that they were safe. A voice called out their stupidity, telling them that their every move was being observed. Panicked, they turned around to see where the source of the sound was. Surprising them, the mimic flesh rose up in front of them, slowly morphing into Feng's body, frightening the soldiers. Answering the question of the soldiers, Jiang appeared in front of them, introducing Feng as the sea of flesh itself. And pointing to the army men, Jiang asked who they were and how they ended up there in that situation. They explained everything. How fierce crawlers, fast flyers, giant bugs that can shoot corrosive venom from dozens of meters away, brain bugs that can enslave humans, fight in coordination sometimes even better than humans. On the other side, the fortress group was also getting briefed about the bug infestation. Thinking for a bit, Xiaoping assumed that these bugs were truly a eusocial species. They have nearly zero individual desire and act solely for the collective. Such species are terrifying. They have unimaginable coordination. Shaking his head in weariness of all that they experienced, the captain asked everyone if they truly understood the gravity of the danger they were facing. But the talks were cut off by something else. More cannibals filled the horizon, eyeing them to make a feast out of them. One guy screamed, informing everyone about the cannibals, while the commander stood there confused as to what they meant by that. Confirming the commander's doubts, the kid asked everyone to be on guard, telling the commander to see for himself the kind of dangers they were facing instead. One of the leaders told them how they spotted Jiang and Feng go to City K. Now they were defenseless. Coming forward, the female cannibal put a reasonable deal on the table. If they resist, they will kill everyone, but if they surrender, the cannibals will protect them in exchange for a sacrifice every couple days. Realizing the cannibals were trying to make cattle out of them, the kid refused, but the cannibals gave them 30 minutes to think it over. Observing the situation, the commander became a little cocky, thinking that the cannibal had no shame saying such things. He came forward, whipping out his massive 10-incher, asking if the cannibals recognized what he was holding. The cannibal girl, confused by the action, asked if the commander was an outsider who just stumbled in there. The cannibals leapt from the 10-story building, shocking the military men. As the cannibals landed with no scratch on their body, the military went on guard, finally realizing that these were no ordinary people who were scared of guns. Wasting no time, they started blasting their load on them. Unbothered by the barrage of bullets, the cannibals charged forward, not even flinching as the bullets pierced their flesh. Surprised at the situation they were in, the men kept firing at the cannibals, thinking about their next move. Turning to the men, the commander ordered them to hold the line and retreat in order. But the cannibals were already there. One of them leapt in for the commander, eager for his easy meal. But moments before the strike, a tentacle pierced his body, sending him flying away with it. The commander, now soaked in cannibal blood, stood there mortified at what just happened before him, while the cannibals shared the same sentiment, wondering what just happened to one of them. Seeing the massive person with tentacles sprouting from his back, the cannibals started to rethink their plans. I swear they remind me of Team Rocket, who just comes back only to get yeeted off to oblivion again. As one of the cannibals hovered in the air with a tentacle through his heart, the others started to gang up on the guy who had revealed the leaders weren't present. But he defended himself, saying the monster before them wasn't the leader. Whatever that thing was, fighting it was the last thing they needed. Turning in panic, the cannibals retreated, running for their lives. Watching this, Chong leapt down from the fortress, eager to get in on the action himself. The military men who saw him appear wondered if this was another expert arriving to aid them. Chong landed in front of the fleeing cannibals, blocking their escape and leaving them stunned. Wasting no time, he pounced, mercilessly slashing through every one of them. It was over before it began. The ground soon littered with mutilated corpses. The soldiers stood speechless, struggling to process all that had happened. The boy, addressing the commander, asked if he still thought survival here would be a cakewalk. Wasps and insects were one thing, but mutated humans were a whole different matter. The commander had no choice but to agree. Back at the Sea of Flesh, the new Feng stood tall like a tree. The officers filled Jiang in on everything that had happened so far. As he was briefed, a system notification appeared before Jiang, updating his mission of identifying disaster types and adding insects to the list, raising the reward to 300 points. It was indeed a new kind of disaster, and with each one the rewards would keep increasing. Turning, Jiang asked if the rest of them had headed south, and the man confirmed it. Their original plan had been to bypass M-City and move south along the highway, straight toward the base. Curious, the man asked if they still had one, and Jiang confirmed they did. Even in this ruined world, there were still things precious enough to protect. Jiang turned to Feng, who met his gaze with a sad expression. Already one with the Flesh Sea, Feng quietly asked Jiang to look after Xiaoping and keep her safe. But Jiang had other plans. How about we bring the whole base here to you? He suggested. Surprised, Feng shook his head, warning him how dangerous it was to be near a Feng who had merged with the Flesh Sea. But Jiang smiled slightly, pointing out the change in Feng's nature. The constant urge to kill and infect had already begun to fade. The adaptation spores in Feng's body now provided the Sea of Flesh with a simpler, more efficient food source, reducing its need to hunt. And with Feng's willpower, he could suppress what remained of the cravings. Calling the soldiers together, Jiang told them to follow him back to base, where they might even find their missing companions. At the base, everyone was outside, greeting Jiang's return. A boy stepped forward to brief him on the recent attack. The commander reunited with his men, while the chief remarked how Jiang had been right all along, predicting the rest would be at the base. But the commander, turning aside, asked about their missing members. That prompted the chief to recount what had happened on their end. The commander clenched his fist, then quickly introduced his men to the others, insisting there was nothing to fear since the people at the base were incredibly strong. After witnessing Jiang and Feng in action, no one doubted it. Xiaoping approached Jiang slowly, worry in her eyes as she asked if Feng had completely merged with the flesh sea. Jiang nodded. Yes, but it wasn't entirely bad. Feng still retained his consciousness. To her surprise, Jiang explained everything, making it clear that the flesh sea was now the safest place to set up camp. Turning to address everyone, Jiang told them to pack their bags and be ready to move. Within hours, they were on the move. They were moving in a tight group with Jiang on the front and the military watching their rears with guns. Real effective. As they reached the hunting grounds of the mimic flesh, Jiang asked everyone to be on guard at all times. But as they walked through the ruined streets, a voice called out, asking them if they were survivors. Turning their attention, everyone leapt into position, ready to face anything. From the alley came a mother and son waving their hands. An innocent sight, maybe too innocent. The commander, who spent his time in the fortress, questioned why they were acting so tense around an innocent mother and child. But the chief, knowing what it meant, started blasting along with his men. Concerned at this action, the commander worriedly asked the chief to stop and explain his actions. But nobody seemed to listen. Promptly turning around, the chief asked him to take a closer look and see for himself how innocent these so-called civilians were. As they took a look again, they saw the two bodies wriggling and punctured full of bullet holes, still walking as fangs came out of their bodies. Another guy pointed out to the side where more of such innocent civilians approached from all sides, surrounding them. They were now cornered and outnumbered. The commander, turning to Jiang, asked him to take everyone and run, telling him that with their better weapons they would hold them back. But the other guy intervened, telling him that Jiang was more than capable of taking care of all of them. But the chief was not buying it. He asked everyone to stay put and hold the line. The others, listening to the chief, braced to face this new threat. They were different from the cannibals, but maybe if you shoot them enough, it might be the way. But Jiang, staying cool and unbothered in the situation, consoled the commander, admiring his dedication to protect. But it was time for the new guys to shine. Jiang stepped forward with a flare gun in hand, asking everyone to stay back so as not to get caught in the crossfire. Standing in the middle of all the mimic flesh, he fired a flare round straight up at the sky, signaling for the game to begin. The flare shot into the sky, glowing bright red. The boy looked up, confused by Jiang's action. He wondered if it was a signal for Sister Shanshan, asking whether she was on her way. But it wasn't. This signal was meant for an entirely different powerhouse. Jiang's response left the boy even more puzzled, forcing him to guess who this mysterious helper might be. Turning to Jiang told him to begin the cleanup, but warned him not to interfere with the reinforcements that would soon arrive. Almost immediately, the mimic flesh surrounding them surged forward for that scrumptious feast. Jiang braced himself, ready to cut down every creature that came their way. Watching the fight, the chief, who had never before seen Jiang's group in combat, was stunned. He wondered how people of such overwhelming strength could even exist, while the commander simply leaned back and enjoyed the show. Suddenly, a loud roar thundered from behind the rear guard. Panic spread as people turned to see a massive army of mimic flesh charging toward them. But these guys weirdly had vines all around their body. Terrified, the soldiers shouted to Jiang, warning him of the incoming threat, but Jiang remained calm. Believing Jiang and his group were too occupied to respond, the soldiers and the people prepared to hold the line themselves. But when the vine-covered mimics reached them, they didn't attack the humans. Instead, they rushed straight to the front lines, tearing apart the other mimics in a savage frenzy. Everyone froze in shock. These weren't enemies, they were the reinforcements Jiang had spoken of. The commanders seemed to figure out where these new guys are from. Within minutes, the battlefield was cleared, mimic corpses shredded and scattered. Then, to the horror of onlookers, vines crawled across the ground from a distance, weaving toward the fallen bodies. The vines avoided the people, latching onto the mimic corpses and devouring them whole. Calmly, Jiang stepped forward and told everyone to follow the vines to salvation. And so they walked, eventually coming upon a colossal tree rising from the center of the sea of flesh. The sight left everyone stunned. With just one look, Xiaoping realized what this meant. It was her father. Tears welled up as Jiang gently consoled her, calling out for Feng to appear. The flesh writhed and twisted before finally releasing Feng from its mass. Emotions surged as Xiaoping tried to run to him, but Jiang stopped her. Her voice cracked as she asked what her father had become. The sea of flesh was vast, and controlling it demanded immense focus. Still, as long as they kept their distance, Feng could protect them all. This grotesque domain had effectively become the safest place they could be. Jiang then asked Feng if he had secured a place for a home base. Feng replied that he had cleared out a factory where they could settle. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a plant monster was tossed into a pit swarming with others of its kind. It was the old crew. The silver-haired man wondered if plant invasions had grown worse recently. The old man staring into the wilderness suggested the surge might be caused by a nearby flower cart. The fat man stepped forward, puzzled. "Didn't Jiang already tame a flower cart?" he asked. "That was just one. There are many more in the jungle, and they seem to be making their move." Back at the Flesh Sea, the group finally reached the factory. The men worked tirelessly to clear and fortify it, shaping it into a new base. But then Jiang's radio buzzed. "Something is not right." Jiang asked Feng to keep watch there. "Something has come up in the M city border." Turning to the boy, Jiang called out to him, asking him to stay there with his father, while he and Chun go investigate the flower cart field about the new problem. Back at base camp, after a long time everyone sat around for a meeting. Reassuring Jiang, the silver-haired guy told him not to worry since Shanshan, he and Xiaokai were there. Nothing was going to happen, but the officer stepped up, correcting him. With the kind of monsters around, Jiang was their best bet to fight them off. Seems like these days the silver-haired guy is getting more cocky about his abilities. Flexing his muscles, he bragged about his strength gained after eating the flower cart rations, demanding that he be declared one of the strongest people in the apocalyptic world. If that is the case, this is a perfect opportunity to put it to the test. Jiang asked him to accompany him to the deep forest to investigate this new surge in monsters. In the jungle, the crew was chopping up monsters left and right. Clearly, everyone had gotten way stronger than before as the silver-haired guy bragged on about his strength. While they were busy chatting, one guy noticed something weird in the distance. He called out to Jiang. The sight was surprising. It was a couple of tree stumps. While not unusual, it was a bit weird to see chopped-down trees in an apocalyptic world. As they went forward through the trees, a vast clearing of trees lay in front of them, all chopped down with a chainsaw. "Who did all this and why? Was it one of our people?" one guy asked. But that was impossible since none of them had ever come this deep into the jungle before. Noticing something strange, Jiang asked them to keep quiet. Honing in on the sound coming from afar, Jiang moved closer to the source to investigate. A little far away, many men wearing yellow jackets, wielding chainsaws, were busy at work chopping down all the trees at an insane rate. One tree, which was just completely chopped, decided to go out with a bang and take some of the men with it. The tree slowly started to fall down on top of the men as they scrambled to get away from there. All of them got out, but one unlucky soul tripped and fell, leaving his fate to the tree gods. Fortunately or unfortunately, the tree fell straight onto his leg as he screamed in pain. His life was spared, but with a crushed leg as a bonus. The man, writhing in pain, cursed at the one who chopped it down so carelessly. His pain and frustration came out as screams and curses toward the man. But suddenly it stopped. He felt it. His anger washed away in an instant as he turned to begging for his life, pleading to give him just 2 days to heal up, claiming that he was still useful. But his pleas were in vain. Large amounts of green veins sprouted from his body, impaling him from within as they burst out from all the holes. Even his eyes were not spared. Within seconds his head burst open, with many veins now taking its place. The worker's dead, motionless body slumped to the ground, veins and branches crawling their way through it. This dreadful sight left the other workers stunned but not too surprised. It seemed like it was not the first time they had seen something like this. One man shouted to the others, calling them back to work and telling them not to waste any more time. Realizing the state they were in, they immediately picked up their tools to continue working, reiterating that they were all fine and healthy. The people continued their work as they heard a shout that it was Zhang's crew. Seeing new survivors in front of them was an unexpected sight, but their faces showed no sign of happiness. Seeing their monotonic faces made Zhang and the others alert to potential danger. One of the workers came forward, forcing a smile, and greeted the crew, asking if they were survivors. Who else would they be? Is there perhaps more of you? He asked. Extending a helping hand, the worker told them about a settlement they had which was well defended and short on manpower, asking them to join the workers at their base. Hearing this, Zhang Qi retorted, saying no other bases could be as good as their own. But Zhang stopped him from finishing. Coming forward, he introduced them as a group split from the main base because of arguments, telling them that they were looking for a new place to stay. The worker became happy hearing this. He consoled Zhang and the group and asked them to follow the workers to their base so they could be safe. As they moved through the chopped clearing, Shanshan and the fat guy noticed twisting veins covering the whole place. This was clearly the extension of a plant monster. The worker, hearing this, let out a malicious grin as he continued to lead them down this sketchy path. To get rid of their suspicion, the worker turned to the fat guy, telling him that the veins were just part of some docile mutant plant, not the man-eating kind. The man continued to lead them into the deep forest as they continued their journey. Finally, as they passed through a wall of trees, they saw the base. More like a lair. What awaited them was a humongous tree, seemingly waiting patiently for its next victim. Seeing the massive pole of a tree in front of them, they stare at it in awe. Concern grew on the old man's face. He asked Zhang if this plant monster was even bigger than his own, and Zhang confirmed it. Based on sheer size, there is no competition. Even if you put the whole flower cart field together, it still might pale in comparison. Looking at Zhang Qi, Zhang asked him to show the strength he was boasting about and to defeat the monster. But he clearly was not up to it. While they were distracted by chatting, the workers crept up on them from behind. They jumped on them from all sides, restraining everyone from behind. The leader of the workers grabbed hold of Zhang as he pinned him from behind. Well, more of a tight hug. Look at his face, thinking that he did something there. He is about to know why you don't mess with the main character. But the fat guy, suddenly noticing something, screamed for everyone's attention. Huge vines erupted from the tree as they reached down toward the massive pile of corpses lying around. Each tentacle went into corpses as the bodies rose up like puppets. Their decayed flesh started to stand up and move toward the crew. Pointing at them, the corpses screamed in an eerie voice. "You! Submit!" The sheer voice was enough to make your skin crawl all over. The zombies, their eyes glowing red, kept shouting, "Same kind! Willing to be slaves! Disgrace!" These words shocked the leader of the lumberjack crew. Let's call him Dumbass. Dumbass recoiled in shock hearing the plant monster called Zhang. Same kind. Taking the mild moment of distraction, Zhang buried his elbow deep in Dumbass' face, sending him flying backward. Tentacles rose from Zhang's hands, wrapping around Dumbass, keeping him hovering in the air. With fear on his face, he looked around. The other members were already taken care of by the rest of the crew. Looking at Dumbass, Zhang warned him to stay away, giving him a chance to escape since he was also being manipulated. The plant monsters were closing in from all sides. Throwing Dumbass to the side, they rushed toward the monsters, charging them head-on. These are just low-level trash mobs for our guys. They started to wipe the floor with every monster they got their hands on. The workers, seeing them fight, were awestruck, wondering if these random people really had a chance to fight against the plant monster that was controlling them all this time. But Dumbass, not being so dumb, had a pessimistic view. Even if they fought against individual monsters well, they were far too outnumbered. It's just not sustainable. The whole mountain of corpses was just spare inventory that the plant monster could pick up any time. But they didn't know who they were talking about. Jiang swung his hands, tentacles flying toward the monsters as he chopped down several in one fell swoop. "That's it. These people are monsters," screamed Dumbass. But something was not right. One of the workers felt an eerie calm in his body before vines burst out of his chest, killing him. Soon after, one by one, vines started to pop out of every worker's body as they screamed for help. It was almost like the plant monster was tapping into its reserved supply. If this kept going, none of them would survive. But Jiang had a plan: go for the main body. He leapt from the ground toward the tree as sharp tentacles rushed forward to stop him. With his own plant body inside, he started to chop them all down. But one of them caught him off guard, slapping Jiang toward the ground like a meteor. The tree was too big to be killed off that easily, and dragging the fight was also not in their favor. Every second that went by, the remaining workers were slowly consumed by the monster. Turning to the workers, Jiang asked every infected person to gather around him. Then, taking a deep breath, he unleashed the plant spores, which covered all the workers like a fog. The workers stood in shock at what had just happened. The spores Jiang blew into their faces stopped the parasitic plant from taking over their bodies. Turning to Zhang Qi, Jiang asked him to take the workers to safety. Soon they left, leaving Jiang with the old man and another man facing off against the giant tree. The zombies the tree had raised still stood before them, calling the plant inside Jiang a disgrace to their kind. A small smile crept across Jiang's face, and his eyes glowed green. The plant within him was using his body to communicate. Pointing at the tree, it called it foolish for the way it operated, claiming that mutual symbiosis was the right and most beneficial path for the future. For a brief moment, both plant monsters faced each other as the air grew tense. Feeling that the message had been delivered, Jiang regained control of his body. Seeing two plant entities communicate intrigued the old man. It seemed that the mutations had accelerated the evolutionary process of these creatures, allowing them to form neuron-like structures capable of complex thought. And above all, this particular plant seemed to have many more tricks up its sleeve. It would be better to fight it only after thorough preparation. They left the scene after covering the workers' escape, while the plant and its zombies continued to watch. Back at the base, a new strategy meeting was underway. Jiang proposed calling Zhang and the others back to help defend the base from attacks by the plant creature. Hearing this, one of the men voiced concern about leaving the other side vulnerable. But that wasn't a problem. Their own powerhouse was guarding that flank. Hearing about these powerhouses, Zhang Qi's curiosity was piqued. Seeing this, Jiang invited him and the old man to come along so they could research the insect monsters. Back at the Flesh Sea, Zhang Qi stood stunned at Feng's massive wood. Jiang introduced Zhang Qi to Feng, explaining that Zhang was interested in sparring with him. But after seeing the enormous Flesh Sea, Zhang's confidence began to waver. Acknowledging Zhang's request, Feng lifted a finger, causing massive tentacles to rise up from the sea. That was enough for our boy to immediately throw in the towel and call a truce. Later, Jiang introduced Zhaoping and Old Man He to each other and asked he about possible strategies to fight the insect swarm. For a swarm, he explained, taking down the queen sounds like a great idea. The intelligence of a swarm is nothing more than the collective behavior of countless individuals performing simple, divided tasks. The queen bee or ant queen is only one component of that system, responsible solely for reproduction. The pheromones she secretes merely suppress sexual maturity in others. They don't truly make decisions. But Zhaoping had a different theory. Since the insect swarm had grown far more intelligent after mutation yet still retained its collective mindset, it was possible the queen had undergone a massive evolution, becoming the brain of the entire operation. That seemed like a solid possibility to the others. However, as someone who had faced the swarm directly, the commander stepped forward and pointed out the massive numbers they possessed. It would be impossible to go in and target the queen directly. Immediately, Zhang Qi, who was listening intently, had an idea. If they couldn't attack head-on, what about an apocalyptic Trojan horse? 3 trucks raced down the highway, stopping in the middle of the road. The soldiers leapt out and unloaded the mimic flesh pieces they were carrying, scattering them in the open before speeding away faster than they came. The flesh chunks, left exposed, began to roam around the area while Zhang and Zhang Qi observed from a distance. Just as Zhang predicted, the bees came buzzing. It was a scout wasp, drawn to the disturbance, coming to investigate. The bait had worked. In the blink of an eye, countless wasps swarmed the sky, eyeing the flesh pieces below. A sense of fear emerged even in the mutated flesh, which was supposed to have long forgotten such emotions. The military men watching the swarm were no exception. Adding to their past traumas, some soldiers finally met their breaking point and started to flee. The sight was terrifying for everyone. The old man called out to Zhang, who was controlling the vines, asking if he was okay. Replying positively, Zhang continued his plan. Soon the wasps dove toward the ground, beelining for the flesh pieces. As the mutated flesh fought off the bees for its dear life, Zhang's vines crept up from the ground, leaping into the air and tying the wasps in a chokehold. Twisting around the wasps' bodies, the vines pierced the insects through the head, killing them instantly. Seeing Zhang mog countless wasps in a single blow like that, the commander almost peed his pants before remembering Zhang was on his side. Seeing the insect corpses littering the ground, it almost felt like the plan was a waste. Zhang could just swarm the place and be done with all of them at once. The old man came forward and asked Zhang for an update. The regeneration of these bugs was not as good as the mimetic flesh, so it was going to be harder to control them. Our boy is so overpowered that keeping an enemy alive is harder than killing it. After searching through the sea of corpses, they finally found one that was still alive. The wasp was squirming on the ground, struggling to escape as Zhang's vines popped out of its body. Seeing Zhang come forward, a sudden fear crept into the insect's body, making it squirm in pain before eventually calming down. It was a success. They finally got an insider for the job. The vines had taken complete control of the wasp's body. Even though the success rate was questionable at best, this was their ticket. The wasp lifted Zhang into the air and moved toward the base as Zhang acted unconscious. As he closed in on the insect swarm, the true terror of the swarm came into full view, enough to traumatize Mike Tyson. Meanwhile, another group of men seemed to be deep inside the forbidden hole. They hid in between the rocks as countless giant ants crawled around them. One of the guys, skeptical of their plan, asked if they were really doing the right thing. But the leader seemed confident. The nest needed airflow, and as long as they followed the breeze, they would eventually reach the exit. They slowly came out of their hiding spot after the ants left, but something caught the leader's attention. Turning around to a terrifying sight, he gasped for air. In front of them were several human corpses with giant ant larvae feeding on them like a quick protein bar. This would be their fate if any of the insects laid eyes on them. They started walking through the twists and turns of the maze, eventually arriving at a place with some light. Pointing toward the glow, the leader excitedly called the others to look. Finally, they were saved. But of course nothing goes this smoothly, even for the main character. A sudden buzzing jolted them out of their excitement. Turning around, they saw a swarm of ants rushing toward them like they'd stolen the last slice of pizza. Salvation was right in front of them. They couldn't give up now. They bolted toward the exit in a final rush for life. The leader's face lit up with relief as the light closed in on them. But wait, something was wrong again. Looking outside the cave entrance, the whole terrain was filled with insects crawling around, guarding the place. The ants soon noticed the 3 hairless monkeys poking out of their home and lunged at them to finish them off. We moved to another group of people, seemingly trapped inside a hole in the ground. One of them was alerted by sudden movements above, startling everyone. The next moment, the 4 guys trying to escape were thrown into the pit with the others. This was the food chamber, and from that moment on, they were all backup snacks for the insects. Being reduced to a backup meat strip was too much for one of them, and he broke down in tears thinking about the good times when he was just a simple laborer. At least he got to live then. Looking around, The leader saw a guy collapsed on the ground and asked if he was dead. Everyone's gaze shifted to the collapsed guy, but nobody seemed to recognize him. One of them came forward, tapping Jiang and trying to wake him up. Suddenly our boy got up, rubbing the dirt off his clothes. All the twists and turns of the place had nearly made him dizzy. Waking up from his little nap, he took some time to admire the architecture of the maze that was built here. But one of the guys standing nearby was confused by Jiang's nonchalant attitude and asked why he was busy praising the place instead of panicking about the situation. Brushing off the comment, Jiang turned to address the people. Looking around, he casually asked if anyone knew the location of the mother insect. This insane question caught everyone off guard as they began questioning our boy's sanity. Maybe he hit his head while sleeping, but Jiang just repeated the same question without flinching. Seeing the guy who woke up suddenly talking about the boss of the place, the onlookers concluded he must be scared out of his mind and rambling nonsense. The conversation was cut short as a loud rumbling echoed from the cave above. Hearing this familiar sound, one man's face twisted with panic. "It's here again. They're selecting food again," he screamed. Instant panic spread through the crowd as they shoved each other to the front, trying to stay as far away as possible from whatever was about to pop out. During the chaos, one man turned to Jiang, who was just calmly staring at the hole, and shouted for him to take cover. But another guy stopped him, saying that if someone had to die anyway, it was better for it to be the guy who had already lost his mind. When it comes to survival, every man for himself. The man hesitantly walked away as Jiang stood there, watching the panic unfold. Soon enough, the monster appeared. A giant ant poked its head inside through the hole directly above where Jiang was standing. The two monsters locked into a stare down for a moment. The whole room went silent, everyone holding their breath in anticipation. The next second, Jiang's hands shot forward to grab the ant by its claw, and with his right arm he punched a hole straight into the ant's skull, neutralizing it instantly. It all happened so fast that the onlookers didn't even process it. Judging by the noise they heard, they convinced themselves Jiang must have somehow snuck in a gun and blasted the ant, while our boy casually struck a pose with his latest catch. The next moment, Jiang jumped onto the exit and asked everyone to decide, stay or go with him. While most still hesitated, the leader of the earlier escape group stepped forward and offered his help in finding the way out. That finally motivated the others to move their asses and leave the place. This was not going to be an easy journey. Outside waited a massive ant army, determined not to let their protein escape. Jiang stood in the center, facing them. The people, not knowing the level of gigachat our boy was, started panicking again. "No matter how strong he is, he can't take on a whole army," one man said. But their comments were silenced when Jiang single-handedly beheaded one of the ant soldiers that lunged at him. The panicked crowd froze in awe at what they just witnessed. Jumping forward, Jiang began slaughtering the whole pack, ripping their bodies apart and blasting them to shreds. It didn't take long before Jiang stood alone, the blood of his enemies washing over his feet. Looking in the direction the bugs had come from, Jiang wondered if that was where the mother insect might be. Only one way to find out: go there. As the group ventured deeper inside, Jiang was surprised to encounter a new kind of bug. A massive ant-cricket hybrid stared him in the face. Could this be the mother insect? But suddenly the leader stepped forward and explained that this was the antenna bug, not the boss. It had a massive antenna at its butt, which it used to send attack signals to other bugs. Seeing as he had just found one of the commanders, Jiang's face lit up, but the guy hurried to warn him not to tick the bug off or else it could call its allies any second. But before he could even finish his sentence, Jiang extended his hands as vines rushed forward from his fingertips. With no time to react, Jiang's vines rushed forward, piercing the bug's thick shell as it screamed in pain. Seeing how easily our boy had just destroyed the commander bug, the others began to wonder if Jiang was even human. Unfortunately, that scream attracted some very unwanted attention. Because of the antenna bug's commands, a whole army was now on its way to swarm them. The group turned toward the exit just as a massive ant army poured in, and one guy shouted for Jiang to watch out. Jiang, still busy establishing control over the antenna bug, simply lifted his left hand and unleashed more vines. They shot forward, smashing into the cave ceiling and startling everyone. The rest of the vines rushed straight toward the insect army, making quick work of them. At this point, you had to wonder who was the real monster here. With glowing green eyes, Jiang stared at the antenna bug, its body writhing in pain as countless vines pierced straight through it. The next moment, the bug collapsed to the ground. Was it finally dead? It seemed controlling resistant ones with the mutation spores was still difficult. Still, Jiang had finally located the mother bug's position. Jiang unleashed multiple vines from his body, which darted into the cave walls and crushed them from the inside. The others could only stand there, stunned, as the vines broke through into nearby chambers, catching the feasting monsters completely off guard. At this point, they were nothing but NPCs. The vines made quick work of them, squishing their bodies as their innards were unceremoniously sucked out. Soon, the entire lair began to shake, tremors rippling far and wide. Inside, panic broke out. The others screamed at Jiang to stop before he brought the whole place down on their heads. But Jiang just smiled. He had only loosened the cave a bit and drank some bug juice for energy. Totally worth it. Now it was time for the final act. Jiang lifted his foot and stomped hard onto the weakened ground beneath him. Instantly, the floor gave way, sending Jiang and the others plunging into a deep underground cavern. After a long fall, they finally landed in a tunnel at the lowest levels of the lair. Before them was a large opening, completely devoid of life, except for their own. As the group asked Jiang where the mother bug was, he simply looked down at the ground, stomped again, and sent the whole crew even farther below. Finally, they arrived in a similar chamber. This time, however, it wasn't empty. A humongous bug queen stood before them, face to face with Jiang, staring him down as the stage was set for the final showdown. The bug mother roared, sending tremors throughout. In the next moment, countless ants poured in from nowhere to protect their queen. It was almost like an endless sea of bugs at this point. But before the others could figure out what was happening, the ground beneath them cracked open, sending them deeper underground, only to be caught by Jiang's vines. The vines formed around them, creating a protective cage. It was time to get serious, and that meant taking care of the distractions. Jiang told them to stay put, and they swiftly agreed. The bug army rushed forward while Jiang prepared his attack. Several thick, green, veiny vines danced around Jiang's fingertips, slashing any bug that came close. All of a sudden, white sticky liquid flowed toward Jiang from the side. Noticing it instantly, Jiang dodged, avoiding the biological attack. Those responsible were a bunch of blue balls with faces and legs, the artillery squad. Jiang darted forward, avoiding everything else. Getting closer, he picked up a rock from the ground and pitched it straight at the artillery bugs. The rock, now flying faster than sound, tore through a row of bugs with ease, like a knife through butter. Bugs burst like piñatas left and right, while the others simply enjoyed the show of their lives from their reserved seats inside the vine cage. The mother bug was now cornered. Jiang stood face to face with the boss as the other insects lay dead around them. Seeing the mother bug panic, Jiang calmed it down, saying he was not there to kill it. Starting the process, Jiang's vines burst out, surrounding the massive mother bug in an instant. They slowly wrapped around its body, crushing it as the bug screamed in pain. With a serious face, Jiang warned it against resisting. Since the mutated bugs were already in its brain, he could kill it with a single thought. This couldn't go wrong. There was only one queen, and if he couldn't tame it here, all of this effort would be wasted. But something was different. The queen bug seemed to respond to Jiang's threat and grew far calmer than before. Several system messages popped up, informing Jiang of the completion of the Disaster Collector mission and the mission to exterminate the bugs, bringing his total points to 961. He had gained a whopping 700 points in one go from the two missions. Now that this was done, he might as well bring the entire bug nest under his control to prevent further problems. Turning to the system, Jiang opened the system store. It displayed 3 supply boxes, one for abilities, one for apocalypse farming, and one for arm deterrence, along with an option to refresh for 4 points. Ability Awakening was the most valuable, so the best strategy was to buy it whenever possible and keep refreshing the store until he ran out of points. After countless refreshes, Jiang bought a total of 5 Ability Awakening crates, and now further refreshes cost 1,000 points. It was time to open them all. All the supply boxes opened together, providing Jiang with multiple new traits. His physical overload trait jumped from level 1 to level 3, along with high-voltage bioelectricity that allowed him to generate an electric field around himself. Then came the final trait, the enslavement mark, which rose to level 2, allowing him to have 2 servants marked by enslavement. Wasting no time, Jiang activated the skill as a red seal appeared on his fingertips. Pointing it toward the queen, Jiang promised her that she would rise to the top, enjoying the luxury of standing by his side when he did. Still bound by vines, Jiang unleashed the seal onto the bug, finalizing the contract. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of cannibals was fighting against a duo standing atop a building. Those on the ground confronted the pair for taking up so much just for themselves while leaving nothing for the rest. But the duo didn't seem afraid. The man licking his lips praised the red-haired girl for her brilliant trick, which kept idiots like those in front of them coming in groups. His comment angered the men below. One stepped forward confidently, asking if they truly thought they could win against such a huge group with just the 2 of them. Another set his sights on the red-haired girl, cooking up fantasy after fantasy, telling her he would make her feel like a goddess before she died. Before he could finish his sentence, the cannibal standing behind him dropped dead, half his body missing, while the girl casually pulled out a machete, excited to see how this idiot planned to make her feel divine. Panic erupted among the cannibal horde as they watched one of their own fall, while the duo hadn't even moved. The speed was incomprehensible. In the next moment, the girl appeared in the middle of the crowd and began slashing every last cannibal. All that remained was the big-mouthed man from before. With her blade pressed against his neck, the red-haired girl asked about his earlier promise to make her a goddess, while he nearly pissed himself in fear. The few survivors screamed, demanding to know how they had become so strong. Answering them, the musclehead appeared behind them, mocking them by saying that the only ones stronger than the duo were the people from before. The cannibals fell silent, wondering who could possibly be stronger than the monsters standing before them. The moment didn't last long. A loud hum interrupted their thoughts. Turning toward the sound, they were greeted by a massive army of bugs swarming the sky, blocking out the sun as it approached them. It was not just the flying ones. Looking back, one mutant pointed out the massive horde of insect army crawling towards them from the ground as well. With no signs of stopping, they rushed forward, taking out everything in their path. Sensing the danger, the duo made the smart decision to withdraw and take higher ground. With one leap, they jumped on top of the building, while the other mutants on the ground ran for their lives. But their mutant legs were not fast enough and got crushed beneath the insect tsunami. Inside the building, the buff dude peeked through the door outside, still confused about what the hell just happened out there. Meanwhile, at the new base near the Flesh Sea, it was their turn to take a glimpse at the massive insect swarm approaching. Old traumas kicked in for the soldiers, seeing their nemesis from the past approaching them now. Looking through the binoculars, the soldiers finally thought this was it. With shivering hands, the commander wondered what happened to Jiang, who went to defeat the swarm. Could he have failed? People piled up on the rooftops, witnessing the situation unfold with great worry. With a sudden tremor, the Flesh Sea rose up from behind the building, easing the people's minds. "We still have the Flesh Sea," one screamed in relief. The massive pillars of flesh stood tall, ready to face the swarm to protect the people of the building. Truly a legendary face-off. But to everyone's surprise, the insects just avoided it and kept flying towards a different destination. The concerned faces turned to laughs of relief as they praised the Flesh Sea for scaring away the insects. Some even started taunting the insects because of the strange sense of security they felt being protected by a monster. One of the soldiers, noticing a big insect flying towards them, alerted everyone to stay vigilant. It was the signal bug, which flew directly towards the building, preparing to land on top of them. And on top of the bug was our boy Jiang. The bug landed on the ground like an attack helicopter as Xiaoping and the others approached it, seeing Jiang on board. Jiang jumped down as Xiaoping rushed towards him to welcome him. At the same time, Feng emerged out of the flesh sea, inquiring Jiang about the situation with the bugs. Of course, everything was pretty smooth, and the one concern was the survivors Jiang picked up from the nest. Hearing Jiang's plan to bring them over as well, Xiaoping grew concerned about the rations stretching thin. But putting her concern at ease, Jiang told her about the expanded flower cart field and the Leaf City farmland. There was enough to feed everyone. And besides, soon enough the entirety of the city was about to become their farmland. Back in the city, the old man was doing his routine check on the lumberjacks infected with the plant parasite. The recovery was going smoothly, and soon they would be free from the plant's control. The calm situation was broken by the appearance of the giant insect swarm from the horizon, startling everyone. The whole base sprang into action, preparing their defense lines for the confrontation. Men rushed to barricade the gate while some secured the rooftops. But just like before, the insects simply avoided them while continuing their course, causing them no harm. Looking at the sky and the insects' behavior, the old man figured it out. Jiang's plan had worked. We moved to the forest where the zombies roamed the area. The disturbance in the surroundings caught their attention as they looked up, facing the insects. The great swarm had covered the whole sky, with Jiang standing on top of the signal bug at the center. Finally, it was time. Jiang addressed the swarm. He ordered everyone to listen to his command. It was time to eat. The massive insects dove to the ground towards the zombies as they gnawed the flesh off the zombies, killing them. It was a one-sided slaughter. While the aerial attack was happening, the ground force was on the move too. Row after row of massive ants trampled the forest, crushing and eating all the zombies they came across. Soon they reached the main body. The massive plant stood in the middle with its last line of zombie defense surrounding it. Using one of the puppets, the plant asked Jiang what he wanted. Nonchalantly, Jiang responded that he wanted to tame it and make it a symbiote living inside the flower cart. Listening to a mere human's plan to make it submit, the plant body screamed with anger. But Jiang stood there unfazed. With his glowing green eyes, he unleashed a massive strike which cut the giant plant body into two with ease. As the plant fell to the ground, Jiang gave it one last chance to choose. Its main trunk was already severed, and next was uprooting it completely. So you either submit now or die. The monster core of the plant body squirmed with fear as it wriggled out of the chopped-down trunk. The next moment, a seed popped out of the tentacle and Jiang launched his vines toward the seed, commanding it to merge into one. The tentacles wrapped around the seed as it glowed bright green. The power slowly poured into Jiang's body as a mission notification popped up in front of him, informing him of the completion of the Weed Removal Eye and the Budget Utopia mission. Back at the base camp, the OG crew was waiting outside, not knowing what happened to Jiang, who went to subjugate the plant body. I am surprised they still doubt our boy's strength. Soon enough, the bug swarm was again spotted on the horizon. This definitely means Brother Jiang succeeded, one man commented. From within the swarm, the signal bug dove down with Jiang, landing right in front of the old man and the girl. As Jiang jumped down from the biochopper, the old man excitedly asked him if he had succeeded in his mission. With a smirk, Jiang told him that the plant body has already become a part of him, which confused the old man. Jiang's eyes glowed green, and massive thick vines plowed out of the ground, stronger than ever. The flower cart energy inside his body has now increased more than threefold. Jiang stood there as massive vines stretched from his legs to all corners of S City, controlling every plant life in the city with his will. Man has become Iwa from Avatar. We move away from S City to the coastal city H, where many fishing boats rode near the pier while the people standing on shore screamed in excitement over a massive harvest. While the fishermen hauled the fish to the shore, one wondered why there were so many fish swimming to the surface, while another was just thankful to have more food to eat. But the conversation was broken by a rather unusual sound coming from the ocean, attracting everyone's attention. Looking toward the ocean, they were stunned to see a large tsunami appearing out of nowhere, about to sweep them up to make them part of the ocean. The men ran frantically away from the sea while calling for others to take safety. While the big haul of fish was still lying there, this was not the time to worry about that. You got to have a stomach first to eat. Everyone ran toward the buildings, trying to reach higher ground for safety, while one guy, unable to leave the juicy fish, took some on his way. But that turned out to not be a pro-gamer move, as the waves crashed onto his head, sweeping him away. As the massive wave bashed over the settlement, only a few buildings stood untouched. Piles of bodies floated over the waters while the survivors screamed out for the ones drowned. Panic ensued among the survivors as one screamed out to everyone to pull all the bodies out and burn them fast. But it was too late. The platform had been destroyed, and there was no way to recover them now. Back in S City, it was pouring rain. Due to the ongoing rain, they set up a meeting inside where one man mentioned concerns of their farmlands flooding because of this non-stop rain. He looked toward the old man, asking him about the flower cart fields. But the flower cart crops were highly adaptable, so the rain shouldn't be a problem. But if it keeps up like this, the yield will drop. Suddenly, Jiang stood up in panic, startling everyone. Concerned, the buff guy asked him what's up, but Jiang asked him to keep quiet. Laying down on the ground, Jiang put his ear against the floor, listening to the strange sound he heard. A sudden panic appeared on his face as he jolted to his feet. He asked everyone to call all people from the nearby neighborhoods to the fortress immediately. The order was immediately carried out, and everyone started to rush to the fortress. Men, women, and children took their vital belongings and ran toward the shelter. The people lined up outside on the fortress grounds, and everyone wondered if there was a new enemy out there hunting them. But before long, Shanshan called out to Jiang from the rooftop, informing him of a massive tsunami approaching fast toward them. Suddenly, Chang Kai and the fat guy jumped onto the roof to take a look themselves. The scene was frightening. The massive wave was already really close. It was over a meter high, so it must have been devastating at H City. With a worried look, Chang Kai asked if their outer wall could withstand such force. But Jiang, staying silent on the ground, emanated a green aura as he released his power. Green aura surged from his body, startling everyone nearby. Massive vines broke out of the ground and formed a giant new layer of wall around the fortress. Within minutes, the giant vines surrounded the fortress, creating a flood barrier to keep the base safe. The water crashed onto the vines with tremendous force, but the wall didn't give out. After so many relentless strikes, the water finally started to recede, leaving the base untouched. But the devastation it caused was unparalleled, sweeping away massive buildings with it as it retracted back. Finally, a sigh of relief formed on people's faces, thanking Jiang for saving them from doom. But it was not all sunshine and roses. The surroundings have been flooded, ruining all the farmlands and supplies outside. As the people's concerns grew, one man came forward, assuring everyone that Jiang would definitely have a plan to deal with it. Our boy stood there unmoved, but still fatigued from the fight with the tsunami, wondering what exactly caused such a huge disaster all of a sudden. As soon as his thoughts appeared, so did the system screen, updating the disaster collector mission and adding this new unknown disaster to investigate. Phone calls immediately rang to every base across the city, announcing the incoming flood, asking them to take appropriate measures, prioritizing the safety of the people. On the flower cart field, the patrol members were immediately called back to safety, while the flower carts were left to fend for themselves. The seawater rushed in faster than an F1 car, heading straight for the factory. The impact sent shockwaves across the place as the water rushed into all places and fields, flooding the crops and the factory alike. Back at the Flesh Sea camp, Feng used his massive Flesh Sea as a barrier, blocking the flood and blunting the impact of the massive wave. Through the process, Jiang was keeping tabs on all of them through the communication channel. The damage was significant. The West Factory's outer wall was damaged, so was the sea-facing side of the insect nest in City B, sweeping away a big chunk of the insect army there. But that was manageable. As long as the insect queen was alive and well, they will regain their numbers quickly. Hearing this, The buff guy hoped for the floods to end quickly so that they can resume production. But the old man intervened, his face showing a disappointed look. He checked the flood water and it was salty. The salty water has completely ruined the fields, rendering them incapable of cultivation for at least a year or two, even if the water were to recede. The only hope was that the flower cart field did not reduce much in yield. Calming them down, Jiang pointed out their food reserves, which were enough for 3 years. And within less than half a year, he was sure that they could resume production in the large lands of City C. The most important thing right now was to figure out what exactly was happening with this flood. Back at the coastal city, the refugees took shelter on the roofs of large buildings, while the whole place flooded with sea water. One of the men lying on the roof wondered if the waters were safe since it looked so calm. But another guy refuted his claims. Most probably, the dead people had turned into water zombies waiting for them right below the surface. One of the fishermen, turning around, asked if that kind of transformation could happen in just one night. But the man talked about hearing waves splashing underwater. And there was also something else. He slowly got up from the ground and moved towards the edge of the building. Pointing towards the sea, he asked everyone to look carefully. The water surface was extremely calm, and for such a calm surface there was not even one floating corpse to be seen. The point was too good to be brushed off. But even then, it was too dangerous for them to be staying in this narrow building. If a sea demon burst in, that would be the end for all of them. At that moment, a scream came from far away, drawing everyone's attention. It was from another group on top of a taller building, yelling at them to come over to them if they didn't want to die to the sea demons. The group now scrambled in panic, looking for a way out. And the only way seemed to be to fight. One of the fishermen stripped down to his boxers and tied a long rope to his waist. He was prepared to jump into the water to check their current situation, instructing the others to pull him up if he ran into a water ghost. As soon as the preparations were done, he jumped straight into the water as the rope anchored him from above. But for all the calmness of the surface, the moment he opened his eyes underwater, he was greeted with a massive horde of water zombies waiting for them right beneath the surface. They charged at the man with their eyes glowing with hunger. Instant panic crept into the man's face as he scrambled to swim up to the surface. With great effort, he somehow managed to surface. Before the people above could ask him anything, the fisherman screamed at the top of his lungs for the others to lift him up. The fear was evident in his eyes, and the group above got the message. Wasting no time, they mustered all their strength, pulling at the rope to rescue the fisherman. But the zombies proved to be too fast. They were already at the surface with their hands all over the guy. The fisherman fought for his life, struggling to somehow lift himself out of the water with the zombies pulling him down. The group above was not slacking either. They too gave it their all, pulling at the rope to rescue him, but the zombies were too strong. And in the end, the power of rigor mortis proved to be unbearable as the fisherman sank to the depths of the ocean. His hands were still trying to grasp the fading light on the surface as he plunged into eternal darkness. From all 4 sides, the hungry zombies piled up on top of him, ripping his flesh off as his blood colored the water around, ending the poor man's life. Above ground, the rope broke, sending everyone falling onto the ground. Looking at the broken rope, they knew it was over. One man pointed to the ocean, alerting everyone. In the waters, a pool of blood was visible, with the body of the fisherman floating in the middle. The sight sent panic down everyone's spine. All the pent-up fear burst out as they were staring their imminent death in the face. One thing was clear. The water was filled with zombies waiting for a bite. But one man, looking up, noticed something in the sky. That was a swarm of bugs. And if they could see them from that far, the bugs must be huge, one man said. Now they were trapped in the middle of water and sky, monsters rushing at them from all sides. The sea monsters finally making their move rose to the surface and swam towards the building. Fear crept into the faces of the survivors as the monsters drew close. The sea monsters started to crawl onto the building walls wielding spears, trying to get inside the building. Just standing on the roof was no longer an option. Everyone rushed inside the building with weapons in hand, trying to block the corridor to halt the monster's path, while the guys on the other building witnessed everything unfold. As they rushed in through the corridor trying to finish the blockade before the monsters almost reached the top floor climbing through the stairs. Seeing the entrance to the floor, the monsters rushed towards it, trying to barge in before the survivors reached there. But one man came in clutch, sprinting towards the door before everyone else and closed the metal door right before the monsters could get through. All that adrenaline and stress wore off at one sight as the guy leaned on the closed door in relief. That was far too close for comfort. But the celebrations didn't last long. 2 spears punctured through the solid iron door as they skewered their way through the guy, pinning him towards the door he just closed. As the others froze, dumbfounded by the incident, one man keeping a clear head screamed to everyone to move as he dragged a massive table through the corridor. He pushed the table, placing it across the door, and asked everyone to push against the monsters like their life depended on it. Because it really did. But their combined strength was no match. They were pushed back from the doorway as a weird vibration started to be heard from the other side. The sound pierced through their ears, rendering everyone helpless. The next moment the door was slammed broken, sending everyone flying across. From the doorway emerged massive humanoid sea monsters wielding their deadly spears as the people scrambled for safety. Out of all the people, 2 managed to make it back to the roof, closing the metal door behind them. But now they knew. The door was not going to keep them out for long. Then what are we supposed to do? The fisherman asked. Jumping into the water was the only way. That was the most absurd idea of the occasion, but that was their only choice. Removing his shirt, the man moved closer to the edge, encouraging the fisherman to do one last Hail Mary. This at least gave them a chance of surviving rather than being trapped on the roof surrounded by 8-foot sea monsters guaranteeing their death. Realizing their situation, they both hardened their minds as they prepared to jump into the ocean. Taking the dip, they sank into the water, witnessing the massive undead army waiting for them underneath. Both of them scrambled to the surface to race towards the other building, fighting through the zombie horde. But the fisherman was not that lucky. Succumbing to the numbers, he quickly became the snack, while the other guy successfully reached the surface. With a smug look, he challenged the zombies to catch him since he was on the swimming team. Wasting no time, he started to swim towards the taller building, while the sea monsters stood on the roof of their old building with bodies of the victims hanging from their spears. Being done with their job, the sea monsters also plunged straight into the water, locking in on the escaping guy. Meanwhile, on the other building, the people encouraged the lone survivor to hurry and pick up his pace. The sea monsters cut through the water with ease, almost like they were made for this, quickly closing the distance between them. Hanging on to the pride of a swimmer, he pushed forward to his destination. But he was not fast enough. Reaching near the survivor, one of the sea monsters lunged out of the water with its sharp claws ready to slash the man with one sweep. At that very moment, from the sky, a strange bug dove towards the man with extreme speed as it smashed onto the sea monster, completely dismembering the monster's body into different parts. The people on the other side were stunned, seeing the massive flying bugs now fighting the sea monsters. Taking this opportunity, the man resumed his effort to reach safety while the bugs sank into the ocean, surrounded by more monsters which eventually speared the insect to death. R.I.P. to the MVP. Back at the base, Jiang stood there with his eyes glowing green, controlling the bugs he sent to the shore. It was finally time for him to go to the scene directly. Meanwhile, Jiang and the crew were on a raft, scouring the area to gather info. The kid, slightly annoyed, asked Jiang why they weren't flying in on the giant bugs making a grand entrance, but instead waddling around on a raft like lost tourists. But Jiang corrected him. The bugs still retained their hunting instincts. If they suddenly decided to attack the refugees while they were close, Jiang's commands might not stop them in time. But the kid, being cocky, boasted that he would kick their insect asses before they even made a move. While their brotherly chat was going on, it was interrupted by a loud shout heard from afar. As they looked toward the sound, they saw a few survivors in the middle of the ocean taking refuge on a makeshift wooden raft while battling sea monsters trying to climb on from all sides. Their efforts were not going well, as one of the monsters managed to grab a woman's hand and while everyone was panicking to lend a helping hand, she was dragged into the water in an instant. The men screamed, calling out to her as she drowned underwater, getting dragged further and further down. One man, dread in his eyes, screamed her name and removed his shirt, preparing to jump in to save her. This was her father. But his desperate action was just going to get him killed, so another guy intervened to stop him. While this was happening, a distant motor sound rushed closer to them. It was the boys, and our girl. Thinking they were other survivors, the people on the wooden raft called out to Jiang to save them. Noticing the cries for help, they quickly moved their raft closer when she noticed the sea monsters surrounding them. This was their first encounter, but Jiang speculated that this was the cause of the H-City disaster. During his initial patrol with the insects, he saw these creatures floating around. But there was also another type of monster that was even harder to deal with. Whatever it was, first they had to deal with what was in front of them. Relief got onto the faces of the refugees seeing that the new group had guns. As Jiang and the others rushed in, closing the distance, the kid and the girl opened fire on the monsters, taking out multiple zombies surrounding the wooden raft. The father, whose daughter had just been dragged into the water, quickly ran to the front of the raft and knelt before Jiang, pleading with them to save her, informing them how she had been dragged in by the zombies. The girl's situation was not good. She had already lost consciousness, and the zombies were close to devouring her. Wasting no time, Jiang removed his jacket, ready for a dive, while the other refugees discouraged him from going on this suicide mission. One guy wondered if it was Jiang's first time seeing the water monsters for him to charge headfirst into a horde like that. The man turned toward the father, scolding him for pushing an innocent man to his death for his daughter, while the father stayed in shock, seeing Jiang actually jump in. Underwater, Jiang swam toward the zombies while the girl's body kept sinking lower. As the zombies locked onto the fresh meat that had just presented itself on a plate, Jiang suddenly opened his eyes, sending a water vortex that decimated the nearby zombies, causing a huge wave to form on the surface. As the people above struggled to stay on their feet, the drowned girl's body was thrown out of the water onto the raft, her father hurrying to catch her. Concern grew in his eyes seeing his daughter unresponsive. The next moment, Jiang casually leapt onto the raft, shirtless, like he had just finished a light cardio jog. One of the guys couldn't believe his eyes. This guy in front of him had just saved a girl surrounded by water monsters underwater so casually. And not just that, he had killed every single water monster around while doing so. Jiang, staying cool, brought them back from their shock, telling them to save the girl quickly. If it took any longer, she would suffer permanent brain damage. Realizing the situation, everyone rushed to get the water out of her body, which was eventually successful. The father's eyes filled with tears seeing his daughter now safe. Wasting no time, he started to bow before Jiang, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for saving her. Another guy came forward, asking who they actually were. Jiang told them they were from M-City and had come to investigate what caused the flood. After witnessing Jiang's impressive skills, they started calling him their benefactor, while a woman asked if they could help tow the wooden raft with their boat. Dread crept onto her face. She knew that now that the water monsters were gone, the sea monsters would be here soon, and if they stayed any longer, it would be the end. The term sea monsters caught Jiang's attention. Could they be talking about those things? A sudden vibration from the water jolted him. He pointed toward the sea in the distance, where multiple monsters were closing in on them fast, asking if those were the sea monsters they were talking about. Yes, this is it. It's already here. The sea monsters closed in at great speed, their fins cutting through the water. One man called out to Jiang and everyone else to get on the speedboat. If they stayed any longer, they wouldn't be saved. Meanwhile, our boy just stood there, preparing for his next aura-farming moment. Panic was spreading fast among the others, as there were too many people to fit on one speedboat. All the screaming was getting a bit too much for Jiang. Clearing his ears, he asked the others why they were panicking. All they had to do was kill these things and be done with it. One man, surprised by Jiang's confidence, or what he thought was stupidity, warned him not to fight these creatures, which were way stronger than the zombies in their home turf. One of the fishmen lunged out of the water with its spear, screaming toward Jiang. But as the spear closed the distance, Jiang grabbed onto the weapon with his left hand, startling the monster. With his other hand, Jiang went straight for the jugular, choking the fishman, breaking its neck, and ending it in one go, without moving a single step from his position. He casually threw the body aside while the onlookers stood stunned and speechless. The relentless attacks continued as the fishmen jumped out of the water for surprise strikes, every time with their heightened speed. These things were way faster than the cannibals from the western suburbs. While Jiang was distracted speaking to the others, one of the fishmen lunged at him from behind and dragged him back into the ocean. One of the guys who had been hoping for a miracle quickly realized how dumb he'd been for thinking anyone could defeat such a creature in the sea. If they had left earlier, maybe someone could have survived. But now they were all doomed. A new battle was about to take place underwater as the fishmen closed in on Jiang. They charged headfirst, spears stabbing into him together while he floated motionless. But something was off, even the monsters could sense it. The next moment, green vines started coming out of Jiang's wounds, twisting around the fishmen underwater. Jiang's face glowed a sinister green, the most ruthless way to deal with fish. High-voltage electricity. Electricity flowed through the extended vines from Jiang's body, giving the fishmen the shock of their lives, frying their brains in an instant. Back at the surface, the water was eerily calm. But one man noticed something. A sea monster's corpse slowly surfaced, floating lifeless and roasted to perfection. Several more followed soon after, and the kid told everyone to relax because the moment they ran into Jiang, the refugees were basically saved. Multiple vines emerged from the water, grabbing the wooden raft while the refugees prepared to face a new kind of monster. But out came Jiang, walking out of the sea on a bridge made of vines. Seeing a guy with vines popping out of his body, one man asked if Jiang was even human at this point. Brushing that question aside, Jiang told them to come with him to H-City downtown if they wanted to live. The father, still holding onto his exhausted daughter, retorted. They had barely managed to escape downtown and were planning to go inland, and now Jiang was telling them to go back? That was ridiculous. Calming them down, Jiang explained the situation. With their current condition, they wouldn't survive inland. Zombies, mutants, cannibals, the monsters inland were way worse than what they were dealing with here. This was their moment of realization that the whole world had turned into hell, and they had just experienced the tutorial level of it. Consoling them, Jiang assured their safety and asked them to follow him. Back at the giant building, several refugees were climbing to higher ground to stay safe from the monsters floating underneath. One man assured the others that they were far high enough from the water, and since the monsters drastically lost their strength the longer they stayed out of it, they were safe. But it wasn't that easy. They were still trapped there with limited food and no way to resupply, doomed to a slow death. During the conversation, one man noticed a boat coming their way. It was Jiang and the crew, towing the rest of the survivors to safety. Finally, they arrived at the destination, the tall building ahead. But the welcome party was not what they had planned. The survivors who were taking refuge in the building screamed at them not to come any closer, trying to warn them about the monsters camping right underneath. Back before they approached the building, a conversation occurred between Jiang and one of the guys. The man was suggesting that they hide in buildings since these sea monsters will lose their power drastically when they are out of the water. So the higher the floor they choose to stay on, the better for them. Intrigued by the information that he had just received, Jiang had another plan. If they were to lure them out of the water, they would be able to deal with all of them together and with ease. But the man, hearing this, was confused about how they were going to achieve it. Back to the present, the refugees already in the building were panicking, wondering if the people approaching the building were able to hear them or not. But the closer they approached, the more danger they were in. As one of the refugees pointed to the water, they saw countless sea monsters who were camping around the building swim toward the raft, eager for that rare meat. Stepping forward to the front of the raft, Jiang ordered the men to stop there and not move forward to avoid friendly fire. The kid, concerned about Jiang, asked him what his plan was. It was simple. Our boy was about to do something very unethical. His eyes turned green, and the next second Jiang burst forward from the raft like a bullet toward the monsters. Flying at tremendous speed, he swung midair, adjusting his body as he shot vines forward from his hands. The multiple vines shot toward the water and branched out inside the sea, creating a web. The monsters watching this were confused as to what this weird hairless monkey was up to. As small electric shocks emerged from Jiang's body, his lips curled up into a sinister smile. The next moment, electricity burst out of Jiang's body, following the vines toward the sea. It swept into the water instantly, electrocuting all the monsters for the fish they were. Understanding the situation they were now in, the remaining sea monsters decided to seek refuge on the building, away from the monster they were facing. The tables had turned. The panicked monsters hurried onto the first building they could find, running as far away as possible from Jiang. But this was their biggest mistake. A fish out of water is just waiting to be chopped. One man's attention went to the sky, where a massive swarm of bugs was approaching, a swarm far larger than last time. As they approached the helpless fish out of water, the monsters pointed their sad-looking spears against the swarm, ready for a last stand for their lives. On the other hand, Jiang casually declared that it was dinner time. Hearing his words, the bugs rushed toward the fish, tearing into the flesh of the monsters with no mercy. Looking at the carnage, the onlookers hoped that Jiang was on their side at the end of the day. As the insects devoured the fish monsters, leaving no crumbs, they started to fly away while Jiang and the others climbed onto the building. Leaping up from the boat, Jiang jumped straight to the roof, greeting the surprised refugees who were standing there. Addressing the people, Jiang promised that he was not a monster. But the people were not buying it. One man asked about the bugs in the sky, and Jiang, with a slight wave of his hand, sent them away. Calming the mood, Jiang asked them to fill him in on what exactly happened there to cause such devastation. A massive tsunami shattered what used to be a peaceful life, and a huge number of people who were on the streets or in low-rise buildings died instantly. In the early days after the disaster, they waited desperately for rescue, but none ever came. Almost the instant the catastrophe happened, all communications were completely cut off. At that time, food shortages became the biggest threat. Some people refused to sit and wait for death and built simple wooden boats to flee inland. As it turned out, that wasn't the right choice. They encountered water ghosts and sea monsters and died horribly. That's when they finally realized they were trapped on these islands, formed by clusters of buildings. Jiang, interrupting the man, asked him if the water ghosts and the sea monsters were connected. That was indeed the case. The sea monsters created the water ghosts. Even though he was not sure of the method, the sea monsters had a way to turn dead humans into undead zombies capable of long-term survival underwater, with the one purpose of drowning living people. But what was more terrifying than being caught by the water ghosts was being caught by the sea monsters themselves. They would dissect a person alive, digging out the liver and intestines, and turn them into water ghosts. Interestingly, the habits lined up with wild animal behavior. Jumping into the conversation, another survivor eagerly called out to Jiang, addressing him as benefactor. He praised Jiang's strength and suggested that since he was so strong, he might be able to destroy the breeding grounds of the sea monsters. Piquing Jiang's interest, the sea monsters possess basic cooperative intelligence. They hunt in groups. If the number of prey is small, they kill them directly and harvest the liver. But if the number is large, they take some of them away, to that so-called sea monster farm. The man's face was covered in dread as he talked about them. These farms were usually located on small islands not so far away from the coast, so they could extract fresh liver at any time. On one such island, a group of people were tied up and rounded into an open cage on the shore. Slightly farther away in a bush, a man lurked around as he slowly approached the others, making sure that the coast was clear of the monsters. He slowly pulled out a stone blade and cut off the restraints of one of the tied-up men, instructing him to cut free everyone else while he secured a boat so that all of them could escape from there. But the other man was skeptical. Pointing out reassurance, he reminded them of the one man who had escaped before from the island safely. Asking everyone to keep their voices down, Ping rushed toward the water to start up the boat for the escape. As he swam through the water and climbed onto the prepared boat, the surrounding sea was eerily silent, almost too perfect. The next second, a stinging pain shot through Ping's chest. Blood poured out from his mouth as he looked on in surprise. A huge spear poked out of his chest as the silhouette of a sea monster loomed behind him. The monster came closer, putting its hands onto Ping's head. Out of terror, Ping begged it to spare his life. Back at the island, the people were busy freeing themselves with the dull blade handed to them. When one woman among the group spotted something, she screamed loudly. The man, busy untying the ropes, asked her not to make noise as he slowly turned to see what the commotion was about. But what he saw stunned him to the core. Ping's body lay on the ground, blood pouring from his eyes and lifeless. Their lifeline had now been reduced to a pile of flesh. The sea monsters gathered and stormed toward the survivors, while the freed people scrambled in all directions, looking for any way to save their lives. But for the fast sea monsters, this was not a challenge. The runners fell one by one, never standing a chance of survival. One monster, lifting his knife, slammed it down onto a man's stomach, cutting him open. Before anyone knew it, all the escapees were brought down and killed with almost no effort. The remaining men who were still tied up in the cage witnessed all this firsthand, stunned into silence. Not a single person who was untied escaped from there that time. The sea monsters harvested the innards of the corpses, leaving them there with massive holes in their bodies. But the hollowed-out corpses started to move as they rose up and began to walk. They mindlessly walked toward the ocean, throwing themselves into the water as they slowly sank down. Their eyes glowed red, transforming them into water ghosts. The people who were left witnessed the whole process, watching their friends turn into water ghosts right in front of their eyes. The reason was clear: the monsters were trying to intimidate them to set an example. Back at the building, Jiang received a notification from the system, unlocking a new disaster: the progenitor merfolk. Turning to the man who had informed him about the islands, Jiang asked how he knew all of this in such detail, asking if he had seen these things with his own eyes. But it was more than that. The man pointed at himself, telling Jiang that he had escaped from one such island with his life. The sea monsters have a certain learning ability. To capture humans in bulk, they even learned how to operate boats. But he had been able to steal a speedboat and get out of there safely. Because of that, he knew the general location of the island. Looking at the man, Jiang asked him if he had the courage to once again go back to the island with him. The man responded positively. He might not have thought of doing that before, but with Jiang it could be possible. Satisfied with the answer, Jiang told the man that they would depart in 2 days. The man asked why they had to wait that long. Jiang jumped to the corner of the building, overlooking the place. His first job was to rebuild the area, and judging by the situation there, he also needed to arrange some guards for the safety of the people. The guys listening to Jiang had no idea what he was talking about. There clearly were no new people, so where is he going to get these guards from? But Jiang just stood there on the edge of the building while the veins from his body bore fruit. With one swing, he threw the seeds into the ocean right on top of the bodies floating. The moment the buds hit the water, they bloomed, forming vines around the dead sea monsters, slowly manipulating them like puppets. The bodies twisted in the water. Even severed limbs reconnected. And the people who observed it from the top were in complete cluelessness. They didn't even know what was happening down there. But the next moment, 2 sea monsters appeared on the roof, startling the men. Seeing the sea monsters reach the top in seconds, the guy almost pissed his pants. A large group of sea monsters revived and were staring them in the face now. Panicking, the people called out to Jiang to save them. But Jiang reassured them, telling them not to worry. Immediately, the monsters in front of them parted to the side, staying in attention, making way for their leader to pass through. And the leader was our boy. Although they inherited some of the sea monsters' traits, they are no longer sea monsters. They are plant-based organisms now. And that included the other creatures as well. Hearing this, the people looked down. In the water, they saw newly revived water ghosts just chilling and having fun, finally taking a break from killing people. One man asked Jiang if he was planning to use these creatures to help rebuild the place. But Jiang was not done. A loud rumbling in the sky alerted everyone to the huge swarm of bugs coming their way, which was led by the siren bug. One man who slept through everything woke up inside the building to see the whole place transformed, covered in vines, and giant bugs carrying stones to repair the place. That is one hell of a sight to see. In just one night, everything has changed so much that the whole place was unrecognizable now. The kid, clearly impressed by Jiang, praised our boy in the transformation he achieved. Even for Jiang, this was too good of a work done. Adaptive spores and octoploid nest worms are very good at reshaping terrain. Besides that, he also made some bolder attempts. Jiang called the crew to come with him to check out the progress he made. Nest worms are better at ground and aerial combat. Their combat power in water is still lacking. So he specialized this antenna bug into a queen worm, specifically to breed insects adapted for aquatic environments. In another day or so, they would have a whole new navy for the insect military. Looking at the experiment Jiang was performing, Shanshan almost felt like they were moving further from being the good guys and closer to some mad evil scientist group out to take over the world. 2 days later, an empty boat floats over the ocean in the eerily silent sea. A slight voice echoed out of the boat, asking another person to poke his head out and check if the monsters have left or not. Lifting his head slowly, one guy looked around the sea, telling everyone that the coast seemed to be clear. The next second, four guys who were cramped and hiding in that small boat sprung up with oars, frantically starting to row harder before anything popped up again. They were almost at their destination. Looking at the giant green mount poking out of the ocean, one man was skeptical. It didn't look like anything a human could have built. Could it be another kind of sea monster? But another guy brushed it off because if it was the monsters, they would have been spotted already, and at this point, anything was better than getting captured by the sea monsters. But the calmness didn't last long. The guy at the back called out to everyone to look out for enemies. In the distance, there were several sea monsters approaching the boat really fast. Dread crept into their faces, realizing that the monsters were playing with them, giving them a false sense of security. They rowed faster and faster. Their lives literally depended on that. But it was not enough. The monsters were already near. The next second, one of the monsters leapt at them as the men stood there unable to do anything and staring death in the face. But out of nowhere, another weird water bug popped out of the sea, charging directly at the monster like a bullet, pushing the monster straight back into the water while the people stood there, wondering what the hell just happened in front of them. The men on the boat were stunned seeing a bug jump out and save them. Meanwhile, under the sea, a different fight was going on. Multiple sea monsters armed with spears ganged up to eliminate this new threat they faced. Hooking the tail of the bug, one of the sea monsters lunged at it to finish it off. But before he could do it, a loud sound caught his attention, and he did not expect what he saw. Looks like the little guy was not alone. The backup poured in like a wave under the ocean. Hundreds of small bugs swam directly to aid their brethren. And even the sea monsters knew fighting them was bad news as they started to frantically swim away. From above ground, the bug wave almost looked like a leviathan floating underneath. The bugs closed in the distance with their smooth aerodynamic bodies and tore the monsters into pieces with ease. It looks like the guys above are saved. But what if the new bugs decided that the monsters were not enough for all of them? To become bug food is probably worse than dying to the sea monsters. Water splashed heavily behind the boat as 3 bugs jumped out of the ocean, startling the guys. But putting their minds at ease, the bugs started to push the boat towards the massive island in front of them. The people were not at ease with this development. They thought they were being escorted to the massive bug nest in front of them to be bug snacks. But as the island drew close, the scenes shocked them. There were humans standing free on the island, and on top of that, there were sea monsters with them standing together. This is the craziest day of their life. As the boat drew close to the shore, the men stepped onto the island, and Jiang came forward to greet them. He calmed them down, assuring they were safe and everything on the island was under their control. But this was just a very hard pill to swallow for them. One of the men came forward asking who the guys were, and Jiang introduced himself as the rebuilder of the island. This was all absurd. No matter how you look at it, The island did not look like a human settlement at all. But by this time, the rest of the survivors came in to welcome the newcomers. They explained to the newbies about Zhang's power, saying the insects and the monsters with vines were all under Zhang's control. So there was no need to worry. The survivors invited them to join in, and since the settlement is only growing because of the rebuilding process, there were plenty of rooms to spare. As the newcomers left, Zhang turned to the crew, saying it was time to move. And the guy asked if he was talking about going to the sea monster's nest. There was no need to wait anymore. The last battle proved that 2 sea bugs were enough for 1 sea monster. So the island was safe. Hearing this, the kid excitedly rushed towards the boat. But Zhang stopped him, telling him that this little expedition would be done by him and Zhang Chong. Slightly annoyed at Zhang's words, the kid asked him whether Zhang did not trust his strength. But that was not the case. Zhang knew the kid was strong on land, but underwater combat was different. If they fell into the water, they would be at a disadvantage, and Zhang had to protect them, which could put the operation at risk. And the kid finally backed off. Within no time, Zhang and Zhang were at sea on the tiny boat. Zhang still couldn't believe that he was going back to the monster nest, that 2 on a boat pulled by bugs. Their lonely journey didn't last long. Soon enough, the sea monsters honed in on them from all sides. Noticing the disturbance, Zhang pulled out the binoculars, informing Zhang of the enemy's location. Zhang, with a slight nod, signaled the bugs to take care of the problem, and the bug squad which was on guard duty with them split up and went towards the monsters. The bugs and the monsters were set on a direct collision path, and the fish were no match for the insects. Monster corpses floated up to the surface as the bugs rejoined to pull the boat, while Zhang on the boat was dumbfounded by how easily the monsters were taken out. We shift to an island where many people were tied up on the beach. Immediately on seeing something, they began to cry out in desperation and anger. A group of sea monsters walked towards them as one man screamed that it was time for the slaughter. Knowing what was ahead, the people panicked, desperately wriggling around for their lives. Back at sea, Zhang finally located the island, and the first thing he saw was the monsters beginning to slaughter their captives. Zhang immediately moved to the front of the boat, asking Zhang to hold on tight. He charged up and leapt straight to the island at full speed. And in no time he was staring the fish in the face. Blood splattered everywhere as the captive fell on the floor with blood all over his face. As he looked up in confusion, in front of him stood the legs of the monster with no torso and head. And behind him was a silhouette. It was Zhang, and in his hands were the dead monsters torn into shreds. Here he was again, aura farming in front of the monsters and the captives again. The people there couldn't even know what to think about what they just saw. While Zhang back at the boat was jumping up and down, being the biggest fanboy of Zhang. Getting out of the surprise, one of the sea monsters charged at Zhang with his spear, but noticing it, Zhang dodged to the right, grabbing onto the spear with his hands. The moment the spear was yanked away from the monster's hands was the moment the sea monster realized that it was trapped on the island with Zhang and not the other way around. With one swift punch, Zhang took the monster's head clean off. Seeing the absolute carnage, the sea monsters finally realized this was way too much for them and started to run off into the sea. Seeing the monsters come his way, Zhang was ready to play his part and stood ready with a knife to make some sashimi. At least we gotta give it up for his courage. It ain't much, but it's honest work. But before the monsters could get into the ocean, the sea bugs popped out, piercing every fish monster in midair, while the captives witnessed it in surprise. And in no time, the monsters lay dead on the shore and the island was secured. One of the captives looked up at Zhang with curiosity and fear, and asked the most obvious question. "What are you?" But Zhang, running towards the survivors, asked them not to panic, telling them that Zhang was there to save them. Zhang reassured them, asking them to take it easy and breathe. Taking the knife, Zhang wasted no time freeing the survivors. And one of the captives finally recognized Zhang as the guy who stole the boat and escaped in the storm. Seeing that they were island buddies for a while, Zhang asked about the rest of the people from their group. But they were not that lucky. Most of them were already killed. Looking out to the ocean, Zhang asked if there were more than one monster farms around. Definitely more than one. And the sea monsters don't actually live here. They just rotate guards. With such a vast ocean, wiping them out completely seems difficult. Deciding to wrap up the rescue mission first, Jiang asked the captives to come with them, and they could think about the rest of the farms slowly. And if it really comes down to the wire, he would use the dumb method, the bug sea tactic, and sweep the entire ocean. After some time, Jiang and Zhang reached the island with the captives. And the kid who was keeping watch spotted them. Not even a full day had passed and they were already back. Deboarding the ship, Jiang asked the kid to take the new survivors and show them the place, and he agreed. Turning to Shanshan and Liqing, Jiang asked them to go invite Xiaoping and Elder He to the island. New plans had to be made. Soon Shanshan and Cheng were on their way to the base. Noticing the water level, Shanshan commented that the water level was too shallow for the boat. Since it had been so many days, the water had receded way too much. But it was good that they were close. Back at the base, the guard opened the gate, welcoming them in. Upon getting in, Shanshan asked for the whereabouts of Elder He. But the guard told them that there were some problems in the Flesh Sea, and Elder He went there to check it out. Someone had apparently fallen ill and was on the verge. Hearing this, Chang suggested that they should also go there to check on the person, and since Elder He was also there, it was the best thing to do, and Shanshan agreed. At the Flesh Sea, the elder was diagnosing the patient with acute pancreatitis. Even with good medical conditions, the chances of survival were slim. She was going to die. Xiaoping lay on the bed, sweating and in pain, while Feng stood outside, silent, processing the news. Even though he couldn't feel much emotion now, his face was shrouded in sadness. The commander asked the elder to hurry up and call in Jiang to find a solution, but the elder said it was too late. She was already in shock and would die in half a day. But suddenly, Feng shouted from outside. There was still one way, infecting her with the mimetic flesh. The elder came forward. With her current condition, her entire pancreas had to be replaced with mimetic flesh, asking Feng if he was capable of controlling that. But Feng was not capable of that. All he could do was ensure coverage through large-scale infection. A dark expression crept onto the elder's face. Then she wouldn't be human, and at that point even Jiang wouldn't be able to reverse that. But it was still better than letting her die. Hearing Feng say this, the elder asked him to decide what to do since she was Feng's daughter. Feng's brain had already become very different from a human, so whether this decision aligned with humanity or not, he wouldn't know. The commander, hearing this, rushed out of the room, asking Feng to stop wasting time and do what he suggested. This was not the time to hesitate. If she died, there was nothing they could do anyway. So better to save her now and think later. Entering the room, Feng came closer to Xiaoping, raising his hands. Mimetic flesh flowed from the cuts in his body while he asked others to hold Xiaoping down. Because the moment she is infected with a large amount of mimetic flesh, she will become extremely violent. Heeding the call, the soldiers held Xiaoping down while the mimetic flesh slowly crept into her body. It went through all the holes it could find, seeping into the body, infecting her completely. The next moment, her eyes jolted open and she sprung up from the bed, screaming. But after a second of panic, Xiaoping's eyes rolled back and her body slammed back onto the bed. Looking at her reactionless body, the commander asked if she was dead, but Feng asked them to wait. Sure enough, after a couple of moments, her fingers started to move, and Xiaoping started to cough out blood violently. Relief was shed over everyone's faces while Elder He asked the commander to help her up. But, stunning everyone, Feng launched the mimetic flesh against them, creating a barrier between Xiaoping and the others. Confused, the commander asked what that was about. But Feng asked them to look at the situation carefully. Xiaoping's body was covered in sharp mimetic teeth bursting out of newly formed cuts at the spot they were about to touch. Her body was just infected with mimetic flesh on a large scale and hasn't fully adapted yet. If they touch her recklessly, they'll definitely be injured by her passive defense. Feng turned to them, asking if they wanted to join the flesh crew that badly, but they passed on that offer immediately. Time passed and Xiaoping slowly regained consciousness. Rising up, she was slightly disoriented, not knowing what happened. Elder he came forward and asked her if she felt anything different from before, asking if she felt obvious changes to her emotions. She could feel something but could not pinpoint what it was. Hearing Elder he ask about emotional changes, she asked if she should be feeling something like that. But Feng stepped in to correct him. For changes in brain structure to be noticeable to your thoughts, it'll take at least a week or two. Now she was more confused than ever. Turning to Feng, Xiaoping asked what he was talking about. Finally, they came clean. Elder he explained about her being diagnosed with acute pancreatitis, and as a drastic measure to save her, he said that they had to infect her with the mimetic flesh. The news shocked her to the core. Looking at her own body in a new light now, she wondered whether she had now turned into something not human. Immediately, as if responding to her thoughts, her hand transformed into multiple flesh scythes, startling everyone. This is not what she wanted. She tried to control her own body by putting all her focus, and finally she succeeded in calming the parasite down, as her hand went back to normal. Feng advised her to learn to adapt and control the mimetic flesh as soon as possible, as Xiaoping asked her father if this meant she would slowly lose her humanity. Breaking the conversation, someone called from outside, informing them that Li Chang and Shanshan were there. Both of them entered the room, greeting everyone while inquiring about the current status of the situation. Elder he explained everything to them, telling them that Xiaoping was now a high-level mimetic flesh, infected individual. Afterwards, Elder he turned to Li Chang and asked about how the mission was progressing in H-City, and Li responded by saying that the complications in H-City required their expertise. This was perfect timing to address both situations at once. Wasting no time, they packed supplies, got in their cars and rode straight to Jiang. Soon, they landed on the island by boat. There, Jiang was briefed about Xiaoping's situation. Elder he explained the urgent measures they took, while Xiaoping contemplated the possibility of dying because of mimetic flesh after surviving monsters, zombies, cannibals, and murder bugs. But Jiang was not that concerned. He calmed her down, telling her that it was going to be all right. He extended his hands as vines popped out, beelining towards Xiaoping's face and entering her body through the mouth, nose, and eyes. Come on, man, at least buy her a drink first. The pain was unbearable, but this was the only way. Within minutes, the veins retracted, leaving Xiaoping with a mild headache. She was way better off than Feng since she was just infected. Her brain structure data had almost no loss at all. Hearing this, Elder he asked if that meant she was a human who perfectly fused with the mimetic flesh. But that was not right, it was the other way around. The mimetic flesh had been perfectly assimilated by her. The only price is a massive appetite. Unlike Feng, she doesn't have a vast flesh sea or a main body to provide her with nutrients, so she can only sustain the energy consumed by the mutual devouring of the two species through eating. And now that the Xiaoping issue was settled, it was time to move on to the next elephant. Talking to Elder Jiang explained, "There's a species I want to find. I want to locate their nest and wipe it out." But in the vast ocean, finding them was difficult. While Elder listened, Xiaoping came forward with a solution. They could try something similar to what beekeepers do to eradicate hornets. The natural enemy of bees, hornets, are the pests that give beekeepers the biggest headache. They hunt bees, causing honey production to drop. The way beekeepers deal with them is to tie a conspicuous white strip of paper around a hornet's waist, then release it. Then they follow the paper trail, find the nest, and wipe it out in one go. The plan came as a surprise to Shanshan, while Li Chun was concerned about being able to keep up with the monsters in speed, even if they managed to mark them. But Xiaoping had a plan. They could use GPS tracking devices. There's a type of GPS device that can attach to marine creatures and is specifically used for tracking. Hearing this, Jiang asked where they could find such a device. Immediately, Elder remembered something. To the northwest outskirts of H-City, there's a Marine Ecology Research Institute. They should have it. Seeing how the duo solved the problem so effortlessly and quickly, Jiang praised them for their work and told everyone to make preparations to go pick up this device. This would be the first step of their plan. So they headed out of the island in their boat. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a sea monster's severed hand lay motionless on a beach, with crabs crawling over it. A giant leg came out of nowhere, smashing it into pulp. It was the same island where Jiang destroyed one of the nests. There stood multiple sea monsters, and one which seemed to be different from the others, more muscular with darker blue skin, acting like the leader of the pack. The GPS retrieving crew was still on their way while Shanshan noticed the water was shallow, and Elder he responded that it was because the place was closer to inland. Soon Li Cheng noticed something in the water. It looked like a human skeleton floating there. Jiang immediately sent his vines its way, grabbing the skeleton and lifting it up. The skull was remarkably non-human. Sitting in the boat, Xiaoping noticed something else, diverting everyone's attention. The skeleton was not a one-off. They were surrounded by such sea monster skeletons littering the place. What in the world did such damage? Retracting his vines, Jiang asked everyone to be careful. There was a possibility that a new type of creature was lurking around here. As they slowly moved forward, Elder he recognized a familiar building and told everyone that they had finally arrived. The main building of the Marine Research Institute was right in front of them, and the entrance to the place was marked by sea monster skeletons skewered to spears. Deciding to take the risk, they moved their boat close to the building and went inside. Before going in, Shanshan suggested that Elder he and Xiaoping stay outside to guard, but that was not ideal. They needed all the help they could get to face this unknown monster. Turning to the others, Jiang told them to take different positions. He would take the front, Shanshan and Cheng at the rear, and Xiaoping and Elder he in the middle. Going inside the eerie building, their first job was to locate where the GPS was by looking at the building directory. The floor they were on was filled to the ankle with water. The whole place was eerily silent. Only the splashing water made noise as they moved through the dark courtyards. As they moved, something caught Cheng's attention, like something was behind them, and he was not the only one. Jiang noticed it too. Seeing Jiang being alert, Shanshan asked what was up, and Jiang replied that someone was behind them. Immediately after, Jiang screamed for everyone to be alert. There was not one but a group hunting them. At that very moment, a chubby guy with an AK slid down the stairs behind Xiaoping, shooting at the first target he saw. Immediately taking action, Jiang blocked the bullet with his vines, saving Xiaoping. But the bullet pierced through the vine and punctured Xiaoping's heart directly. This girl was not having a good time these past couple of days. Giving them no time to breathe, another one of the mysterious crew charged from the far end of the corridor towards Jiang, part of his body covered in scales like a human sea monster hybrid. They were surrounded. Multiple enemies charged at them from all sides, leaving no room to escape. Preparing to face them, Jiang unleashed the vines towards one of them, as it twisted around the enemy, immobilizing him. While on the other side, Cheng clashed directly with another. Though they looked human, their strength was beyond normal. But Cheng was stronger. With one punch, he sent the enemy flying as he slammed onto the ground farther away. Meanwhile, Shanshan stood in front of Elder he and Xiaoping to protect them. But it was not easy. A whip came from nowhere, twisting around Xiaoping, and she was dragged away by the female member of the unknown group of mutants. Their situation was looking more and more dire. The girl holding Xiaoping hostage screamed to Jiang to let go of their team member. This was a surprise for Jiang. These creatures could talk? Xiaoping was tightly bound and kept close by the female mutant, thinking she was the weak link, but the mutant felt something was off. Next moment, mimetic flesh burst out of Xiaoping's body as it shot towards the female mutant, freeing Xiaoping from the whip. The mutant girl got flung to the ground while Xiaoping loomed over her like an Elden Ring boss. For these people who only encountered water ghosts their whole life, this was an entirely different ball game. Picking up on the situation, Jiang sent out vines from his other hand to tie around the mutant girl, quickly dragging her towards him. This effectively saved her from a rampaging Xiaoping, who would have crushed the girl to bits if Jiang didn't do anything. At this point, the mutants understood the power difference and called for a truce with Jiang. And Jiang agreed to it if they called off their attacks. Wasting no time, the leader of the mutants screamed for everyone to stop the attacks while Jiang called out to Xiaoping, asking if she was able to regain control of the flesh body, which by the looks of it had calmed down already. The flesh seemed to act out because of the immediate threat to Xiaoping, and because she has still not fully controlled it, it went into a short rampage mode. They soon found themselves at the roof of the building where both the groups finally sat down to talk. Jiang came forward and asked them about their identities. They were the original staff members of the research institute. And when the massive tsunami happened, they got trapped inside the building, unable to escape while constantly getting attacked by the water ghosts. And during one such fight, they managed to ambush one of the sea ghosts and managed to kill it with guns. With food running short, in their desperation, they ate the monster, which turned them into a hybrid of human and water ghost. Intrigued, Jiang asked if the ghost skeletons at the entrance were killed by them. Even though they don't have to be afraid of zombies in the water ghosts still overpower them in the sea. But outside the water ghosts could also be taken down easily with their enhanced strength and the weapons they had. But recently, the number of water ghosts arriving at their location has been increasing, and even though this gives them more food to sustain themselves with depleting ammo, they are at a severe risk of being overrun. These creatures were not mindless. Looking at the way they have behaved, seeing the loss of their kind, these monsters are sure to have a social structure in place. Having gone to one of their feeding islands before, Jiang already knew that. And because of that, the chances of a large-scale attack on the safe house was inevitable. Their conversation continued as one mutant asked what sort of combination of human and monster Jiang was. But before he could answer, one of the men who was guarding the place screamed to everyone about incoming enemies. A massive group of sea ghosts was rapidly approaching their location, just as they predicted. And this time the numbers were way bigger. Immediately, the mutants got into combat mode, preparing the weapons and covering the whole rooftop, ready to defend against the attack. The leader of the group turned to Jiang and the others, asking them to take cover inside the building. Their only chance was using the terrain advantage they had to somehow get an edge on the enemy. But obviously Shui refused. He asked them not to worry, and besides, it was way easier to deal with them out in the open than inside, where the cramped corridors made it harder to chase the monsters if they decided to escape. Jiang's words shocked the mutants. This guy with plant powers was talking about chasing down these ferocious water ghosts? They brushed Jiang off as being naive and asked him to stay close to them if he didn't want to die, while some of the mutants went inside to cover the rear. It was time. Everyone was in their positions, ready to destroy anything that jumped out of the water. The next moment, a big group of water ghosts jumped from the water directly to the top floor, stunning the mutant gunner. He had never seen them do this before. But behind him, Jiang didn't waste any time. He lifted his hands, sending a massive wave of vines which shot towards the ghosts at tremendous speed as it pierced through many of them like butter. The ghosts which remained managed to land but were scrambling in confusion at what they witnessed. But that was their next mistake. Taking advantage of this confusion, Chang and Shanshan jumped into action, mowing through them like the fishes they are, chopping them down for a nice sashimi afterwards, while Xiaoping was defending the entrance. The number of ghosts this time was huge, and the fight went on for hours. But at the end, the roof was riddled with monster corpses, while Jiang called for the others to return back up from inside the building. Soon the others came out, but they couldn't believe what they saw. Countless water ghosts lay dead with no casualties, while Jiang casually offered them up for dinner. That was a surprise for the mutants. In this apocalyptic world, these people were freely giving away precious food. But Jiang corrected them, saying they were not short on calories. Wasting no time, Jiang went straight into business. They had now helped the mutants repel the ghosts, so now it was time to pay back the favor. Elder he came forward to explain the situation while the fat mutant among them seemed to recognize the old man. Excited to see someone he recognized, the mutant guy excitedly introduced himself as Chun Jianqin, the director of the Biodiversity Center. Because they both worked in environmental fields, they had the opportunity to work together multiple times. And to make things even better, Jianqin worked in marine biodiversity research, which would make their mission much easier. Elder he came forward and explained their plan. They wanted to find a marine life GPS tracking device to find out where the main nest of the water ghosts was, so they could wipe out the threat from the core. Genkin was taken aback by them casually talking about wiping out the water ghosts while they were struggling to keep their lives fighting against the monsters for all these days. Soon after, they went inside the institute to look for the device. After finding the devices, Jiang offered to take the mutants back to their base, asking if they wanted to come with them. This was a no-brainer, and they all prepared to evacuate the place. Back at the base camp, the kid was sunbathing at the roof when he noticed the insects moving in an abnormal way, as if they were preparing for something. Suddenly, a disturbance in the water caught his attention. A new wave of water ghosts were coming straight for their island. Wasting no time, he picked up the radio, alerting the whole place. While underwater, Zhang's bug defense system activated to address the incoming threat. But this new wave was different. Among the ghosts, there was a new variant which was bigger than the rest and seemed to be controlling the bunch. The battle started underwater with water ghosts clashing against Zhang's bug navy. A war like never before. From outside, the insect swarm didn't seem to have the one-sided advantage they possessed before. This time the ghosts seemed to have gone all out with the numbers they brought. The ghost general observed the war from a distance when a bug snuck behind to attack. He made quick work of that bug without breaking a sweat and rushed straight through the bug navy, destroying everything in his path. Changing his path, the ghost commander leapt straight out of the ocean and with his massive spear, sent a shockwave into the air, cleaving through multiple airborne insects at once. This was completely different from any experience they ever had. As it advanced forward, Zhang's ghost puppets sprung into action, focusing their attention on the new variant posing the most danger. They attacked it all at once, successfully stopping its advance, sending it into the ocean as a new standoff ensued. This was clearly a new threat, and the majority of the people on the island were not equipped to deal with it. Taking charge, the kid asked his men to clear out the people from the shores and asked them to take cover while he personally dealt with the new variant. Underwater, a fierce fight ensued between the ghost commander and Zhang's puppets. But the commander proved to be way stronger, making quick work of all the puppets that came its way. And within minutes, the puppets' corpses started floating up one by one. After that, the commander leapt from the ocean directly on top, now facing Shui face to face. With one look at the commander, he could see the strength difference. It was way stronger than the cannibals he faced in M-City. But running away was not an option. The safety of the base relied on him. The commander leapt at him, and he began raining bullets towards it in an attempt to suppress its charge. But this thing was prepared. It started dodging the bullets at almost point-blank range while rapidly closing the distance between them. Clearly the gun was not doing anything. Quickly changing tactics, Shui immediately discarded the AK while leaping away to dodge the commander's attack. The reaction speed of Shui stunned the commander. The next second, Shui was up in the air with his machete in hand, ready to deal a fatal blow to the commander's head. The monster stumbled, barely managing to evade the strike. Both sides clearly underestimated their enemy. Surprising everyone watching, the commander turned around and started sprinting towards the ocean for no reason. He jumped down from the building, leaving Shui confused about its actions. But the ghost commander was not retreating. Upon landing in the water, it swiftly changed its direction and started swimming in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, a boat was fast approaching the island with Zhang and the crew in it. Looking through the binoculars, Cheng spotted something odd, but Zhang knew it beforehand. They arrived at the perfect time. Seeing the sea ghosts, Cheng alerted everyone and the mutants offered to help. They jumped in without hesitation and swam straight to the island, aiming for the sea ghosts surrounding the place. But it was not the only thing. There was a different-looking ghost on the island, and Shui was clearly struggling against it. Back at the island, relief poured over everyone, thinking the ghost commander fled the fight. Finally deciding to believe the same, Shui turned around, leaving his guard down, when immediately the commander popped up behind him and, leaving no room, struck Shui from behind. But the faster reflexes helped Shui as he barely avoided getting one-shot by the thick fish. The attacks came one after another, and this time each attack felt like the power had gone up 10 times. Each thrust hit like a rock, eventually getting past Shui's defense and pushing him back. And just before he could even look up, The enemy's spear was already in front of him. This was it. But the spear seemed to be stuck. Reaching just in time, Jiang caught the spear midway, breaking it. If something happened to the kid, that was going to be a tough talk with the parents. The commander was rattled by this human just casually catching his spear. He tried to pull away to retreat for another strike. But Jiang's hold was like the spear was merged with a concrete wall. Seeing the futility of the plan, the commander dropped the spear and went in with his secondary knife. But Jiang acted swiftly. Pulling to one side, he dodged the attack while landing a solid punch to the commander's arm, breaking it instantly like a twig. This was an enemy who was way higher in the weight class, and the commander knew it. Taking his losses, he scrambled towards the ocean to get away from Jiang. Shuai screamed from behind not to let it land in the ocean because if it did, it would get even stronger. But that was part of the fun for Jiang. The monster swam around to a different angle, trying the same tactics again. But this time Jiang was prepared. He could hear the commander swimming from a mile away, and just as it popped out of the water again, Jiang just 360 no-scoped the guy, shooting the vines at the exact position, wrapping the commander up and incapacitating it. He sent a high-voltage shock through the vines, shocking the fish out of him, and it landed on the ground perfectly crisped. But it was still breathing, so this was the perfect bait. They instantly hooked it up with the tracking device, and Jiang used some hallucination spores to keep it dazed so it did not notice the device stuck to its back. Soon Jiang, Shanshan, and Cheng took the wired commander to the middle of the ocean and kicked him in. And after a while it slowly opened its eyes. Stoned to the max because of Jiang's spores, the commander couldn't make sense of what actually happened to him. Its instincts kicked in as it swam straight to safety. We shift to an unknown location underwater, which seemed to be the main base of the sea ghosts. One of the guards on duty noticed something. It was the commander. He was dazed and injured as he stumbled onto the entrance, and seeing him, the guards quickly scrambled to bring him to safety. At the same time on the shore, we see multiple humans working on a makeshift field, plowing the land for crops, while some of them could clearly be seen commanding them. They were not particularly kind with the workers, as they slapped anyone who even stopped working for a second. Drunk with power, they tortured the workers, treating them like cattle for labor. Interrupting their enjoyment, two ghosts emerged out of the water and came straight towards them. One of them was clearly a different class with bigger brains and was built like a Reddit mod who ran out of burgers to eat. Immediately upon seeing the water ghosts, the overseers of the farms shifted their attitudes. They quickly ran up to it, addressing it as the Lord Emperor of the Sea, asking for its orders. Surprisingly, this thing responded. Even though with broken human speech, it told the men to fetch liver and fat for the warrior injured by the humans. And without any hesitation or remorse, the man turned around, ordering a worker to bring in one of the plumper babies from the stock. I have a feeling we are not talking about a chicken or a calf. Seeing these men just casually give away humans to the ghosts for some crumbs of power, the workers became sick to the stomach. But they were completely powerless. Meanwhile, back at base camp, Xiaoping has successfully pinpointed the location of the enemy. The target was located 10 kilometers southeast from them, and Jiankai immediately recognized it as the Shetai archipelago. Having gotten the location of the enemies, all that was left was to destroy them. Jian called on the mutant group along with Xiaoping to go with him, and Shuai was not happy about this. My guy was getting left behind from all the fun things, and now even Xiaoping got to go, so if Jiang was only bringing people who are good with water, what was she doing in the group? Jiang came close to the boy, calming him down. They still haven't fully understood the capabilities of the mimetic flesh. Taking it as the best opportunity, Jiang asked Xiaoping to test the hypothesis he had. Moving down to the shore, Xiaoping stood at the edge ready. She extended her hands and let the mimetic flesh flow freely. The flesh grabbed the water ghost corpses littering the shore and morphed into a giant mouth, devouring it whole. Excited to see the difference, Jiang came close, but Xiaoping wanted to eat a couple more to be sure. After many more corpses devoured later, Xiaoping stood ready to test the theory. Well boys, after 92 chapters of this, I can proudly say, this right here is peak. Jiang and Shuai stood on the side eager to see what was about to unfold. As Xiaoping moved closer to the water, Her body slowly started to morph, gaining gills and fins like that of the sea ghosts. She jumped into the water without hesitation and dashed forward, cutting through the waves with ease. And by the time she came out, her body was completely mutated to be like a mermaid. The ability of the mimetic flesh to mimic whatever it eats was far superior to the mutation achieved by consumption. Meanwhile, back at the human encampment controlled by the weather ghosts, the fat-ass bootlicker of the ghosts snatched a baby from its mother despite her trying her best to save the child. He kicked the girl for resisting and placed the baby in a sledge, asking the workers to take them for processing. This was the state of women there. They were kept just to produce babies as sustenance and nutrients for the monsters, and these guys were in on it. After sending in the shipments, the guards were chilling on the shores when they saw a boat approaching from the horizon. Their faces lit up as one of them thought it was the Sea Emperor bringing new captives to be livestock again. Unlike these men, the workers there haven't lost their humanity yet. One man commented how these brutes betrayed their own kind and are now serving them up as dinner to the monsters so casually, while another guy asked him to keep his voice down. But it was too late. The fat guy already heard their ramblings and was now closing in the distance. He came running in with a whip, threatening to add them to the slaughter quota now that they have more new workers incoming. But just as he was about to swing the whip, someone caught it midair. Jiang stood between them, confused as to what was happening. They came here expecting a sea ghost lair, but this place was filled with humans. Seeing this strange guy, the fish lackey turned, asking him how he got to the island. And Jiang just pointed to the ship, saying he sailed here and he just jumped ahead to scout the situation before the others reached. Realizing that they were some random stragglers who happened upon the island, the fish lackeys started to show their real face as the fat guy charged at Jiang for interfering. But Jiang, more than terrified, was just confused. He caught the whip midair and turned to the workers instead, assuming the fat guy had brain damage. He asked them if this place was a water ghost ranch, and if it is, then where are the ghosts? Another lackey, hearing Jiang address their sea emperors as water ghosts, screamed at him to show penance by dying. The next moment the lackeys charged at Jiang together with whips in hand, attacking from all directions. But compared to the monsters, a couple of normal humans with whips were not even registering as a mosquito bite for Jiang. And seeing Jiang just stay there with no reaction while getting whipped from all directions stunned the onlooking workers. Feeling the games had gone far enough, Jiang, with one swift move, grabbed all the whips in his hand, warning them about retaliation if they continued this again. He pulled on the whip, making the lackeys fall face first on the ground as a slight warning for the annoyance. Jiang still didn't know what exactly was going on the island, so he was letting these people off easy, thinking they were just some bullies acting out their power fantasy on this stranded island. Seeing how strong Jiang was, the fat guy thought he was some kind of prop martial artist and decided to call for backup, ordering the other lackeys to hold him off for the time being. Listening to the guy running off claiming to call the Sea Emperors, Jiang's confusion rose. Can those ghosts speak? And are you people living peacefully with them? He was left with more questions than answers. It was then that a worker finally decided to break the silence and come forward. He screamed at Jiang, telling him about the traders who are helping the sea monsters by feeding them humans every day. And Jiang, hearing this, was surprised such pathetic people exist in the world. By now the ship had reached the shore, and Jiang called on them to land on the island, telling them that the sea monsters were nowhere to be found. Seeing the people disembark, one of the fish lackeys noticed the mutant group who ate water ghosts to gain their powers. Seeing these mutated people, he was stunned by the possibility of half-human, half-sea emperor hybrids. As this was going on, the fat guy stood near the shore with a large horn and blew into it, alerting the sea ghosts of intruders. Panic crept onto the workers' faces as one of them rushed toward Jiang, telling him not to waste time and to escape from this place. The sea monsters would reach here any second now that the signal had been given. But when he looked toward the ship, these guys were still casually getting onto the island regardless. These events confirmed one thing for Jiang. They were at the right place, and the ghost camp seemed to be underwater just beyond the shore. Under the sea, a massive mobilization was happening. Sea ghosts rushed toward the island in response to the signal sent by the fat guy. They burst out of the ocean and formed a tight formation, ready to face the threat that had landed on their territory. It was a huge contingency of monsters, and the onlooking workers were confused why these newcomers were standing there instead of running for their lives. The fat guy, being the professional bootlicker that he was, instantly ran to his fishmaster, complaining about the intruders barging in to steal their livestock. The ghost leader immediately gave the signal, and the monsters charged toward Jiang and the group. They flew forward swiftly with spears in hand, but as the first strike came toward Jiang, he dodged it effortlessly, stunning the ghost. Meanwhile, the mutants from the side whipped out the trusty AKs and started raining iron onto the incoming sea ghosts. The bullets shattered their formation while the shots pierced through heads and necks as the monsters scrambled to regroup. Seeing the mutants pull out guns came as a massive beacon of hope for the workers, while the fat lackey standing beside the ghost leader was starting to sweat. For the first time, doubt crept into his mind. Was the Sea Emperor going to lose? But as the water ghosts were getting shot down, 3 shadows emerged from the ocean at incredible speed and landed onto the shore. They were ghost commanders, just like the one who came to the base camp before. But now 3 of them stood in front of the group. Instantly reacting, Jiang asked the mutants to stand back and turn to Xiaoping. This was the perfect stage to test out her new skills. Xiaoping slowly moved toward the ocean while the workers, having no idea what she was doing, screamed for her to stay out of the water. To them, entering the sea ghost territory was pure madness. But she just smirked and kept moving forward. The ghost commanders quickly rushed toward her, while Xiaoping responded by morphing her mimetic hand to face them. Seeing a normal human hand turn into a flesh monster stunned the workers beyond belief. Is she even human? One of the commanders lunged at her with a spear, and Xiaoping blocked it while stepping back for better positioning. Taking advantage of the clash, another commander charged at her from the side looking for a sneak attack, but she wasn't falling for it. Transforming her other hand into a giant flesh club, she smashed the incoming ghost and sent it flying several feet away while still blocking the first one. Then, turning around, her face suddenly split apart as a massive flesh mouth emerged in its place, shooting straight toward the commander in front of her. But with its insane instincts, it barely managed to avoid being swallowed whole. The sea ghosts thought this would be an easy sweep, but the truth was the commanders were struggling. Panicking, one of the fish lackeys called on the Emperor to do something before it was too late. But the Emperor, who was standing there watching the fight, was sweating balls himself. This was completely unprecedented. He screamed at the commanders to retreat back into the water and regain their strength, and they instantly obeyed. When Xiaoping wanted to chase after them, Jiang stopped her. He told her to wait. This was valuable experience. Let them recover and come back stronger so she could keep testing herself against them. They didn't have to wait long. Just a couple of minutes later, the commanders shot out of the water like bullets, setting their sights entirely on Xiaoping as they prepared a coordinated attack to take her out in one go. But the strength of the mimetic flesh was far too overwhelming for her to go down that easily. Xiaoping countered the 3-pronged assault flawlessly, keeping every single commander on their toes while defending herself at the same time. But while this was happening, the fat lackey noticed something. He leaned toward the ghost emperor and advised him to take out the one giving Xiaoping orders first. And the emperor seemed to agree. The next moment, a signal from the emperor caused one of the commanders to suddenly switch targets as it beelined straight for Jiang. Poor guy was about to find out that running from a black bear directly into a grizzly cave is not the brightest idea. Just as the commander lunged toward Jiang, vines burst out from Jiang's body and skewered the poor thing midair. The warrior, who was supposedly one of the strongest of their tribe, got taken out like someone swatting a fly. That was too much for even the emperor to stomach. They were clearly outmatched, and now it was time to dip. The emperor screamed orders to the remaining commanders, and instantly they retreated toward the ocean, disappearing beneath the waters as if they were never there to begin with. And just like that, the lackeys who had been busy licking fish ass were left stranded on the island, screaming for the sea ghosts not to abandon them. But nobody was coming back for them. Immediately, the lackeys did a complete 180 and started pleading with Jiang to spare them, claiming the sea ghosts had forced them into doing all this. Yeah, it definitely didn't look forced to me. But there was no point begging to Jiang. He personally didn't have any beef with them and wasn't planning to do anything. However, if the workers had some unfinished business with these guys, Jiang wasn't about to step in either. And the moment they realized that, every ounce of accumulated rage exploded out of them. The torture, the forced labor, being treated like livestock. Since they couldn't get revenge on the monsters, they poured every bit of hatred and resentment onto the lackeys instead, leaving them with no chance to regret their actions. Now that all that was done, it was finally time to head back. And if they squeezed in tightly enough, every single person on the island could probably make it back in one trip. But just as they were preparing to leave, they noticed water ghosts climbing onto the ship, trying to tip it over. And within minutes, the entire ship started sinking. Then the leader of the tribe poked his ugly ass head out of the water and started taunting Jiang, telling them they would starve and die on this island with no way to escape. At this point, it genuinely felt like these guys were begging to be wiped out. Seeing their ship sink to the bottom, the rest of them panicked. But Jiang calmed them down. There's a boat about 2 kilometers away from them. They can go get it later. The survivors on the island picked up whatever they could find to prepare for the journey. But one problem still remained unresolved. Swimming a few kilometers wasn't a problem for the mutants, even while carrying everyone else on a raft. But with sea ghosts littering the entire area, the moment they entered the water, they would be torn apart. For Jiang, that wasn't a problem. He immediately activated his telekinetic powers, calling out to the mother insect stationed high in the sky. Instantly, the signal bug relayed the message, calling for reinforcements. A slow rumbling sound crept into everyone's ears as they wondered what it was. One man pointed toward the ocean, where a massive wave was rapidly approaching the shore. This was a shock, even for the sea ghosts waiting to ambush them. The enormous wave of water bugs surged toward the ghosts like a single unit with one mission: clear the way. Seeing the impending threat, the ghosts readied themselves to defend, but the sheer force behind the bugs was too much. The wave alone sent the ghosts flying through the air. A swarm of water bugs battling sea monsters was an unbelievable sight for the people, even for the mutants who had seen it before. Jiang casually called out to Xiaoping, asking her to take the survivors while he guided the route using his bugs. Without hesitation, Xiaoping moved toward the shore, the mimetic flesh slowly morphing around her. As the people wondered what she was up to, Xiaoping dove headfirst into the water without the slightest hesitation, then burst back out, ripping some of the ghosts in half with her new mermaid form, more like a siren. Seeing the cue to escape, the mutants called for the survivors to flee. This was their opening. But for the people who had been nothing more than cattle just an hour ago, this was simply too much to take in. Corpses of ghosts and bugs that fell in battle piled up across the surface one by one. Yet the doubts in the survivors' minds didn't fade. One of them cautiously approached Jiang, asking if they really didn't eat people. Jiang reassured them. They had stuff that was way tastier than humans anyway. Xiaoping and the other mutants swam through the ocean while the signal bug guided them from above, eventually approaching a small island. Meanwhile, on that tiny island, another group of humans were caged like cattle, waiting to be picked one by one for the evening snack. It was time for another slaughter, and the people prayed not to be chosen as that week's sacrifice. Others, however, prayed to be chosen, preferring death over living in such miserable conditions. One man rose from the ground and screamed at the ghosts, venting all his frustration. He demanded the monsters pick him and be done with it. The ghosts seemed happy to oblige as they approached, knives in hand. As the sharp blade closed in on his neck, the man's earlier courage seemed to vanish, replaced by fear and anxiety. At that moment, a buzzing sound distracted the ghosts. A giant green insect hovered over the beach before landing right in front of them. Realizing the threat, the ghosts decided to deal with the intruder first. But just as they advanced, the mutants burst out of the water with AK-47s, charging toward the ghosts while the people on the island stood frozen in shock. Taking their positions, the mutants began unloading bullets into the ghosts, while the monsters struggled to dodge. Even with their heightened attributes, guns were still a serious threat to the ghosts, especially on land. It was clear they were fighting a losing battle. They immediately called for a retreat and fled toward the sea. But sadly for them, even more terrifying things were waiting beneath the waves. The moment the fleeing sea ghosts jumped into the water, Xiaoping rushed forward with her claws extended, grabbing the unfortunate ghosts like bugs and dragging them deep into the abyss they once called home. Seeing a monster so terrifying that it hunted sea ghosts with ease horrified the survivors. These newcomers standing before them could potentially be an even greater threat than the ghosts. But for people who were doomed to die anyway, there was no difference. To ease the tension, the fat mutant stepped forward, calming the people and assuring them they meant no harm. But even if they believed him, the terrifying sea siren from before was impossible to explain. As they spoke, Xiaoping darted through the water, crushing every last sea ghost in the vicinity as they struggled for their lives. Her form was so terrifying that anyone would find it hard to believe she was on their side. With a slight smile, the mutant reassured them that even though she looked terrifying, she was actually a nice girl. Xiaoping finished off the last of the ghosts and transformed back into her human form, stunning everyone. She stepped onto the beach and addressed the survivors, assuring them that all the threats had been dealt with before asking everyone to prepare to depart on the boat. These people had finally been given a second chance at life. Xiaoping looked at the still confused crowd and told them they had nothing to worry about. For us, humans are not food. Meanwhile, back on the last island, the survivors filled Jiang in on all the atrocities and activities of the water ghosts. They led him to the farming area where the monsters cultivated a strange type of seaweed that they forced the humans to eat. The plant clearly wasn't native to this planet. This stuff is terrifying. As long as you keep eating it, a 10-month pregnancy can be shortened to just over a month. What's even worse, within a year, a baby can grow into a child that looks over 10 years old. But if babies were forced to grow at such an accelerated rate, would they even be able to walk? The survivors' reply was horrifying. They didn't have to. Most of the kids didn't even make it a year. They were simply raised as food for the monsters. As Jiang carefully listened to the whole story, some of the guys called out to him. 2 people stood on the shore with the ugly ghost leader. They had managed to capture it while it was struggling to escape Xiaoping. This was the best-case scenario. Among the ghosts, this one could speak. And if it could communicate, there were ways to extract information. The Reddit mod lay defeated on the ground but was still trash-talking the humans, ordering them to bow down before the superior fish race. The rambling became so annoying that Jiang completely forgot about gathering information and simply speared the thing into oblivion. Right on cue, Xiaoping called out to Jiang from the sea. The rescue team sent to the second island was already back, so quickly that even Jiang was surprised. He immediately turned to the others and instructed them to harvest whatever remained of the mysterious crop before boarding the ship. Soon they returned to the home base, and as always, the sight of the place was spectacular for the newcomers. Shang and the others waited on the shore to welcome the new arrivals. He assured everyone that the island was filled with people just like them, and that it was a safe zone protected from the monsters. As everyone dispersed, Jiang called Xiaoping over and showed her the strange crop he had discovered. It could accelerate human pregnancy and growth by more than 10 times. This was crazy news for Xiaoping. I don't know why, we've seen much crazier things happen. Wasting no time, the 2 of them headed to K-City to begin experimenting with the crop. Thanks to the grueling restoration work by Old Man He and the team, the research lab was as good as new. The place had originally been designed for disasters and emergencies, so Jiang considered moving some of the survivors there to establish a new settlement. Meanwhile, Old Man He was already examining the mysterious crop. Its cellular structure was unique. It resembled plant tissue, yet it clearly didn't belong to this world. He suggested testing it on livestock first before ever trying it on humans again. The research facility had breeding cages, so if they could capture some uninfected mice, they could begin experiments immediately. But considering the current state of the world, finding an uninfected mouse was like finding a match for me on Tinder. Fortunately, Jiang had a much better option. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location beneath the ocean, a sea ghost commander rushed forward frantically, only to be stopped by 2 crossed tridents blocking his path. 2 towering, muscular sea humanoids with crimson skin stood before him, ordering him to state the purpose of his visit. The sea ghost introduced himself as a warrior of the War Shrimp tribe and urgently requested an audience with the chief of the giant tide tribe. He was clearly panicking, begging the guards not to waste any time as he revealed that his entire tribe had been wiped out by the upright pigs on land. The absurd claim stunned the guards for a moment. To them, the idea that a sea tribe had been defeated by livestock was almost laughable. But the commander understood the gravity of the situation. He pleaded with them to stop underestimating humans. Unfortunately, the giant tide tribe had never encountered humans with mutant abilities, making his story difficult to believe. One of the guards mocked the War Shrimp tribe for being weak and bringing shame upon the sea races. According to him, humans were nothing to fear. They were insignificant before the great ocean civilization. Back at the research laboratory, Old Man he was surprised by Zhang's better option. These are octuplet brood insects and mimic flesh that have been genetically specialized using human genes. If this crop doesn't affect them much, then it probably won't have much effect on humans either. Besides, this is the apocalypse. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Food safety isn't the main concern anymore. Still, since they were dealing with mimic flesh and brood insects, Zhang decided to stay just in case. After all, Yahello was too important. Nothing could go wrong. He listened to everything Zhang had to say before asking about the situation at sea. Zhang reassured him that he had already taken care of it. Back at the shore, one of the mutants spotted a boat approaching the island with people aboard, and Shui assumed it was Xiaoyang returning with the others. People clustered around the port, eager to see who the new arrivals were. Seeing the entire old crew together, the survivors were at a loss for words. But the next person they saw left them questioning whether she was even human anymore. Xiaoping jumped onto land with the others while Shui ran toward his dad, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. His dad was still speaking in riddles, but basically he was saying that Zhang and the others were researching the strange plant. Worried about another sea monster raid, they had asked old Zhang and Chong to come help. Seeing even more monstrous figures arrive on the island as allies, the survivors quietly wondered whether these people truly had good intentions. One of them quickly shut the gossip down, reminding everyone to show some respect to the people who had just saved their lives. The conversation continued for a while until Chong noticed the insects behaving strangely. It seemed they had found something. Shui immediately speculated about another sea monster attack and excitedly asked his father to show off a little in front of the newcomers. Underwater, the injured commander stood alongside the giant tide warriors, observing the island. Noticing the insects overhead, the commander informed the others that they had been detected. The giant tide warriors' egos were so massive that they saw no problem with it. If push came to shove, they would simply wipe out the entire settlement of upright pigs and turn them into livestock. Deciding to make the first move, one of the warriors charged upward and leaped several meters into the air. He jumped so high that his trident pierced the abdomen of one of the flying insects while the others below praised his strength. Another tide warrior told the commander to calm down and stop getting caught up in the hype surrounding the land pigs. But the commander knew better. He had experienced firsthand what humans were capable of, and this reckless action had just placed them directly in the enemy's sights. He warned the others to be careful before swiftly retreating from the area, while the tide warriors mocked the ghost tribe for being cowards. They continued relentlessly hunting down the insects until, after some time, they noticed a boat slowly drifting toward their location. One of the warriors laughed at the humans for delivering themselves to be slaughtered while the others prepared for battle. There were 4 people on the boat, and one of the sea warriors immediately called dibs on the guy with tentacles. Meanwhile, aboard the boat, they were having a completely casual conversation. Shui wanted to join the mimic flesh gang with Xiaoping, but she flatly refused. Seeing how ridiculous the kid was being, his father sucker punched him on the head. Leaving aside the dangers of merging with mimic flesh, even if the fusion succeeded, he'd be permanently stuck at his current age and would never grow any further. So he could forget about his balls dropping. Right then, water erupted from both sides as a giant tide warrior burst from the sea, charging straight at them. Grabbing Zhang in his arms, the monster slammed him out of the boat and into the water. At the same time, another warrior emerged from the opposite side, setting his sights on Shui. He lunged at the boy, who barely managed to parry the attack while keeping his footing on the boat. With Zhang distracted between not drowning and watching his son get attacked, another sea warrior seized the opportunity and thrust his trident straight toward him. But before it could connect, Zhang's tentacles wrapped around the weapon before instantly coiling around the sea monster's neck, choking it unconscious. The battle had officially begun. Xiaoping calmly stepped to the front of the boat and removed her jacket, ready to transform. But before she could jump into the fight, Shui stopped her, asking her to let his dad have a chance to show off in front of everyone first. And show off he did. Underwater, Zhang had the great tide warriors by the balls. His tentacles wrapped around the fish, immobilizing him while the others rushed in to help. But it was no problem for Zhang because he had more than one tentacle. He unleashed them toward the enemies, capturing every single one in their tracks. Soon, the scouting force that had been sent forward became Zhang's personal playthings, and the only warrior left untouched stood there in stunned silence, unable to believe that a land pig had completely dominated them like this. Realizing the situation was nothing like what they expected, the guard turned around and fled, leaving the others behind to die miserably. Zhang's tentacles twisted around their necks, choking them to death within an instant. Back at the boat, the mutants were starting to worry about Zhang when he suddenly burst out of the water with one of the giant tide warriors still trapped in his grasp. It was over. The entire crew had been wiped out, and Shui was especially proud of the spectacle his father had created. Xiaoping heard about the escaped warrior and suggested letting him go so the ghosts wouldn't come looking for a fight anytime soon. Meanwhile, back at the research lab, experiments on the mysterious crop continued. It seemed Old Man he had finally found a breakthrough. Whether it's the modified octuplet brood insects or the mimic flesh, after consuming that sea monster crop, their growth rate increased by more than 10 times compared to the control group. But this trait does not pass on to organisms that eat them. So basically, if they use this as feed, pigs will grow faster. But humans eating those pigs won't be affected. This was a jackpot for their food problems. With this, they could even establish food industries that surpassed the scale of the pre-apocalypse era. And the creature responsible for all of this was still lurking deep in the ocean as a predator. Zhang immediately secured the plant, thanking Dr. He while already planning how to integrate it into his army. Hearing this, Old Man he became curious. Zhang then explained his master plan: integrate it into plant structures so the brood insects and the flesh sea could undergo a qualitative upgrade. Without wasting any time, Zhang went to see Feng. Seeing Zhang's arrival, Feng immediately emerged from the flesh sea to greet him and asked how his daughter was doing. With the mimetic flesh, Xiaoping was practically unbeatable now. Without her guarding K-City, Zhang wouldn't even have been able to come here. But his reason for visiting this time was something else. There was now a way to massively increase the scale of the flesh sea. Zhang asked Feng to step back. Massive vines erupted from Zhang's back as they anchored themselves into the ground, lifting him high into the air. With one burst of energy, Zhang released massive amounts of tiny red spores that floated through the air before landing onto the flesh sea and dissolving into it. The change was immediate, and Feng could feel it. While Zhang took a breather after the release, Feng rushed toward him, concerned about his condition. Feng could feel the difference now. A completely new metabolic system had taken root, one that could increase the spread of the flesh sea by 10 times. This was the power derived from a crop from another world. However, the side effects were still unknown. Zhang advised Feng to isolate it and not allow the entire flesh sea to assimilate this power immediately. He then asked Feng to mass-produce tissues with this new multiplication ability. As the first testing ground, Zhang planned to use it to mass-produce insect food before eventually shifting toward human consumption. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the sea, the fleeing commander looked back and saw one of the great tide warriors frantically rushing in his direction. Understanding the situation, the commander asked if the enemy was on their tail. Thankfully, they were in the clear. The giant tide guard's face was filled with fear and embarrassment over his previous arrogance. These pigs were strong. Far stronger than they could have ever predicted. They had to hurry and inform the chief about this situation. Soon enough, the two survivors stood in front of a giant merman who was the leader of the giant Tide tribe. He couldn't believe that the warriors of his tribe had been defeated by livestock. One of the guards present laughed it off, accusing the humans of using dirty tricks to catch them off guard. But the ghost commander was done with their arrogance. He screamed at the ignorant guards to stop taking their enemies lightly. They were far stronger than expected and even had supernatural individuals among them. The outburst from the ghost commander did not sit well with the Tide leader. He ordered the ghost to reveal his identity. The commander introduced himself as the leader of the War Shrimp tribe, the tribe that had been wiped out during their battle with the humans. Hearing this, the leader slowly rose from his seat. He walked toward the commander as the shrimp warrior stood there, struggling to even look the leader in the eye. The chieftain roared, commanding his servants to bring him his spear. Within seconds, two warriors entered the room carrying a massive spear whose weight was crushing even for both of them to bear together. But the leader casually lifted it into his hands and proclaimed war against the human rebels, vowing to crush the pigs into submission. He ordered the mighty Tide army to assemble for the Great War, where he would show humanity the superiority of the mermen. Back at the shore, things were far more peaceful. The people who had gone fishing were returning with a massive catch. This should at least cover the entire population for a week. But the happiness was short-lived. A thunderous sound suddenly distracted them, and the entire island began shaking. To the onlookers' surprise, a giant wave erupted near the shore, large enough to engulf the entire island. Emerging from it was a massive flesh spear that stood like a giant pillar. The next moment, more pillars erupted around the island as people fled in fear, while some grabbed weapons, assuming this was another enemy coming to devour them. At that moment, Shui rushed to the shore to calm everyone down. Following him, Xiaoping called out to her father, telling him to show himself. Feng jumped out from one of the pillars and landed in the middle of the crowd. Finally seeing Xiaoping after such a long time, he was greeted with a wave of emotions. This constant reveal of terrifying dads was starting to take a toll on the normal people there. Xiaoping turned toward the survivors and introduced Feng. She addressed him as the Lord of the Flesh Sea. For the survivors, it finally became clear why the people who saved them were so powerful. It was because their fathers were monsters themselves. Reading the situation, Xiaoping immediately understood what was happening. The new mutation given by Jiang had allowed Feng to grow the Flesh Sea exponentially, extending his reach all the way to the shores of H City. As they discussed the situation, the rest of the crew arrived at the shore for a long-awaited reunion. Xiaoping then asked Feng about the reason for his arrival. He wasn't here to meet Jiang. Both of them had assumed Jiang was with the other group. But even though he hadn't found Jiang, he was about to find something even better. A massive bug swarm covered the sky, blocking out the sun. High above, giant brood mothers were being carried by enormous locusts in numbers never seen before. Jiang landed on the island when Feng approached him to give an update. That power increased the Flesh Sea's mass by tenfold, he reported, before explaining how effective it had been on the brood insects. Not as effective as when directly applied to the Flesh Sea, but it still increased the swarm's size fivefold. The second brood nest cluster is located 2 kilometers northwest. It can reinforce this place within 10 minutes. With a setup like this, the sea monsters were no longer a threat. But they were still a dominant species, so now that one of their tribes had been wiped out, they would definitely seek revenge. And all they could do for now was wait. Back at the nearby sea, the Tide army had already reached the island, and the scouts were gauging the surroundings. The insects were circling the island, and getting any closer would get them spotted. One warrior recognized them as the land-nesting insects that lived near the ocean shores of the world they came from. So these people are actually aliens? But what confused the chief was why these insects were helping the humans. They were probably domesticated by the two-legged pigs, just like how they domesticate the humans. The ghost commander stepped forward, repeating his earlier warning to never underestimate the humans. But humans possessing superior intelligence was something the chief found hard to swallow. If they were intelligent, Were they able to forge weapons and coordinate hunts like the fishmen? If that were the case, the humans wouldn't be enslaved by them. LOL, these guys really need some human history lessons. But the Ghost Commander seems to be the only sane one in the group. He continued by informing the chief about the technologies the humans possessed. They can use saliva mixed with clay to build giant nests. They can even make tools that move across the water's surface. They also have sticks that launch stones. They're useless underwater, but extremely powerful above water. The information intrigued the chief. He asked if the humans possessed many of those sticks, but that wasn't the case. They only had a few, and they were shared among the shamans of the two-legged pigs. This was good news. According to the chief, there was now nothing to fear. As long as those shamans came near the water, the sea warriors could kill them before they had a chance to react. He then turned toward the Tide Army for his final address before the war. He commanded the warriors to destroy the human nests and turn them back into the livestock they were. The warriors rushed forward. While on the island, Shuai, who was on watch, noticed something. He immediately called Jiang, informing the group about the movements of the large enemy force. It was just like Jiang had predicted, and Feng immediately offered to move ahead and give them a welcome party. But Jiang stopped him. They had to move cautiously. He decided to analyze the situation first and warped into the mind of his bug swarm. The massive bug army mobilized instantly, both in the air and beneath the ocean waters. Soon enough, the swarm stood ready to meet the massive merman army that was closing in like a torpedo. The news of such a huge army shocked everyone. There were at least thousands, probably well over 10,000, Tide warriors charging toward them. If Jiang and the group weren't there, forget thousands, even a dozen would have completely decimated the settlement. Jiang picked up the radio and issued an emergency announcement for all combat personnel on the island to listen up. A large-scale enemy army was approaching and closing in on their location at incredible speed. Everyone was ordered to prepare for war. Underwater, the first blood had already been shed as the massive Tide army clashed with the water bugs. These new tribe warriors were far stronger than the last ones. They cleaved through the water bugs with ease, killing dozens with a single strike. This was looking way too easy for them. But the bugs didn't give up. A group of them beelined toward a single target, ignoring everyone around them and charging straight for the tribe leader. He noticed the incoming threat and, with a single swirl of his massive trident, decimated the entire charging bug swarm in one strike, sending their shattered bodies flying out of the water for everyone to see. The mutilated bug corpses crashed onto the shore as Xiaoping carefully assessed the battle. The enemies were closing in, and she stood there as the first line of defense without a shred of fear. The Tide King and his warriors burst out of the water, immediately catching sight of Xiaoping. Seeing a human standing calmly even in the face of such terrifying power, the chief assumed Xiaoping was the strongest of the upright pigs and charged toward her without a moment's hesitation. While the Ghost Commander stood behind the front line, he warned the chief not to be too reckless. Seeing the concerned look on the commander's face, one of the Tide warriors laughed at him. Maybe the Ghost Commander just didn't know how strong the great Tide leader really was. This dude sprinted through the water like he was running the 100-meter dash. Meanwhile, Zhang and Cheng stood on top of one of the buildings watching the battlefield. Cheng asked Zhang if he wasn't going to make a move, but the target was too far away and moving way too fast for Zhang to land a hit. Calling out to Xiaoping, who was standing calmly on the shore, Zhang asked what she thought about the leader, who seemed to have his eyes set on her. But she looked so unfazed that she thought it was going to be a boring fight. Standing behind her, Feng seemed to have a completely different opinion. The Tide leader had just made the mistake of targeting his daughter right in front of him. Feng stepped forward and raised his hand, giving the Flesh Sea its very first command of the war. The seabed rumbled beneath them, and in the next instant, massive pillars of flesh erupted from the water around the Tide chieftain. The sudden attack shocked him, but just as the pillars came crashing down, the Tide leader leaped into the air with incredible speed, narrowly dodging every single one. Looking at the gigantic spears of flesh surrounding him, the chief wondered if these were also part of the mysterious powers the Ghost Commander had warned him about. Meanwhile, back on the shore, Feng was actually impressed by the speed the chief had just displayed. Beside him, Xiaoping began preparing herself and told her dad to save his energy. This one was her target. This girl was basically immortal now, and with both Feng and Jiang standing behind her, there was nothing to worry about. Xiaoping immediately dove into the ocean and rose back up in her siren form, standing menacingly before the Tide Chief. The sight was something he never expected to see, and the same went for every other merman watching the battle. The Tide leader instantly lunged toward her as Xiaoping launched her first strike. The collision unleashed a massive underwater shockwave, but the Tide Chief couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. This creature is clearly a marine life form, and it actually possesses strength comparable to mine. Is it another species domesticated by the upright pigs? Deciding to confront her directly, the Tide Chief demanded to know why someone with such tremendous strength would fight for the humans. Unfortunately for him, he was speaking fluent fish jargon, and Xiaoping couldn't understand a single word. But from the chief's perspective, it simply looked like Xiaoping was nothing more than a mindless beast with no ability to communicate. The chief swung his massive trident, knocking Xiaoping backward as she was sent flying through the water. Underwater, there was nothing stronger than the Tide Chief, or so he believed. The two charged straight at one another once again, their weapons colliding with enough force to send enormous waves crashing onto the shore. The battle was unbelievably intense. Every strike was met with an equally powerful block, and all the spectators could see on the surface were violent waves exploding in every direction. The mutants could do nothing but watch. If they got even a little closer, their internal organs would probably shatter from the shockwaves alone. Meanwhile, Zhang and Chang could only admire just how much Xiaoping had grown in strength. From the center of the Tide Army, another megamind fishman, just like the Ghost Emperor from the previous tribe, stood safely behind the front lines while ordering every warrior to charge, believing that the chief had already pinned down the enemy's strongest fighter. The Tide warriors weaved through the flesh sea and the bug swarm, and one warrior managed to get close enough to launch himself toward the island. Unfortunately for him, he charged straight toward Chang's waiting hand. Chang casually reached out, grabbed the charging warrior by the throat, crushed his neck like it was a twig, and tossed the corpse right back into the ocean. Meanwhile, underwater, Zhang's tentacles whooshed toward the rest of the army. They lashed around the confused warriors, binding them before piercing straight through their heads. As every second passed, more and more Tide warrior corpses floated to the surface. Back to the battle between the chief and Xiaoping, the fight was proving far more difficult than the chief had anticipated. Deciding not to continue fighting head-on, he came up with another plan. If he bypassed Xiaoping and killed the humans directly, the beast would surely become no threat once it lost its master. With a sudden burst of speed, he darted past Xiaoping and swam straight toward the island where Jiang was standing. Looks like the chief just can't catch a break. Bursting out of the water, he scanned the humans before him, searching for the king. Clearly wasn't the mutants. He dashed toward Feng. Strong, but still not the king. Looking further ahead, the chief's eyes finally locked onto Jiang's. It was him. Spotting his true target, the chief wasted no time and lunged forward, driving his trident toward Jiang for a swift kill. As he closed the distance, the chief was surprised that Jiang wasn't moving even an inch. Then, just before reaching him, something tugged at his feet. Looking back, he saw veins of flesh curling around his legs, dragging him backward. With a powerful swing of his trident, he sliced through the flesh and continued charging forward, breaking free through brute force alone. It all made sense now. The king of the humans wasn't moving because he had powerful warriors protecting him. But it was too late. Nobody could save Jiang now. As the trident closed in, Jiang suddenly stepped to the left at the very last second, effortlessly dodging the chief's attack. The sheer speed of that reaction completely shocked the Tide chief. He was about to find out that Jiang was not the king for nothing. Green vines suddenly erupted from the ground, surrounding the chief from every direction. The next moment, they shot toward him, wrapping the great Tide chief up like a burrito. Back in the ocean, the warriors couldn't believe their chief was losing the upper hand. But it was more than just losing, he was getting completely dominated on land. Meanwhile, the chief cursed at Jiang, demanding to be released and asking what kind of monster he was. But Jiang simply raised a hand, sending vines piercing straight into the chief's brain. Using his psychic powers, he hijacked the chief's mind, sending a telepathic wave across every sea warrior and every water ghost they controlled. At the same time, the mission window popped up, notifying him of an update to the disaster collector task. As the dust settled, the Tide Chief lay motionless on the ground before Jiang. Xiaoping returned to shore and asked Jiang whether he had managed to uncover anything useful. It was exactly as they had suspected. These sea demons were indeed from another world, and they possessed a certain level of intelligence. They were currently at the tribal civilization stage. The reason they could turn human corpses into water ghosts was because a virus lived symbiotically inside their bodies. That virus was closely related to the hyperphage virus responsible for the zombie outbreak in M City. That meant every disaster they had encountered so far had originated from the same world. Sudden dimensional rifts had appeared, connecting the two worlds, and those rifts were what unleashed the disasters upon Earth. But thanks to the chief's memories, Jiang now knew the location of one of those rifts. The plan was clear. Jiang wanted to cross over into their world and see it with his own eyes. Man, after some time, I'm actually starting to feel this manhwa again. As Xiaoping stood there looking confused, Jiang told her to focus on cleaning up the mess in front of them first. He picked up the radio and ordered everyone to go all out from that point onward. The moment the command was given, countless pillars of flesh erupted across the sea, while high above, reinforcements from the second brood nest arrived to join the battle. It was absolute carnage from then on. The flesh sea, the insect swarm, and the mutants all went absolutely ham on the Tide Warriors, leaving them with no chance to fight back. The shock of seeing their chief defeated was simply too much for them to process. They had to flee. If they stayed any longer, it would only mean certain death. But not everyone agreed. The Megamind could clearly see the situation for what it was, yet many of the warriors still couldn't grasp the hopeless position they were in. The Ghost Commander had been right all along. They had severely underestimated the strength of the upright pigs. As the Megamind fled for his life, one insect locked onto him from the sky and charged like a homing missile. Seeing the Megamind get bodied like that finally snapped the warriors back to reality, and they began scrambling in every direction to escape. Back on the island's shore, the mutants successfully captured the Megamind alive. When we raided a sea demon farm before, there was a special sea demon like this communicating with the human traders. My guess is that it can understand the languages of both races. Jiang wasted no time. He sent vines piercing straight into the Megamind's head as it screamed in agony. Moments later, it foamed at the mouth and passed out. Jiang had successfully extracted the language of the fishmen. It was primitive, crude, and surprisingly easy to decipher. The mutants waved goodbye to Jiang, telling him they would handle the corpses. Jiang reminded them to leave the chief's body alone since he was still alive and had a use for him. Inside a warehouse, the Tide Chief lay silently. As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw Jiang standing directly in front of him and immediately jolted upright in fear. Roaring in anger, he prepared to charge, but Jiang calmly interrupted him, telling him not to do anything stupid. The chief froze in place. He could actually understand the language. Jiang explained that he had taken the time to learn the fishman's language. It was simplistic and not particularly difficult to grasp. More importantly, Jiang had already planted parasitic spores inside the chief's brain. If Jiang wanted him dead, all it would take was a single thought. A searing pain instantly surged through the chief's head, forcing him to his knees as he begged Jiang for mercy. The terms were simple. The war was over, and from this day forward, regardless of whatever customs they had followed until now, no fishman would ever again treat a human as livestock or a slave. The chief immediately agreed to every one of Jiang's demands. However, he admitted that not every sea tribe would be willing to obey him. Jiang had already thought of that. The parasitic spores inside the chief's head would allow him to communicate with the insect swarm, and they would assist him in conquering every remaining sea tribe. Jiang ordered the chief to unite every sea demon tribe beneath his banner and maintain order across the oceans. Honestly, this was probably the best outcome the chief could have hoped for. He accepted the command and departed for the sea. The sea demon tribes were scattered throughout the entire ocean. Purging them one by one would be far too troublesome. I'd rather outsource the job to him. The mutants were still worried that the sea demons might betray them, but Jiang wasn't concerned in the slightest. The power he had granted the chief was addictive. If the chief obeyed, he would rule the oceans as king. If he didn't, his death would be immediate. And the chief understood that better than anyone. 6 months passed, and the island was now calmer than it had ever been. New ports had been built, and cartons of giant larvae were now shipped out to sea to feed the sea tribes. But not everyone was so keen on feeding the monsters that had kept them as cattle for so long. But if this wasn't sorted the way it was, even now they would be embroiled in a never-ending conflict. Meanwhile, inland in H-City, Old Man He and Xiaoping were supervising their food plantations. Food production now far exceeded the human population's needs. But compared to the energy consumption of the bug nests and the flesh sea, the needs of the human settlements were barely even a rounding error. Due to the influx of survivors from various parts, the specialists needed to maintain the whole operation were also growing in number. Because of their contributions, the West Wind Steel Factory had restored 2 production lines, and the industry was finally starting to recover. As Jiang stood there evaluating the growth, Wei came forward and asked if they had finally defeated the apocalypse. But that was far from the truth. There were still things to be done. More high-powered radio transmission stations had to be built so they could attract survivors from far away, but that was a long-term project. For now, he had to ensure the safety of the settlements from any potential threats. Even though many had been dealt with, there were still many that were strong and potentially devastating to them, and they had no information about any of them. We moved to an underwater location where a bright light shines in the distance. On the seabed lay a bright rift that warped space-time around it and was guarded by multiple sea warriors and water bugs. A wave of distortion erupted from the warp, and new fish tribes started to emerge from the other side. Seeing the new intruders, the Ghost Commander confronted them, asking them to go back to their world and not enter Earth. But the newcomers had no intention of listening. These were just another group of fools looking for their deaths by crawling through, and one of the warriors suggested they take them out because words were pointless. They quickly charged against the newcomers, killing the front lines while the others prepared to attack. But even the newcomers' superior numbers proved to be in vain. Arrows whooshed through the water, piercing the newcomers' chests, while the sea warriors and sea bugs finished off the rest. Soon enough, the oncoming army of dozens of intruders had been dealt with. One Tide warrior held a mini crossbow in his hands, praising the capabilities of the advanced weapons from the land tribe. While they were talking, a familiar greeting jolted their attention. It was Jiang and Xiaoping along with the mutants. The Ghost Commander immediately bowed in respect, greeting Jiang as the Land King and asking the purpose of his visit. This was an exploration crew, one meant to find out what lay beyond. But as Jiang continued explaining, the Ghost Commander's face seemed familiar to him. With a little embarrassment, the Ghost Commander introduced himself as the first sea warrior Jiang fought on the island, the one who was rigged with the GPS tracker and used as bait. Jiang teasingly called him the guide, and asked him to accompany them to the other world as their personal guide.